Chapter 1. The Cruise Disaster. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before? You look like a pathetic loser. A woman, elegantly dressed, approached Lin Ye on the deck of the luxurious cruise ship. The wind lifted her skirt just as Lin Ye caught a glimpse of her. Upon hearing her scornful remarks, Lin Ye furrowed his brow and turned away, wishing to ignore her. However, the woman was not inclined to let it go. She strode over to him, seized his arm, and exclaimed angrily, "I'm talking to you. Are you mute?" As she spoke, she raised her hand, intending to strike him. Smack! Lin Ye firmly grasped her arm, his voice laced with irritation. "I have no desire to engage in your antics right now. If you're seeking chaos, you've mistaken your target." With a forceful motion, he flung her arm away, causing her to stumble back several steps, nearly losing her balance. Regaining her composure, she looked into Lin Ye's cold gaze, fear creeping in, but she retorted viciously, "Just wait. I'll have my sugar daddy deal with you." With that, she clicked her high heels rapidly away. Lin Ye continued to smoke, gazing out at the vast blue sea, indifferent to her departure. Dealing with such women, the more one fears them, the more they encroach. Although the passengers aboard this ship were all affluent, Lin Ye was in no mood to concern himself with such trivialities. 80 days of sailing left, and it should all be over, right? Lin Ye exhaled a plume of smoke, speaking to himself. He had spent 3 years as a devoted admirer, never even touching her hand, only to be heartlessly discarded by his girlfriend for lacking wealth and stability. Eventually, he found solace in this cruise, journeying around the globe, spending his meager savings on a single ticket. Upon returning to his quarters that evening, Lin Ye shared a room with a friendly foreign steward. With little money to spare, he had to make do, occasionally taking on odd jobs aboard the ship, entertaining the wealthy to earn a living. "Hey, Lin Ye, how was your day?" smiled Mar, who was preparing for her night shift. "Not bad. Received a 200 tip. Wishing you good luck tonight," Lin Ye replied as he lay on the ship. "Of course, they'll take your good fortune." Once she finished tidying up her belongings, Mar departed. The cruise ship, named Galaxy, touted itself as a 180-day global voyage, yet was essentially the largest gambling ship in the world, attracting the wealthy from across the globe. At each destination, the ship would anchor in international waters, utilizing other vessels to ferry passengers aboard, while many would disembark as well. Lin Ye occasionally indulged in the games aboard, and had won quite a bit, though it was all spent on the ship. In the dead of night, the entertainment venues were nearly deserted, most patrons having retreated to their cabins. Only a handful of stewards and sailors remained on duty, many dozing off in their chairs. Unbeknownst to everyone, the ship had strayed from its course, with all souls enveloped in slumber. In the captain's cabin, First Officer Henry was already intoxicated, and the ship was on autopilot. Suddenly, a torrential downpour unleashed upon the sea, accompanied by fierce winds. A thunderous clap jolted Captain Ross awake. "Oh, this damned weather. According to the navigational route, there shouldn't be any torrential rain in this area tonight. Could the satellite reports be erroneous?" Captain Ross, filled with unease, donned his clothing and made his way to the bridge. Upon arriving, he was met with the sight of a diverging course and the inebriated Henry. "My God, what have you done, you scoundrel? Wake up!" Captain Ross exclaimed in exasperation. Henry, groggily stirring from his stupor, glanced at Ross's frantic demeanor and replied, "Ross, there's no need to panic. I've already set the course. Everything is fine." "You reckless fool. The ship has already strayed from its path, and you dare to drink during your watch? Your career is over. I will definitely inform the William family." Before he could finish, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air, and both men, caught off guard, lost their balance and succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Ye was jolted from his slumber by the deafening sound, still bewildered as to what had transpired when the door suddenly swung open. "Ye, run! The ship has struck a reef, and water is flooding the cabin." After relaying this urgent message, Mar rushed to another room to alert others. Truth be told, Mar was quite kind-hearted, taking the time to notify each person individually, although many were already awakened by the cacophonous noise. With no time for contemplation, Lin Ye hastily dressed and bolted outside. Water was already pooling in the corridor, and by the time he ascended 2 levels, throngs of people filled the passageway. Some foreign women, scarcely clad in mere undergarments, were hastening to escape. The ship was tilting precariously, exacerbated by the waves and tempest. One had a grasp on as something to maintain balance and advance. At long last, Lin Ye reached an open area on the deck, now teeming with panicked individuals. "Oh, dear God, please save me. Mommy, Mommy, boo-hoo. Damn it, where's the captain? Where are the sailors? Can someone tell me what is happening?" In less than 2 minutes, the deck was filled with the shrill screams of women, the wails of children, and the curses of men. The bow of the ship had sunk 3 or 4 meters, creating a slope of approximately 30 degrees. With the rain pouring down, many had already slipped into the tumultuous sea. At that moment, Lin Ye spotted a life buoy and a life jacket on the side of the ship and decided to retrieve them. A man's voice, laced with vitriol, called out behind him, "You there, hurry up and bring me that life buoy. I'll give you 2 million. Lin Ye turned to see that the man was the CEO of a publicly listed company from Hong Kong, someone who had once tipped him after a gambling win. Now, he clung to the railing in fear of being thrown overboard. As Lin Ye swiftly climbed along the railing to reach the life buoy, the man urged, "Quick, toss it to me." However, Lin Ye paid him no mind. He quickly donned the life jacket, feeling it lacked security, and then secured the life buoy around his waist. At this moment, survival was paramount. What good is money without life? Some individuals, eyeing the life buoy around Lin Ye, attempted to seize it. Yet, before they could reach him, they lost their footing on the slanted deck. Others, in their desperation to claim the buoy, resorted to pushing others overboard. "You'll remember, you kid. Once I reach the shore, The man's words remained unfinished. With a resounding crash, the stern of the vessel collided once more with the rocks, propelled by the relentless waves. This time, Lin Ye was unable to grasp the railing and slid helplessly towards the bow of the ship. Accompanying Lin Ye in his descent was a striking woman, her features hinting at her Chinese heritage. Upon noticing Lin Ye's life jacket and buoy, she seemed to glimpse a flicker of hope, urgently imploring, "Please, toss me a buoy." Moved by the desperation in her eyes, Lin Ye responded, "Quickly, catch it." He swiftly hurled the buoy towards her, simultaneously securing the buoy's rope to his own life jacket, allowing both to benefit from the shared buoyancy. "Hold on tight, the waves are too fierce," Lin Ye shouted to the woman. In the darkness, many others who had fallen into the sea were scrambling, but Lin Ye offered them no chance. He swam outward with the woman, steering clear of the struggling crowd. "Goodness, hold your breath," Lin Ye exclaimed as he glanced back at the cruise ship, which was descending ominously. They were caught within its path, and he shouted loudly into the woman's ear. In an instant, both were submerged beneath the ship's hull, their bodies pulled down into the depths of the ocean. As they were thrust underwater, Lin Ye fought desperately to swim forward, unwilling to be dragged into the abyss, yet the pull was overwhelming. No matter how forcefully he swam upward, it proved futile. Uncertain of how deep they had plunged, Lin Ye soon exhausted his strength. The woman beside him fell eerily silent after a few desperate attempts to swim upward. Lin Ye succumbed to fatigue, choking on seawater before losing consciousness. Chapter 2. The Deserted Island. "Hiss! Where am I? Am I still alive?" Lin Ye gradually opened his eyes, feeling a pervasive ache throughout his body, adorned with various scrapes and bruises. His life jacket had vanished without a trace. The glaring sunlight made it difficult for Lin Ye to fully open his eyes. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings, which were dominated by jagged rocks. Not far off lay a sandy beach, backed by a dense forest. As he gazed along the coastline, it became evident that he was on an island. Grateful to be alive, yet unaware of how long he had been unconscious, he felt his cracked lips and an overwhelming thirst accompanied by a gnawing hunger. "This adventure nearly cost me my life. I must find water and food," Lin Ye resolved, moving to the side. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a gash on his thigh, approximately 10 centimeters long, inflicted by some unseen object. The salt water stung painfully against the wound. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial injury, otherwise he might have bled out. His muscles ached from exertion, and Lin Ye slowly rose, taking in the view of the winding beach before him, the vast ocean stretching endlessly ahead, while a lush, untamed forest loomed behind. "Where on earth am I?" Lin Ye mused, reaching into his pockets. He found a lighter and a keychain attached to his belt, which held a multifunctional folding knife. "Well, at least it's better than being stranded like Robinson Crusoe," Lin Ye exclaimed with excitement. As a seasoned smoker, he naturally kept a lighter close at hand. He vigorously shook off the water and tested it, producing a series of small flames. Huh, it actually works, Lin Ye said as he slowly made his way toward the shore. He gathered some dry twigs and started a fire, undressing completely to dry his clothes in the solitude. Nearby, a few coconut trees stood tall. Having grown up in the countryside, Lin Ye was adept at climbing trees. However, this particular coconut tree was quite high. After fashioning a rudimentary tool from some vines, he painstakingly managed to bring down 3 coconuts. After cracking them open, he quenched his thirst with the sweet coconut water and savored the flesh, alleviating his hunger. Once dressed, Lin Ye climbed onto a nearby rocky outcrop. Upon reaching the top, he spotted 2 women lying beneath. It's her, he thought, recognizing the woman who had received a life buoy during the cruise accident. They must have been tethered together and washed ashore not far from here, and her life buoy was nowhere to be found. Lin Ye descended the rocks and checked for signs of life by gently touching their noses. They're still alive. Wake up. Hey, wake up, he urged, lightly patting one of their faces. As he leaned in closer, he realized that this woman was strikingly beautiful, surpassing anyone he had ever encountered. Her figure was alluring, with a delicate oval face and willow-like eyebrows. Long eyelashes framed her small lips, and she wore tight black shorts that accentuated her long, fair legs, while the other woman, clad only in her underwear, was a blonde beauty with captivating blue eyes. Lin Ye felt his face flush at the sight, as the cruise had met with disaster in the dead of night, with most passengers asleep in their rooms and not dressed. Perhaps the blonde had a penchant for sleeping nude, or perhaps she had been swept away by the waves. Without further ado, Lin Ye commenced the rescue, recalling the training he had received before boarding. He first checked for obstructions in the mouth of the long-legged beauty. After ensuring there were none, he proceeded with CPR. After about 2 minutes of chest compressions, he prepared to administer rescue breaths when she suddenly coughed, expelling a significant amount of water, indicating she was regaining consciousness. He noticed her eyes slowly opening. He then rushed to the blonde's side, performing the same life-saving measures. Though he felt a bit awkward, he focused on the task at hand. After several minutes of compressions, he finally administered 2 rescue breaths, and the blonde gradually stirred awake. When Lin Ye turned back, he found the long-legged beauty gazing at him with wide eyes. "You're awake," he said, feeling utterly exhausted. "Thank you. You saved me once again," she spoke in a weak voice. "What does this signify?" "It proves we are fated," Lin Ye replied, standing up. After expressing her gratitude, she slowly rose, feeling around her body. "Huh, as if I would take advantage of you," Lin Ye thought to himself. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. The blonde had awakened, clutching her upper body, and exclaimed, "What have you done to me? Why am I not wearing any clothes? I am the one who saved you, and I have not done anything to you. As for your clothes, I am unaware of their whereabouts. You may inquire with her," Lin Ye remarked, casting his gaze towards the long-legged beauty. At that moment, the blonde girl had just regained consciousness, still feeling a bit dizzy, yet instinctively shielding her vital areas. When the long-legged beauty directed a confirming glance at her, she felt a sense of relief. Lin Ye perceived that these 2 beauties were not on the same wavelength as him, and thus decided to retreat into the shadows, concealing his deeds. "Since you are both awake, I shall take my leave now," he stated, rising to walk toward the rocks, feeling the awkwardness of the situation with a woman lacking clothing nearby. "Wait, what is your name? Once I receive aid in return, I shall reward you handsomely." The long-legged beauty's voice reached him as he had taken only a few steps. "I am Lin Ye, and as for the reward, let us discuss it once we are out of here. Who knows if rescue will even come? Even if you offer me 1,000,000 or 10,000,000 now, I couldn't spend it," Lin Ye mused. "Nevertheless, I must thank you. By the way, I am Huang Ziyu." At this point, the long-legged beauty had brushed the fine sand off her body, arranged her hair, and extended her right hand towards Lin Ye. One must seize the opportunity when it presents itself. The beauty had taken the initiative to extend her hand, and it would be impolite to refuse. Lin Ye grasped Huang Ziyu's hand and replied, "No need for thanks. Saving you was merely a matter of convenience, for we are all travelers lost in this world. What are your plans moving forward?" After shaking hands, Lin Ye quickly released her grip, lest she think he was taking advantage of her. "I have no idea what to do next. My head feels foggy. Do you know where we are?" Huang Ziyu asked weakly. "I'm unsure as well, but I suspect we are on an island. Lin Ye shrugged. At that moment, the blonde girl, gathering her courage, slowly approached Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu. She had been listening to their conversation from a distance, and they did not seem like villains. Luna. Chapter 3. The Wild Wolf Greetings. My name is Luna. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Lin for rescuing me earlier, although I mistakenly perceived him as a rogue. A twinge of guilt flickered within her, and her final words emerged as a mere whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. Observing her bashful demeanor, Lin Ye instinctively turned his gaze away in modesty. Not at all. It was but a small effort, he replied, noticing the parched lips of the two ladies. He kindly inquired, how about accompanying me? I discovered several coconut trees by the rocks and gathered some to quench your thirst. Please wear this, Lin Ye said, as he removed his jacket and offered it to Luna, for the awkwardness of their situation was palpable. Thank you, Luna stammered, hastily donning the garment. With the two remaining silent, Lin Ye shook his head and ambled back towards the fire. Before long, as if they had conspired, the two ladies followed suit, exchanging glances without uttering a word. The sun had set, and Lin Ye, clad in a short-sleeved shirt, felt a slight chill. The two beauties, having finished the coconuts Lin Ye provided, nestled close to the fire, enveloped in silence. Seizing the opportunity before darkness descended completely, Lin Ye rose and ventured into the woods. Mr. Lin, where are you going? Luna called out hurriedly, gathering some firewood. Would you care to assist? I. Lin Ye observed her flustered expression and comprehended her apprehension. Never mind, you stay here. As Lin Ye returned, arms laden with a substantial bundle of firewood, Luna eagerly approached to lend a hand, taking a portion from him. As the sky gradually darkened, they added more wood, and the flames roared to life, providing a semblance of warmth. Yet, the prospect of sleeping tonight seemed bleak. With no shelter and the ocean breeze being quite fierce, succumbing to sleep might lead to a troublesome cold. On this unfamiliar island, even a minor ailment could prove fatal. Furthermore, lacking dry grass to lay upon, resting on the beach was far too cold, and the incessant mosquitoes prompted them to swat at their buzzing presence. Gazing at the multitude of stars adorning the night sky, Luna marveled what a beautiful sky. Such a sight is unattainable in the city. When Lin Ye turned back, he found Luna curled up beside Huang Ziyu, already asleep. Huang Ziyu, meanwhile, rubbed her face with her hands, staring at the heavens, lost in thought. If you feel cold, I can start another fire to your left, Lin Ye offered. Huang Ziyu raised her gaze to Lin Ye and replied, I'm fine, I can endure. But you, having given your jacket to Luna, if you wouldn't mind, you could rest against us for warmth. Taken aback by Huang Ziyu's words, Lin Ye felt surprised, after such a brief acquaintance. Did they trust him so readily? Just as he contemplated his response, Huang Ziyu continued, Don't overthink it. I know you're not a villain. Otherwise, you and T have saved us. Moreover, it's quite cool at night, and if you lean in, we can all huddle together for warmth. If you were to fall ill, two delicate ladies like us would truly struggle to survive until rescue arrives. Huang Ziyu's words made Lin Ye feel that this woman possessed an exceptionally sharp intellect, incisively hitting the nail on the head. As Lin Ye leaned against Huang Ziyu, he distinctly sensed her tremble for a moment, yet she quickly regained her composure. Feeling the warmth radiating from her back, Lin Ye found some solace in the moment. This dreadful weather, scorching during the day and freezing at night. With so many people aboard that vessel, who knows how many have survived? Huang Ziyu proactively shattered the awkward silence, expressing her sentiments. I say, beautiful lady, let's not dwell on the past. The question remains whether the three of us can endure this night, Lin Ye replied. Even if they managed to survive the night, there was no telling how many more days they could last. Although Lin Ye had grown up in the countryside and possessed certain survival skills, the circumstances on this island were far from certain. As he spoke, Lin Ye rose to add more firewood, seeking to stoke the flames. Just as he finished and leaned back toward Huang Ziyu, he suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the dense jungle a few dozen meters ahead. Could it be? Is the heavens truly toying with me? There, unmistakably, were several pairs of glistening green eyes, reminiscent of a nocturnal glow seen in the eyes of cats and dogs raised in rural areas. Under the moonlight's illumination, Those eyes were intently focused on Lin Ye. What is wrong, Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu had also sensed something amiss and followed his gaze. Wolves. Shoo. Don't speak, remain still, and avoid any sudden movements. Lin Ye instructed, his eyes unwaveringly locked on the source of his apprehension. At that moment, Lin Ye felt a surge of frustration. While others began their journeys with a system, he had merely a lighter and now found himself encountering NPCs. Lowering himself, he gradually extended his hands towards the fire, seizing 2 burning sticks. Animals inherently fear fire, especially the wild ones. However, on this deserted island, the few of us humans were merely delectable prey for them. Hunger could easily overcome their instinctual fears. What should we do now, Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu, being a woman, was understandably rattled at the sight of the wolves and asked with a tremulous voice, "Do not fear. For now, we have the bonfire, and wolves should hesitate to act recklessly in its presence." With that, Lin Ye handed her one of the flaming sticks, while his other hand delved into his pocket to retrieve a multifunctional folding knife. Though it felt somewhat inadequate, it was nonetheless a semblance of a weapon. Time seemed to stretch as they remained in a standoff, unaware of how many sticks had been replaced, their bodies becoming increasingly rigid. A voice slowly emerged from behind Lin Ye. "I'm so sleepy. Are you two still awake?" Luna, having awakened without Lin Ye's notice, observed their peculiar posture, remaining utterly still. "Shoo! Luna, listen to me. You must remain silent and follow my lead." Lin Ye gestured for silence. "What is happening? Why do you both look so serious?" Luna inquired, bewildered by the strange atmosphere that greeted her upon waking. "There are wolves in the woods," Huang Ziyu whispered in Luna's ear. Just as she finished speaking, Luna's eyes widened in alarm. "Wolves!" A sudden cry shattered the tranquility of the coastline, as several pairs of bright green eyes gradually approached Lin Ye and his companions. Emerging from the thicket were a pack of 8 wolves. This was dire. Lin Ye had no time to admonish Luna. "You all move back, but do not run." At that moment, the wolves had not yet begun their pursuit. They were merely drawing nearer. If they chose to flee, 2 legs could never outpace 4. Lin Ye's mind raced, grappling with the unfamiliarity of the situation. He had never encountered wolves before and was uncertain how to handle it. When he turned to glance at Luna again, his legs felt weak with fear. Chapter 4. The moment of life and death as Lin Ye contemplated his predicament. The pack of wolves suddenly launched an assault, closing the distance of merely several dozen meters with astonishing speed. Lin Ye spotted a rocky outcrop a short distance away in the ocean, approximately 10 meters from the shore. A person of average swimming ability should be able to reach it. "Do you see that rock in the water? In a moment, I will cover you. You all swim towards it," he instructed. At that instant, Huang Ziyu, realizing the urgency of the situation, seized the terrified Luna by the arm and dashed towards the shoreline. With Lin Ye close behind, wielding a stout wooden stick, Huang Ziyu and Luna had already reached the water's edge. But the wolves were now a mere 50 meters away from Lin Ye. Luna, overwhelmed with panic, cried out, "I can't swim. What should I do?" Huang Ziyu, now waist deep in the ocean, turned back to see Luna still hesitating at the shore. "Luna, the water is shallow. Hurry and come over. I will help you swim," Huang Ziyu urged, growing increasingly anxious. "Quickly, get into the water. The wolves are almost upon us. Do you wish to be devoured by them?" Lin Ye shouted from behind. Hearing Lin Ye's words only intensified Luna's confusion. She slowly stepped further into the water, which now lapped at her thighs, still 2 meters away from Huang Ziyu. With the wolves closing in just a few meters behind him, Lin Ye could no longer afford to hesitate. He swung his stick at the approaching wolves, momentarily slowing their advance before plunging into the water. Just as he prepared to swim to Luna and guide her towards the rock, he heard a splash behind him. "Goodness, the wolves can swim too. How relentless they are. Swim towards the rock. One has entered the water." Lin Ye shouted urgently to Luna. Huang Ziyu, realizing the peril, swam back and grasped Luna's hand, propelling them both toward the rocky refuge. Fortunately, only one wolf had entered the water while the rest remained on the shore, observing a favorable turn of events for Lin Ye. However, this lone wolf was not an adversary to be taken lightly, and Lin Ye was relieved it was now in the water. Desperately, he swam towards the rock despite the injury on his leg, which hampered his strength. The wolf, too, struggled against the rolling waves, nearly losing sight of its quarry. Just as Lin Ye turned to glance back at the wolf, he noticed it had vanished. Upon looking towards Huang Ziyu and Luna, he saw they had ascended onto the rock, panting heavily under the dim moonlight, clearly both terrified and exhausted. "Mr. Lin, watch out behind you," came Luna's alarmed voice. "Huh?" Just as Lin Ye momentarily relaxed his guard, he felt a sharp pain as a wolf clamped down on his foot. Reacting instinctively, he kicked back with all his might. Fortunately, he was wearing shoes, or that bite could have rendered his foot useless. Despite his efforts, the wolf refused to relinquish its grip. "Damn it, this isn't over yet. I'll fight back," Lin Ye resolved, taking a deep breath. He wrapped his arms around the wolf's neck and forcefully pushed it down into the water. With a knife thrust into the wolf's body, Lin Ye was oblivious to where the blade struck. Its short length seemed to inflict only superficial wounds. Mr. Lin, alongside two young women, watched helplessly as he and the wolf sank beneath the waves, their anxious cries echoing as they sought Lin Ye's silhouette in the tumultuous sea. Meanwhile, Lin Ye clung to the wolf's neck, the pain from the knife causing it to release its grip on his foot. In a violent struggle, Lin Ye's knife slipped from his grasp, and the wolf attempted to lunge at his throat. Yet, Lin Ye would not grant it the opportunity. He wrapped his arms around the wolf's head, pressing his body against its back. It was now a contest of endurance, each trying to see who could hold their breath longer. The wolf, overwhelmed, likely swallowed a considerable amount of seawater. As the struggle intensified, Lin Ye felt himself nearing his limit. "If you don't stop gasping, I might not last much longer," he thought. With great effort, he bent his foot to reach down and untie his shoelaces. Once freed, he swiftly wrapped the laces around the wolf's neck, securing them in a tight knot. Releasing his hands, he kicked the wolf away, prioritizing his own survival above all. The ascent to the surface felt like an eternity. As he broke the surface and gasped for air, he choked on several mouthfuls of seawater, the voices of the two young women calling out his name ringing in his ears. As Huang Ziyu spotted Lin Ye emerging from the water, she dove toward him with the precision of a seasoned diver, reaching him within mere seconds. Lin Ye, utterly drained, allowed her to pull him toward the rocks. "Are you all right, Lin Ye? What about the wolf?" Huang Ziyu inquired with concern. "I'm fine, just a bit exhausted and swallowed some seawater," Lin Ye replied, coughing as he rose to survey the water for any sign of the wolf. "Look over there," came Luna's voice. Lin Ye turned to follow her gaze, spotting the wolf floating motionless a few meters from the rocks. For now, they had escaped danger, but it was clear they would not be returning to shore tonight. Lin Ye observed several wolves still guarding the beach. The trio, utterly spent from their ordeal, sprawled on the rocks, parched and weary. As Lin Ye rummaged through his pockets, he realized his lighter and folding knife were missing. This was indeed dire. Huang Ziyu and Luna, though relieved, shared the concern of how to return ashore. Their clothes were drenched, and the biting sea breeze sent shivers through them as they huddled together for warmth. "Lin Ye, what should we do now?" Huang Ziyu asked, her lips tinged with purple and her voice trembling. "What else can we do but leave it to fate?" Lin Ye replied, feeling adrift in uncertainty. Having narrowly escaped death, they now faced an even graver challenge. A flicker of despair crossed Luna's eyes. A howl erupted from the wild wolves on the shore upon sighting the lifeless body of their companion in the sea. Initially, it was assumed they would linger by the water's edge for an extended period. However, after a few cries, they all retreated into the thicket. "What is happening?" Lin Ye, equally bewildered, observed the sudden change. Moments ago, they were poised for confrontation, yet now they fled. With the wolves having departed, should they venture ashore? Lin Ye sought the opinions of the two young women. Remaining in the water would surely lead to freezing, while ascending to the land posed the risk of the wolves returning. Deep down, Lin Ye yearned to reach the shore. The fire on the beach still flickered, offering a chance to stave off the bitter cold. And should the wolves return, they could always swim back to safety. "I wish to go ashore." "So do I," the two women replied in unison. "Very well, you both swim ahead. I shall retrieve the carcass of the wolf. After all, wolf meat is still meat. Having consumed only a few coconuts that day, I cannot bear the pangs of hunger." Chapter 5. Listen to me as Huang Ziyu and Luna ventured into the sea. Swimming toward the shore, Lin Ye turned around, intending to approach the corpse of the wolf. Goodness, a shark! You too, don't look back, swim faster to the shore. Lin Ye éclatait en alarme. It was no wonder the wolf pack had departed. They had sensed the imminent arrival of the shark, believing they would meet their demise in its jaws. Lin Ye had stabbed the wolf's belly with a folding knife, the blood attracting the shark. In the ocean, this creature was a tyrant. A single bite would not merely leave a bruise. Lin Ye, disregarding the wolf meat, prioritized his own life and hastily swam toward the shore. Perhaps due to the wolf's bleeding carcass, which served as a beacon for the shark, it did not pursue Lin Ye and the others. Once the trio reached the shore, the shark swiftly devoured the wolf's remains, while another shark approached along Lin Ye's return path. Fortunately, Lin Ye and his companions had already made it to safety. That shark has a keener nose than the wolf, Lin Ye remarked, spitting on the ground. Let us hurry to the campfire. Otherwise, we shall truly freeze to death. Yes, yes, the two girls responded obediently. Upon reaching the campfire, Lin Ye added a considerable amount of firewood, selecting a particularly thick branch to hold, ready to face any potential return of the wolf pack. At least he would have something to defend himself with. Observing the two beauties silent, perhaps frightened, even Lin Ye felt the absurdity of the night, the wolves in front and the sharks behind, and to make matters worse, he had lost his lighter and folding knife. His means of survival. As their clothes dried and the moon cast its shadow, it seemed to be the late hours of the night. Luna, could you accompany me? Lin Ye overheard Huang Ziyu whispering to Luna. I'm afraid of the wolves, Luna replied, equally frightened. Don't you want to? You drank so much coconut juice during the day, and it's just the two of us girls keeping each other company. Next time, I'll accompany you, Huang Ziyu coaxed. I've already. Luna's face flushed red under the firelight as she spoke. Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed Huang Ziyu wished for Luna to accompany her for a private moment, while Luna, now terrified, likely wanted to avoid any further mishaps. Nevertheless, under Huang Ziyu's persistent coaxing, Luna reluctantly acquiesced to her request. Lin Ye, you mustn't peek, Huang Ziyu said shyly. Rest assured, I won't sneak a glance. If I were to look, it would be in the most open manner, Lin Ye replied with a mischievous grin. You big pervert. Huang Ziyu, feeling an urgent need, realized it was not the time for banter with Lin Ye, and pulled Luna along, frequently glancing back at him, concerned he might spy on them. However, Lin Ye truly had no inclination to peek. In such darkness, it would be nearly impossible to see anything. Perhaps out of fear, the two did not wander far. As the beach was eerily silent, with only the occasional sound of crashing waves, Lin Ye shook his head, not paying much attention to their whereabouts. Before long, the two girls returned. We cannot remain here. The forest harbors wolves, and the sea conceals sharks. It is simply untenable. I intend to explore the other side of the beach. What about you? Lin Ye spoke with a tone of negotiation to the two women. Even if we stay here, survival is not feasible. Even with food, we cannot endure for long without fresh water. Lin Ye's assertion resonated with Huang Ziyu, who acknowledged, without water, we may not withstand a scorching sun tomorrow. Moreover, the presence of a wolf pack poses a grave threat. Wolves are vengeful creatures, and having slain one of their kind, we can expect no peace. Lin Ye could only state the harsh reality. Upon hearing that more wolves might approach, Luna expressed her fear, saying, I will follow your lead. Wherever you go, I shall go. I do not mean to imply that you must follow me. The question remains whether I can survive at all. Perhaps you have other options, Lin Ye replied, grappling with his internal conflict. Huang Ziyu, sensing his intent to distance himself, quickly interjected, Lin Ye, do you consider us a burden? Do we have any other choices in this predicament? As two vulnerable women, we cannot survive alone in such an environment. Luna echoed Huang Ziyu's sentiment, adding, indeed, Mr. Lin, it is exceedingly difficult for us. Rest assured, we will contribute. We will not be a hindrance to you, and we will be obedient. Yes, yes, Huang Ziyu concurred. Lin Ye, feeling exasperated, responded, it is not my intention to abandon you. I fear I may not be able to protect you adequately. Since you choose to accompany me, we shall form a small team. You must obey my commands. Our group cannot sustain idleness. Tomorrow I will assign tasks. All right. Huang Ziyu intended to voice further thoughts, but Luna swiftly grasped her hand, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Lin Ye had not desired this dynamic, yet he understood that without a firm approach, the two heiresses would struggle to survive in such a harsh environment. Not only did he need their assistance, but he also had to impart various wilderness survival skills to them. Relying solely on his own capabilities would be insufficient. Now, you two should rest. I will keep watch. At dawn, we will seek shelter, Lin Ye declared, wishing to alleviate their burdens, taking each day as it comes. After about an hour, Huang Ziyu suggested, Lin Ye, you should rest for a while. I will watch over things until dawn. After all, we will depend on you when the sun rises. She approached Lin Ye. Given the ordeal with the wolves and the exhausting night, Lin Ye felt no need for formality. All right, if anything occurs, wake me immediately. Rest assured, dawn is approaching, and there should be no issues. Please, sleep, Huang Ziyu reassured him. Those who have faced the specter of death are forged in trials. Though their acquaintance was brief, at that moment, Lin Ye had become her pillar of strength. Huang Ziyu did not wish for Lin Ye to perceive her as merely a decorative ornament, devoid of any significance. Hence, she took the initiative to propose the night watch. Sister Ziyu, come quickly and take a look. There are so many little crabs on the beach. Luna's somewhat clumsy Mandarin floated into Lin Ye's ears as he stirred from his slumber. Gradually opening his eyes, he beheld Huang Ziyu, with a cluster of lush leaves plucked from somewhere, shielded him from the glaring sunlight above. You're awake, Lin Ye, she said with a smile. How long have you been holding that position? You could have woken me, Lin Ye remarked, finding her adorably silly in that moment. The sun has only just risen. I merely wanted you to enjoy a little more rest, Huang Ziyu replied, as a soft rumble emanated from her stomach. Chapter 6. The treasure chest. Upon hearing Huang Ziyu's words, Lin Ye felt a twinge of emotion. The rumbling of his stomach echoed her own hunger. Having consumed little more than some coconut flesh since last night, I just heard Luna calling out about crabs. I shall go take a look and see if there are any other food sources nearby, he declared, rising to make his way toward the seaside. I'll accompany you, Huang Ziyu said, following closely behind. Mr. Lin, you're awake. Look at all the crabs I've caught, Luna exclaimed with excitement as she spotted the two approaching, her hands filled with tiny crabs that barely measured up. Yet, one must acknowledge that even the smallest of morsels holds value. The crabs on the beach were indeed of a more substantial size, albeit the larger ones might intimidate her. How about this? You two stay here and catch some crabs while I go and gather the remaining coconuts, Lin Ye suggested. Are you sure you can manage? You still have an injury on your leg, and that coconut tree is quite tall, Huang Ziyu observed with concern, glancing at the straight trunk of the tree. Of course, it's no trouble at all. I grew up in the countryside and am quite adept at climbing trees to retrieve bird nests. This minor injury won't hinder me, Lin Ye replied, determined to showcase his prowess as the leader of their group in front of the ladies, gritting his teeth against the pain to ascend the coconut tree. He successfully harvested the few remaining coconuts. As he gazed at the coconuts on the ground, Lin Ye calculated that each person could have 2, leaving 5 to be saved for their journey across the beach. Fresh water remained elusive. Thus, every bit saved was crucial. He fashioned a simple net from some vines he found in the jungle and packed all the coconuts, making his way back to the 2 women. Such an abundance of coconuts, Luna exclaimed, her arms unable to hold all the crabs she had caught, none of which were substantial. But we have nothing to store them in. You two should head to the fire and add some kindling while I check the beach for slightly larger crabs, Lin Ye instructed, not expecting them to find anything of significant size, and sent them off to tend to the fire. After delivering the coconuts, he proceeded to search beneath the rocks for crabs. Upon reaching the rocks, he discovered a multitude of sand crabs, though none were particularly large. Just as he sighed in disappointment, a dazzling ray of sunlight caught his eye, and squinting, he noticed a blue treasure chest floating on the surface of the water, rising and falling with the rhythm of the waves. The sunlight occasionally glinted off its reflective surface. Ah, this must be something from the ship, Lin Ye declared, abandoning the crabs and leaping into the sea to retrieve the suitcase. The wealth of the affluent is indeed remarkable. The seal, the quality. He disregarded the crabs entirely. Tossing the suitcase onto the shore, while also collecting 3 or 4 water bottles he found nestled in the corner of the rocks. In this desolate island, these water bottles represented a vital resource. Dragging the suitcase back to the fire, Lin Ye was met with astonishment from Huang Ziyu. "Where did this come from?" she inquired. "I didn't catch any crabs. I found this beneath the rocks," Lin Ye replied, tossing a water bottle to Luna. "You are in charge of these. Be sure not to misplace them." Luna remained seated beside the fire, lost in thought until she recalled Lin Ye's words and quickly turned her head, exclaiming, "Ah. All right, I will take good care of it." Huang Ziyu approached to retrieve my password box, inquiring, "This box must belong to someone deceased, right? My dear lady, we are on the verge of meeting our own demise. Do we still concern ourselves with such matters?" Lin Ye retorted with a hint of irritation. "Moreover, if there happens to be anything useful inside, wouldn't that enhance our chances of survival?" Ignoring the astonishment on the girl's face, Lin Ye forcefully opened the box. Upon lifting the lid, they were greeted by a collection of designer clothing, and Luna joined in the search, only to find that all the garments were for men. Disappointment washed over her. Thus far, she had only donned her lace-trimmed shorts along with Lin Ye's oversized jacket. Beneath the clothing, they discovered an unopened box of condoms, which caused Huang Ziyu to blush profusely, while Luna shot Lin Ye a mischievous glance. Lin Ye pretended to be oblivious as he continued to rummage through the contents. After extracting everything, they found merely a razor, a box of condoms, and a phone charger. Nothing of significant value. However, Luna did manage to locate a pair of suitable trousers, which she donned unabashedly in front of Lin Ye. "This hoodie should fit you well," Lin Ye remarked, tossing a sweatshirt to Huang Ziyu. And he also found a shirt for himself. Huang Ziyu held the clothing in her hands, her expression reflective. The fabric was slightly damp, likely from water seepage, but it dried quickly once worn. Lin Ye did not pressure her, allowing her to come to her own conclusions. After all, at such a time, it was trivial to dwell on the belongings of the deceased. "Mr. Lin, I've crushed the crabs, but I cannot cook them," Luna said, having finished putting on her pants. "Just call me Lin Ye." "Mister, sounds odd," he replied, finally allowing himself to meet her gaze now that she was properly attired. "All right," she responded. Lin Ye stepped closer to the fire, observing the crabs that Luna had mercilessly smashed. "Quite ruthless," he complimented, giving her a thumbs up. Luna merely stuck out her tongue, expressing her resignation. The crabs would not suffice to satiate their hunger. They would have to rely on coconut meat to fill their bellies. After their meal, Lin Ye gathered a handful of small branches to construct a simple wooden frame. He carefully extracted the charred embers from the fire, layering a thick bed of ash at the bottom of the frame. The two women observed Lin Ye's actions, puzzled yet silent. He then placed several pieces of charcoal atop the ash, followed by more charcoal, and covered it once again with ash. Once he completed this task, he gradually explained, "The lighter fell into the sea while we were being pursued by wolves, so this is the only way to preserve the fire. However, we must find shelter immediately. If it rains, we're doomed." The two women nodded, seemingly grasping the concept, yet still somewhat bewildered. "Let us depart," Lin Ye declared, hoisting the suitcase, while Luna carried coconuts and a bottle of mineral water, and Huang Ziyu took on the weighty responsibility of preserving the fire. The trio set off toward the opposite end of the beach. "Lin Ye, do you think we will still be rescued?" Huang Ziyu inquired along the way. "I am uncertain, yet I believe there must be a rescue. After all, this incident is significant, involving renowned global tycoons," Lin Ye replied. "By the way, how did you end up on the ship?" Lin Ye jested. However, Huang Ziyu merely pouted in silence. Luna then spoke. "I came aboard to enjoy a voyage with my father. On the night of the incident, I had just told him that once we disembarked, he should accompany me to Africa to witness the vast savanna." As she spoke, tears welled in Luna's eyes. Life and death are fated. Wealth and nobility are determined by heaven. This island is vast, and if we can survive, your father should also be under divine protection, Lin Ye consoled her. "Yes, I hope so," Luna replied. After hearing her words, Lin Ye felt a weight in his heart, contemplating whether he would ever return home. Chapter 7. Survivors. They walked silently along the path for what seemed like 3 or 4 miles, when one of them took a sip from a coconut. The trio was traversing the coastline, but ahead lay no further path. They would need to take a long detour to continue along the shore. Thus, they had no choice but to venture through the jungle. Luna felt a tinge of fear, prompting Lin Ye to suggest she take the rear. Grasping a relatively long stick, he cautiously advanced deeper into the thicket, step by step. I'll do as you say, I'll do as you say. Please stop it, I beg you. Do you hear that sound? Lin Ye halted and turned back to inquire softly. It seems as if someone is speaking. Huang Ziyu also paused to listen intently. Luna, in her half-baked Chinese, replied urgently, I hear it too. It's a woman's voice. Do not make a sound. Something feels amiss. Let us approach slowly and assess the situation. Lin Ye chose to observe quietly, unable to discern friend from foe. For the voice he had heard bore a resemblance to a woman pleading for mercy. As the three crept through the grass, they discovered a clearing the size of a basketball court within the jungle, with a towering tree to the right and a small pond beside it. The sight of the pond sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin Ye's eyes. Damn it! This troublesome woman refuses to listen unless beaten. He peered through the grass and discerned a burly man with a fearsome appearance. Lin Ye counted 5 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. At that moment, the 2 women were on their knees, their clothes ragged and tattered, reminiscent of those fleeing from famine. A short man approached the burly figure, ingratiatingly saying, Brother Hua, do not be angry. With just these 2 women, if you kill them, won't you be left with no outlet for your fury? Humph. Killing them would save on food, the burly man retorted viciously, then turned to a taller man and inquired, Agwe, did you check the beach for any rescue teams? Brother Hua, I made a large SOS signal on the shore, but no ships have passed in the last couple of days, the tall man spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Brother Hua rose and kicked each of the women, cursing, Damn it, what worthless ships. I spent millions and have yet to enjoy myself. Now I'm stranded in this godforsaken place. Once I return, the William family will have to answer. I want to rest until I receive compensation. How can they treat them this way? Is there no law left? Huang Ziyu exclaimed, attempting to rush out to intervene. Lin Ye, alarmed, quickly grasped her hand. Are you out of your mind? Not only would you fail to stop them, but you might also be beaten or humiliated yourself. Can you overpower those 3 men? Don't count on me. I'm no match for them either. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Huang Ziyu calmed down slightly. Lin Ye softened his tone and began to explain the gravity of their situation. We are in an unknown location, on this deserted island. Forget about laws. If they were to kill you and dispose of your body, no one would know. Luna, upon hearing Lin Ye's words, grasped Huang Ziyu's hand and said, Sister Ziyu, let's not meddle in affairs that do not concern us. That rotund fellow is clearly not of good character. We should hasten our departure and steer clear of them. Otherwise, if they catch wind of us, it could spell trouble. I, as a man, might not mind, but you 2 lovely ladies would undoubtedly suffer. Lin Ye remarked. Huang Ziyu nodded in agreement, reflecting on her 2 days spent with Lin Ye, during which he had indeed shown no inappropriate behavior towards them, but had instead taken care of their well-being. Observing Brother Hua and his entourage, they had abandoned the civilized world, revealing their inner malevolence. Ugh, those perverse men. I shall certainly report them to the authorities once we escape, Huang Ziyu declared vehemently. Come now, do not be so impulsive, Lin Ye cautioned, pulling Huang Ziyu's hand as he began to retreat, aiming to circumvent the group. Feeling Lin Ye's grip on her hand, Huang Ziyu momentarily lost her focus. Throughout her life, only her father had held her hand in such a manner. After walking a few hundred meters and finally leaving Brother Hua's territory, the dense jungle compelled them to proceed cautiously, and in the distance, they spotted a cluster of rocks. Lin Ye, you may release my hand now, Huang Ziyu said shyly. Lin Ye turned back to see that he still held her delicate hand, his face flushing crimson as he awkwardly replied, I was merely concerned about your impulsiveness, hence I held your hand. Oh my, Brother Lin Ye, how shy you are, blushing while holding Sister Ziyu's hand. Luna teased. What nonsense. I am simply hot. I was only holding her hand to prevent her from acting rashly. Lin Ye retorted, feeling a bit guilty. Do you perhaps have feelings for Sister Ziyu? Luna inquired, intent on pressing Lin Ye further. She enjoyed observing him as he faced challenges, from battling wolves to climbing trees for coconuts, and found amusement in his moments of discomfort. Enough of this banter. If we do not locate a water source soon, we may perish from thirst, Huang Ziyu interjected, eager to defuse the tension. Indeed, we must find fresh water, or this little foreign girl will be the first to succumb to thirst, Lin Ye quickly added. Luna stuck out her tongue and made a face at Lin Ye. As for water, I have a plan. Our primary objective now is to find a shelter, Lin Ye thought to himself, already formulating a strategy. What is your plan? They both asked in unison. That is of no concern to you. Let us investigate the cave beneath those rocks ahead. Based on my experience, such formations often conceal flowing water within, Lin Ye said as he picked up a stick and made his way towards the rocks. Look, there is a cave, Lin Ye exclaimed, pointing upward towards the cave he had indicated to Huang Ziyu. Indeed, but it seems rather high, Lin Ye remarked, somewhat exasperated. The cave's entrance appeared large enough to accommodate 2 adults, yet it was situated about 7 or 8 meters above the ground. In such an environment, it would indeed serve as a substantial shelter, safeguarding them from wild beasts, though its interior size remained uncertain. Lin Ye, that height is perilous, and the stone walls are far too slick. It may be best not to attempt climbing, Huang Ziyu advised, concerned for Lin Ye's safety as he considered the ascent. Lin Ye gazed at the entrance of the cave, where vines and small trees extended downwards. Ascending should pose little difficulty. I shall ascend first to ascertain the dimensions of the cave and determine whether it serves as a lair for wild beasts. As Lin Ye observed Huang Ziyu, who seemed poised to utter something further, he executed a graceful leap, leaving her with an elegant silhouette. The stone wall appeared smooth and steep, yet small grasses and vines provided ample leverage. For Lin Ye, the ascent was not particularly arduous. However, for the 2 young women below, climbing up would prove to be a challenge. After considerable effort, Lin Ye finally grasped the cave's entrance, only to be met with a sudden sharp pain on the back of his hand, akin to the peck of a chicken. What the? Chapter 8. The Golden Eagle in pain. Lin Ye gritted his teeth, nearly losing his grip on the rocky ledge he had just clung to. Be careful, Lin Ye, Huang Ziyu shouted from below, noticing Lin Ye's precarious state. Brother Lin Ye, you should come down. It's too dangerous, Luna echoed in concern. With his left hand firmly gripping the tree root nestled within the crevice, Lin Ye managed to stabilize himself. To his surprise, the plants thriving in the fissure were remarkably resilient. Though the root was no thicker than his thumb, Lin Ye felt confident it could support the weight of 2 grown men. I'm fine, Lin Ye called down to them, glancing at the back of his right hand, which had been scraped and reddened. I just got bitten by something. Thankfully, it was not a snake bite, otherwise he would be in grave danger. Snake bites typically left 2 parallel puncture wounds, and this did not resemble one. Lin Ye felt relieved. The cave was now only about 20 centimeters away from him. As he looked up, he saw 2 golden little creatures staring intently at him. They were 2 small eagles, and, judging by their color, they appeared to be golden eagles. Oh, you dare peck at me? Just wait until I get up there. I might just roast you for dinner, Lin Ye shouted, hastening towards the cave's entrance. Upon climbing to the mouth of the cave, the 2 small eagles, startled by his presence, darted deeper into the cave, remaining motionless at the back, their 4 eyes fixed on Lin Ye. Standing at the entrance, he peered inside. The cave was not spacious enough for 3 adults to lie flat. It was the nesting ground of golden eagles. Beside the nest lay a pile of small animal bones and fur. Have I stumbled into the nest of golden eagles? Lin Ye pondered. Nevertheless, this was indeed the best refuge, and he was reluctant to abandon it. He thought, if the eagle parents are away, I must quickly devise a plan. Perhaps I could roast them for a meal? The notion flashed through his mind. No, that won't do. These golden eagles are fierce predators. If I were to harm these 2 little ones, I would surely face dire consequences. Lin Ye, observing the 2 small eagles huddled in the corner, found himself at a loss for a solution. When he returned to the ground, Huang Ziyu inquired, what was up there? We saw you being attacked by something. There's a golden eagle's nest with 2 small eagles, but the adult is not present. It must be out hunting for food. Lin Ye replied, waving his hand dismissively. Huang Ziyu responded, then we should find another place. If the adult eagle returns, it might see us as intruders. The sky was darkening, and wild beasts would soon emerge at night. I think this spot is quite good. I don't want to give it up. All right, you all wait here for me. I will be back shortly, Lin Ye declared as he plunged into the forest. This cave could shield them from the island's wild creatures, allowing for a peaceful night's sleep without the need for a watchman. Lin Ye was determined not to relinquish this sanctuary. He intended to gather vines and branches from the woods to fashion a makeshift ladder and a barrier. The barrier would separate the golden eagle's nest to prevent the adult eagle from attacking them upon its return. The forest appeared dim even during the day, posing the constant risk of stumbling. What is this? He wondered. Mushrooms? Lin Ye had not ventured far, merely about 200 meters, when he noticed a cluster of mushrooms beneath his feet while tugging at the vines. With their red caps and white stems, he recalled a saying he had come across online: eat them and lie flat afterwards. These mushrooms were entirely white. Surely they were not poisonous? He thought, considering the signs of nibbling that suggested they had been sampled by mice and birds, leading him to believe they were safe. Lin Ye, observing that some mushrooms bore bite marks, decided not to dwell on his thoughts and collected a handful. Sister Ziyu, I am famished. I feel as though I could consume an entire cow, Luna murmured weakly as she nestled against Huang Ziyu. I'm a bit hungry too. How about we wait for Lin Ye to return and discuss venturing out for food? Huang Ziyu replied, patting her stomach. As Lin Ye returned, burdened with branches on his back, a vine in his right hand, and mushrooms wrapped in his clothing in his left, he found the two girls huddled together on the ground. Lin Ye has returned, Huang Ziyu exclaimed, helping Luna to her feet. Ziyu, gently spread apart the fire starter we brought and gather some dry leaves to ignite the flame, Lin Ye instructed. What can I do, Brother Lin Ye? Luna eagerly volunteered. Well, you can gather some branches nearby. We'll build a fire here and clean the mushrooms, Lin Ye suggested, looking at her. All right, I'll get to it. Luna clapped her hands and began searching the vicinity, while Huang Ziyu diligently blew on the fire starter, collecting leaves. Fortunately, they had not been away for long. Otherwise, the fire starter might have gone out. Noticing the two working hard, Lin Ye joined in the effort. He fashioned a rudimentary vine ladder, shouldered the branches and ladder, and climbed back towards the cave. Upon his arrival, he found two small sandpipers had returned to their nest, cautiously retreating to the corner of the stone wall at the sight of him. Lin Ye paid them no mind and proceeded to separate their nest with branches. The cave's height was approximately 2 meters, requiring him to bend down. A slight misstep could lead to a bump on the head. He secured the branches one by one at the top and bottom of the cave, requiring no ropes for stability. Thus, he left the eagle's nest on the right side of the entrance, while the left side was cordoned off with branches, allowing just enough space for a person to squeeze through. Using the remaining branches, he constructed a simple door to block the entrance. This way, when the eagle parents returned, they could be kept outside, as the presence of the larger eagle might complicate entry and increase the risk of attack. When Lin Ye descended after completing his tasks, twilight was approaching, yet the great eagle had not returned. Brother Lin Ye, these mushrooms are dry, but I cleaned them with my hands, Luna said, presenting the white mushrooms to him. Lin Ye noticed that Huang Ziyu had successfully ignited the fire. Don't worry, cleanliness is not paramount in these circumstances. Eating is far better than going hungry. We can't be too concerned about parasites at this point. We are fortunate to have food, Lin Ye replied, opening the lockbox. He disassembled the razor blade, carving a few wooden skewers, and speared the mushrooms, placing them over the fire to roast. Lin Ye, can we actually eat this? Huang Ziyu asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Lin Ye was rendered somewhat uncertain by the question. I'm not entirely sure, but it should be fine. I have noticed signs of small animals having feasted here. Luna cast a skeptical glance in his direction. Rest assured, I shall sample it first, and you may observe whether I suffer any ill effects. If I remain unharmed, then you may partake. Although Lin Ye felt confident that the mushroom was not poisonous, he did not wish to appear timid in front of the two. Lin Ye, it would be wiser to refrain from consuming unfamiliar mushrooms. Testing their safety on oneself is ill-advised, especially when there is no hospital nearby, Huang Ziyu cautioned. Indeed, dear brother Lin Ye, we can endure a little longer. We still have a coconut jelly to share, and we can search for food along the beach tomorrow, Luna quickly advised. Chapter 9. Water Retrieval. Rest assured, I have grown up in the countryside, and though I cannot recall the name of this mushroom, I have consumed it before. As Lin Ye spoke, he tossed a mushroom into his mouth and began to chew. Had the flavor, how should I describe it? It feels akin to chewing wax. Devoid of oil or salt, merely a dry roasted mushroom. This taste is overwhelming. After savoring a piece, Lin Ye waited for about 10 minutes. There should be no issue. Yet the taste is indeed unpalatable, primarily due to the absence of any seasoning. After Lin Ye finished speaking, Huang Ziyu also took a small piece and placed it in her mouth. Her brows furrowed into a frown, yet she silently swallowed it. Luna, too, picked up a small piece and placed it in her mouth. After a few chews, she spat it out, exclaiming, "What is this? It's utterly inedible." With that, she discarded the mushroom aside. In truth, this type of wild mushroom is quite delectable when boiled in soup. Sweet and tender, it enhances chicken broth exquisitely. Lin Ye picked up another piece, chewing as he spoke. However, as he mentioned it, Luna's stomach voiced its discontent with a growl. Glancing at Luna's delicate demeanor, Lin Ye felt a twinge of helplessness, thinking, we still have mushrooms to eat now, but in a few days who knows what we will consume. He looked at Huang Ziyu, who wore a similarly troubled expression. How about this? You two finish the coconut. If you can eat the mushrooms, go ahead. If not, leave them be. I will venture out to find a water source. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Huang Ziyu set down the mushroom in her hand and replied, Where do you intend to find water? It's nearly dark and the woods are unsafe. I have a plan. If I'm not back before nightfall, you both should climb up the vine ladder into the cave and secure the wooden door. It will be safer that way. Lin Ye stuffed a few roasted mushrooms into his pocket as he spoke. Huang Ziyu expressed her concern. Lin Ye, why not wait until tomorrow morning for us to go together? We can share the coconut among the three of us. Luna, sensing Lin Ye's solitary journey to find water, was uncertain whether she was worried about being abandoned or truly concerned for his safety, echoed, Yes, Lin Ye, let's find it together tomorrow morning. It's all right. I know where to find a water source. Besides, it may be even more difficult to retrieve water in the morning. Observing Lin Ye's resolute expression, Huang Ziyu refrained from further argument. She rummaged through her suitcase and produced a jacket. You should wear this. There are many poisonous insects and thorny bushes in the woods. She handed the jacket to Lin Ye. Lin Ye regarded her thoughtfully, appreciating her consideration. He donned the jacket, grasped several mineral water bottles, and proceeded in the direction from which he had come. Remember, if I am not back by dark, you must enter the cave and securely close the wooden door. After taking a few steps, Lin Ye reminded the two again. Where was he headed to retrieve water? Naturally, he was going to Huge Place. Taking advantage of the approaching darkness, he hoped to discreetly fill a few bottles while they were preoccupied. Lin Ye retraced his steps, calculating the distance in his mind, approximately 2 miles. Once he emerged from the woods, he would easily recognize the large tree. Its position was unmistakable. Ye, this is our last meal. Gue, clutching a packet of instant noodles and several unknown bags, spoke to Hua Ge. Damn it, can't you hold your breath like a living person? Go out and scavenge for food. If you can't find anything, don't expect to eat, Hua Ge retorted, pointing at the diminutive, sleazy man. But Hua Ge, I don't want to go. There are wild beasts in the woods, protested the short, unsavory figure. Would you rather starve? You will obey. If you find food, no matter what it is, you may choose one of those 2 women, and I shall arrange for her to keep you company for a night, Hua Ge said gently, gesturing towards the 2 women. However, if you refuse, I will break your legs and toss you in the woods to feed the wolves, he added, his tone suddenly harsh. Ye, a ruthless underworld figure from Hong Kong named Xiong Hua had crossed paths with Lin Ye on a gambling ship, while Gue was his trusted enforcer. Xiong Hua was notorious for his brutal methods. Offending one of his waitstaff could lead to a beating, or worse, being thrown into the sea to feed the fish. I'll go, Hua Ge. Just wait until I find food, and you must keep your word about letting that girl stay with me for a night. The short man replied, weighing his options after hearing Hua Gu's words. Rest assured, my word is my bond, Hua Ge assured him, patting the man on the shoulder. Meanwhile, not far off, Lin Ye squatted quietly in the grass, observing the scene unfold. The two women were bound at the legs with strips of torn clothing, while Hua Gu and Ah Gue lounged beneath a large tree, the sleazy man having already departed. The waterhole was not far, but it was challenging to access. Observing the individuals nearby, Lin Ye realized that it would be nearly impossible to sneak in and fill his container without being seen. Patience was key. He remained hidden in the grass, biding his time. After an indeterminate period, dusk settled in. Hua Gu, let us move up. We can't wait for Park Guchang any longer, Ah Gue suggested as he approached Hua Gu. Very well, I'll ascend first. You can bring them up shortly. Hua Gu replied, beginning to climb the tree. Lin Ye watched their movements from a distance. Wait, are they living in the tree? He pondered, noticing the shallow grooves carved into the trunk that made climbing easier for Hua Gu. Once they're all up, I can fill my container in secret. But why are they resting in the tree? Lin Ye mused. After Hua Gu reached the top, Ah Gue untied the two women and urged them to climb up as well. Once Ah Gue was the last to ascend, the clearing fell eerily silent. Lin Ye gathered some leaves to camouflage himself and slowly made his way toward the waterhole, careful not to alert Hua Gu and his gang. Although he could escape quickly if discovered, Lin Ye preferred to avoid conflict and keep the existence of other survivors on the island a secret. Sometimes, humans are more terrifying than beasts. He approached the waterhole, using a bottle to fill it, glancing up at the tree but failing to spot Hua Gu and his companions. At this moment, the sky had not yet fully darkened, and one could still discern objects 20 meters away. After filling the water, Lin Ye slowly crawled back into the grass, preparing to return. Help me, Brother Hua, help me. The distant voice of a short, lecherous man echoed through the air. Lin Ye swiftly rolled over and crouched in the underbrush, remaining utterly still as he directed his gaze toward the source of the sound. The short, lecherous man, named Park Guchang, scrambled out of the woods, shouting, "There's a black bear! Brother Hua, help me!" At that moment, Brother Hua also heard the commotion and cursed from the tree, "Damn it, Park Guchang! Did you know it was a black bear and still dare to bring it here?" Only then did Lin Ye realize that the short man was indeed Park Guchang. Judging by his name, he was likely from the land of the morning calm. "Brother Hua, I didn't mean to. It's been chasing me." Park Guchang, disregarding Brother Hua's scolding, hastily climbed up the tree in a few quick steps. Chapter 10 Encounter with the Wolf Pack. After Park Guchang ascended the tree, a massive dark figure emerged from the jungle. It was a brown bear, its size comparable to that of a small water buffalo. It had followed Park Guchang and now stood beneath the great tree they had taken refuge in. The two women atop the tree shrieked in terror upon spotting the bear. "Damn it, useless. Think of a way to lure it away." Hua Gu, also frightened by the bear, attempted to climb higher, but found the tree trunk too slippery, halting his ascent after only a short distance. Watching the bear roar below, Hua Gu turned to Ah Gue and suggested, "Ah Gue, throw him down as bear bait. Perhaps once it's full, it will leave." "No, Hua Fei, throw a woman instead. Keep me. I'm far more useful. I can help you find food." Park Guchang interjected hastily. "Let us keep him for now, Hua Gu. He might still serve a purpose, especially as night approaches." Hua Gu pondered Ah Gue's words. The thought of something worse happening after dark weighed heavily on him. "Yes, Hua Gu, I can still be of use. At dawn, I will search for food," Park Guchang urged fervently. Ah Gue cast a sidelong glance at Park Guchang before fixating intently on the bear. Suddenly, the creature stood upright, wrapping its forelimbs around the tree trunk, and began to climb with astonishing speed, startling Ah Gue. By the heavens! Ah Gue felt a surge of urgency, but did not falter. He swiftly grasped a branch above and, with remarkable agility, swung his body, timing his movements perfectly to deliver a powerful kick to the bear's massive head. The impact caused the bear to lose its balance and tumble down. Thud! The colossal creature landed heavily on the ground, producing a dull thud. Undeterred, the bear rose, angrier than before, and resumed its ascent of the tree. Ah Gue was ready, prepared for the ensuing struggle. After several exchanges, both the bear and Ah Gue began to show signs of exhaustion. Hua Gu felt a sense of relief, grateful for the formidable prowess of his bodyguard. He admonished the two terrified women, "Stop crying, for heaven's sake. Silence. If you continue, I will throw you down." The women, frightened by Hua Gu's words, huddled together, Weeping softly, Lin Ye observed the bear beneath the tree, which continued to batter the trunk, attempting to climb, but being thwarted repeatedly by Ogue's strikes. He couldn't help but admire Ogue's combat prowess, realizing that none of them could match his strength. Perhaps it would be best to escape quickly. Nightfall would surely complicate their retreat. Lin Ye moved cautiously, taking care not to startle the bear, glancing back frequently to ensure he hadn't drawn its attention. Animals possess a keener sense of smell than humans. Should the bear become aware of him, Lin Ye would need time to react. As Lin Ye turned for one last look, he noticed several pairs of glowing green eyes emerging from the opposite thicket. The bear ceased its climbing and roaring, shifting its gaze toward the jungle, its body slowly retreating. What misfortune! Encountering a pack of wolves once more. At this moment, Lin Ye found himself in a dilemma, whether to remain still or flee. The cry had attracted more of the feral companions, and the brown bear hastily retreated into the thicket. As this bear turned coward, Lin Ye observed the bear's direction of escape, which quickly vanished from sight. Casting his gaze toward the grand tree nearby, he mused, I cannot outrun the wolves now. As night falls, my speed will only diminish. I shall take refuge in the tree and wait for the wolves to depart. Stealthily, Lin Ye ascended the trunk, reaching a height of approximately 4 meters, where he lay prone to observe the wolves. At that moment, the pack emerged completely, encircling a waterhole to quench their thirst. Lin Ye counted a total of 12 wolves. Among them, a larger silver wolf stood at the center, not hastening to drink, but rather fixating its gaze upon the tree where Huagu and the others were situated. It appeared that this waterhole was a frequent gathering place for wildlife. Huagu and his companions had wisely climbed the tree before nightfall. As Lin Ye continued to watch the wolves, he spoke to himself. Once the pack had finished drinking and departed, he still hesitated to move. After a while, as dusk deepened, 2 wild deer and a wild boar approached the waterhole. Only then did Lin Ye feel secure enough to descend from the tree. The presence of the deer indicated that the area was devoid of danger, suggesting the wolves had moved on. Lin Ye pondered the necessity of locating a better water source. This site not only hosted Huagu and his companions, but also occasionally attracted wolves. Were Huagu and his companions absent, he might consider setting a trap for a wild boar. He gazed at the spot where the boar drank, swallowing hard, grasping the water he had collected. He made his way step by step towards the cave. Is it you, Lin Ye? Upon his return to the cave, the sound of his movements caught the attention of the 2 individuals above. Huang Ziyu whispered in inquiry. It's me, fear not. Lin Ye waved his hand upward, reassuring them, you need not come down. Observing the fire pit covered with ashes, he surmised that Huang Ziyu had emulated his earlier method to preserve the embers. Though he wondered if it would last until dawn. The suitcase lay beneath the rocks. It was no wonder, considering the height, that they could not manage to carry it up themselves. Lin Ye hung the water around his neck, grasped the suitcase with his left hand, and ascended the vine ladder step by step. Upon seeing the 2 little owls nestled together, mistaking his ascent for the return of their parent with food, they opened their beaks in anticipation. I found water but no food. Have you seen the adult owl return? Lin Ye settled on the ground and inquired. We climbed up just before dark, but did not see the adult owl. Luna even tried to feed the little ones some mushrooms, but they seem uninterested, Huang Ziyu replied. Owls are carnivorous. It would be peculiar for them to consume mushrooms. Yet, it is strange. Birds typically return to their nests at night. Lin Ye pondered with a hint of confusion. Lin Ye did not dwell on it for long. Even if the great eagle returned, it would not affect them much. His only concern was that if the eagle discovered human presence here, the 2 little ones might starve to death. It seemed that tonight they would have to huddle together for warmth. Lin Ye remarked casually while glancing at the cramped space. Then you mustn't misbehave tonight, Huang Ziyu replied, shifting her position to create a little room for Lin Ye. Don't worry, brother Lin Ye. Even if you were to misbehave, I would be none the wiser. I sleep so soundly that not even thunder could wake me, Luna quipped with a teasing smile. Since you sleep so well, you should take the spot in the middle next to Lin Ye, Huang Ziyu suggested, playfully nudging Luna closer to him. Sure, I don't mind at all, Luna replied mischievously, casting a sly grin at Lin Ye. In this confined space, Lin Ye felt a twinge of embarrassment at her bold words. He cleared his throat and said, ahem, What are you two talking about? Rest assured, I'm quite well-behaved when I sleep. I won't even snore. Please shift a bit. I'll take out some clothes from my suitcase to lay down as a cushion, or we might catch a chill, Lin Ye added as he opened his suitcase and removed all the clothing. Once he spread them out, the three of them lay down beneath. With Lin Ye against the wall, Luna in the middle, nearly pressed together due to the limited space. Inhaling the fragrance emanating from the woman beside him, Lin Ye felt his heart race. He had never been this close to a female before. Chapter 11. The Golden Eagle returns home. Lin Ye lay with his eyes open, gazing at the rocky ceiling above, while the gentle sound of Luna's slumbering breaths filled his ears. This girl possesses an unusual level of composure. Lin Ye shook his head and turned over. Are you asleep, Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu whispered. What is it? Lin Ye turned his head to respond. Is that water safe to drink? I'm feeling a bit parched. Upon hearing Huang Ziyu's slightly hoarse voice, Lin Ye realized that with only a small amount of coconut water consumed throughout the day, he too was beginning to feel thirsty. It is best not to drink the water directly. I intended to search for a filtration method tomorrow, ideally using a container to boil it before consumption, Lin Ye explained. He had planned to construct a rudimentary clay pot from mud or fine sand to filter the water, in order to prevent the ingestion of parasites and sediment. If you are truly thirsty, it is not impossible to drink now, but it would be somewhat cumbersome, Lin Ye mused aloud to Huang Ziyu. After Lin Ye spoke, he heard Huang Ziyu swallow hard, perhaps suffering from her thirst. If it is indeed a hassle, perhaps we should wait until tomorrow. I can endure. Never mind. Just wait, Lin Ye replied, retrieving a short-sleeved shirt from the password box. He carefully descended the tree vines in the dim light of the moon. It was not completely dark below, but Lin Ye still decided to kindle a fire. He took out a small razor blade from his shaving kit and divided the shirt into 4 pieces. Selecting some charcoal from the fire with care, he wrapped the first piece of cloth around the charcoal, followed by a second and third layer. He then set aside a mineral water bottle, pouring water over the charcoal to filter it. Having never attempted such a makeshift filtration method before, he was uncertain of its efficacy. The water appeared clear, but it was still raw, and after filtering only half of it, he ceased his efforts. Here, this should be drinkable, but do not consume too much. Boiling the water is much safer, Lin Ye said as he climbed back into the cave, extending the small half bottle of water towards her. Thank you, Huang Ziyu replied, taking the water and sipping it delicately. Once she finished, Lin Ye took the remainder and drank it all in one go. Huang Ziyu licked her slightly moist lips, remaining silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye, who had just shared the same bottle of water with her. Her face flushed deeply, akin to the color of blood. This was a form of indirect kiss. Fortunately, the cave was too dim for Lin Ye to discern her expression. A gurgling sound emanated from his stomach, and discarding the bottle, Lin Ye lay down and turned to sleep. The following day, in a state of drowsiness, Lin Ye sensed something heavy resting on him. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered it was Luna, sprawled across him in a most ungraceful manner, one leg draped over his abdomen. The day had brightened considerably, and Huang Ziyu was nowhere to be seen. Lin Ye's left arm was ensnared in her embrace, rendering it immobile. He attempted to extricate his arm with force, but her grip was too tight, and after 2 attempts, he resigned himself to the situation. Within the cave, only the 2 of them were present. Lin Ye's heart raced rapidly, while Luna seemed to regard herself as a mere pillow. Just as Lin Ye was at a loss for what to do, a voice echoed from below, belonging to Huang Ziyu. Luna, Lin Ye, hurry down. The great eagle seems to have returned. No. Let me sleep a bit longer, Luna mumbled, her body shifting slightly in a drowsy manner. Observing her movements, Lin Ye could only shake his head in resignation, pondering how open-minded Western women could be. They had only known each other for a few days, yet here they were, not only sharing the same cave, but also displaying such intimate sleeping positions. Luna's complexion was fair and remarkably smooth, perhaps due to good skincare or the natural attributes of her ancestry. Beneath her long eyelashes, her eyes appeared to be subtly shifting. Seeing this, Lin Ye gently nudged her shoulder with his other hand, softly calling out, Luna, wake up, the great eagle has returned. Finally, Luna slowly opened her eyes, still hazy from sleep and upon realizing their somewhat inappropriate position, her face flushed crimson. She hastily released her hold on Lin Ye and sat up. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Luna stammered, her gaze flickering nervously, unable to meet Lin Ye's eyes. Lin Ye thought to himself, she can still feel shy. Yet, he maintained a casual demeanor, smiling as he replied, It's all right. Let us quickly go outside and take a look. With that, he stood up and walked towards the cave entrance, while Luna hurriedly adjusted her clothing and followed suit. Outside, the sky had brightened completely, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the leaves. As Lin Ye and Luna emerged from the cave, they spotted the great eagle not far away. Two of these majestic birds circled above them, one clutching a large rat in its talons, likely having spent the night hunting for food. As long as we remain here, the great eagle probably won't descend. It might be rather fearful, Lin Ye remarked, observing the birds. Can we still stay here tonight? Huang Ziyu inquired. It should be fine. Once they finish their meal, they will likely venture out again. If not, we can seek another refuge, Lin Ye replied, watching the two juvenile eagles chirping overhead, presumably too hungry to ignore the calls of their parent. We must also search for food soon, and perhaps check the beach for any rescue teams, Lin Ye said, patting his empty stomach. It's quite a distance to the beach. We definitely need to see if any rescue teams are nearby, Huang Ziyu concurred. Before setting out, Lin Ye filtered 2 bottles of water to bring along. Chapter 12. A ship on the sea. Huang Ziyu likely rose quite early, having rekindled the fire below, though it seemed it would not be of use at the moment. Let us proceed to the seaside and refrain from disturbing the family's joyous reunion, Lin Ye suggested, extinguishing the flames and covering the fire pit with ash and debris. Luna lifted a bottle of water and exclaimed, I suddenly find this water remarkably refreshing. Consider yourself fortunate. This water was stealthily drawn from the pool near Hua and the others. I spotted a pack of wolves drinking there last night. Any water is a blessing, Lin Ye replied. Then let us seek alternative sources of fresh water. Venturing there is far too perilous, Huang Ziyu remarked with concern upon hearing of Lin Ye's encounter with the wolves. Indeed, unless absolutely necessary, I shall not take risks. These few bottles, if conserved, will suffice for 2 days, Lin Ye responded as they walked. Exiting the woods and arriving at the beach, they indeed discovered an SOS signal crafted from branches and stones. It must be the work of that person named a Gue. Let us circumvent this. It is a signal from Hua's group, and that individual may be lurking nearby. We should steer clear of them, Lin Ye advised as he directed their path towards the beach they had initially arrived at. Lin Ye, could you perhaps speak with them? Perhaps we should gather together to devise a plan. There is strength in numbers, Huang Ziyu suggested to Lin Ye. Pausing at her words, Lin Ye chuckled softly. You witnessed how they treated those 2 women the other day. I do not deny the existence of good individuals among them, but given your appearances, you would undoubtedly be akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, entirely without return. Collaborating with such individuals is tantamount to courting danger. Huang Ziyu opened her mouth to protest, but was interrupted by Lin Ye. Furthermore, we agreed that you would heed my counsel. If you now wish to retract, you may depart at once. Sister Ziyu, I believe Brother Lin Ye is correct. Those individuals clearly do not have good intentions. Let us remain a trio and avoid provoking them, Luna interjected, sensing the seriousness in Lin Ye's tone. Huang Ziyu pouted, but chose silence, continuing forward in quiet reflection. This girl is rather proud, Lin Ye mused, shaking his head as he followed her. She has yet to grasp the harsh realities of human nature. These once lofty urban beauties. Brother Lin Ye, look over there. It appears there is a ship. Luna's voice broke through his thoughts. Lin Ye turned to see, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed a vessel, though it was capsized, revealing only a small section of its dark hull above the water's surface by night. One would surely mistake it for a rock. Let us investigate, Lin Ye urged, quickening his pace. Hey, wait for us, Luna called, hurrying to keep up. Upon reaching the shore, the ship lay over 20 meters from the beach, its size indeterminate, as the visible hull was too small for a proper assessment. Stay on the shore. I shall dive down to inspect. There must be supplies aboard that we require, Lin Ye declared as he began to shed his upper garments. Plunging into the sea. Lin Ye, be careful, Luna cautioned. The shouts of Huang Ziyu echoed in my ears. There was no time to respond. The waves were quite formidable, and a moment's distraction could result in seawater rushing into my mouth. After approximately 15 minutes of swimming, I finally reached the side of the boat, grasping its hull while gasping for breath. The tumultuous waves made swimming a strenuous endeavor. Clearly, this small frame required fortification. After a brief respite, I plunged back into the ocean. The water was relatively clear, revealing the entire hull, which appeared rather dilapidated, resting about 5 meters above the seabed. Observing the underwater conditions, I swiftly swam back to the surface for air. The full shape of the vessel eluded my view, but seemed to be a fishing boat. Its presence here a mystery. Clearly, it had been here for some time, as evidenced by the severe corrosion. I tapped the bottom of the boat with my hand. Taking a deep breath, I descended once more, discovering numerous small fish surrounding the hull, seemingly unafraid of my presence. What was that? It appeared to be an iron cage. I spotted a dark object on the seabed which resembled a crab trap typically used by fishermen, and I quickly swam over. The cage was quite substantial, filled with excitement. I seized one and pulled it from the sandy bottom, only to notice that one end was tethered to the ship by a chain. With a vigorous tug, I managed to sever the chain from the boat, but in doing so, I stirred up sediment, rendering the water murky. I was compelled to swim upward. The cage weighed approximately 30 to 40 pounds, but it was relatively easy to maneuver in the water. However, carrying it ashore proved somewhat laborious. The water had become cloudy, so I decided to wait for it to clear before diving again. As I surfaced, I contemplated securing the iron cage to the boat. As long as the waves were not too fierce, it would remain in place. Glancing towards the two girls in the distance, I noticed they were gazing in my direction. The distance was not far, and the sound of the waves was quite loud. I merely waved to them, signaling that I was unscathed. After a few moments, the water began to clear, and I submerged once more, searching around the vessel. My diving limit was just over a minute. I needed to see clearly before descending again. I muttered to myself. After several dives, my eyes began to feel gritty and my stamina waned, yet I had not uncovered anything of significance. I immersed my head underwater, scrutinizing the hull. This vessel appeared to possess only a cockpit. I could not access the cabin, nor did I know the location of the kitchen. Taking a deep breath, I dove again, and this time fortune favored me as I discovered a metal plate and pried a section of rebar from the ship's railing. The prolonged exposure to seawater had rendered the rebar easily detachable, much to my delight. With these few items, I could manage to make use of them. Exhausted, I finally swam towards the surface, binding the metal plate and rebar together with the iron chain and cage as I made my way to shore. As I approached the land, Huang Ziyu descended into the water to assist me, and together we carried the iron cage towards the beach. "Lin Ye, are you all right?" she asked, observing the redness in my eyes. At that moment, my eyes indeed appeared unsettling, resembling those afflicted with conjunctivitis, blood vessels prominent across the sclera. "It's nothing," Lin Ye said. "I simply spent too long underwater with my eyes wide open. Searching without professional diving equipment is rather challenging. What is the purpose of this cage?" "Brother Lin Ye, it cannot be eaten," Luna remarked as she observed the two lifting the iron cage. "The utility is abundant on this island. Any piece of iron is a rare resource," Lin Ye replied with a mysterious smile. Goo after several attempts at salvage in the sea, Lin Ye's stomach audibly protested. "Having consumed little sustenance over the past couple of days, it seems we shall have to forage for crabs again today," Lin Ye mused, patting his belly. "Let us search the beach. You should rest for a while," Huang Ziyu suggested, taking Luna with her to the nearby shore to begin their quest. Seeing their initiative, Lin Ye busied himself as well, picking up a piece of iron and gathering 2 stones from the ground to commence his task. Chapter 13. Another group of people. Lin Ye sought to use a steel fragment to fashion a rudimentary cooking pot. At the very least, it would suffice to boil food. Fortunately, it was stainless steel, sparing him the need for grinding. Before long, the pot began to take shape, just as Lin Ye immersed himself in his fervent endeavor. A woman's voice emerged from behind him. "Hello, are you also survivors from the cruise ship? Where did you find that iron cage?" Turning around, Lin Ye beheld a man and a woman standing behind him. The woman, tall, and of mixed heritage, appear to be around 30 years of age. Her sun-kissed skin bearing testament to 2 days under the island sun. Despite her tattered attire, a necklace around her neck indicated her affluent background, and she was strikingly beautiful. Her large, almond-shaped eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye. The man accompanying her was a robust foreigner, towering in stature. He clutched a sharpened wooden stick in one hand and stood behind the woman, watching Lin Ye with a vigilant expression. Lin Ye did not lower the stone in his right hand. Instead, his left hand gestured with the rebar as he pointed toward a distant vessel. Yes, we too survived the cruise ship. There is indeed a boat over there. Following the woman glanced in the direction Lin Ye indicated and spotted a vessel, though it lay submerged, leaving only its hull visible above the water. Nevertheless, this confirmed Lin Ye's honesty. Huang Ziyu and Luna, having noticed the unfolding situation, hurried to join them. Observing Lin Ye's actions, the mixed heritage woman remarked, "Please, do not misunderstand. We mean no harm. We heard the sounds of hammering from this vicinity and thought a rescue team might be nearby, so we came to investigate." Lin Ye, realizing his oversight, had assumed the ocean waves would muffle the sounds of his labor. Thankfully, he was far from Hua and the others. Yet, he had inadvertently attracted other survivors. "My name is Wang Qin. My father is Chinese, and my mother is German. This is Hader, my friend," she introduced. "I am Lin Ye," he replied succinctly, maintaining his vigilance. Lin Ye detected a hint of hostility in Hader's gaze, which was fixed upon Huang Ziyu and Luna. Lin Ye coldly observed Hader and remarked to Wang Qin, "Is that so? Your friend seems rather unfriendly." Wang Qin, misinterpreting Lin Ye's implication, quickly clarified, "Oh, please do not take it the wrong way. We traversed through the woods, and the stick is merely a precaution against unforeseen circumstances." "Hader, put that down," she urged. Upon hearing Wang Qin's words, Hader promptly thrust the stick into the sand and approached Huang Ziyu and Luna, extending his hand. "Greetings, beautiful ladies. I am Hader. It truly brings me joy to encounter you on this deserted island." Lin Ye furrowed his brow. Hader had disregarded him entirely, showing no deference. "Hello, I am Luna. It is a pleasure to meet you," Luna said, extending her hand in a friendly gesture, her carefree nature oblivious to the potential dangers lurking in human hearts. Huang Ziyu, however, remained silent, choosing not to reciprocate the greeting. She felt uncomfortable under Hader's gaze and quietly moved to stand behind Lin Ye. Upon noticing Huang Ziyu's disregard, Hader smirked slightly and, casting a glance at the crab in her hand, smiled and said, "My dear, we have provisions at our camp. If you don't mind, you could accompany me back." "Wow, you have food? Can we really go back with you?" Luna exclaimed eagerly upon hearing of the provisions. Just as Hader was about to respond, Huang Ziyu interjected, "I'm sorry, but I only heed our captain's words," gesturing towards Lin Ye. This girl certainly gave Lin Ye ample respect in front of outsiders. At Huang Ziyu's remark, Luna stuck out her tongue and quietly moved to stand beside her. She felt she had acted a bit out of line earlier, but wished to demonstrate through her actions that Lin Ye was indeed their leader. Observing the two women gravitate towards Lin Ye, Hader found himself compelled to regard Lin Ye with newfound seriousness. "You are correct. We do have some food, though not much. We have a camp in the woods not far from here, with about 15 of us. If you don't mind, you could join us to form a team. After all, strength lies in numbers, and we could work together," Wang Qin remarked, addressing Lin Ye. Lin Ye couldn't shake the feeling that Wang Qin was not to be underestimated, especially since their food supplies were limited. While more people could indeed amplify their strength, the daily consumption would also escalate, and disparities in resource allocation could lead to significant discord. Both Luna and Huang Ziyu turned to Lin Ye simultaneously. Huang Ziyu wore a calm expression, while Luna seemed somewhat hopeful. "No, the three of us are accustomed to being together and prefer not to merge with such a large group." Lin Ye declined her offer without expressing gratitude. "Kid, inviting you to join us at the camp is a sign of respect. Don't overstep. Do you wish for these two lovely ladies to endure hunger alongside you?" Hader retorted, pointing at Luna and Huang Ziyu. "That is my prerogative, and I need not your concern," Lin Ye scoffed. Tension filled the air, and Lin Ye tightened his grip on the steel rebar in his hand. Observing the escalating confrontation, Wang Qin hastily interjected, "Mr. Lin, I apologize. My friend speaks rather bluntly. However, I believe she is right. You should allow them to make their own choice, whether to return with us or continue with you." Hearing Wang Qin's words, Lin Ye turned to the two women and said, "If you wish to accompany them back to the camp, I shall not impede you. That is each person's freedom." "No, I do not wish to return with them," Huang Ziyu stated firmly, gazing at Lin Ye. "I will follow Sister Ziyu," Luna added. Lin Ye was somewhat taken aback by their responses, realizing that both women preferred to remain with him. Hader was astonished by this outcome, pondering what merits this young man possessed to attract such beautiful companions. "Lovely ladies, I urge you to reconsider. Your chances of survival are undoubtedly greater with us," Hader advised. Noticing that the trio remained unmoved, Hader sought to continue, but was swiftly interrupted by Wang Qin, who waved him off. "In that case, we shall not impose further. Hader, it is time for us to depart. Safe travels, but I shall not escort you," Lin Ye retorted sharply. After taking a few steps, Wang Qin turned back and said, "You are welcome to visit our camp when you have the time. Just head east for 2 or 3 miles toward the woods." "All right, I will certainly visit when I can," Lin Ye replied. Observing Hade's impressive physique, Lin Ye was reluctant to offend him, knowing well that he might not stand a chance in a confrontation. If Hade were to resort to force, Lin Ye would likely have to fight for his life. Wang Qin ceased her conversation, continuing to walk ahead without looking back. Hade cast a fierce glare at Lin Ye before following Wang Qin with a wooden stick in hand, which Lin Ye chose to ignore. Currently, to the east were Wang Qin and her companions, while to the west were Hua Gu and his group, leaving Lin Ye feeling quite uncomfortable in the middle. Fortunately, the cave offered a relatively secluded refuge. Chapter 14. Setting a trap after their departure. Lin Ye's pot was finally ready. Observing his creation, he acknowledged its imperfections, yet deemed it functional. "Let's return to the cave," he suggested, glancing at the crabs caught by his companions, which promised a hearty meal. He placed all the crabs into the pot, covered it with some leaves, and secured it with vines. The pot brimmed with its contents, and he took the opportunity to collect a few empty bottles from the sea to fill with seawater. Huang Ziyu and her companion followed closely behind, carrying the iron cage. After a while, "You two should head back first. I will venture deeper into the jungle," Lin Ye declared, handing the pot to Huang Ziyu while accepting the iron cage from their hands. "Lin Ye, I'm a bit frightened. Can we accompany you?" Luna whispered timidly. "We're not far from the cave, and the path is relatively safe during the day. If danger arises, simply shout loudly. And I shall return swiftly if I have not ventured too far," Lin Ye assured, his gaze directed towards the cave's location. Luna pouted slightly, visibly displeased. "Then, Lin Ye, take care of yourself. We can manage the return journey," Huang Ziyu replied, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Interacting with mature women required less effort. There is no need for excessive explanation, especially when conversing with someone as captivating as her. "Do not worry. Should any peril arise, I will retreat promptly," Lin Ye stated, slinging the iron cage onto his back and wielding a steel rod as he proceeded in another direction. The jungle was exceedingly dense, yet must be said, the steel rod proved invaluable, as he cleared a path with relentless strikes. "How I wish I had a machete. It would certainly alleviate my toil," he mused. After traversing approximately 800 meters, Lin Ye collapsed beneath a large tree, panting heavily. The noise he had generated likely startled away any small creatures or venomous snakes. As he paused, the surroundings fell into a serene silence, with only the distant chirping of cicadas and the occasional flight of birds overhead. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the ground. Without this glimmer of light, the jungle would surely be overrun with thorns and wild grasses. The trees here were immense, requiring 3 people to embrace one trunk. Such giants would fetch a handsome price in their village. What sound is that? Just as Lin Ye pondered, a faint rustling echoed from afar. The noise was subtle, easily missed without careful listening. "Never mind. I shall investigate," he decided, shouldering the iron cage and making his way towards the source of the sound, stopping intermittently to listen and discern the direction. As he approached, the sound became clearer. It resembled flowing water. Excitement surged within him as he quickened his pace, parting the underbrush, revealing a small gorge before him. At the bottom of the gorge, a stream flowed gracefully. The stream extended upstream into the depths of the gorge, obstructed by a towering peak that concealed its end. The downstream path was equally mysterious, seemingly traversing the entirety of the island. Lin Ye carefully descended into the gorge, startling a small creature that was drinking from a stream, causing it to flee into the woods. It was a civet, a rare sight indeed, and he was fortunate to encounter one here. In his youth, he had seen many, as numerous elders in his village had set traps to capture various wild animals. Many wild animals were on the brink of extinction, but with the government's stringent measures to protect them, a resurgence began. Lin Ye cupped a handful of water and brought it to his lips. Ah, this water is sweet, far sweeter than that of the farmer's produce. If I were to establish a spring water factory, I would truly be nature's transporter. After savoring a few more sips, he decided to wash his face in the river. The water teemed with fish. He realized he needed to devise a way to catch a few. Gazing at the stones along the riverbank, inspiration struck him. This stream, merely 2 to 3 meters wide, had crystal clear water, with the deepest section reaching only to his chest, likely not yet the rainy season. The watermarks on both sides of the canyon confirmed that it could overflow during the rains. Lin Ye began stacking stones in the middle of the stream, positioning an iron cage at the center with its opening facing upstream, thus creating a rudimentary trap. He then used stones to drive the fish downstream, and after several attempts, he approached the iron cage to find he had indeed captured over 10 fish, the largest weighing around 5 pounds. At long last, he could feast on meat. If he brought this back, the two sisters would surely be overjoyed. He chuckled to himself, imagining they would insist on his company that night. He picked up a sharp stone from the riverbank and proceeded to gut the fish right there, fretting them together with twigs. However, he lamented not having a container. Otherwise, he could have carried some fresh water back with him. He decided to leave the iron cage behind, deeming it a treasure that would yield a continuous supply of fish if all went well. Satisfied with his fishing trap, he broke off a larger branch from the trees, used stones to secure it in place, and bound it with the iron chain from the cage. After giving it a firm tug, he concluded that today's efforts were sufficient and planned to return the next day. Lin Ye clapped his hands, gathered the fish, and made his way back. "Ziyu, can we cook crabs?" "I'm really hungry," Luna said, peering at the crabs in the pot. The fire had been rekindled, and the pot rested beside it, weighed down by a stone. "Let us wait for Lin Ye. He might return soon," Huang Ziyu replied, adding more wood to the flames. "How about when Lin Ye returns, we persuade him to join us at Wang Qin's camp? There are more people there, so we wouldn't have to fear a wolf pack as much," Luna suggested, sitting beside Huang Ziyu. Taken aback by Luna's words, Huang Ziyu pondered. She did not wish to avoid the larger group, but her intuition warned her against going to that camp, just as she was unsure how to respond. They heard Lin Ye's voice echoing from a distance. "Girls, I'm back. Come see what I brought you, huh?" Lin Ye's voice preceded his arrival. Upon hearing him, both Huang Ziyu and Luna sprang to their feet and rushed to greet him. "Look at all these fish. Lin Ye, you're amazing. We can finally eat meat," Luna exclaimed, shaking his arm excitedly. "This is just the beginning. Stick with me, and I promise you'll enjoy all the delicacies this island has to offer." Lin Ye replied with a grin. It must be said that Luna's praise brought a delightful smile to Lin Ye's face. No wonder emperors had relished flattery. "This seems to be freshwater fish. Have you found the freshwater? And where is your iron cage?" Huang Ziyu pointed at the fish and inquired. Lin Ye glanced at her, initially expecting her to commend him as well. Yet this woman possessed a logic distinct from others, truly capable of uncovering details that eluded the notice of most. Luna, contemplating the prospect of finally savoring fish, indeed recognized the species as freshwater. "Clever," Lin Ye replied with a proud smile. "I did discover a small stream over there, teeming with fish. I have utilized the iron cage to set a trap for fishing. If all goes well, we may feast on fish daily." Chapter 15. Being a little pet isn't so bad. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Huang Ziyu's eyes regained a glimmer of hope, her despondency slightly alleviated, perhaps due to her concerns regarding sustenance. "That's wonderful. By the way, we haven't cooked the crabs yet. We've been waiting for your return," she remarked, a brief smile gracing her lips. Leave this to me. Today, I shall introduce you to a distinct flavor, Lin Ye declared, rolling up his sleeves as he approached the pot of crabs. Brother Lin Ye, what other delights can be created with the fish and crabs? Do you require my assistance? Luna inquired, trailing behind him. It was no wonder she was so eager. Hunger had likely driven her to seek proximity to the food. Go ahead and fetch the gift bag from the suitcase. We can use it to store the crabs, Lin Ye instructed Luna. All right, I'll do that right away. Once Luna had filled the bag with crabs, Lin Ye gathered several large stones to place beside the fire, just the right size to support the pot for cooking. He then poured some seawater collected earlier into the pot and set it to boil. Are you attempting to make sea salt? Huang Ziyu questioned, observing Lin Ye's actions. Indeed, clever girl. Although not entirely clean, it can suffice for seasoning, Lin Ye replied with a hint of pride. What do you think? Am I not impressive? You became self-important before I even got the chance to compliment you. I've noticed that sometimes your words can be quite unreliable, yet you possess considerable knowledge. Huang Ziyu retorted playfully. Ah, you actually smiled. Haha, that's right. It's important to smile more. Despite our circumstances, we must remain optimistic, Lin Ye encouraged, a grin spreading across his face. These past few days had indeed been burdensome for her, being pursued by wolves, chased by sharks, enduring 3 days without a proper meal, and sleeping in a frigid cave. You are right. We must face our challenges with optimism, Huang Ziyu murmured, lost in thought as she gazed at the fire. Before long, the seawater in the pot evaporated under the intense heat, leaving a layer of white crystals at the bottom. Lin Ye swiftly gathered the crystals into an empty water bottle. Next, he poured half of the remaining water into the pot, propped some sticks in the center, and began steaming the crabs. After several rounds of steaming, they were finally done. He then poured the leftover fresh water into the pot, added 3 fish, and tossed in the mushrooms from the previous day, seasoning it with a pinch of salt. Brother Lin Ye, what kind of dish is this? Fish soup with mushrooms? Luna asked. Well, my dear, that is quite the question. I myself am unsure of what this dish is, but as long as there is food, it cannot be wasted, Lin Ye responded, rolling his eyes. Oh, if Brother Lin Ye deems it delicious, it must surely be so, Luna said, swallowing hard. Lin Ye, it appears we have no bowls or utensils, Huang Ziyu remarked, shrugging her shoulders at him. Ah. It was only at her mention of this issue that Lin Ye realized they had but a single pot among the 3 of them, with nothing else to their name. Lin Ye ventured into the woods to gather several clean branches, crafting 3 pairs of rudimentary chopsticks. He distributed 1 pair to each person, stating, for today, this shall suffice. We will eat from this pot, and I will devise a better plan by tomorrow. Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow in silence, not out of disdain, but rather due to the novelty of this method of dining, which she suspected was a first for her. Luna, holding the chopsticks with a look of confusion, inquired, How do I use these? I have always eaten with a knife and fork. Realizing her predicament, Lin Ye slapped his forehead. You will need to learn how to use chopsticks in the days to come. Otherwise, you will have to resort to using your hands. He had momentarily forgotten that she was a foreigner, and under their current circumstances, there was no way to provide her with cutlery. The chopsticks were merely small wooden sticks fashioned on the spot. Luna appeared flustered, uncertain with the chopsticks in her hands. All right, it's ready. Let's eat, Lin Ye announced as he lifted the pot. He deftly picked up a piece of fish and began to eat, while Huang Ziyu transformed into a caring older sister, demonstrating to Luna how to handle the chopsticks. Lin Ye indulged heartily in his meal, disregarding appearances, while Huang Ziyu maintained a certain grace, and Luna, in contrast, appeared somewhat comical, alternating between chopsticks in her hands, occasionally dropping food onto the ground. After an hour, they concluded their meal, observing Luna still yearning for more. Indeed, the salted food had been quite delectable. By the way, Luna, when you went to fetch the bag earlier, were those 2 little sand sculptures still up there? Lin Ye asked. Yes, they're still there. They look so pitiful, curled up together. When I approached, they even opened their mouths at me, Luna replied. Lin Ye glanced up at the tree, spotting 7 or 8 fish dangling, and selected the smallest one, slicing it into pieces with a razor blade. I'll go feed them. They seem to have developed an appetite. Raising them as pets wouldn't be too bad, Lin Ye said, ascending once more. Their parents had been gone for the entire day, presumably unable to find food. It was uncertain whether they would return for days. Approaching the little creatures with the fish, they initially seemed frightened, but as Lin Ye held the fish close to their mouths, they eagerly leaned in. Having had experience raising birds in his youth, Lin Ye soon found the fish was devoured. Observing the little ones, who had yet to fully develop their feathers, he surmised they would not be able to fly for at least another month. When Lin Ye descended, he found Huang Ziyu tidying up the remnants of their meal in the pot. Ah, what a diligent woman, he thought. Lin Ye, could you take me to the creek? Huang Ziyu asked, setting the pot aside. What do you intend to do there? Lin Ye questioned, puzzled. I haven't bathed in several days. I wish to wash by the river, Huang Ziyu replied, her cheeks flushed. Brother Lin Ye, I wish to join as well. I too have not bathed in days and smell quite unpleasant. You wouldn't want me sleeping beside you in such a state, would you? Luna chimed in eagerly upon hearing Huang Ziyu's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ye conceded, very well, wait for me a moment. He took down the fish hanging from the tree and evenly coated it with sea salt before climbing the vine ladder to hang it in a sunny spot. The sun blazed during the day, and there were numerous methods to preserve the fish and meat for a longer duration. Otherwise, they would spoil before they could be consumed the following day. Hanging them on the rocky walls would also deter other creatures from pilfering their meal. After completing this task, Lin Ye still felt a twinge of unease and took the opportunity to bury the fish bones that Huang Ziyu had accidentally spilled on the ground with some soil. Let us proceed. I shall lead you there, Lin Ye announced, clapping his hands. Huang Ziyu observed Lin Ye's actions, seemingly gaining some understanding. Please wait a moment, Luna said as she ascended into the cave. When she returned, she held several garments, including a set of clothes and trousers, which she handed to Huang Ziyu, saying, This is for you, Sister Ziyu. Thank you, Huang Ziyu replied, accepting the offering. Chapter 16. The treasure trove. At this moment, the girl became quite enthusiastic, leading the two of them to the riverbank with all the empty bottles in tow. Lin Ye, let's wash over there. You need not follow, you mustn't peek, Huang Ziyu remarked. In any case, I've already been seen by Brother Lin Ye, so I don't mind this time. If Brother Lin Ye wishes to watch. I have no objections, Luna said with a playful wink. You mischievous girl, go take your romantic bath with your Brother Lin Ye, Huang Ziyu retorted, rolling her eyes. Lin Ye had initially anticipated enjoying some playful splashes with the girls, but it seemed that Huang Ziyu was not particularly keen on the idea. In a civilized society, a group of people in swimwear bathing and swimming together would likely not raise eyebrows. However, on this island, it felt somewhat awkward for Lin Ye to be the only man present. Well, you all go ahead. I'll take a look at the iron cage, Lin Ye said, turning towards the cage. Upon reaching it, he noticed two small fish had already entered the enclosure. Turning to glance back, he saw that Huang Ziyu and the others had moved behind a large rock, which meant he would not be able to indulge his curiosity. Even if he were to stealthily follow and hide to catch a glimpse, they would likely notice him. Setting that aside, he decided to wash himself before venturing into the sea to retrieve some items. The sun had left a layer of white salt on his skin. Observing his appearance, he found a slightly deeper spot and crouched down to wash, only to realize he had not brought a change of pants with him. Noticing that there was no commotion from Huang Ziyu and the others, he assumed that women typically took longer to bathe. Lin Ye removed his clothes and pants, wringing them out before hanging them on a nearby branch, while he donned his damp underwear, feeling it was better to have some modesty in case he were seen. After an indeterminate wait, with no signs of them finishing, Lin Ye grew anxious and called out, Hey, how long are you going to take? Brother Lin Ye, just a bit longer. We're almost done, Luna replied. Seeing no movement for quite some time, Lin Ye quipped, I thought perhaps a monster had snatched you away. No matter. We're not in a hurry. He reclined on the stone. I've finished washing. It's mainly Ziyu's sister who is taking her time. She, Luna's voice, was abruptly muffled. Hearing this, Lin Ye instinctively thought something was amiss and was about to get up to check. Lin Ye, it's nothing. Ignore what this silly girl is saying. We'll be out shortly. Huang Ziyu's voice came from behind the rock. Oh, all right. Once you're done, take your time coming out. I just had a bath, and my clothes are still wet, Lin Ye replied, settling back down on the large stone. Meanwhile, behind the stone, Huang Ziyu was covering Luna's mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment. I will let go of your mouth, but you mustn't speak recklessly again, Huang Ziyu warned. Fixing her gaze on Luna. Luna blinked in acknowledgement, and Huang Ziyu released her. Ziyu, sister, I almost suffocated, Luna gasped. That's what you get for talking out of turn. How embarrassing for Lin Ye to hear. Huang Ziyu sighed, rolling her eyes. Ziyu, sister, I thought I'd tell Lin Ye so he could come up with a plan. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. Luna appeared quite innocent in her defense. I would prefer that he remain oblivious to such an embarrassing matter. Moreover, even if he were to discover it, what would be done? There is no one here on this island capable of addressing it, Huang Ziyu remarked with a blush. Luna pondered for a moment and seemed to concur. Indeed, no viable solution appeared to exist. Sister Ziyu, your figure is simply exquisite, and you are undeniably beautiful. Surely, you have many admirers pursuing you, Luna teased, gazing playfully at a particular aspect of Huang Ziyu. You're not lacking either. In this attire, I dare say Lin, you would be quite taken with you, Huang Ziyu retorted, pointing at Luna. If Brother Lin Ye were to express his affection for me, I would undoubtedly offer myself willingly. Shall we invite Brother Lin Ye over for a delightful spectacle? Luna suggested mischievously. I suspect you are merely a frisky feline. Perhaps you both should indulge in a romantic bath together, Huang Ziyu quipped as she rose and made her way to the shore. Observing that the bleeding had ceased, she tore a piece of clean cloth to place beneath her. I should be able to endure through tonight, she thought to herself. Meanwhile, Lin Ye had nearly dried his clothes and donned them, checking the iron cage, which now contained 2 more small fish. Ah, this is a veritable treasure trove. I need not worry about sustenance. There is an abundance beyond consumption. Lin Ye chuckled as he retrieved all the fish. After cleaning them, he admired the 2 beautiful women approaching him, each carrying a change of clothes. Although the box contained men's apparel, it bestowed upon them a strikingly gallant appearance. Albeit their hair appeared somewhat unkempt, tied back with strips of cloth. Have you finished washing? Fill up the water bottles, and we shall return, Lin Ye instructed, gesturing towards the empty bottles on the ground. Huang Ziyu, noticing the additional fish in Lin Ye's possession, cast a deep glance at the iron cage in the stream and remarked, This iron cage is truly a remarkable invention. Indeed, even without the cage, I would find a way to catch them, Lin Ye replied with a grin. You certainly boast. Huang Ziyu dismissed him, filling her water bottle at the stream's edge. In no time, she filled several bottles and handed a few to Luna. Let's be off, ladies, Lin Ye said, balancing the fish on his back with a steel rod and whistling cheerfully as he walked ahead. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices pierced the air. Help! Help! Run! It's gaining on us! Panic surged through the sounds approaching from Lin Ye's side. Stay still. Let me assess the situation, Lin Ye instructed, setting down his belongings and climbing a nearby tree to survey the commotion. About 50 meters away, he spotted a man and 2 women sprinting toward them, heedless of the thorns that scratched their arms and faces. Fixing his gaze behind the man, he beheld a large, dark wild boar, its tusks nearly grazing the man's backside. This is dire. We must flee toward the stream, Lin Ye exclaimed, leaping from the tree in alarm, addressing the 2. What is it, Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu asked, noticing the look of distress on his face. A wild boar is pursuing those 3 individuals toward us. Lin Ye grasped the hands of both women as they ran. The path back was obstructed by them, leaving no choice but to flee towards the direction of the brook. However, the woman who was at the forefront of the pursuit had already spotted Lin Ye and his companions. Help! Please save us! She cried out desperately. Despite the frantic cries echoing behind him, Lin Ye remained unmoved. Had he not been perched atop the tree, catching sight of the formidable wild boar with its menacing tusks, he might have paused to assist. After all, curiosity is inherent in human nature. One is inclined to help when capable, yet it is imperative to act within one's limits. Chapter 17. The struggle. Upon hearing the cries for help behind him, Huang Ziyu instinctively glanced back, wishing to say something, yet ultimately refrained. Soon, a few individuals rushed to the stream's edge. Quick, climb onto that large rock where you bathed earlier, Lin Ye instructed the 2. Save me. Before he could finish his plea, a man's anguished scream echoed from behind. A wild boar had sunk its teeth into the man's leg, gnawing ferociously as the two women arrived behind Lin Ye. The women, in a state of panic, wept profusely, and upon hearing the man's agonizing cries, one of them collapsed, her legs giving way in terror. Seeing the two women disheveled and smeared with blood, Lin Ye's heart softened. You both should join them on the rock. I will hold the rear. Observing one woman's trembling legs, Huang Ziyu rushed over to assist her in climbing onto the stone. Once all four women had ascended the rock, Lin Ye turned to see the wild boar relentlessly pushing against the man's body. Gripping the steel rod tighter, he contemplated a rescue, yet realized it would likely be futile, and he too climbed onto the stone. The man's screams had devolved into incoherent mutterings, his form now barely recognizable, until he could no longer vocalize at all. Lin Ye, it seems to be watching us, Luna remarked, gazing at the boar as she shook Lin Ye's arm. Lin Ye examined the rock beneath him. Its surface was somewhat smooth, with an incline of about 2 meters, difficult for a person to climb, but impossible for the boar to navigate. The two women, witnessing the boar approach slowly, shrieked in fear. Do not worry. It cannot climb up, Lin Ye reassured them, though he felt a twinge of fear himself, finding some solace in the steel rod he clutched. As the boar stood at the base of the rock, the proximity created an oppressive atmosphere. Its gleaming tusks and bristled hide, stained with fresh blood, were intimidating. Lin Ye stared into its deep-set eyes as the creature emitted a low growl. Huang Ziyu and Luna tugged at Lin Ye's clothing, and he could sense their trembling. The other two women huddled together, weeping bitterly. Silence. The more you fear, the more the boar will attack us, Lin Ye commanded sharply. At his words, the two women behind him shifted from wailing to quiet sobs. Lin Ye, should we jump into the river? Would that be safer? Huang Ziyu suggested softly. Glancing back at the spot where they had bathed, he estimated the water's depth to be about chest high. Let us not act rashly just yet. I cannot ascertain whether the boar would pursue us into the water. If it charges, then you must leap in, Lin Ye gestured with his hand. All right. Huang Ziyu understood her limitations and hoped not to become a burden to Lin Ye. Suddenly, Lin Ye noticed the boar digging at the ground with one of its front legs, its breathing becoming labored, an indication of an impending attack. The boar began to retreat slowly. A peculiar shriek echoed through the air as a wild boar charged fiercely towards Lin Ye. Just as he was about to instruct the woman behind him to leap into the water, the boar's front hooves slipped on a smooth stone, causing it to tumble unceremoniously. With a heavy thud, the boar fell to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Ye's fear dissipated. Huh, come on then, do come. He taunted the wild beast. An idea struck him on how to confront the boar. It was merely 50 centimeters away, allowing him to thrust the steel rod in his hand towards it. Mimicking the boar's grunt, he continued his provocation. You beast, come on then, bite me. Lin Ye, are you out of your mind? Why provoke it? Huang Ziyu exclaimed, gripping his arm tightly. I'm doing it on purpose. I want to incite its fury. I've devised a plan to deal with it, Lin Ye replied, brimming with confidence. Brother Lin Ye, let us not anger it any further. It truly is ferocious, Luna chimed in, her voice trembling with fear. She glanced at the lifeless body of a man in the distance, then at the boar beneath the stone, swallowing hard. Indeed, we are safe now. Let us not provoke it. The two women behind him nodded in agreement. It's not me provoking it. Look at its stance. It clearly has no intention of letting us leave. If night falls and we attract other carnivorous beasts, we'll be in serious trouble, Lin Ye remarked, casting a glance at the corpse. He had caught a few fish and cleaned them with water. As long as there were no large predators nearby, they were relatively safe. The sharp senses of carnivores could detect the heavy scent of blood, which could spell trouble come nightfall. Hence Lin Ye was reluctant to engage further with the wild boar. Unable to contain its rage any longer at Lin Ye's taunts, the boar retreated a few paces before charging once more. This time, the force of its assault nearly drove its tusks into Lin Ye. In the nick of time, he thrust the steel rod toward the boar's eye with all his might, causing blood to splatter across him. A cacophony of shrieks erupted as the injured boar let out a pained cry, but it did not retreat. The agony stripped it of reason, igniting its ferocity as it began to thrash violently against the large stone. This beast has one eye gouged out and still refuses to leave, Lin Ye exclaimed in astonishment. The boar finally ceased its chaotic movements, tilting its head to glare at Lin Ye and his companions. Expecting it to withdraw, Lin Ye was taken aback when it launched another attack. He aimed for the remaining eye, but fate intervened. This time, he missed, merely striking its skull. The impact reverberated through Lin Ye's hand, causing him pain and nearly losing his balance, only to be steadied by Huang Zi's quick reflexes. "Goodness, that's hard," he exclaimed. Yet, the blow had not been without effect, as blood began to ooze from the boar's head, indicating some degree of damage. Shaking its head, the boar charged once more. "Really? Again?" Lin Ye readied himself, and when the boar came rushing at him, he summoned all his strength and plunged the rod deep into its throat. The entire steel bar had penetrated halfway, and at the same time, Lin Ye's hand was grazed by the wild boar's tusk. The boar's throat bled profusely, collapsing onto the ground while occasionally thrashing about, emitting frantic cries. "Lin Ye, your hand!" Huang Ziyu exclaimed, noticing the blood streaming from Lin Ye's injury. She swiftly tore a strip of cloth from her own garment. "Wait a moment. Let me bandage it for you." Lin Ye glanced at his arm, where a roughly 20-centimeter gash marred his skin. Fortunately, it was not particularly deep. It was only after his tension eased that he began to feel the pain. "I hope I won't contract any infectious diseases. A dog bite can lead to rabies. But this was from a pig," Lin Ye mused, shaking his head to dismiss the thought. Surviving was the most crucial thing. Thankfully, the wild boar finally succumbed, and Lin Ye sat heavily on a rock, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Chapter 18. Kim Mi-sun. Kim Hee-sun Lin Ye turned around to scrutinize the two women, who were still in a state of shock and terror. "How did you end up here? How were you pursued by a wild boar?" he inquired. Upon hearing Lin Ye's question, the two women began to recount their tale, each interjecting with their own details. From their narrative, Lin Ye learned that they too were survivors from the cruise ship. Originally, there were 8 of them, but 3 had succumbed to their injuries. The remaining 5 ventured into the jungle in search of food and water, only to encounter the ferocious boar. During their escape, 2 men had become separated from group. Ultimately, it was just the 3 of them, 1 man and 2 women, who were relentlessly pursued by the wild boar until they stumbled upon Lin Ye and his companions. "Thank you, Appa. If it weren't for you, my sister and I might have perished," one of the women expressed gratefully. Upon hearing her speak, Lin Ye realized she was from H country and that the two were indeed sisters. "There is no need for thanks. Assisting you is also a means of aiding myself." Lin Ye replied. Observing that the wild boar had ceased its struggles, he leapt down to examine the creature, confirming its lifelessness. "We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly," he remarked, gesturing towards the body of the man. "We fear the arrival of other predators. Come down and assist me," Lin Ye called to Huang Zi and her companion. Gazing at the large boar sprawled on the ground, Lin Ye was determined not to waste the considerable amount of meat it offered. Weighing at least 300 to 400 pounds, it was impractical to carry it all back. Lin Ye selected a flat stone, sharpening one edge, and with the help of the 2 women, he painstakingly carved off approximately 80 to 100 pounds of meat. The 2 women looked on in revulsion as Lin Ye demonstrated his strength. Observing their expressions, Lin Ye mused, "You may find this distasteful now, but I wonder what you will say when it's time to eat." After thoroughly washing the meat, he distributed portions for them to carry on their shoulders. Initially, they exhibited reluctance, but under Lin Ye's persuasive pressure, they eventually acquiesced. "It's simple. If you don't take some now, you won't be able to eat later. May we accompany you?" the 2 women asked, startling Lin Ye, who had almost forgotten their presence. He contemplated the feasibility of bringing them along, pondering that the cave would scarcely accommodate more people. "You following us may jeopardize your safety. Moreover, there isn't enough space at our camp for everyone." Lin Ye responded after a moment's thought. "We will be obedient, and we usually eat very little. We only need to endure until rescue arrives. And we are willing to work," they implored, sensing Lin Ye's hesitance. "Why not take them with us?" Huang Ziyu suggested, her heart softening at the sight of the 2 women. Lin Ye observed the pleading look in her eyes, feeling a twinge of compassion. "Brother Lin Ye, I can eat less and share my food with them," Luna chimed in, urging him further. Lin Ye found himself in a quandary. already burdened with 2 companions. The prospect of adding 2 more overwhelmed him. The 2 women continued their persistent pleas, calling him Appa with each request. Ultimately, Lin Ye relented. Very well. I agree to take you with us. Go wash by the river, and I will prepare some more pork for you to carry. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the 2 women were overwhelmed with joy, and one of them planted a kiss on Lin Ye's cheek. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, she dashed to the stream. Lin Ye, why is your face so flushed? You haven't been kissed by a girl yet, have you? Luna teased with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Lin Ye rolled his eyes and retorted, if you don't want to eat meat tonight, hurry up and help out. All right, all right. When they returned, after freshening up, Lin Ye had managed to secure some pork, which he slung over their shoulders, around 20 pounds each, perfectly within their capacity. It must be said that after their wash, Lin Ye was momentarily entranced. The 2 sisters bore a striking resemblance, with oval faces, large expressive eyes, and delicate, alluring lips that stirred a man's desire to steal a kiss. Their tattered garments did little to conceal their inherent beauty, judging by their shapely figures. They likely maintained a fitness regimen, though it remained uncertain whether their looks were natural, given that around 80% of people in each country undergo cosmetic surgery. Pervert. Lin Ye was engrossed in his observations when Huang Ziyu's sharp voice interrupted. At her words, Lin Ye sheepishly touched his nose, feeling as though he had been caught in a moment of indiscretion. Let's hurry back. I fear there may be danger ahead. With that, he hoisted the pork and began to retrace his steps. He had lost track of the fish and, lacking the inclination to search for it, forged a new path to avoid the corpses along the way, relieved to find that the water remained. As they walked, Lin Ye learned that the sisters were named Jean Meishan and Jean Shishan, members of a girl group. He recalled a vague memory of the group from the cruise, albeit with limited interaction, as he was merely a lowly server confined to a small circle. The younger sister, Jean Shishan, was quite vivacious, chattering away in her halting Chinese, while her sister was more reserved. Listening to the laughter shared between Lin Ye and the sisters, Luna stealthily approached him, pinching his waist with a playful ferocity. Whispering in his ear, Lin Ye, you seem to be enjoying yourself. Don't forget your old love in the midst of a new romance. Torn between amusement and confusion, Lin Ye responded, no way, you all are just the same. Internally, he pondered the absurdity of her words regarding new loves and old flames. Having too many women is certainly not a blessing, he mused, shaking his head. Upon returning to the campsite, Lin Ye assigned them their respective duties, organizing their tasks with precision. Huang Ziyu and Luna were tasked with starting the fire, while the Jean sisters were to slice the pork. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted wild boar, Lin Ye declared, hands on his hips. Yay! Luna and the Jean sisters exclaimed with excitement. Huang Ziyu merely glanced at Lin Ye, her actions remaining steady and unbroken. Lin Ye looked up at the fish hanging on the rock wall, only to find it missing, leaving him momentarily stunned. What on earth? How could the fish be gone after such a short time? He exclaimed, quickly climbing to investigate. At his words, the 4 women ceased their activities, turning their gazes toward Lin Ye. As Lin Ye ascended, he discovered that the fish were all situated beside the golden eagle's nest. This was dire news, for the fish had been coated in sea salt, which could be lethal to birds. Lin Ye hurriedly inspected the 2 little sandpipers. The tiny creatures gazed up at him with wide eyes, chirping excitedly, and opened their beaks wide towards him, mistaking him for a provider of sustenance. Given their behavior, it seemed they were not in grave danger. It was likely that the majestic eagle had returned in search of food and, upon spotting the fish hanging there, had taken a couple. Although 2 fish were missing, they were not highly concentrated with salt, and a minimal intake would still be permissible. Chapter 19. Constructing the wooden cabin in his childhood, Lin Ye once had a mynah bird, which he had taught to speak. However, due to a friend's mischievous prank involving a pinch of edible salt, the bird met its demise that very night. He brought down some fish and sliced up a portion of wild boar meat to feed 2 small sand sculptures, which eagerly accepted his offerings. As night fell, he savored the delicious boar meat while sipping on sweet fish soup. Ah, this life is indeed flavorful, Lin Ye remarked as he chewed on the meat. You should consider how we will rest tonight, Huang Ziyu interjected, catching Lin Ye off guard mid-bite. I've already made arrangements. I'll sleep in the cave while you four keep watch below, Lin Ye replied, unabashedly. In truth, he merely wished to tease them and gauge their reactions. Upon hearing this, Luna, somewhat displeased, said, Brother Lin Ye, why don't I sleep in the cave too? I can keep you company. There's enough space for both of us. This bold girl remained unabashed, disregarding the thoughts of others. Huang Ziyu, with a playful tone, responded, All right, you two can sleep up there. After all, there's a box of little umbrellas that would come in handy. Little umbrellas? What do you mean? Jean Shishan inquired, perplexed. Jean Meishan tugged at her hand, signaling her to be quiet, and then whispered an explanation in her ear. Upon hearing her sister's words, Jean Shishan quickly covered her blushing cheeks with her hands. I have no objections. It's up to Brother Lin Ye, Luna laughed. Huang Ziyu, taken aback by Luna's words, mused, shouldn't women be a bit more reserved? Or are Western women simply more open? Lin Ye, feeling slightly awkward, replied, Well, I was just joking. After all, I am a man. I can't let you all keep watch below. Before Lin Ye could finish, Huang Ziyu interrupted him, saying, I actually think you were right. If you rest well, you will have more energy during the day, and we will have a better chance against any dangers. Plus, with the four of us keeping watch, we can look out for one another. Touched by Huang Ziyu's words, Lin Ye felt a sense of gratitude. Her analysis was quite astute, whether for his sake or her own. All right, as the team leader, you will all follow my arrangements. Although the space up there is limited, the four of you can manage to squeeze in, Lin Ye stated. And what about you, Appa? Jean Shishan asked, lowering her hands from her face. I will sleep against the rock wall below. If any danger arises, I will be the first to climb up. There's no need to worry. After all, I am a man, Lin Ye replied, rising to pat his backside. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Huang Ziyu opened her mouth as if to say something more, but upon meeting his forbidding gaze, she withdrew. After a night had passed, it was Huang Ziyu who rose earliest. However, upon descending, she found the fire still burning. Yet Lin Ye was nowhere to be seen, causing her some concern. Suddenly, the sound of trees crashing echoed through the woods, and Huang Ziyu cautiously approached the source of the noise. Lin Ye, are you there? Is that you? She called out into the forest. Oh, it's me. Don't be afraid, Lin Ye responded. Upon hearing Lin Ye's response, Huang Ziyu lowered her guard and approached him. Observing the stone axe in Lin Ye's hand and the fallen small trees, each as thick as an arm, she inquired, Why have you chopped down so many trees? You're quite clever. Surely, you can deduce that, Lin Ye replied with a smile. Never mind, I was merely thinking you might need some assistance. But it seems you do not, Huang Ziyu said, deliberately stomping her foot before turning to leave. Wait. I actually do need help, Lin Ye quickly called out. When I asked why you were cutting down so many trees, you chose not to answer, Huang Ziyu retorted. I thought you were perceptive enough to guess, Lin Ye chuckled. Let me tell you, never expect a woman to guess something she doesn't wish to, Huang Ziyu rolled her eyes. Lin Ye was taken aback and rubbed his forehead. How would I know? I've never truly understood women. Just as Huang Ziyu was about to sulk, Lin Ye added, Could you please call the others over to help me carry these trees to the cave? Crouching on the ground and fiddling with a blade of grass she had pulled from somewhere, Huang Ziyu replied nonchalantly, I want to go. If you want them to come, you should go yourself. Confused, Lin Ye thought he hadn't offended her, yet it dawned on him that she was upset. He shifted his tone. Oh, Ziyu, the beautiful lady, it's clear you'd be willing to help. With your kind heart and beauty, whoever marries you must be blessed. Let whoever wants to pursue me do so. My heart is not kind. I can be quite wicked, you know, Huang Ziyu pouted. In truth, I'm chopping these trees to build a small wooden cabin at the camp. While you all sleep in the cave, I must fend for myself. What if I get bitten by a venomous snake at night? Or what if a wolf comes and carries me away? Lin Ye appelait émotionnel. Listening to his words, Huang Ziyu recognized the depth of his reasoning. Women can often be conflicted. They know they should not be overly sensitive. Yet they desire a man to soothe and provide explanations. You're just as much a wolf. After all, you belong to the same kind, Huang Ziyu said, her words sharp, yet she turned back to return. Just wait. I will go call them. Huang Ziyu ceased her banter with Lin Ye. Moments later, several girls arrived, and after a flurry of activity, they successfully transported all the timber. Lin Ye chopped down a few more trees and examined his stone axe, now dulled and chipped. This tool is no longer useful. It's too cumbersome to wield, he remarked, shaking his hand. Having felled dozens of trees, his hands throbbed with pain as he hoisted the remaining wood and headed back. At noon, the large eagle returned with a small wild rabbit, heading directly to the nest to feed its young golden eagle. The golden eagle, having been fed by Lin Ye earlier in the morning, was not particularly hungry. Noticing the little eagle refusing to open its beak and seeing the wild boar meat Lin Ye had left nearby, the large eagle began to eat, likely to provide for its offspring, even while feeling hunger itself. Lin Ye did not pay much attention to them. He merely instructed Luna to remain vigilant regarding the movements of the large eagle. After all, it was a formidable bird of prey, and should it descend to attack, one must be prepared to respond accordingly. A strike from its talons would not merely result in bruises, but could lead to far more serious injuries. At noon, Lin Ye prepared a pot of wild boar meat. The young women feasted heartily, and afterward, Lin Ye led them in constructing their modest wooden cabin. After a diligent afternoon of labor, the cabin finally took shape, nestled against the stone wall beneath the cave. The space was just sufficient to accommodate 3 adults, enclosed on 3 sides with timber. The only shortcoming was the lack of suitable materials to cover the top, leaving it exposed. Nevertheless, a significant portion of the work had been completed. Chapter 20. Abundance of fish. We can only take a moment to explore the jungle for useful materials, Lin Ye suggested. How about we head to the beach? Perhaps their SA rescue team there, Huang Ziyu offered, handing over a bottle of water. All right, let us go take a look. You two stay here at the camp and keep watch. Rest assured, if I receive any news, I shall return to inform you, Lin Ye reassured the sisters. Jean Meishan and Jean Shishan. Jean Shishan, fearful of being left behind, pouted and implored, Lin Ye Appa, let us accompany you. We want to be a burden on the way. Do not worry. If there's a rescue team, I will notify you, I promise. Besides, the camp needs someone to look after it, especially with so much pork hanging there. If a wild beast were taken away, we would find ourselves in search of food again. Lin Ye pointed towards the pork suspended from the trees. Upon hearing this, Jean Shishan ceased her protests, albeit with a hint of worry. She instructed them to move their belongings into the cave after Lin Ye departed, advising them to stay inside unless necessary. Accompanied by Huang Ziyu and Luna, Lin Ye once again reached the shore, but this time, something felt amiss. The tide had receded significantly compared to the previous days, and fish were occasionally leaping onto the sand. Wow, Lin Ye Appa, there are so many fish, Luna exclaimed, dashing towards them. Observing the unusual situation, Lin Ye pondered deeply, sensing that such anomalies often herald trouble. Lin Ye, the tide has receded by at least 2 or 3 meters today. Why are these fish jumping ashore? Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow. Oh, Ziyu Jia, I assent it better that the fish are coming ashore. We could never catch them in the water, Luna said, cradling a large grouper in her hands. Lin Ye contemplated the continuous stream of fish emerging from the sea, the sky above a pristine azure, seemingly devoid of any impending disaster. This is not right. The sudden retreat of the sea and the appearance of so many fish and shrimp in the shallows must signal a calamity, either a typhoon or a tsunami, Lin Ye stated gravely. But Lin Ye Appa, the sky is clear and cloudless. How could there be a tsunami or typhoon? Luna remarked, gazing at the cerulean sky. Could it be that you are mistaken? Huang Ziyu gently questioned. Do you remember the signs that precede an earthquake? Lin Ye inquired. At Lin Ye's question, Huang Ziyu's pupils widened in realization. Are you suggesting that these fish and shrimp are omens of a great disaster? Yes, regardless of whether my judgment is correct. We must return to the camp immediately. At the very least, we can seek shelter, Lin Ye asserted firmly. Luna, stop collecting. We must leave swiftly, Lin Ye urged Luna, who was still gathering fish and shrimp. But it's such a pity. I was looking forward to enjoying some seafood, Luna pouted. Nevertheless, she selected a larger fish to hold in her hands. Observing this, Lin Ye told Huang Ziyu, let us each take one and hurry. All right, Huang Ziyu replied, promptly picking up the nearest fish. Let us go. We cannot linger here, Lin Ye instructed the two. As the trio ventured into the woods, Lin Ye glanced back at the ocean, and at that moment, the distant sea suddenly transformed into a brilliant white, revealing a long, luminous wall of water. Run! It's truly a tsunami, Lin Ye exclaimed, dropping the fish he held and urging the others to flee. The two individuals turned back to witness the breathtaking scene by the seaside and, in response, raced towards the campsite, still reluctant to part with their cherished seafood feast. Cradling it in their arms, Lin Ye, observing their hesitation, bellowed, "Throw it away. Your lives are paramount." A thunderous roar echoed from the shore, and upon hearing it, Lin Ye realized the tsunami was perilously close. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped their hands and sprinted towards the campsite. Suddenly, a piercing scream pierced the air. Huang Ziyu had stumbled over a tree root and fell heavily to the ground. Lin Ye quickly turned back, intent on helping her up to continue their escape. But as soon as she stood, she collapsed again, her injury evidently severe. "I can't do it. It hurts too much. I can't get up," Huang Ziyu said, her face contorted in pain. "Luna, you must run ahead without looking back. Climb into the rock cave immediately," Lin Ye shouted to Luna. The sky behind them erupted with thunder and lightning, accompanied by torrential rain, yet they were still a distance away from the campsite. "What about you two?" Luna asked anxiously. "You go on. I'll carry her and catch up," Lin Ye replied, bending down to allow Huang Ziyu to climb onto his back. Luna hesitated, wanting to assist, but Lin Ye commanded, "You must go. Don't worry about us, or we won't escape at all." Luna cast a long, worried glance at Lin Ye before turning and sprinting towards the campsite, hoping they would follow her. Soon, she vanished from sight. Huang Ziyu ceased her protests, and Lin Ye bore her weight as he hurried towards the campsite, frequently stumbling on the uneven forest floor. Carrying someone made the journey even more treacherous, and he lost his footing countless times as the rain began to pour down in earnest. "I'm so sorry for dragging you into this, Lin Ye. Perhaps you should set me down, otherwise, neither of us will escape," Huang Ziyu said, her voice laced with guilt. "What are you saying? Am I to abandon you?" "Rest assured, we will be fine," Lin Ye reassured her, playfully patting her backside. "In such dire circumstances, you still take advantage of me," Huang Ziyu retorted, pinching Lin Ye's ear with vigor. Ouch. My apologies. I thought I was just using both hands to support you. Your back feels quite sturdy, though." Lin Ye joked with a mischievous grin. Huang Ziyu, annoyed, gave Lin Ye a firm smack on the back, while the torrential rain blurred his vision, forcing him to wipe his eyes repeatedly, making their journey increasingly arduous. As she watched Lin Ye stumble and rise again, Huang Ziyu felt a surge of gratitude. At least in this dire moment, a man was fighting for her life. Suddenly, the sound of collapsing trees echoed behind them, and she realized the tsunami was almost upon them. With a sudden burst of determination, she pushed Lin Ye aside, crashing to the ground, and said, "You should go. I don't need your help anymore. Are you out of your mind? Get back up. Don't waste time." Lin Ye shouted citernly. "You go on. I don't need your help. Why should you save me?" Huang Ziyu yelled back, her voice tinged with desperation. "I say, you stubborn woman, don't be ungrateful. Do you want me to give you a good thrashing to make you listen?" Lin Ye disregarded her desperates struggles, hoisting her onto his shoulder and delivering a sharp slap to her backside. She burst into tears, exclaiming, "You lecherous fiend, I do not wish for your interference. Put me down at once." Lin Ye paid her no heed. The water had already risen to their knees, and the torrential rain continued to pour relentlessly, making each step a laborious challenge. It was likely only a matter of time before the sea would engulf them. He wondered if Luna had returned to the cave yet. Chapter 21. 8 Greater Tsunami. Lin Ye, now preoccupied with his predicament, struggled in the water, burdened by Huang Zi's weight. "I'm sorry, Lin Ye, it's all my fault." Huang Ziyu sobbed, ceasing her cries as she clung to Lin Ye's back. "Do not say such things. After all, I am your captain. How could I stand by and let you perish?" Lin Ye replied helplessly. He stood still, surveying the tumultuous surroundings, feeling as restless as a trapped ant. "It appears that I must take a risk," he said, glancing at a nearby robust tree. With Huang Ziyu on his back, he waded through the water toward the tree. "Climb onto my back and reach as high as you can," he instructed. Huang Ziyu attempted to step onto Lin Ye's back. "I can't reach, Lin Ye," she exclaimed, her hands falling short by 50 centimeters from the branch above. Despite his best efforts to elevate her, it proved futile. We will have to embrace this tree, and with the buoyancy of the water, gradually ascend, he proposed. Yes, that seems to be our only option, she agreed, gripping the tree tightly. As the water continued to rise, accompanied by a fierce storm, many smaller trees succumbed to the deluge. Fortunately, this tree was sturdy enough to shield them from the falling debris, mitigating the risk of being struck. The water now reached their chests, and as the waves crashed relentlessly, Huang Ziyu occasionally inhaled seawater. Lin Ye, I'm feeling a bit weak, she confessed, gritting her teeth. Quickly climb onto my back and hold on tightly, Lin Ye urged, pulling her closer. Before long, Lin Ye's feet were elevated far above the ground, and he managed to grasp the branch overhead. You go first, he instructed. Enduring the pain in her legs, Huang Ziyu ascended slowly, step by step, while Lin Ye supported her from below. Once she reached safety, Lin Ye swiftly followed, climbing higher to ensure their safety. The tsunami had diminished significantly by the time it reached the island, its impact lessened by the forest's obstruction. Why does it feel like mere ripples are washing over us? Lin Ye pondered, furrowing his brow. That is a good sign. As long as we are safe, that is what matters, Huang Ziyu replied. Lin Ye sensed something was amiss, yet acknowledged their current safety. Look, the seawater is receding, Lin Ye observed, watching the water retreat from the branch at a visibly rapid pace. It has receded. It truly has. Huang Ziyu exclaimed joyfully. Hold tightly to the trunk and stay still. I'll climb up to assess the situation, he said, beginning to scale higher. Be careful. The trunk is wet and slippery. Huang Ziyu cautioned from below. Ignoring her warning, Lin Ye quickly ascended, reaching an estimated height of 30 meters, while Huang Ziyu remained around 15 meters below. The view from this altitude was unobstructed, yet the torrential rain and howling winds limited his sight, casting a gray pall over the sky. Suddenly, a crack of lightning illuminated the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. Will I be struck by lightning? Being in a tree during a thunderstorm is a grave peril. I should descend swiftly. Lin Ye was nearly startled off the branch by the thunderous roar. Just as he prepared to climb down, another bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, brighter than the last, casting light across a vast expanse of the sea. To his astonishment, he beheld a colossal wall of water surging towards the island, even more formidable than the previous wave, towering at an estimated height of 50 meters. Hurry up. Climb up quickly. There's an even larger tsunami approaching. Lin Ye shouted urgently to Huang Ziyu. Huang Ziyu, hearing his words, felt a rush of anxiety and attempted to ascend, but the more frantic she became, the more difficult it was to climb. Several times, she nearly lost her grip. Lin Ye, observing her struggle, felt helpless as well. Her injured foot and inexperience as a girl made it challenging for her to navigate the branches. The tree, though grand, had sparse branches, and her ascent to a height of 15 meters was purely by chance. Lin Ye gradually descended until he reached her side. Hold on to my neck. I will help you up. Complying, Huang Ziyu wrapped her arms around Lin Ye's neck. Still not entirely assured, he removed his shirt and fashioned a makeshift harness to secure them together, akin to how a mother would carry her child. Disregarding any semblance of decorum, he exerted himself to climb higher, almost losing grip on the branches several times, while Huang Ziyu clung tightly around his neck. They finally reached the highest point, but she yearned to ascend further, only to find no branches within reach, forcing her to concede. Dear lady, you may loosen your grip now. I am on the verge of breathlessness, Lin Ye remarked, patting her hand. The tension had made her hold tighter, but upon hearing his words, she relaxed her grasp while still holding onto his shoulder. As Lin Ye gazed at the approaching tsunami, he gripped the tree trunk with fervor, hoping it would withstand the oncoming force. Meanwhile, Huang Ziyu trembled against his back, her fear palpable. Do not be afraid. Fearing now serves no purpose. We must surrender to fate, he sighed. I wonder what the situation is like at the cave. He attempted to divert Huang Ziyu's focus. Despite the cave's elevated terrain, the sheer height of the tsunami, Huang Ziyu murmured, glancing back at the monstrous wave. Though the wave loomed at approximately 50 meters above sea level, the island's interior rose progressively higher, suggesting that when it reached Lin Ye and the others, it might align with their elevation. The hastily constructed wooden cabins at the campsite likely wouldn't withstand the onslaught, but the cave should remain relatively safe. Here it comes. Hold on tight and hold your breath. Lin Ye, once again underestimating the tsunami's height, realized it was still 2 meters taller than their current position. As the wave crashed forward, it uprooted countless trees, snapping many in two. The water surged above Lin Ye's head, and the entire tree swayed violently, nearly propelling them forward with the force of the wave. Lin Ye clung tightly to the tree trunk, utilizing the buoyancy of the water to ascend swiftly, uncertain of how much seawater had submerged above his head. Just as he felt on the brink of asphyxiation, he finally broke the surface, gasping for air. Cough, cough, cough. Huang Ziyu, behind him, was equally distressed, coughing violently, clearly having ingested a significant amount of seawater. Are you all right? Lin Ye invited hastily. Me fine. Cough, cough, Huang Ziyu replied, observing the waves rapidly advancing towards the forest behind them. It had transformed into a vast ocean, with a majestic stone mountain looming in the direction of their camp. He sighed, hoping that they were safe as well. Chapter 22. A night of regression. The vast array of seafood before Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu was a sight to behold, one they had only witnessed in fleeting cinematic moments. Upon returning home, they would possess the tales to boast about. Time slipped away unnoticed as the two found their strength waning atop the tree, while the sea gradually receded. Let us descend slowly, Lin Ye suggested, guiding Huang Ziyu down the tree. With each retreat of the tide, they descended a little further, mitigating the risk of a fall. We were fortunate. Such a thunderstorm did not strike us, Lin Ye remarked with a smile. Perhaps the heavens deemed you not a scoundrel, sparing you from such a fate. Had you been one, I would surely have shared in your misfortune, Huang Ziyu teased. I might have relished the role of scoundrel, but alas, I lacked the opportunity. Before meeting you all, I had never even held a girl's hand, Lin Ye replied innocently. Who would believe that? Huang Ziyu retorted skeptically. Lin Ye fell silent, deftly untying the shirt that bound them together, allowing Huang Ziyu to navigate her descent. Though her weight was light, the exertion of climbing up and down was still considerable. As he released her, he felt a tinge of reluctance to part from the softness that had been at his back. As the waters continued to recede, the verdant flora below emerged, and the pair finally made their way down from the tree. The forest had been thoroughly soaked by the sea, rendering the path somewhat treacherous. Lin Ye glanced back at Huang Ziyu and inquired, "How do your legs fare? Can you walk on your own? We must hurry back to the camp to check on the others." Huang Ziyu shook her injured right leg and took a tentative step. "It still hurts a bit, but I can manage." Lin Ye knelt and removed her shoes, noticing some swelling around her ankle. "It appears to be a sprain. Please sit down. Allow me to massage it for you." Obediently, Huang Ziyu sat on the ground, both of them soaked through, their clothes clinging tightly to their forms, revealing her striking figure before Lin Ye. "Are you perhaps using the guise of helping me to take advantage of the situation?" Huang Ziyu teased, tightening her clothing. "On my honor, I'm not so base. I merely fear that your injury might worsen without attention." "There are no doctors here," Lin Ye replied with a serious expression, placing his hand over his heart. Huang Ziyu chuckled. "I was merely jesting. You have saved me countless times. I trust your character. However, allowing you a little advantage is not entirely out of the question." What did you say?" "I didn't quite catch that," Lin Ye said, a hint of disbelief in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the enchanting beauty before him, wishing for her to repeat herself. "Oh, it's nothing. If you didn't hear it, let it be," Huang Ziyu said, turning her head away. Lin Ye chose not to dwell on it, and proceeded to massage Huang Ziyu's foot for approximately 10 minutes. "Now, take a few steps and see how it feels," he encouraged as he helped her put her shoes back on. "Wow, the pain has lessened remarkably. Lin Ye, I didn't realize you possess such skills," Huang Ziyu exclaimed excitedly after taking a few steps. "Indeed, it is a technique passed down through generations, a unique expertise," Lin Ye replied with pride. Lin Ye merely mimicked what she had seen on television, and her foot injury was not particularly severe. However, receiving praise, especially from a beautiful woman, naturally led Lin Ye to indulge in a bit of self-adulation. "Let us return," she declared, twisting her shirt with determination. Huang Ziyu nodded obediently, observing Lin Ye's actions. She too wished to wring out her own clothing, feeling quite uncomfortable, yet the presence of a solitary man made it somewhat awkward. After a challenging journey, they finally returned to the camp, which was merely 2 miles away, yet the torrential waters had swept away the path ahead. Lin Ye was compelled to forge a new route towards the camp. The wooden cabin beneath the rock face had long vanished. "Brother Lin Ye, Sister Ziyu, you're back. How wonderful!" Wu Luna exclaimed, rushing towards Huang Ziyu, tears streaming down her face at the sight of the disheveled pair. "Brother Lin Ye, you've finally returned. We were all so worried." The two sisters, Jin Shishan and Jin Meishan, hurried over to express their relief. "Haha, indeed. We are fortunate and blessed to have survived such peril. Surely, good fortune awaits us," Lin Ye replied with a smile, then inquired, "By the way, how did you all manage to survive the tsunami?" When Luna ran back to tell us about the impending tsunami, "We all took refuge in the cave," Jin Meishan recounted. Before she could finish, her sister Jin Shishan interrupted. "Yes, Brother Lin Ye, you have no idea how dangerous it was." When the first wave of the tsunami struck, it hadn't even reached the camp yet, and we thought we were safe. Then a large eagle returned, carrying the little golden eagle away, and it kept calling above us. Hearing the sound of trees crashing in the forest, we saw a much larger wave approaching. We climbed along the vines at the cave's entrance for some distance before finally escaping. The cave was completely inundated. Listening to Jin Shishan's rapid recounting, Lin Ye felt a wave of relief that they were unharmed. "So, how much supply do we have left?" he asked. When the waters receded, we descended to check, and there was only one steel rebar left in the cave. "Everything else had been swept away," Jin Shishan replied. "Indeed, it feels as though we have returned to square one overnight," Lin Ye lamented, shaking his head. He took a moment to rest on a stone before promptly instructing the women to tidy up the area around the camp and clean the cave thoroughly. However, the sole predicament was that they had lost their fire source, and there was no dry firewood in the forest. Even if they wished to create fire by friction, they would have to wait for the sun to dry the wood. Observing that the women were all damp, he hoped they would not catch a cold. Lin Ye suddenly thought of Hua Gu and Wang Qin, wondering if they were faring poorly as well. He chuckled to himself, realizing that he was barely able to safeguard his own well-being. "I wish to go check the stream. You all should clean up the water in the cave first. At least for tonight, we need a place to rest," Lin Ye instructed the women. "Brother Lin Ye, I will accompany you," Luna volunteered eagerly. "All right, please help me retrieve the steel rebar," Lin Ye responded. At this moment, Lin Ye questioned whether it was too hasty to venture to the creek, given that the seawater had only just receded. Huang Ziyu expressed her concerns, stating, "It's all right. I merely wish to take a look and wash off the mud that clings to me. Would you care to join?" Lin Ye inquired. "I shall refrain from accompanying you. While you are away, I can remove my clothes, wring them out, and let them dry outside," Huang Ziyu replied. The tsunami had subsided, the torrential rain had long ceased, and the sun had emerged from behind the clouds. Though the heat of a fire was absent, the sun's presence would surely expedite the drying of the garments. Chapter 23. Luna's affection. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye refrained from further comment. In his absence, the women felt emboldened, shedding their garments to bask in the warmth of the sun. "Why don't you join us and take off your clothes to dry as well?" Lin Ye suggested to Luna, who had just descended from the cave, clutching a steel bar. "No, I am determined to accompany you this time," Luna insisted resolutely. Lin Ye, having spent several days getting to know her, discerned some of her traits. She appeared carefree, yet possessed a certain stubbornness. "Very well, let us proceed," he replied with resignation. "Lin Ye, Luna, be cautious. Animals often sense impending danger and retreat deep into the forest. With the tide receding, some wild beasts may emerge in search of food," Huang Ziyu warned earnestly. "Indeed, if any danger arises, I shall return immediately. I am quite adept at escaping." Lin Ye nodded in agreement. "Lin Ye Oppa, you must return safely. We will be waiting for you at the camp," Jin Shishan added, approaching them. Her sister, though not very articulate, wore an expression of genuine concern. Looking at the young girl before him, Lin Ye could see her sincerity, devoid of pretense. "Do not worry. Stay at home and keep yourself safe until I return," Lin Ye joked, light-heartedly. Upon hearing his words, Jean Shishan blushed slightly, pouting and nodding, embodying a pure and endearing innocence. Lin Ye waved goodbye to the group and set off with Luna towards the stream. Lin Ye Appa, isn't it amusing to tease little girls? Why don't you tease me instead? Luna unexpectedly inquired during their walk. There's no teasing involved. It was merely an attempt at humor to lighten the mood. Lin Ye replied, Somahat e kasperatit. Yet just moments ago, you were telling me to wait for you after washing up, Luna retorted, rolling her eyes playfully. Seeing Luna's mischievous demeanor, Lin Ye felt as though he were dealing with a petulant wife. I wonder, dear Luna, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Have you developed feelings for me? He laughed heartily. Yes, indeed. I have grown quite fond of you. Lin Ye Appa, I truly adore you, Luna exclaimed, her large eyes fixed on him. Lin Ye, listening to her confession, pondered whether she was jesting. Could she genuinely have feelings for him? He mused to himself. Considering her ample figure, perhaps she would be capable of bearing children should they marry. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts, realizing the stark reality. Once rescue arrived and they departed this deserted island, her privileged background would lead her to forget him entirely. With no car, no home, and lacking a stable job, the prospect of a relationship seemed utterly implausible. The shipwreck had claimed all his possessions, and he would likely have to start anew. Let us not jest. Even if you do fancy me, I cannot afford to support you. I am but a poor lad, he remarked as he continued forward. I genuinely like you, Lin Ye Appa. I have wealth and can take care of you. Luna hurried after him, her words filled with earnestness. All right, I believe you. But let us first address the pressing matters at hand. We are still uncertain about our meal for tomorrow, Lin Ye responded dismissively. Luna, wishing to say more, swallowed her words and retrieved an item from her pocket, offering it to Lin Ye. Brother Lin Ye, this is for you. Lin Ye gazed at the half bottle of water Luna presented, astonished. Wasn't all the water washed away by the sea? How did you manage to keep this half bottle hidden? Though he jested about Luna hoarding supplies, he felt a sense of joy. After all, she truly cared for him. This is hardly hoarding. I salvaged this with great effort, specifically for you, Luna pouted. All right. I know you mean well, Lin Ye said, gently ruffling Luna's hair. A smile crept onto her lips, lifting her spirits. As they conversed, they made their way to the stream, where the water level remained high and the current swift. Lin Ye merely wished to check if the iron cage was still there, but given the circumstances, it likely had been swept away, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Brother Hua, why not just kill her and then? Park Guchang murmured conspiratorially to Hua. Are you out of your mind? One has already been taken by the waves. If you kill her, what will I have to entertain myself with? Hua retorted, slapping him on the head. During the tsunami, Hua and his group had clung to a large tree, narrowly escaping disaster, though another woman had not been able to reach safety in time. They had spent days famished, unable to find food in the woods, prompting the unscrupulous Park Guochang to propose the horrific idea of killing the woman for her flesh. Such thoughts were chilling. The notion of cannibalism revealed their utter depravity. Now that the sea has receded, get out there and find food, or I will have you killed, Hua said menacingly. Brother Hua, it's not that I don't want to search, but there is simply no food. Each time I venture out, I am pursued by wild beasts. Park Guochang pleaded, kneeling with tears in his eyes. That's because you're useless. A Gouet goes to the shore to check on the rescue team, and still manages to bring back crabs and fish. You have yet to return with a single morsel. If you fail to bring back food this time, you needn't return at all, Hua scolded, kicking Park Guochang on the shoulder. A Gouet, drive him away and keep an eye on him. If he returns empty-handed, kill him, Hua commanded. Yes, Brother Hua, a Gouet replied. One must admit, a Gouet displayed considerable loyalty, willing to serve his master even in these dire times. Please, Brother Hua, don't. There truly is no food. I cannot find anything. Park Guochang cried. If you can't find anything, you're just wasting our resources. Then let us end this, Hua said, turning to a Gouet. Upon hearing this, a Gouet unsheathed a dagger and approached Park Guochang menacingly. Terrified, Park Guochang fled into the woods, shouting, I'm going, Brother Hua. I'll find food right away. Such a useless fool. We've been devouring crabs and fish like they're going out of style, Hua grumbled, clutching his stomach. Brother Hua, Let's hold on a little longer. Perhaps the rescue team will arrive soon, Ah Gue consoled. Brother Hua turned to the frail woman beside him and said, Ah Gue, I have little to offer you here. You must make do with this woman for now. You have endured much these past few days, but fortunately, your timely discovery has spared us. Otherwise, we might have perished in the tsunami. Upon hearing Brother Hua's words, Ah Gue was momentarily taken aback. In his eyes, any woman Brother Hua had encountered, even if he no longer desired her, was beyond the reach of those beneath him. Chapter 24. Discovery Park. Guochang cautiously navigated through the woods in search of sustenance. Damn it, I can't stay with Hua anymore. If I can't find food, returning would mean certain death. I might as well find a place to hide, he muttered to himself. At that moment, his path led him directly toward Lin Ye and his companion's campsite. It seems there are people ahead. Park Guochang spotted 3 women seated beneath a rocky ledge, clad in minimal clothing and sitting cross-legged. He dared not make a sound, instead opting to observe Huang Ziyu and her friend from the underbrush. If I can lure these women to Hua, perhaps he will spare me from searching for food. After all, Hua has fresh water, a prime location, Park Guochang thought, his heart racing with excitement. Make sure you put your clothes on. This should be dry by now. It would be awkward if Lin Ye returns. Huang Ziyu instructed her 2 sisters. Sister Ziyu, Lin Ye has been gone for so long. Do you think something happened to him? Jin Shishan asked as she donned her clothing. Don't worry. He is quite clever, Huang Ziyu reassured, reflecting on her recent days with Lin Ye and acknowledging his remarkable survival skills. I believe Mr. Lin Ye is a good person. He will surely help us survive. The reticent Jin Maishan added. Suddenly, a crack echoed through the woods. Who is there? Is that Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu called out towards the source of the noise. Park Guochang, crouching in the underbrush, inadvertently snapped a twig, startling Huang Ziyu. Faced with her inquiry, he decided to reveal himself, slowly emerging from the foliage. The 2 sisters observed a short, disheveled man stepping out from the trees, definitely not Lin Ye. They instinctively inched closer to Huang Ziyu, their expressions wary. Who are you? What are you doing here? Jin Shishan demanded. Huang Ziyu recognized the man before her. He was the same individual who had passed by Hua's camp a few days prior. Alarmed, she thought, oh no, they've discovered our location. Although she had kept her opinions to herself that day, she had absorbed Lin Ye's words. Upon hearing Jin Shishan's question, Park Guochang chuckled. Ah, so you're also from our great H nation. How splendid. My name is Park Guochang, also a citizen of H. As he introduced himself, the sisters visibly brightened at the prospect of meeting a fellow countryman. Jin Shishan was about to approach when Huang Ziyu abruptly pulled her back. Oh, do you have something to discuss? Her frigid demeanor left Park Guochang feeling awkward, yet his smile remained undiminished. Undeterred, he continued, I mean no harm. I merely happened to pass by and stumbled upon you. I see you are survivors from the shipwreck as well. It is truly remarkable that you survived the tsunami. Of course, if you have no business here, I kindly ask you to leave. We have nothing to offer you, Huang Ziyu replied coldly. The sisters were taken aback. Why was Huang Ziyu behaving this way? After all, they were compatriots. Surely he posed no threat to them. Sister Xiu, should we not inquire some useful information from him? It seems rather unwise to dismiss him so abruptly, Jin Shishan whispered. Huang Ziyu recalled that although she was aware of Park Guochang's unsavory nature, her 2 companions remained oblivious. However, with Park Guochang standing before them, it was not an opportune moment to elaborate. Indeed, ladies, I am not alone. There are several of us over there, with fresh water and provisions. Why not accompany me back? Rest assured, we mean no harm, and besides, we are fellow countrymen, Park Guochang proposed. He intended to lure the women with promises of sustenance and hydration, planning to lead them to Huage, where they would be at his mercy. All right, that sounds wonderful. Please, let us there, Jin Shishan replied with enthusiasm. Hearing her cheerful agreement, Park Guochang believed he had successfully ensnared them, secretly reveling in the thought of which beauty he would choose for himself. Actually, we have 2 team members who are currently absent. We must await their return before making any decisions, Huang Ziyu interjected, tugging at Jin Shishan's sleeve. Oh yes, Brother Lin Ye and the others have yet to return. Perhaps we should wait for them, Jin Shishan acknowledged, prompted by Huang Ziyu's reminder. Upon hearing that there were still two others, including a man, Park Gukchang felt a sense of foreboding and quickly devised another scheme. Two more, you say? They could be gone for an indeterminate time. How about this lovely young lady accompanies me first to familiarize herself with the route? I shall return for you shortly, he suggested, pointing at Jin Shishan. It was this very girl who had expressed a willingness to accompany him, as he deemed her easier to deceive. However, his calculations were misaligned. My sister will wait with me, Jin Meishan firmly asserted, pulling Jin Shishan closer. For reasons she could not quite articulate, she felt an unsettling discomfort in the presence of this man. Then perhaps this beautiful lady would suffice. We recently hunted a wild deer, and we have a natural shelter, safe from any beasts in case of a tsunami, Park Gukchang insisted, undeterred in his pursuit. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? I have already stated that we will wait for our companions. Do you require us to force you to leave? Huang Ziyu replied impatiently. All right. No need to be angry. I shall take my leave now, Park Gukchang said, waving his hand as he began to retreat into the woods. If that is the case, do not blame me later. Refusing my hospitality may lead to consequences. Should I capture you, I will relish in dealing with you. Even if I fail to procure food, I can always inform Huage, and I doubt he will hold it against me, he muttered while heading towards Huage's encampment. Sister Tsu, why did you exhibit such a demeanor earlier? I sensed no malice from him, Jin Shishan inquired. When he was present, I dared not speak. Allow me to tell you about what we witnessed upon our arrival. Huang Ziyu recounted to her two companions the events they had observed upon their arrival. Did they truly dare to act in such a manner, unafraid of the consequences should we receive rescue and report them? Jin Shishan exclaimed, still struggling to believe Huang Ziyu's account. Lin Ye and Luna had also witnessed it. If you don't believe me, you can ask them when they return. If we were to accompany him, our fate would likely mirror that of those two women, becoming mere vessels for his frustrations, Huang Ziyu remarked. Lin Ye examined the area where the iron cage had been, searching thoroughly, but finding no trace of it, washed away by the flood. Let's return for now, Lin Ye said to Luna. We are leaving so soon after just arriving? Luna replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She had hoped to spend more time alone with Lin Ye, but now, just as they had arrived, they were to depart again, leaving her with a sense of disillusionment. Chapter 25. The wild rabbit observing the somewhat dazed expression on Luna's face. Lin Ye inquired with curiosity, What's the matter? Are you troubled? Oh, it's nothing. Let's head back, Luna hurriedly replied. Lin Ye was speechless. Just moments ago, she had displayed reluctance to return, yet now her demeanor had shifted dramatically. The complexities of a woman's heart are as enigmatic as the depths of the ocean. Don't move, Luna, and do not turn around, Lin Ye urged, casting a keen glance behind her. What is it, brother Lin Ye? Luna froze, her voice tinged with apprehension. There's a rabbit grazing behind you. Stay still. Let me see if I can catch it, Lin Ye said, a hint of excitement in his tone. He noticed a plump rabbit about 4 to 5 meters away, alert and nibbling on the grass. If he were to catch it, dinner would be assured. Upon hearing Lin Ye mention a rabbit, Luna relaxed, though she remained still, having initially feared the presence of a wolf or a venomous snake behind her. Lin Ye tightened his grip on the steel rod in his hand, contemplating whether he could throw it at the rabbit from this distance. He felt confident, recalling his childhood in the countryside when he often used a slingshot and skipped stones with remarkable accuracy. Luna crouched down slowly in a moment. And don't obstruct my view, Lin Ye whispered. Luna nodded silently. As she gradually sank into a crouch, Lin Ye meticulously observed the rabbit. Its movements were swift, and he awaited the perfect moment. At last, when the rabbit turned its head away, presenting its back to Lin Ye, he recognized the opportunity. Seizing this fleeting moment, he hurled the steel rod with precision. However, he miscalculated. Instead of striking the rabbit's body, it pierced through one of its large ears, pinning it to the ground. The rabbit let out a cry of distress, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to escape. Damn it, don't run, Lin Ye exclaimed, launching himself toward the rabbit just as it was about to break free, managing to grasp its hind legs. The rabbit's ear had slipped from the rod during its frantic struggles, but Lin Ye acted swiftly, ensuring that dinner would not escape him. Brother Lin Ye, This rabbit is so adorable. Are we going to eat it? Luna exclaimed as she approached, her hands gently stroking the rabbit's fur, clearly enamored. If we don't eat it, what will we have? We can't go hungry, can we? Lin Ye shrugged. He clutched the rabbit by its ears, wary of handing it over to Luna, fearing she might show mercy and let it escape. Observing the rabbit's empty belly, he surmised it had been hiding from the tsunami, only daring to venture out once the waters receded, fortuitously crossing paths with Lin Ye. The sun is setting. Wait for me here, Lin Ye instructed Luna. When he returned to her side, he had already cleaned the rabbit of its innards and skinned it. Luna stared at Lin Ye and then at the skinned rabbit in his hands. Stop staring. Roasted rabbit meat is delectable. Far superior to any French cuisine you've ever tasted, Lin Ye teased, playfully brushing his fingers against her nose. Upon hearing the mention of delectable food, Luna's stomach immediately protested with a loud rumble. I must indulge myself tonight, she said, patting her belly with a hint of embarrassment. Lin Ye returned to the riverbank, filled the solitary empty bottle with water, and led Luna towards their campsite. Along the way, Lin Ye pondered a pressing question. Could he truly create fire by friction? He had seen some reliable videos by Bear Grylls, but he had never attempted it himself. He asked Luna to gather a considerable amount of dry, flammable wood. Yet he remained uncertain of his success. If he failed, they would have to go hungry that night, as raw meat was utterly inedible. Ladies, we have returned, Lin Ye called out even before he arrived. Hearing his voice, Huang Ziyu and the other women came out to greet them. Lin Ye, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you, Huang Ziyu said, her urgency evident. Sensing the unease in her demeanor, Lin Ye followed her to a quieter spot. What is the matter? Why the rush? He inquired. Huang Ziyu recounted how Park Wuchang had found his way to their location today. So he left nearly an hour ago? Lin Ye mused, recognizing the gravity of the news. He rubbed his temples, realizing that Park Wuchang would undoubtedly bring Hua Gu in his group, making it exceedingly difficult for Lin Ye to ensure their safety. With Park Wuchang gone for nearly an hour and the journey from Lin Ye to Hua Gu taking about 2 hours, they had approximately 4 hours to strategize their next move. It seems we cannot remain here, Lin Ye remarked to the women. However, the darkness was fast approaching, and the jungle posed its own dangers. It was a rare stroke of fortune to find such a good location, and since the little golden eagle had been taken by the larger one, it had not returned. As night falls, where can we possibly go? Huang Ziyu asked anxiously. Let's not dwell on that for now. We still have time. Even if they come now, it will take at least 3 hours for them to arrive. First, let's fill our stomachs, Lin Ye replied, feeling somewhat at a loss. He could only take one step at a time, especially since wild beasts frequently visited Hua Ji's area at night. Surely, they would not choose to traverse the jungle in the dark, would they? Huang Ziyu's expression darkened. It appeared Lin Ye had no solid plan either. Ignoring the brewing tension, Lin Ye sat down and commenced his attempts at fire by friction. The women nearby engaged in idle chatter, gossiping without much substance. Finally succeeded, Lin Ye exclaimed, exhilarated as he observed the sparks beneath him. He gently blew on them and covered them with leaves, watching as the tiny flame began to flicker and grow. His hands bore several large blisters from the effort, and after shaking them out, he felt that his endeavor was indeed feasible, albeit taxing on his hands. Lin Ye, if you can achieve this, you will become a walking source of fire. Luna laughed. The women lavished Lin Ye with compliments, making him feel a tad bashful. Yet, when he glanced at Huang Ziyu, he could only smile. She seemed still troubled by the news of Park Wuchang. Lin Ye placed a wild rabbit beside the fire and teasingly remarked to Huang Ziyu, "Weren't you unafraid of them just a few days ago? How quickly you've changed your tune." Huang Ziyu did not refute him. Her expression was somewhat displeasing. Lin Ye continued to mock her internally. With darkness having fallen, seeking refuge in the woods would scarcely ensure safety. The fear of the unknown was far more daunting. Confronting those who appeared as foes might be somewhat easier than dealing with beasts, though one should not underestimate the situation. They were unlikely to come tonight, and besides, there was nowhere for them to go. Should they indeed arrive, I will strive to protect you all. Huang Ziyu met Lin Ye's determined gaze. There was something quite handsome about this earnest little man. I will fight alongside you, so do not underestimate me. I am a 6th-degree black belt in Taekwondo, she declared proudly. So are we. If they dare to come, we shall drive them away, echoed Luna and the other women. In a matter of days, this group had united as one, and Lin Ye felt a sense of relief. The days ahead would be filled with uncertainty, but their newfound sense of crisis was essential for survival on this deserted island. Chapter 26. The kidnapping is what you say true? Are there indeed 3 beauties? Brother Hua listened to the report from Park Wuchang. It's true. How could I dare to deceive you? If there were no good news, I wouldn't even have the courage to return, Park Wuchang said, ingratiatingly. Hearing Park, Guochang mentioned the discovery of 3 beauties in the woods. Brother Hua felt a surge of excitement. If they could capture them, it would provide a delightful change of pace, a welcome distraction from the woman languishing beneath the tree, whose presence had grown tiresome. Well, if this is indeed the case, I'll remember your contribution, and you may choose one of the beauties, Brother Hua said, patting Park Guochang on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. These 2 crabs are your reward for your hard work. Tomorrow at dawn, you shall lead us there. Thank you, Brother Hua. I haven't eaten all day, Park Guochang exclaimed, eagerly accepting the crabs from Xiong Hua and devouring them. However, Brother Hua, I heard there are 2 companions, one of whom is a man. It may not be so easy to handle. Park Wuchang mumbled through bites of crab. What's there to fear? 3 of us strong men cannot handle them. Gue is my ace enforcer. Brother Hua indicated the man seated nearby. Gue. Indeed, with Brother Hua at the helm. There are no matters that cannot be settled, Park Wuchang flattered. After finishing 2 crabs that yielded little meat, Park Wuchang still felt unsatisfied, but could only gaze longingly at the raw fish in Brother Hua's hands, refraining from voicing his desires. Such food was a rare treat, only occasionally brought back by Gue from the seaside to sustain their group. Agi, toying with a dagger, never leaving his side, had somehow managed to evade detection during security checks at the boat. Ugh, I feel nauseated just thinking about eating this raw. Here, you take it. Xiong Hua spat a mouthful of blood and tossed the fish to Park Wuchang. Gue glanced at Xiong Hua, his brow slightly furrowed, before picking up a piece of raw fish and taking a generous bite, chewing it as if he were a primitive man. Park Wuchang gratefully accepted half of Brother Hua's raw fish and began to gnaw at it with fervor. Meanwhile, on Lin Ye's side, the aroma of roasted wild rabbit wafted through the air. The only drawback was that the salt had been washed away by seawater, rendering it somewhat tasteless. Yet the group devoured every bit until only bones remained. Lin Ye, let me take the first watch tonight. You should conserve your strength for the challenges of tomorrow, Huang Ziyu said, wiping his mouth with his hand. It's fine. Let us stick to our usual arrangement. I'll remain by the fire. I can still rest. At dawn, we'll depart from here, Lin Ye replied. No, this time you must listen to me, Huang Ziyu insisted resolutely. I'll keep watch with Miss Ziyu. It's good to have someone to rely on, and we can take turns resting, Jean Meishan, who typically refrained from voicing her opinions, suggested. Then I'll join you for the watch, Jean Shishan added. No need. We can manage on our own. If everyone stays up, none of us will have any energy for tomorrow. Jean Meishan waved her hand dismissively. Luna also expressed her willingness to keep watch, but was likewise rejected by Huang Ziyu, who insisted that as the elder sister, it was her responsibility to take the watch. Lin Ye ultimately could no longer decline and had to instruct them to awaken him at dawn, urging them to shout loudly if anything seemed amiss. He handed a steel bar to Huang Ziyu, the only weapon he could provide, and then found 2 wooden sticks for Jean Meishan, advising her to tap them to alert Lin Ye if the situation turned dire. After giving his instructions, Lin Ye led the 2 young ladies into the cave, where any remnants of clothing had long vanished, replaced by a layer of straw that Huang Ziyu had gathered at some point. Brother Lin Ye, I want to sleep next to you, Luna declared, claiming the central position. Why should you? I want to sleep next to Brother Lin Ye too, Jean Shishan retorted defiantly. I've already slept next to Brother Lin Ye before, Luna replied. Upon hearing this, Jean Shishan misunderstood the implication, thinking it meant they had shared a bed, when in reality, they had merely slept in close proximity. The 2 continued their playful banter, neither willing to concede to the other. All right, stop. I will sleep in the middle, one of you on either side. Please do not disturb my rest, or I want to have the energy to protect you tomorrow if danger arises, Lin Ye said, exasperated. Thus, Lin Ye lay with one girl nestled against each shoulder, making him quite uncomfortable, unable to move side to side. His body carried an odor of sweat and musk, yet the two beauties were undeterred, and he could detect a faint, distinct fragrance emanating from each of them. Ziyu, you sleep first. I'll keep watch and wake you shortly, Jin Meishan said. All right, just remember to call me. Don't overexert yourself, Huang Ziyu replied. Don't worry, I'll keep track of time and wake you when it's close, Jin Meishan assured her. Huang Ziyu ceased her protests and gradually dozed off by the fire. Jin Meishan actually preferred to keep the vigil alone, reasoning that Huang Ziyu, with her black belt in Taekwondo, should conserve her energy, thus she had no intention of waking her midway through the night. As dawn approached and the sky turned a muted gray, Jin Meishan decided to step aside into the woods for a moment. Just as she was about to crouch down, someone suddenly covered her mouth from behind. MMPH. Jin Meishan stifled a sound, unable to cry out. Make a sound, and I'll kill you, a brutish man threatened, brandishing a gleaming dagger menacingly. It turned out to be Brother Hua and his group, who were concerned that Lin Ye and his companions would vanish at first light and had come to set an ambush, only to find Jin Meishan attempting to relieve herself. I will ask you a few questions. You need only nod or shake your head in response, Brother Hua said, pressing the dagger against Jin Meishan's chest, compelling her to comply. How many of you are there? How many men? Brother Hua inquired. Upon hearing his questions, Jin Meishan nodded, then shook her head. What the hell does that mean? I asked how many people there are, and you nod and shake your head? Do you seek death? Brother Hua cursed under his breath. Jin Meishan attempted to speak, but her mouth was still covered, and Brother Hua finally realized he had posed the wrong question. He smacked his forehead and said, If I release your mouth now and you dare to scream, I will first violate you and then take your life. Upon hearing Hua Ji's words, Jin Meishan quickly nodded, her tears streaming down uncontrollably. In her anxious desire to relieve herself, she was so intimidated by Hua Ge that she lost control. Ague stood close to Jin Meishan, sensing a warm flow and an unusual odor wafting through the air. Looking down, he exclaimed, Damn, Hua Ge, this woman has wet herself. Chapter 27. The hostage exchange. At this moment, Jin Meishan felt both fear and shame. Her expression could only be described as distorted. Forget that for now. Answer my previous question, Huage commanded as he waved his hand dismissively. There's 7 of us in total, including 3 men. Please let me go, otherwise. My boyfriend will not spare you, Jin Meishan pleaded. Huage, she asked, lying. When we arrived during the day, there were 3 women present, and she mentioned that 2 were still missing. At most, there can only be 5 people, Park Go-chang interjected. It was only then that Jin Meishan turned around and noticed a man and a woman behind her. The man was Park Go-chang, whom she had seen earlier in the day, and the woman was bound and held captive by him. Clearly, Jin Meishan's deceit had been exposed by Park Go-chang, yet she was unwilling to concede. Big brother, I'm not deceiving you. Think about it. We only met once during the day. How could I tell him the truth? You are threatening me with a knife, so I can only speak the truth. Huage observed Jin Meishan's trembling demeanor and her earnest expression, yet he remained skeptical. Whether you speak the truth or a lie, it matters not. None of you shall escape. He took Jin Meishan from Ague, covering her mouth as he commanded. Ague, there's a woman by the fire. Go quietly and subdue her. Ague glanced toward the figure of Huang Ziyu, who was sleeping not far away. Yes. Huage, I will ensure the task is completed. To avoid alarming the others, Ague moved slowly, inching closer to Huang Ziyu. Jin Meishan anxiously wished to scream, but her mouth was firmly covered. Suddenly, Huage struck Jin Meishan's lower back with the hilt of his dagger, causing her pain and further twisting her expression. Are you seeking death? If you dare to struggle again, I will end you, he threatened, pressing the dagger against her neck and forcing her to the ground. Feeling a chill against her neck, Jin Meishan ceased her struggles, her body pinned down by Huage, her mouth covered, and she felt as though she was suffocating. Just then, Ague was mere meters away from Huang Ziyu, preparing to ambush her. Help! Run! Suddenly, the woman in Park Go-chang's grasp screamed frantically. Though her hands were bound, her voice rang out loud and clear. Huage and the others had underestimated her, believing she had succumbed to their intimidation. Yet at this critical moment, she frantically signaled for help. "Damn it, cover her mouth, you fool!" Huage yelled at Park Go-chang. Park Go-chang had already attempted to restrain the woman as soon as she screamed, but being small and feeble, he was unable to do so and ended up getting bitten. The sound of her cries roused Huang Ziyu, who immediately awoke, while Lin Ye poked his head out from the cave. "Ziyu, watch out behind you!" Lin Ye shouted, spotting a Gui approaching Huang Ziyu. "Huh?" Huang Ziyu turned around to see a man lunging toward her. Still groggy from being awakened, her reaction was slow, and her mind struggled to formulate a response. As Gui was about to pounce on Huang Ziyu, Lin Ye leapt into action, grasping a vine and descending from the cavern's height of 7 or 8 meters, landing atop Gui. Huang Ziyu covered her mouth, staring in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Lin Ye had never engaged in such a reckless act in his life. During his school days, the most daring feat he attempted was leaping off a 2-meter-high wall. Upon hearing Lin Ye's warning, Gui noticed him, yet he underestimated Lin Ye's ability to descend swiftly from such a height. Thus, despite being aware of Lin Ye's presence above, he prioritized subduing the unsuspecting Huang Ziyu. Although the vines provided some cushioning, the impact from such a height rendered Gui unconscious. Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu rushed to his side, with Huang Ziyu anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right? Don't scare me." She shook Lin Ye's head in desperation. "It hurts. Please stop shaking me. If you continue, I might truly be injured," Lin Ye groaned, dazed from the fall, almost retching from Huang Ziyu's frantic shaking. "You scared me half to death with that jump," she exclaimed. A young woman from the cave, hearing the commotion, cautiously made her way down and hurried to Lin Ye's side, expressing her concern. "My left arm is dislocated. Please don't move," Lin Ye cautioned, raising a hand to halt the two women from getting too close. His left wrist was already swelling, and he felt as though a heavy stone had struck his chest, making breathing quite laborious. "You two, find a vine and bind this person on the ground. Ziyu, come with me to the woods to assess the situation," Lin Ye instructed, feeling for Gui, who still had a faint pulse, though his breathing was labored, clearly affected by Lin Ye's fall. Upon hearing Lin Ye's orders, the two women sprang into action. "Lin Ye, Mei Shan is missing," Huang Ziyu remarked, scanning their surroundings. "She should be with them. We must go," Lin Ye replied, gripping a steel rod as he moved forward. From a distance, Huagu observed as Gui was struck from above, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Positioned as he was, the foliage obscured his view of the cavern above, especially under the cover of night. This series of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Standing at the forest's edge, Lin Ye called out to Huagu, "Come out. Your people are now in our custody. Release our friend." As a notorious figure in the underworld, Huagu could not afford to appear weak, especially with a man by his side, albeit one of questionable capability. Ha! Who would have thought that such a flawless plan would be thwarted by a mere woman? Huagu and Park Go-chang emerged slowly, each holding a woman captive. "Lin Ye, save me!" Jean Meishin cried out, breaking free from the hand that covered her mouth. "What? You wish to rescue her?" Huagu pressed a dagger against Jean Meishin's neck. "Let go of my sister, you ugly brute!" Jean Shishan shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at Xianghua. "How about we strike a deal, a hostage exchange?" Lin Ye proposed, fixing his gaze on Huagu. Lin Ye felt a sense of unease, fearing that Brother Hua might suddenly turn hostile. With his hand injured, he was unable to defend himself, thus he concealed his left hand behind him to prevent the other party from noticing. "How would I know if my brother is in trouble? What if he is dead? I ought to make arrangements for his burial," Brother Hua said coldly. Lin Ye squinted, the pain in his left hand causing his expression to darken, yet the dim light of dawn rendered him somewhat inconspicuous to Brother Hua. In the presence of someone like Brother Hua, one must not show weakness, for otherwise he would be easily manipulated, leading to dire consequences. Chapter 28. Will you release him? Huang Ziyu stood at the back, observing Lin Ye's trembling left hand concealed behind him. He stepped forward and addressed Brother Hua, saying, "Why not bring that person behind you to confirm whether he is still alive?" Lin Ye cast a worried glance, but Huang Ziyu gently patted his back, reassuring him. "As long as we confirm my brother is still alive, we will exchange hostages, Brother Hua replied readily, discreetly signaling Park Wuchang with a meaningful glance. Be cautious of them. My hand is injured, and I'm unable to handle them effectively, Lin Ye whispered to Huang Ziyu. Do not worry, I am here, Huang Ziyu assured him. Feeling apprehensive, Lin Ye instructed Luna and Jin Shishan to step behind them, creating a path for Park Wuchang. Understanding Brother Hua's signal, Park Wuchang tied the woman beside him to a nearby post and swiftly approached Gue, with Lin Ye following closely, wary of any treachery. Brother Hua, Gue still has breath. He is alive, but currently unconscious, Park Wuchang confirmed as he checked Gue's pulse and called out to Brother Hua. How about now? Can we exchange hostages? Lin Ye inquired, looking at Brother Hua. Yes, have Park Wuchang carry him over, and I will release her, Brother Hua responded. That won't do. If he carries him over, what if he refused to release her? Lin Ye was unwilling to let go of their captive, only to be deceived. Ha ha, you are quite amusing. What do you propose? Brother Hua asked with a grin. Lin Ye did not respond, but instructed Park Wuchang to carry the bound Gue while pressing a steel rod against the Gue's neck. Observing Lin Ye's actions, Brother Hua thought to himself that the young man was clever. If he aimed at Park Wuchang, he could easily disregard his life. But Gue's loyalty was something he could not afford to lose. I will count to 3, and we will walk towards each other, then exchange the hostages, Lin Ye declared. Agreed, Brother Hua replied as he slowly approached Lin Ye, who was intently watching Brother Hua's every move as they neared one another. What a pity. So many beautiful women. How about you share one with me, brother? Brother Hua remarked casually while his hand unwittingly reached towards Jean Meishan's chest. Oh no, Jean Meishan exclaimed. Unable to break free, her neck pressed against the dagger, and in her struggle, she inadvertently cut her neck. Beast, remove your hands, Jin Shishan shouted, witnessing her sister's humiliation, as she picked up a wooden stick from the ground and charged at Brother Hua. Don't go. At that moment, Huang Ziyu was too late to stop her, and as she rushed toward Brother Hua, he gave Park Wuchang a knowing look. Be careful, Lin Ye warned, noticing the ominous glint in Brother Hua's eyes, shouting at Jin Shishan. At that instant, Brother Hua forcefully shoved Jean Meishan towards Lin Ye, while Park Wuchang hastily ran forward with a Gue on his back. Lin Ye was caught off guard and collided with the approaching Meishan. Jin Shishan, realizing the unfolding danger, attempted to turn back, but her foot slipped, causing her to fall to the ground. Brother Hua lunged at Jin Shishan with his knife, as the hostage in his grasp had already escaped, and capturing Jin Shishan would complicate matters further. As Hua Ge was on the verge of grasping the fallen Jin Shishan, a sudden thud echoed through the air. With Hua Ge's anguished scream, the dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. It was Huang Ziyu, wielding a thick wooden stick, which he had forcefully brought down upon the back of Hua Ji's hand. Preoccupied with signaling Park Wuchang and just moments away from seizing another beauty, Hua Ge was entirely oblivious to the approaching Huang Ziyu, who had successfully ambushed him. Quick, pick up that knife, Lin Ye shouted at Huang Ziyu in a flash of inspiration. Upon hearing Lin Ye's urgent call, Huang Ziyu hurriedly retrieved the dagger from the ground, helping the fallen Jin Shishan to her feet and shielding her behind her own body. The dagger poised threateningly at Hua Ge, exuding a fierce aura that suggested she would not hesitate to strike should he advance. Hua Ge, still clutching his injured hand and howling in pain, clearly had been struck quite hard. Damn it, you foul wenches, you're courting death, Hua Ge cursed, shaking off the numbness in his hand as he grabbed a wooden stick and charged toward Huang Ziyu. At this moment, Lin Ye rose as well, brandishing a steel rod and rushing to protect the women behind him, locking eyes with Hua Ge. What's this? Are you prepared for a fight? Faced with Lin Ye approaching with a weapon, Hua Ge, though he might have felt confident against a few women, now found himself less assured, especially with the Gue still unconscious on Park Wuchang's back. All right, fine, just you wait. I will not let you escape unscathed. Hua Ge, realizing he was outmatched, spat out a harsh threat before attempting to retreat. Help me, please. Someone save me. I don't want to go with them. The woman bound nearby cried out. Even if she hadn't shouted for help, Lin Ye had already intended to rescue her. Her cries alerted him to their peril, enabling their escape. Humph, you think I would desire such a pitiful thing? Hua Ge sneered at Lin Ye with a malevolent gaze. Just as Lin Ye was about to respond, Huang Ziyu stepped forward, dagger aimed firmly at Hua Ge. "Release her, and I will let you go." Taken aback by Huang Ziyu's commanding presence, Hua Ge faltered momentarily. When had he ever been threatened by a woman? "You? Is that a joke?" He scoffed. "You may wish to reconsider," Huang Ziyu retorted coldly. Lin Ye felt a twinge of concern, wondering if she had perhaps gone too far. Such acts of heroism were typically his domain. He also contemplated whether she could truly be a martial arts expert. "How about this? I'll trade you for her. Your beauty surpasses hers by a margin, haha." Hua Ge laughed mockingly. Unable to contain herself any longer at Hua Ji's lewd remarks, Huang Ziyu surged forward, lunging at him with her dagger. She did not aim to kill, but rather to intimidate him into retreat. Surprised that she would dare to strike first, Hua Ge swung his wooden stick to deflect the dagger. Although he proclaimed bravado, his heart was gripped with alarm. As Huang Ziyu altered her attack to a horizontal slash, Hua Ge managed to block the dagger with a stick, simultaneously throwing a punch aimed at Huang Ziyu's face. "Be careful," Lin Ye exclaimed, his heart racing as he rushed toward Hua Ge. Just as Brother Hua's fist was about to strike Huang Ziyu's face, she executed a graceful backflip, evading the blow. With her hands firmly planted on the ground, she delivered a spinning kick that landed squarely on Brother Hua's chest. The hefty figure, weighing around 170 to 180 pounds, was propelled backward several steps, nearly losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. It was evident that the force of her kick was formidable, leaving Brother Hua momentarily speechless as he clutched the impacted area. "Are you all right?" Lin Ye inquired, having arrived by her side. "I'm fine," Huang Ziyu replied, shaking her head before turning to Brother Hua and asking, "Will you let him go or not?" Chapter 29. Wang Qin's invitation. Hua Ge clutched his chest, his gaze fixed intensely upon the two. After a moment of contemplation, he finally gritted his teeth and conceded. "All right, fine, I yield. Let's depart." With a menacing glance at Lin Ye and the others, he retreated alongside Pu Guochang, casting one last glance back as he left. Xiong Hua, who had once clawed his way to his current status through sheer tenacity, found himself now diminished by years of indulgence and vice. Surrounded by a cadre of lackeys and bodyguards, he was no longer the formidable figure he once was. "Indeed, he is quite the expert," Lin Ye remarked to Huang Ziyu as he observed Hua Ji's retreat. "Of course. Do you think I would deceive you? So you better not take advantage of me." Huang Ziyu replied, a pleased smile gracing her lips. In truth, Huang Ziyu's skills, when faced with someone like Hua Ge, whose physical capabilities have been eroded by excess, would only suffice for self-preservation. If Hua Ge were to fight with desperation, he would likely prove a formidable opponent. Lin Ye approached the woman bound nearby and began to untie her restraints. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, we might not have escaped so easily." He expressed his gratitude. The woman's eyes were hollow and devoid of life. It was only after Hua Ge and his cohort had departed that her body began to relax. The last time he had seen her, she had been quite beautiful. But now her eyes were sunken, her cheekbones pronounced, and her tattered clothing was barely sufficient for modesty. It was evident that she had endured inhumane treatment at the hands of Hua Ge. "No, saving you is also saving myself. They're not human," she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Lin Ye gently patted her back, recognizing that allowing her to vent her emotions was the most prudent course of action. "In truth, we passed by a few days ago and saw you, but at that time, we were powerless to assist," he admitted, somewhat embarrassed. "No, it's not your fault. The bodyguard named Gue is exceptionally skilled. You might not stand a chance against him," the woman choked out. From her, Lin Ye learned that her name was Zi, and she hailed from Japan. The other woman was unknown to her, having perished in the tsunami. When it came to other matters, she hesitated to elaborate, and Lin Ye chose not to press further. He briefly introduced everyone and then glanced back at the cave. "We must leave this place at once. It is not the thieves we fear, but rather their intentions. It is a pity such a beautiful location must be abandoned, but we cannot risk Hua Ji's return. Let's head to the beach." The group nodded in agreement and followed Lin Ye toward the shore. There was little to salvage from their camp, as the tsunami had swept away all their possessions. Lin Ye planned to traverse the beach on the opposite side to avoid Hua Ge and to search for any fishing vessels that may have washed ashore. hoping to find usable supplies. Upon reaching the beach, they observed the trees at the edge of the jungle leaning precariously, adorned with debris, while the sand was coated with a layer of sludge. Yet, it was only a matter of time before nature restored its former beauty. Wow, the air seems so much fresher now. Luna stretched languidly, expressing her delight. After traversing such a long distance, Sakurako found herself slightly fatigued. After all, her constitution was the weakest, and the expression on her face betrayed her. Nevertheless, she feigned a facade of strength. You two assist her for a while. We shall rest at the sight of the sunken ship up ahead. Lin Ye instructed the sisters, Jin Shishan and Jin Shiyu. After walking a short distance, Lin Ye spotted a fishing boat standing on the shore in the distance. Wonderful. I shall go take a look first. You may follow at your own pace. Lin Ye exclaimed excitedly as he dashed towards the vessel. However, as he approached, he noticed several figures, one of whom he recognized as Wang Qin. What a coincidence! Are you here too? Lin Ye chuckled. From beside Wang Qin emerged two men and a woman, eyeing Lin Ye warily. The two men brandished sharpened wooden sticks as weapons, while the woman held a makeshift bow with a few wooden arrows slung across her back. Mr. Lin? What a coincidence indeed. I never expected you to be alive. Wang Qin remarked with surprise. Upon hearing her response, the others gradually lowered their weapons and stood beside her. By the grace of the heavens, I narrowly escaped death. And look, you are all still alive as well, Lin Ye replied. It's a long story. The tsunami struck so suddenly. Since you are here, we shall not bully you. The supplies on this ship shall belong to whoever finds them first, Wang Qin said, casting a glance at the two men behind her. Understanding the cue, the two men began to crawl into the ship's cabin, while Wang Qin and the other woman started searching around the hull. Lin Ye, is there any danger? Huang Ziyu and the others approached to inquire. It should be fine. If they turn hostile, we are not their match. Let us focus on finding useful supplies and ignore them, Lin Ye replied. The entire vessel was rusty and dilapidated, with parts that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Cautiously, Lin Ye climbed onto the slanted gangplank and made his way towards the cabin. The most crucial supplies were iron tools. Other useful items had long since vanished. Lin Ye discovered several pieces of rusty steel plates, their dimensions just right for sharpening a few machetes. Finally, he found a sheet of iron that could be fashioned into a pot, while the items the women discovered were mostly trivial and of little use. Mr. Lin, I see you are burdened with so many women. It must be quite a challenge, Wang Qin remarked, joining Lin Ye and glancing at the women with an insinuating smile. Struggles are inevitable. After all, we are all striving for survival, holding out until the rescue team arrives, Lin Ye said, organizing the steel plates. I worry for your slight frame. Haha. If I were to invite you to join us again, how would you choose? Wang Qin laughed lightly. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. Although he sensed no hostility from Wang Qin and recognized her capabilities, evidenced by the obedience of the men, he couldn't help but wonder about the absence of Had, who had not accompanied them this time. Miss Wang, I am quite curious. How do they heed your commands? Lin Ye inquired, gesturing towards the two men in the distance. It's quite simple. It's all about resource allocation, Wang Qin replied. Resource allocation? Lin Ye echoed, puzzled. He was genuinely curious about what resources could be shared on this deserted island, where one meal often led to the uncertainty of the next. Should you choose to join our team, you would naturally become acquainted with the allocation of resources. Wang Qin remarked as she removed the watch from her left wrist and handed it to Lin Ye. She continued, We lost 5 individuals during the recent tsunami, and we are in dire need of personnel at this moment. Regardless of whether you decide to accept our invitation, I wish to gift you this watch. Gazing at the watch before him, Lin Ye realized that, if sold on the market, it could fetch several million. Even on a deserted island, its value remained significant, serving the dual purpose of telling time and calculating tides. This woman possesses a grand vision. However, Lin Ye found her inscrutable. It was possible that her invitation stemmed from a genuine desire to include him, yet the more sincere she seemed, the more apprehensive he became. Chapter 30. Equivalent exchange. This woman indeed possesses a remarkable ability to win hearts. Lin Ye took the watch, idly toying with it in his hands. The item is of good quality, yet I remain unwilling to join your ranks. Wang Qin was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Lin Ye's refusal. He simply did not wish to entrust his fate to others, for human nature can be treacherous. I shall accept the watch as a token of gratitude, and, in return, I will inform you of a piece of news. There are 3 survivors in the direction I came from. Their character leaves much to be desired. So exercise caution around them, Lin Ye advised Wang Qin. 3 individuals? Wang Qin furrowed her brows, then continued, In that case, I shall not press the matter further. Should you wish to join us, you are always welcome. The 2 men accompanying Wang Qin rummaged through various items on the boat, each holding different objects, which Lin Ye noted were merely scraps of discarded steel. At that moment, the 2 men's eyes fixated greedily on the woman behind Lin Ye, disregarding him entirely. Then we shall take our leave. Thank you for the watch, Lin Ye remarked to Wang Qin. Given the avaricious gaze of the 2 men, he deemed it prudent to lead the women away. You may leave, but they must stay. One man stepped forward, blocking Huang Ziyu and the others. The other man also positioned himself to obstruct their path. It was evident they harbored ill intentions, and Lin Ye braced himself for a confrontation. Lin Ye had forcibly reset his dislocated left hand on the way here. He felt confident facing one opponent, but 2 posed a greater challenge, especially with a woman armed with a bow standing silently behind Wang Qin. Are you intent on detaining us? Lin Ye tightened his grip on the steel plate, addressing Wang Qin. Anger flickered in Wang Qin's eyes. She had originally intended to allow Lin Ye to leave, but the 2 men, driven by lust, had thwarted her intentions. Huang Ziyu shielded the women behind her, adopting a defensive stance. Let them go, Wang Qin commanded the man who had spoken first. Lin Ye, are we truly just going to let them leave? The man inquired, a hint of reluctance in his voice. I said let them go. Did you not hear me? Wang Qin raised her voice once more. Realizing Wang Qin was genuinely angered, the 2 men relented, casting one last lingering gaze at Huang Ziyu before stepping aside. Let us go, Lin Ye signaled to Huang Ziyu, and they quickly made their way along the sandy shore. You 2 are growing increasingly bold, daring to defy Wang Jie, remarked the woman who had been standing behind Wang Qin after Lin Ye and the others departed. Enough, Qing'er, do not blame Yunliang and his brother. Wang Qin waved her hand dismissively. The 2 men were named Peng Yunliang and his quieter brother, Peng Yunjie. Lin Ye. We were merely attempting to bring some fresh blood to the camp. That leading woman is truly beautiful, Peng Yunliang flattered. Enough. It's not as though our camp lacks women. I desire those who wish to join voluntarily. Besides, if you manage to procure sufficient food, you may choose from any women in the camp, Wang Qin replied. However, one thing must be remembered. They cannot be coerced. After Wang Qin finished speaking, she departed with Qing'er. Brother, shall we not pursue and retrieve those women? Suggested Peng Yunjie, who had been standing behind. Let it be. If Qing'er does not take action, we are unlikely to gain any advantage, replied Peng Yunliang. The mention of Qing'er's skills instilled a flicker of fear in Peng Yunjie. Qing'er had previously won a championship in free combat, and it was rumored that she had served in the military. Her archery skills were exceptional, and like Hader, she was Wang Qin's personal bodyguard. Had Wang Qin chosen to pursue them earlier, the 2 would likely have faced dire consequences. However, Hader had gone missing during the recent tsunami, and the odds of his survival seemed grim. On the first day of their gathering, a few discontented individuals attempted to challenge Wang Qin's authority, only to have their limbs broken by Qing'er, who then discarded them into the sea to feed the sharks. Let us go procure some fish. As long as we have sustenance, women are not in short supply, and there is no need to take unnecessary risks, Peng Yunliang remarked. Within Wang Qin's camp, there were 10 individuals, including the 2 brothers and another pair of men. As long as these 4 men could find sufficient food and offer a portion to Wang Qin, they would be able to negotiate with the remaining 4 women, who would consent to relations if provided with equivalent sustenance. Should the men attempt to force the issue without food, Wang Qin would intervene. Initially, the women resisted such transactions, but after 2 days of hunger and cold, they acquiesced. Wang Qin maintained a delicate balance, bolstered by Qing'er's intimidation. This was her version of resource allocation. At the very least, the women would survive, and once they left the island, they intended to forget these memories and start new. Who would know if they did not speak of it? Meanwhile, Lin Ye journeyed eastward, returning to the place where he first awakened. You all rest beneath that tree for a moment. I will gather some coconuts ahead, Lin Ye instructed. Brother Lin Ye, I will go with you, Luna eagerly responded. Very well. After finishing off the initial coconuts, Lin Ye continued onward a little further until he discovered a few more trees. Wait here. I will climb up, he said, quickly shedding his shoes and ascending. Luna stood mesmerized below, covering her mouth in admiration as she cheered him on. Upon returning with a bounty of coconuts, they shared the harvest and rested on the ground for a moment. They had traversed at least 7 or 8 miles. And while Lin Ye seemed fine, the women were exhausted, lying sprawled on the ground. We should continue. This place is not safe at night, Lin Ye declared as he rose. Indeed, we encountered a pack of wolves here on our first night. It would be wise to steer clear, Huang Ziyu concurred. Hearing the mention of wolves, the women quickly gathered themselves, expressing their willingness to persist. After 2 more hours of walking, Lin Ye observed the women leaning on one another in their determination to follow him. Realizing they could not press on any longer without encountering danger, he decided, all right, we shall rest here for the night. He gazed out at the empty stretch of beach. The island is vast. After such a long journey, the horizon still seems endless. Lin Ye calculated that the path he had taken resembled a winding W, meandering in and out. Hooray, we can finally rest, exclaimed Jin Shishan with delight. Along the way, Yingzi had spoken little, seemingly conserving her energy. Upon hearing Lin Ye suggest a break, she sighed with relief and settled onto the sandy beach. Lin Ye glanced at his watch. It was 2 p.m., but he was unsure which country's time to reference as standard. It seemed rather futile. He would have to rely on the sun to gauge when night would fall. However, he recalled that the crews had encountered trouble in the Caribbean on that fateful day. Departing from the cave to search for materials in the wrecked ship had taken approximately 6 hours, and the shadows cast by the sun were already beginning to lengthen. Dusk must be approaching. Lin Ye shielded his eyes from the sun with his hand, and also took a moment to rest beside her. Chapter 31. Bamboo Shoot and Coconut Soup Ladies. Have you all rested well? Lin Ye stood up and announced after a brief pause. In just a few hours, darkness will envelop us, and I must procure the necessary items before nightfall. Upon hearing Lin Ye's call, several women gathered around. Ziyu, take Yingzi and venture into the woods to gather some firewood. Collect as much as you can, enough to sustain a fire throughout the night. Do not venture too deep. Prioritize safety, Lin Ye instructed Huang Ziyu. Understood, Huang Ziyu responded promptly, leading Yingzi into the thicket. Luna, please fetch a few stones. No need for them to be large. Just something manageable, Lin Ye added, turning to Luna. Nodding in agreement, Luna made her way toward a cluster of rocks. You too, search along the shoreline for any edible finds. Lin Ye directed the 2 sisters, Jin Shishan and her sibling, who promptly set off toward the sea. With everyone assigned their tasks, Lin Ye proceeded to gather a pile of leaves from the edge of the forest to lay on the ground. After several trips, he surveyed the ample bedding material, satisfied with his efforts, just as Luna returned, cradling a few stones. Brother Lin Ye, here you go. But what purpose do these stones serve? Luna inquired. Why, to crush the pod, of course. Now, could you check the beach for any water bottles to bring back some seawater? Lin Ye replied. All right. Luna nodded obediently and dashed back toward the shore. Upon their departure, the single bottle of fresh water they had was long depleted, leaving them with only 5 or 6 coconuts to last through the night. Lin Ye picked up the stones and began striking a piece of metal salvage from a wrecked ship, the rhythmic clanging resonating deep into the island. He was untroubled by the prospect of attracting wild beasts. The louder the noise, the more it would deter them. However, human beings might be drawn to the sound. At last, a rudimentary large pot began to take shape under Lin Ye's skilled hands. Jin Shishan and her sister returned with an abundance of small crabs and a variety of oysters, while Luna, after a prolonged search, managed to find only 3 empty bottles. Lin Ye, come lend a hand. Huang Ziyu's voice called from the edge of the woods. She approached, bearing a hefty bundle of dry twigs, while Yingzi clutched what appeared to be bamboo shoots. As Lin Ye hurried over, upon confirming that Yingzi indeed held bamboo shoots, he asked, Where did you find so many? We ventured only 300 or 400 meters in, where we stumbled upon a small bamboo grove brimming with shoots. We dared not delve deeper. for there was a cave within, Huang Ziyu panted, setting down the firewood. A cave? Lin Ye exclaimed, intrigued. From a distance, the cave appeared dark and foreboding, its entrance cloaked in bamboo. We were too frightened to approach, Ingzi added. It was remarkable that the two women had ventured so far. Lin Ye had initially planned to explore the woods the following day, but it seemed a visit to the cave was now in order. No matter. I'm just glad you're back. These bamboo shoots are a valuable find. Imagine their flavor when stir-fried with some meat, Lin Ye remarked, accepting the bamboo shoots from Ingzi's hands. Upon hearing Lin Ye mention food, the stomachs of several individuals betrayed them with audible growls. Having subsisted solely on a meager amount of coconut jelly throughout the day, selecting 2 pieces of particularly flammable wood, Lin Ye embarked on his endeavor to create fire by friction, ultimately succeeding after his hands had been marred by blisters. He instructed the women to prepare the bamboo shoots while he began to boil seawater for salt, a task rendered familiar by his previous experience. Once the salt was prepared, he added 3 coconuts to the pot, placing the bamboo shoots within, while the crabs were skewered with branches and roasted. Thus, a delightful bamboo shoot and coconut soup sufficed for their evening meal. Reclining on the leaf-strewn beach, Lin Ye found himself disinclined to move. Tonight, I shall make do with the sky as my blanket and the earth as my bed, he remarked with a smile. I find it quite agreeable, replied Sakura, who was the first to approach and lie down beside him. I want to sleep next to brother Lin Ye. Don't you dare steal my spot. Luna, noticing Sakura had settled, hurried over to nestle beside Lin Ye. This girl has become quite attached to him, Lin Ye mused as she continued her inquiries. Brother Lin Ye, what did you do before? Do you have any dreams? I used to work at a small company, earning a meager salary while enduring the harshest criticisms. Lin Ye replied, shaking his head. As for dreams, I simply wish to survive and leave this place, earn some money, and marry. Do you have a girlfriend? Luna asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Lin Ye recalled his past relationship, a 3-year endeavor that bore no fruit, and awkwardly responded, I had one, but we broke up. Luna was poised to ask more, but Lin Ye interrupted, let us not dwell on me. Why don't you share something about yourselves? It's only fair we get to know each other. I'm just a bit curious, Luna pouted. Did you not hear that curiosity killed a cat? Lin Ye replied, exasperated. I had just graduated from university when my father promised to take me on a world tour. We had intended to end our journey in the African savannah, but as she spoke, tears began to flow unbidden from Luna's eyes. She had previously shared that her father was missing after the recent shipwreck, and the mention of her sorrowful plight weighed heavily on the atmosphere. Lin Ye gently patted her back in comfort, while Sakura embraced her, creating a rather somber mood. Everyone should hurry to sleep. I will keep watch, Huang Ziyu declared at that moment. I'll keep you company, Jean Meishan added. No need, you all should rest. I'll wake you in the second half of the night. Someone must tend to the fire, Huang Ziyu replied to Meishan. Lin Ye did not protest further, planning to take over the watch later, and Meishan also accepted the arrangement. Exhausted from the day's exertions, the group promptly drifted into slumber. When Lin Ye awoke again, he found Huang Ziyu sitting vacantly beside the fire, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky. Lin Ye approached her and said, you should rest for a while. I will keep watch during the latter part of the night. You're awake so soon? You should sleep a bit more. I'm not yet tired, Huang Ziyu replied. Turning to him, Lin Ye glanced at the time. Merely 3 hours had passed since he had fallen asleep, yet he felt invigorated. The gentle sea breeze enveloped him, refreshing his spirit. I feel quite lively now. Why not join me for a moment? Lin Ye suggested, stretching lazily. He continued, I have always dreamed of owning a seaside villa, facing the ocean and basking in the warmth of spring. How wonderful that would be. Huang Ziyu chuckled in response. Well, part of your dream has come true, albeit without the house. Only the lurking dangers remain. Ha. If we can't return, I shall construct a villa right here. Lin Ye replied with a laugh. Chapter 32. Forging steel blades. If we survive and return, I could gift you a seaside villa, Huang Ziyu said earnestly, gazing at Lin Ye. Taken aback by her words, Lin Ye pondered the value of such a luxurious dwelling, realizing that this woman frequently offered grand gestures. Well, in that case, I shall consider myself a kept man. Ha, he replied, dismissing it as mere jest. Compared to the life you saved, a seaside villa is hardly significant, Huang Ziyu remarked coolly. Are you perhaps a second-generation wealthy individual? You've never disclosed your background, yet here you are on this ship. Lin Ye waited. Over the course of their journey, he had gleaned bits of family information about several women, but Huang Ziyu remained an enigma. Do you wish to know? Huang Ziyu countered. I was quite curious, but now, your question has made me suddenly uninterested. Lin Ye shrugged, feigning disinterest. Now I have no desire to tell you. She retorted, rolling her eyes. The night sky was adorned with bright stars, occasionally interrupted by fleeting meteors. Yet, for days, no aircraft had traversed this expanse, and such a large island seemed absent from any map. I'm heading to sleep now. If you feel tired, do awaken me, Huang Ziyu yawned. During the past nights of watch, she had secretly been addressing her own personal matters, believing that after one more day, her discomfort would dissipate. Go ahead, dawn is approaching, Lin Ye replied, noting the considerable temperature drop by the seaside. The women huddled together for warmth. After a night passed, Lin Ye, when did you awaken? Luna was the first to rise, approaching him by the fire. You're awake. Did you sleep well last night? Were you cold? Lin Ye turned to her. Not too bad. It was within my tolerable limits. It feels as if my body is acclimating to this environment, Luna smiled. As the first rays of dawn broke over the sea, it appeared as if the sun were rising from beneath the waves, rousing the others from slumber. Lin Ye retrieved the steel plate he had placed by the fire the previous night, its surface glowing red-hot, and he planned to flatten it using a stone to forge a blade. What are you planning to do? Huang Ziyu asked, rubbing her eyes. Have you become curious too? It used to be Luna who asked first. Lin Ye teased her before adding, I'm going to forge a knife. Huang Ziyu observed Lin Ye's actions, bewildered. Forging a knife with a stone? This method was rudimentary, yet it was the best option available. The other women imitated Lin Ye, placing the remaining steel pieces into the fire. With a series of rhythmic strikes, Lin Ye worked diligently, repetitively hammering the metal. After numerous attempts, he examined the thickness and finally began grinding it on a rough stone. Lacking a proper whetstone made the task arduous, and the blister from the previous day's fire starting had burst, causing him discomfort. Luna, my dear, come here and help me grind for a while, Lin Ye beckoned her. The other four women were busy forging steel sheets, while Luna stood there looking rather foolish. Lin Ye had no choice but to call her over for assistance. But I don't know how to do this, Luna exclaimed, pointing at the somewhat wrinkled blade. Don't worry, it's simple. I will teach you, Lin Ye replied. Reluctantly, Luna squatted down and picked up a steel plate from the ground. Yes, just like that, apply some pressure. Add a bit of water on the stone. Lin Ye transformed into a master craftsman, guiding everyone in sharpening the blades. Among them, Lin Ye's creation was relatively successful, while the other two were tragically flawed, either crooked or overly thick. Next time, we'll refine them properly, he thought. I can't take it anymore. I'm utterly exhausted, Luna complained as she handed the knife to Lin Ye. Upon receiving the steel blade, Lin Ye ran his fingers along the edge and found it quite satisfactory. These 3 steel plates had been carefully selected by Lin Ye from a derelict ship, each measuring 1 meter in length for centimeters in width, and less than 2 millimeters in thickness. He had sharpened a 20-centimeter blade at the front, transforming it into a hefty cleaver. Not bad, Lin Ye remarked, testing it against a small tree at the forest's edge. With just 2 strikes, the tree fell to the ground. That is not just your doing. You owe me a reward, Luna teased. Yes, all you merit. However, I currently have nothing to offer you, Lin Ye replied, turning his pockets inside out to show her. That doesn't matter. Just remember it. Humph, Luna said before running off to wash up by the sea. You all should wash up too. We will explore the cave in the bamboo grove soon. Lin Ye advised the 4 women still grinding the steel plates. He took a moment to assess their progress. They could serve well as fire sticks, he mused. Lin Ye prepared some charcoal in a pot, intending to bring a source of fire, as starting one by friction would be far too time-consuming. After all, wood ash could still be useful for cleaning the pot. He fashioned a simple netting from vines to cradle the pot's base, preventing burns to his hands. Before long, everyone followed Huang Ziyu to the outskirts of the bamboo grove. Lin Ye's over there. Huang Ziyu pointed towards a dark cave ahead. Lin Ye followed her gesture and saw a small opening, partially obscured by young bamboo. You all start the fire here and wait for me. I'll go take a look inside, Lin Ye instructed, handing the pot to Huang Ziyu. He tightened his grip on the steel knife and cautiously approached the cave entrance. A twinge of fear gripped him. What if a ferocious beast charged out? As he drew closer, Lin Ye realized the cave was situated beneath a modest rocky hill, extending further down into the earth. He picked up stones from the ground and tossed them inside. Thud, thud, seemed to be quite deep. He continued to throw stones repeatedly, concluding that there were likely no beasts lurking within. It was simply too dark to ascertain. Lin Ye used the steel knife to cut away some of the bamboo at the entrance, allowing more light to seep in, though it only revealed the cave's edges. How is it, Lin Ye? Is there any danger? Huang Ziyu inquired as she watched him return. The interior is quite expansive. I have tested it with stones, and currently, there is no danger. We must venture inside with a torch for further inspection, Lin Ye remarked. I shall accompany you, Huang Ziyu replied, picking up a blazing stick. Very well. Let us gather some dry twigs within the cave to kindle a fire, for this stick is not a proper torch and has not been doused in oil. It will not burn for long, Lin Ye stated. The others, observing the quickly extinguishing stick that Huang Ziyu had just removed from the fire, concurred with Lin Ye's reasoning. They scavenged some dry twigs scattered on the ground and ignited a fire at the cave's entrance. Chapter 33. The humanoid skeleton of the cavern was expansive, with a path that descended deeply into its depths, obscured beyond a mere 20 meters. I ventured down to explore. Lin Ye, wielding a torch, cautiously felt his way further inside. Upon closer inspection, I discerned a series of stone steps, seemingly hewn by human hands, narrowing as one delved deeper. Can you see inside? Huang Ziyu queried as she caught up. It appears to constrict further, with no visible end in sight. The air grows cooler as we proceed, Lin Ye observed, contemplating the stone steps beneath him. A premonition stirred within him. There was undoubtedly someone here, as each step was precisely placed, unlike a natural formation. I feel as though someone might have dwelled here, Lin Ye remarked, gesturing toward the steps. Huang Ziyu glanced thoughtfully, pondering, could there be savages lurking? Lin Ye felt a jolt of alarm, but quickly regained his composure. The interior bore no traces of recent habitation by either humans or animals. If it had, the ground would be smooth. Let us not frighten ourselves unnecessarily. We should retreat for now, Lin Ye said, giving her shoulder a reassuring pat. As the flame of the torch flickered perilously low, he led her back toward the cave entrance. Upon their arrival, Luna and the others inquired about their findings, to which Lin Ye merely replied that they had discovered nothing of significance. Earlier, they had spotted a pine tree by the roadside, and Lin Ye resolved to utilize its resin to fashion a torch for a deeper exploration, as the pine resin would burn for an extended duration. Are you still intent on going back in? Huang Ziyu asked as she followed Lin Ye. Of course. How can we camp here without ensuring our surroundings are safe? Lin Ye asserted, gathering ample pine resin and tearing a sleeve from his garment to create a torch. Could you make one for me as well? I will accompany you shortly, Huang Ziyu said, eyeing the torch in his hand. Lin Ye glanced at her and, tearing another sleeve from his shirt, fashioned a second torch. The long shirt was now reduced to a vest, lending him a rather comical appearance. Huh, you'll be ahead of your time dressed like that. Huang Ziyu giggled, covering her mouth. I'm fortunate. You should see Yingzi, who is in tatters from head to toe. Lin Ye mused, but quickly silenced himself, realizing it was inappropriate to bring up another misfortune. Currently, only Huang Ziyu and Luna donned relatively intact clothing. The garments salvaged from the previous expedition had offered them a decent selection. The others were more or less adorned with tattered attire, particularly after navigating the thorns of the woods, where torn clothing was trivial. Scratches on arms and cheeks were commonplace. Yet given their circumstances, the women could not afford to be overly delicate. Minor injuries were easily tended to, and Lin Ye bore numerous scars, both large and small, upon his own body. Let us proceed further, Lin Ye said, handing a torch to Huang Ziyu. Are you all truly going back in? I wish to join you, Luna expressed, curious about their intentions. Do you think this is a leisurely excursion? It's dark and foreboding inside. It could frighten you to death, Lin Ye teased, pinching Luna's nose playfully. Since becoming acquainted with this girl, Lin Ye has often attempted to tease her, finding it quite amusing. I'm not afraid. I've never had the chance for a genuine cave exploration before. Just thinking about it is thrilling, Luna exclaimed with growing excitement. I want to go too. Take me along. Jean Shishan eagerly chimed in. Lin Ye, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "What do you think this is a tourist adventure? Enough already." The two were left feeling a bit aggrieved after Lin Ye's reprimand. The passage inside is rather narrow. You both should wait at the entrance. I will go in with Ziyu. If anything dangerous happens, it will be easier for us to escape, Lin Ye advised earnestly. Jean Meishan tugged at her sister, persuading her not to cause trouble. Having successfully dissuaded the two curious souls, Lin Ye lit the torch and ventured deeper into the cave with Huang Ziyu. Watch your step. The walls are rocky. If you trip and hit your head, it could be troublesome, Lin Ye cautioned Huang Ziyu, who followed him closely. Oh, then why aren't you holding my hand? She complained slightly. Hey, do you think I don't want to? I'm just a bit shy, Lin Ye replied. Though inwardly, he was elated. Huang Ziyu's fingers were long and, after these past few days, had become somewhat rough. As he held her hand, he felt its chill. During the last time they ran together, he hadn't really registered the sensation. He wondered if the coolness was due to the cave's air or if her hand were always like this. After traversing about 50 meters, the descending steps disappeared, and the ground leveled out. The torch illuminated a few stones that Lin Ye had tossed earlier. The once narrow passage now opened up. As the two raised their torches, they were startled by some mysterious objects flying overhead. Don't be afraid, it's just bats. It seems we underestimated this cave. Lin Ye tightened his grip on Huang Ziyu's hand, signaling her to remain calm. On the ground, there were traces of bat droppings, disturbed by the torchlight. Outside, the summer heat was oppressive, but inside, it felt as though an air conditioner set to 23°C was running. They continued walking, the ground becoming slightly slippery, with occasional drops of water falling from above. Lin Ye, look ahead. Quick, look ahead. Huang Ziyu shouted, dropping her torch and retreating behind Lin Ye, pointing frantically at something in front of them. Following her gaze, Lin Ye's torch cast a faint light upon a skeleton, a human skeleton. Don't be afraid. It's just a bone, he reassured her, though he himself was terrified. After all, it was his first encounter with a human skeleton, and his legs trembled slightly. Nevertheless, he knew he had to maintain his composure in front of her. Let us go, Lin Ye. Let us move on, Huang Ziyu stammered. Lin Ye was also beginning to feel hesitant, puzzled as to why a human skeleton would be found in the cave. What unknown dangers could lurk within? Driven by curiosity, Lin Ye resolved to investigate further. After all, what was there to fear from a mere skeleton? It's just a bone. Why are you so frightened? You're a martial arts expert. Lin Ye jestingly teased Huang Ziyu, simultaneously bolstering his own courage. Huang Ziyu, with a firm grip, pinched Lin Ye's waist and remarked, even martial arts experts are girls. We can feel fear too. The unexpected pain made Lin Ye gasp, realizing how strong her grip was. Why do you pinch me? If you have the courage, go pinch him instead. I'm not the one who frightened you. He innocently pointed at the skeleton. You brought this upon yourself by looking down on me just now. However, after your little outburst, I find myself feeling less afraid, Huang Ziyu said as she picked up the torch that had been discarded on the ground. Fortunately, the torch, fortified with pine oil, had not yet been extinguished. Chapter 34. The Salamander with the Illumination of Two Torches. Lin Ye cautiously approached the skeleton. Surrounding the remains were neither garments nor any metallic adornments. It appeared that this individual had perished long ago. Judging by the physique, it was a male adult. Lin Ye held the torch closer, scrutinizing the scene. As he stepped nearer, his fear subsided. The dimness of the cave merely rendered the atmosphere uncomfortable. How could he have met his demise here? How would I know? Came a reply. Perhaps he, like us, was marooned on this deserted island and ultimately succumbed here. Lin Ye circled the skeleton, continuing to inspect the surroundings. This must be the innermost part of the cave. Let us depart. Wait, hold on. What is it? Huang Ziyu inquired. It seems to be the sound of dripping water, Lin Ye remarked, perking up his ears to listen intently. It appears to be emanating from the farthest corner. Huang Ziyu whispered, let us investigate. Lin Ye urged, leading Huang Ziyu deeper into the cave. As they approached, they discerned a small water pool at the cave's end, merely 7 or 8 paces from the skeleton. The torchlight was too dim to reveal much from distance, but above the pool, numerous naturally formed stalactites dripped incessantly, striking the water's surface. Though the pool was not substantial, it seemed to connect to an underground river, flowing with fresh water. "This is delightful," Lin Ye exclaimed as he cupped his hands to taste the cool liquid. This cave descends approximately 50 meters via stone steps, then turns left for another 100 meters. Overall, it is quite remarkable, though the presence of that skeleton is somewhat unsettling, Huang Ziyu commented as she splashed water on her face. The underground water was refreshing, and fish occasionally darted by, though capturing them proved to be a challenge. That could be easily remedied. "We will remove the skeleton and give it a proper burial," Lin Ye proposed. "I shall not assist you. That task is yours alone," Huang Ziyu retorted with a look of disdain. Lin Ye had not expected her assistance. He merely needed her to hold the torch for illumination. If the skeleton remained, it would be a constant reminder each time he visited for water, and he suspected the other girls would be too frightened to venture down. "Not a problem. I shall manage it myself, and you can just provide light," Lin Ye assured her, taking another sip of the sweet, well-like water reminiscent of his hometown. "Let us proceed. The torch's flame is dwindling." As Lin Ye emerged, clutching a bundle of bones, the women at the entrance were taken aback. "Lin Ye, why are you carrying a pile of bones?" "Luna si deste pez, inquiring." "It appears to be human remains," Sakura exclaimed in shock, pointing at the skull. With the exception of Huang Ziyu, the other women gaped in disbelief. "Do not be alarmed. I intend to bury him, as it feels unsettling to leave him there," Lin Ye reassured them, hastily interring the remains at the edge of the bamboo grove. Upon returning to the cave, he addressed the women. "There's a water pool inside. You may use it to bathe and bring some water back in bottles." After collecting more pine resin and cutting several bamboo tubes, he fashioned a rudimentary oil lamp that would burn for an extended period. Huang Ziyu took on the role of their guide. "Mei Shan, please wait a moment, as I have something to discuss with you." Just as Huang Ziyu was about to descend, Jean Meishan was halted by Lin Ye. The other women exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain as to why Lin Ye had requested Jean Meishan to stay behind, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. "Why do you all look at me like that? I have serious matters to discuss with her. Do you not trust my character?" Lin Ye remarked with a hint of exasperation. Jean Meishan stepped forward, saying, "You all may go ahead. Lin Ye must have something important to discuss with me." Huang Ziyu cast a glance at Lin Ye and then led the others toward the waterhole. "Lin Ye, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Jean Meishan murmured. Lin Ye's gaze fixated on Jean Meishan's waist. Then he circled around her, suddenly appearing quite exhilarated. Noticing Lin Ye's attention on her waist, Jean Meishan's cheeks flushed, thinking, could it be that Lin Ye desires me? Lin Ye seemed to have confirmed something, joyfully exclaiming, "Wonderful! Haha!" However, as Lin Ye's gaze shifted away from Jean Meishan's waist, his expression transformed, and he hurriedly explained, "Mei Shan, please do not misunderstand. I recall that on the day we hunted wild boars by the stream, you were wearing casual pants, and upon my recent inspection, it seems I was correct." Jean Meishan appeared bewildered. Why was Lin Ye so pleased about her wearing casual pants? Noticing her slightly flushed and awkward demeanor, Lin Ye continued, "You see, I observe that your casual pants have an elastic band inside. Could you possibly remove it for me?" "Huh? But that would mean they would fall down," Jean Meishan replied, feeling embarrassed. Lin Ye had not considered this aspect, yet he thought that this elastic band, combined with bamboo, could be fashioned into a composite bow for trade, making hunting much more efficient. "Well, there's no rush. I'll think of a way to tie it with a rope, ensuring it won't fall." Lin Ye scratched his head, pondering. Suddenly, a series of shrieks echoed from below, causing Lin Ye to think this is not good. "Wait here. I will go check." Lin Ye grabbed his knife and, taking a burning stick from the fire, hurriedly made his way towards the cave, faintly hearing the commotion inside. There were screams and splashes, prompting Lin Ye to quicken his pace, though he stumbled twice along the way. Lin Ye, don't come over." As Lin Ye approached, four pale bodies came into view, illuminated by the firelight, a scene that could induce nosebleeds. The 4 women were submerged in the water. each struggling to push an object towards the shore. What is happening here? Lin Ye was momentarily confused, as Huang Ziyu had stopped him from getting closer. Yet the waterhole did not appear very deep, allowing him a clear view of their upper bodies. Lin Ye, look over there, Luna called out, still splashing water towards the shore. The sight of two small white rabbits bobbing about prompted the women to crouch down and conceal themselves in the water upon seeing Lin Ye's arrival. Reluctantly tearing his gaze away, Lin Ye scrutinized the shore. A mudfish? This is indeed a mudfish. Whether startled or due to the splashing water, the creature lay motionless in a corner. Lin Ye swiftly approached and grasped it in his hand. Lin Ye, you should ascend quickly. We are all without attire, Huang Ziyu urged as she observed Lin Ye resolving their predicament. Indeed, Lin Ye Appa, you have seen us in our entirety, Jin Shishan lamented with a look of discontent. I was merely concerned for your safety. I stumbled twice whilst rushing down just now. Besides, in such darkness, who can see clearly? Lin Ye defended himself, adding, do remember to bring up some water later. You have sullied it all. With that, he grasped the doll and made his way upstairs. Chapter 35. Why are you pinching me again? This giant salamander weighed at least 7 or 8 pounds, with a broad, flat head and a smooth exterior. Lin Ye nearly lost his grip on it several times. Previously, he had encountered much smaller specimens in the caves back home, many of which were used for brewing liquor. This creature was the largest he had ever seen, and he couldn't fathom how long it had been living in this environment. On the way back, it kept croaking incessantly, its body entirely black, which understandably startled the women, causing them to panic before they finally managed to haul it up. Upon seeing Lin Ye emerge with the bizarre creature, Jin Meishan hurriedly approached, inquiring, what is this? What happened down there? Lin Ye was somewhat taken aback. It was likely that few had ever witnessed a real giant salamander. Hence, Jin Meishan's curiosity was not surprising. This is a giant salamander. They were frightened by this fellow down below, he explained, tossing it onto the ground and firmly stepping on its head to prevent its escape. Is this a fish? Jin Meishan asked, observing the creature writhing beneath Lin Ye's foot, croaking continuously and appearing rather intimidated. Lin Ye offered no further explanation. He had been pondering how to resolve the dilemma of the next meal. But now he had a natural delicacy at hand. Why don't you wash up too? He turned back to ask Jin Meishan. She glanced at the dark cave and shook her head. I'm a bit scared to go alone. She was uncertain how far she would have to venture inside, and with no one to guide her through the ominous darkness, she hesitated. Meanwhile, the other women were bathing, and Lin Ye felt it inappropriate to take Jin Meishan with him, suggesting she join them next time instead. When the women returned, Huang Ziyu looked at Lin Ye with a peculiar expression, which he pretended not to notice. That was quite a sight, wasn't it? Luna whispered mischievously in Lin Ye's ear. This clever girl had a knack for bringing up uncomfortable topics, causing Lin Ye's face to flush as he quickly changed the subject. It was this creature that scared you all earlier. He pointed to the giant salamander beneath his foot. The group leaned in for a closer look, noting the large gap in its mouth lined with fine teeth. Is this really a giant salamander? It's rather hideous, isn't it? One of them remarked. Don't be deceived by its appearance. This creature is a second-class protected species in our country. Obtaining one for consumption is quite a challenge, Lin Ye responded proudly. Several water bottles filled with water were brought back, and Lin Ye borrowed Huang Ziyu's dagger, which he had seized from Hua Ge, preparing to go to the cave entrance to catch fish. After some effort, they all enjoyed a delightful meal of fish. Remarkably, they consumed the entire fish, leaving not a single drop of soup behind, which Lin Ye savored thoroughly. I've just realized your appetites seem to have grown, Lin Ye observed, watching the group seated around the pot, appearing quite satisfied yet still yearning for more. Well, we've only had one proper meal in the last 2 days. Jin Shishan lamented, but her sister promptly tugged at her sleeve to silence her. Indeed, considering that from the previous morning until now, they had only nibbled on some coconut jelly and crabs. Lin Ye frowned slightly upon noticing the women's somewhat emaciated appearances. Now you understand that having so many women is not easy to sustain, Luna teased from the side. Jin Meishan and Ningzi found no issue with their situation. Lin Ye had allowed them to stay, and they were content to have a meal to fill their stomachs, clearly embodying the image of being dependent on others. You wouldn't understand the value of life's necessities without bearing the responsibilities yourself. Perhaps you should consider running away, Lin Ye teased, playfully pinching Luna's nose. This remark elicited laughter from the group, though their smiles soon faded as they acknowledged that their primary concern was food. I won't take responsibility for that. You've seen us in our entirety, and you must be accountable for it, Luna jested. Luna, don't speak so recklessly. You were the only one exposed. Huang Ziyu blushed as she responded, recalling how they had all hastily submerged themselves in the water upon spotting Lin Ye earlier, while Luna had playfully splashed towards the giant salamander, leaving a vivid impression on Lin Ye. I was seen in my entirety by brother Lin Ye on the first day. We even shared a bed, Luna boldly declared, surprising everyone. Ahem, that was purely an accident. I shall take my leave for a moment, Lin Ye stammered, retreating to avoid further embarrassment. Stepping out of the cave, Lin Ye gazed upon the bamboo forest, where numerous bamboo shoots sprouted from the ground, and the rocky landscape behind the cave resembled a karst topography, dotted with small stone peaks. Lin Ye, are you worried about food? Huang Ziyu approached him from behind and inquired. Indeed, with a larger group, the consumption naturally increases. Alas, I am craving a smoke, but sadly I have none. Lin Ye lamented as he perched himself on a nearby boulder. Huang Ziyu joined him, stating, do not bear too much pressure. I have considered that since we are near the coast, I will venture to the seaside with the others to seek our fortune. We shall live off the land and the sea. A gentle breeze lifted her hair, unintentionally brushing it against Lin Ye's face. As he reached out to tuck it behind her ear, Huang Ziyu playfully pinched him at his waist. Ouch! Why did you pinch me? Lin Ye exclaimed, Bijou did it. Just wanted to give you a little pinch. Look at you, a grown man, and yet you overreacted. How will you protect us like this? Huang Ziyu stood up, tossing her hair back with flair as she sauntered away. Is this how you leave? A gentle pinch? It felt more like a fierce jab, Lin Ye muttered, rubbing the tender spot where she had pinched him, now slightly bruised, perhaps a form of retaliation for having seen them in their vulnerable state earlier. You certainly hold grudges. One day, I shall have my way with you and conduct a thorough examination, he mumbled towards Huang Ziyu's departing figure. Lying on the boulder, Lin Ye felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, and, in a haze, he heard someone calling his name. Lin Ye, Lin Ye. He opened his eyes to find Jean Meishan squatting beside him, gently nudging him. What brings you here? He asked, rubbing his eyes. This is for you. If you're feeling tired, you should rest in the cave instead of outside. What if a wild beast attacks? Jean Meishan said, handing him a rubber band. Upon seeing the rubber band in his hand, Lin Ye's excitement surfaced. How did you manage to get this? Your pants won't fall down, will they? Listening to these words, Jean Meishan felt a tinge of shyness as she assured Lin Ye that she had a solution and urged him to rest easy. With that, she walked away. Lin Ye gazed at her retreating figure, embodying the essence of a luscious peach. Even the loose-fitting casual pants could not conceal her brilliance. This Meishan, though not particularly loquacious, possessed striking beauty and an easy contentment. It is uncertain how such girls fare in country H, yet it seems that in her homeland, suitors vying for her affection could easily number in the hundreds. Lin Ye examined the hair tie in his hand, testing its feel, and a satisfied smile crept upon his face. Chapter 36, A Litter of Wild Rabbits Equipped with Rubber Bands. Lin Ye set about crafting a triangular compound bow. She felt a sizable bamboo stalk, splitting it open to carve out 4 smooth, delicate sections. These sections were then secured with the rubber bands. Next, she dismantled some thread from her clothing. The thread was too thin, so she folded it 4 times, twisting it into a single strand and binding both ends. Thus, a rudimentary compound bow was born. The women were not left idle either. Lin Ye instructed them to gather more bamboo, regardless of size. They swiftly produced a batch of bamboo arrows. After testing them, she found their power satisfactory, but the arrows were crooked, leading to abysmal accuracy. Consequently, she roasted the arrows over fire, meticulously smoothing and straightening each one until their precision improved. Lin Ye, why are we cutting so much bamboo? Huang Ziyu inquired, dragging a bundle of bamboo back and wiping the sweat from her brow. Of course it serves a purpose. Come, I shall take you hunting, Lin Ye replied. Rising to her feet, Huang Ziyu scrutinized the bow and arrows in Lin Ye's hands and asked, "Will this suffice?" "You'll find out if you give it a try," Lin Ye said, extending the bow to her. Taking the bow, Huang Ziyu pulled it back a couple of times to gauge its strength, knocking an arrow and releasing it. Whoosh! The arrow soared away, embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk. Lin Ye rushed over and forcefully extracted the arrow. "Remarkable! Both the power and accuracy are commendable," she exclaimed, observing the arrow embedded deeply in the wood. However, the arrow's tip had become flattened and required further refinement. "If we affix iron nails to the front, we could likely take down a wolf," Lin Ye mused silently. Huang Ziyu marveled at her handiwork, astonished by the bow's effectiveness. "This rubber band will lose its potency with repeated use. It is merely a temporary solution," Lin Ye remarked, reclaiming the bow to sharpen the arrow's tip once more. "I'm exhausted. I need to rest," Jin Shishan said, tossing her bamboo to the ground and collapsing beside it, panting heavily, clearly out of breath. Observing the bamboo scattered around, Lin Ye deemed they had gathered enough. She addressed the group. "You should use these smaller bamboo pieces to enclose this opening, forming a courtyard, leaving just a door." The women looked perplexed. While they could cut bamboo, the concept of enclosing a courtyard was new to them. "I will demonstrate it once. You must complete it before I return," Lin Ye said, noticing their confusion, and began to instruct them step by step. It was quite simple. Every 2 meters, they would insert 2 bamboo poles to form a semicircle, then interlace additional bamboo pieces until the space was filled. "All right, follow this method, and I shall check your work upon my return. If it is not done well, you will face consequences," Lin Ye warned playfully. "Ziyu, let us depart," she said, grabbing the bow and a steel knife, leading Huang Ziyu towards the back mountain. "Lin Ye, brother, please return soon." Behind them, Luna's reluctant voice echoed as they traversed the cave's rear. The forest was less dense here, dominated by large boulders, making the path relatively easy to navigate. Occasionally, small creatures darted past the edge of the thicket, only to vanish without a trace upon turning to look. As they crossed a patch of grass, Lin Ye summoned the strength to shoot a rabbit attempting to flee into the cave. Holding the rabbit aloft, he leaned down to peer inside. "Ziyu, come quickly. There's a nest here," he exclaimed, calling for Huang Ziyu. As Lin Ye dug vigorously, the little rabbit curled up tightly. When he finally extracted it, he found it was astonishingly small, likely no more than a month old, with a total of 5 in the nest. "We should release them. They're so tiny," Huang Ziyu said, her voice tinged with compassion. "Releasing them might not guarantee their survival. Just look." Lin Ye gestured toward the mother rabbit lying motionless on the ground. Its body pierced through. Initially, it had struggled, but now it lay still, presumably lifeless. "Then you carry a heavy burden. That has 6 lives lost," she remarked. "Not necessarily. We could take them home and raise them ourselves," Lin Ye winked. Huang Ziyu's eyes sparkled with hope. "But you must ensure they survive, or their mother will haunt you." Lin Ye considered the prospect of having fresh meat in a month. Such a resource was hard to come by. He removed his shirt and wrapped the 5 tiny gray rabbits, handing them to Huang Ziyu. "They're in your care now. Don't let them escape." Huang Ziyu accepted them, carefully inspecting each one. "Rest assured," she replied. "Let us head back." Lin Ye, bare-chested, carried their spoils as they made their way home. Along the journey, Huang Ziyu knelt down to feed the little rabbits some vine leaves, who nestled comfortably in her embrace. Lin Ye resigned himself to waiting patiently beside her, aware that women often had a particular fondness for such furry creatures. "Let us go," Huang Ziyu said, preparing to rise. Lin Ye responded in kind, but suddenly he noticed something behind her. "Don't move. There's a snake," he exclaimed, panic gripping him. Startled by his shout, Huang Ziyu froze in place, her heart racing at the thought of the snake lurking behind her. The snake, its entire body shimmering gold and flicking its tongue, was slowly advancing toward her. Based on its size, it appeared to be about 2 meters long, and Lin Ye was uncertain of its species or whether it was venomous. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. The little rabbits sensed the impending danger, huddling together in fear, as if the snake were targeting them. Huang Ziyu, hearing the rustling of the snake growing nearer, felt a wave of terror wash over her, making her hair stand on end. "Lin Ye, think of something. Hurry," She whispered frantically. All right, don't panic, Lin Ye replied, cautiously making his way toward her, steel knife poised for a sudden strike at the serpent's head. Huang Ziyu, still crouched, leaned slightly forward, paralyzed by fear. I can't hold on, Lin Ye, my legs are giving way. Lin Ye glanced at her, noticing her trembling incessantly, likely unable to endure much longer. He picked up branches and stones from the ground and tossed them near the golden serpent in an attempt to divert its attention. Several times he aimed at the serpent's body, yet missed as he was too close to Huang Ziyu. He feared not only hitting her, but also provoking the golden serpent, which might retaliate and injure Huang Ziyu. The golden serpent flicked its tongue, fixated on the small rabbit on the ground, appearing as though it had not eaten in days, finally encountering a delectable meal. At that moment, Lin Ye reached Huang Ziyu's side, signaling her to rise slowly and move forward. As long as she stepped beyond the safety zone, he was ready with his steel knife in hand. I can hardly get up, Huang Ziyu uttered, her legs shaking more violently. Support me. Lin Ye extended his left hand, gently assisting her to her feet. However, at that moment, without warning, an unexpected event transpired. Chapter 37. I will suck it out. At the moment Huang Ziyu attempted to rise, her legs, overwhelmed by tension, faltered, and she suddenly collapsed to her knees. Her knees met the ground, painfully striking the scattered stones below, drawing the attention of the golden serpent. Alarmed, the serpent recoiled, lunging towards Huang Ziyu's thigh. Lin Ye, with a swift motion, struck down hard on the serpent's neck. Another cry escaped Huang Ziyu as she sprang up in pain. The serpent having bitten in her upper thigh, yet simultaneously, Lin Ye's knife cleaved the creature in two. Do not move. This will only accelerate the blood circulation. We must ascertain if the serpent is venomous, Lin Ye urged, gripping her trembling arm. Huang Ziyu pressed her hand against the bite, and upon hearing the possibility of venom, she wailed, Woe is me, Lin Ye. I do not wish to perish. Lin Ye, regretting his decision to bring her on this hunting excursion, thought back on how this predicament could have been avoided. Do not fear, all will be well. A sudden idea struck him. He unfastened his belt and tightly bound it above her wound. It hurts. Why are you tightening it so much? She cried. If it is not secured tightly. How can we control it? In fact, I could help you extract the venom, he suggested. Huang Ziyu hesitated. The location of the bite was not entirely discreet. It was still skin to skin. Do not hesitate. Which is more important, your life or your pride? Lin Ye piresit, notigen her uncertainty. Understanding the risk Lin Ye was willing to take to extract the venom, her heart softened. After all, he had saved her life on multiple occasions. Very well, do it, she finally resolved. Stopping her tears, she closed her eyes and slowly rolled up her pants. In that moment, her face flushed a deep crimson. Her calves were smooth and delicate, devoid of even the slightest hint of hair. Lin Ye felt a mix of embarrassment and excitement. Huang Ziyu lay down. Burying her face in her arms, her ears flushed. The bite left 2 small imprints on her leg, oozing blood. This was Lin Ye's first experience in such a task. He was uncertain of its efficacy and wary of the potential peril he faced. However, saving her was paramount. Shaking off his other thoughts, he concentrated on the matter at hand. As he began to extract the venom, Huang Ziyu involuntarily flinched. Do not move. It will be over soon, he reassured her, mistakenly believing her reaction was due to pain. Spitting the blood onto the ground, he examined it. Its bright red hue suggested it was not from a venomous snake, which would typically be darker. Yet, Lin Ye remained cautious, proceeding to extract more venom. He rinsed her wound with water and gargled himself. All done. You should be fine now. Upon hearing this, Huang Ziyu immediately rolled down her pants, her face aflame, unable to meet Lin Ye's gaze. At least say thank you. I risked my life for you, he remarked. Lin Ye gazed at the reticent Huang Ziyu and uttered, Thank you. Huang Ziyu murmured her gratitude. Now, that is more like it. Lin Ye responded with a hint of pride. While appreciation was in order, this matter was one that must remain solely between the two of them. If you dare to divulge our secret, Huang Ziyu threatened, waving her petite fist. Lin Ye found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was not a matter of deep privacy that required such discretion. After a moment's thought, he scratched his nose and replied, Rest assured, I'm a person of great discretion. Absolutely no third party will be informed. Let's head back, he added. Huang Ziyu picked up the small rabbit from the ground. Her cheeks flushed and limped back home. Observing her silhouette, Lin Ye found himself lost in thought. Would anyone speculate about her limping? Goodness, he felt somewhat perverse for even considering it. Shaking his head, he retrieved the items strewn about and followed suit, not neglecting the golden snake, as it too was a source of sustenance. As he trailed behind Huang Ziyu, Lin Ye's mind wandered. Lin Ye, will there be a scar? Huang Ziyu suddenly turned and asked. Huh? Actually, the wound is quite minor. It is highly unlikely to leave a scar. Lin Ye replied awkwardly. What do you mean by highly unlikely? Are you suggesting there is still a chance? Huang Ziyu looked at him with a pitiful expression. Don't worry so much. It's merely 2 tiny wounds, and you nearly lost your life. Why fret over such trivialities? Besides, what advancements in technology aren't available today? Once we return, a simple cosmetic procedure will suffice, Lin Ye answered helplessly. He often found it difficult to comprehend the labyrinthine thought processes of women. One moment they were concerned about survival, and the next, fretting over scars. Oh, Huang Ziyu replied softly, falling silent as she continued forward. Upon returning to the cave, several individuals were still hard at work outside. Brother Lin Ye, you're back. Come and see how we fared, Luna exclaimed, tugging at Lin Ye's hand and leading him toward the enclosure. The entire cave had been circled, akin to adding a wall to a house. Though rudimentary, it felt particularly inviting. It served not only to define territory, but also to ward off wild beasts. Not bad at all. Well done. Tonight, I shall reward you all with barbecued rabbit and a hearty snake stew. Heh, Lin Ye declared, raising the rabbit in his hand in admiration. Upon seeing the rabbit, Luna erupted with excitement, yet her expression soured at the sight of the snake's severed body. More meat to consume, nonetheless. And there is still a nest. Lin Ye pointed at Huang Ziyu, who was cradling the little rabbit. Huang Ziyu loosened her clothing, revealing the fluffy little gray rabbit, and everyone gathered around. Seemingly perfectly matched in number, 5 people, each with a rabbit to play with. Left with no choice, Lin Ye took it upon himself to complete the remaining sections of the enclosure. The thick bamboo had to be split to create a rudimentary bamboo door, just wide enough for one person to pass through. He raised the height a bit more and filled in some poorly finished areas. From the outside, the entire enclosure stood close to 2 meters high, enclosing approximately 20 square meters. Surely, the cave dwellers from over 2 million years ago did not enjoy such a splendid dwelling. He chuckled. Lin Ye clapped his hands and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 38. Overturned before the darkness descended, I gathered some pine resin, enough to provide illumination each night. Utilizing the pliable bamboo, I crafted 6 sets of chopsticks and bowls, sparing us the need to break branches for our meals. I collected a number of green vines to feed the little rabbits. At the request of little Luna, I fashioned a simple bamboo fork for her, a task that proved to be rather time-consuming, though I was fortunate to have that small dagger. As the evening approached, a delightful stew of rabbit awaited us. The golden snake, Lin Ye intended to keep for his own purposes. After dinner, Sakura volunteered to tidy up, asserting that even with so few possessions, we ought to lead a refined life. This cave, while spacious, was somewhat chilly. Huang Ziyu wrapped her arms around her shoulders and remarked, I dare not light a fire inside. Otherwise, the smoke would render the space unbearable, suffocating us before we could freeze to death. Let's make do tonight. I will think of a solution by tomorrow. As Lin Ye spoke, he selected some smokeless charcoal from the fire and brought it into the cave, hoping to raise the temperature slightly. Being inside the cave was certainly preferable to being outside. At least it provided shelter from the wind and rain. By the light of the fire, Lin Ye resolved to craft a fish trap overnight. Lin Ye, do you require our assistance? Huang Ziyu inquired as she approached him, observing him whittling bamboo strips. This is a skilled endeavor. You may not be of help. Lin Ye replied. Bamboo can be woven into various items. Having observed his grandfather do so in his youth, he possessed some foundational skills. It did not need to be overly refined. Functionality was sufficient. It just seems like you're busy alone, and we feel somewhat awkward. So we thought we might ask, Huang Ziyu added. During their time together, Lin Ye had been discreetly observing her, wary of the snake's potential venom, yet unable to reveal his concerns. He leaned closer and whispered in her ear, "Are you experiencing any unusual symptoms?" Understanding his inquiry, Huang Ziyu's face flushed as she recalled the incident. Nothing much, just a bit of itchiness and swelling at the wound. That should not pose a significant problem. Try to avoid sitting on the injury. Fortunately, it is not severe. Just maintain proper hygiene, Lin Ye advised. As long as the snake was not highly venomous and given Lin Ye's assistance, she would likely recover within a few days. The human immune system is remarkably resilient. This thought led Lin Ye to reflect on contemporary youth who would rush to the hospital over the slightest cut, while some wounds actually heal better when left unbandaged. However, in the presence of alcohol and iodine for disinfection, the situation would have been more favorable. Regrettably, current conditions did not permit such measures, and he wondered if she was concerned about scarring. "Brother Lin Ye, what are you two whispering about? Why is Sister Ziyu's face so red?" Luna interjected, drawing near. Lin Ye intended to respond, but Huang Ziyu quickly interjected, "Oh, we weren't saying anything, just asking Lin Ye if he needed help." "Am I blushing?" She touched her face, her speech faltering, which only served to betray her inner turmoil. "You two are acting strangely. There is definitely something you are hiding from us," Luna declared, her voice capturing the attention of the others, who turned to them with curious expressions. "What nonsense are you talking about? What could possibly be amiss?" "Go feed the little rabbits." Lin Ye playfully pinched Luna's nose and remarked. "I'm just curious." Luna chuckled as she made her way to the corner to feed the rabbits. The little bunnies had been arranged by Lin Ye into a cozy nook using stones. Cushioned with plenty of hay, they were likely asleep now. He had intentionally sent Luna away to prevent her from prying too deeply into matters. With Lin Ye's skilled hands, he had finally woven a bamboo cage, leaving a conical opening that would make it difficult for fish and crabs to escape once they entered. "I shall take a trip to the seaside." As Lin Ye stood up, ready to head to the beach, Huang Ziyu advised, "It's quite late. You should go tomorrow. It's not safe. There's no need for concern. I have my weapons, and we're close to the shore." Lin Ye pointed to his steel knife and bow. "I need to set the traps tonight to ensure a good catch by morning. If I wait until tomorrow to set them out, the sun will be too scorching, and the fish won't come close to the shallows. I'll accompany you. There's no need. You should rest well after walking such a long distance today. Luna can come with me instead." Lin Ye declined Huang Ziyu's offer, and she understood that his insistence for her to rest was due to the snake bite she had sustained. "Yay!" Luna exclaimed, eagerly helping Lin Ye lift the bamboo cage. The cage, though a bit rough around the edges, was unlikely to catch anything heavier than 2 pounds, as the openings were too large. He crafted a simple torch using pine oil and placed the corpse of the golden snake in the center of the cage as bait. He decided against taking his bow, as visibility was poor at night, but kept the steel knife at hand. The moonlight illuminated their path as Luna chattered incessantly. Even without a torch, they could navigate their way slowly, as the woods here were not as dense as elsewhere. Upon reaching the beach, Lin Ye positioned the bamboo cage beneath a rock, securing it with many stones to prevent it from being swept away by the tide. He sliced open the snake's body with his knife and tossed it back into the cage, making the bait more enticing to the fish. After completing these tasks, Lin Ye collapsed onto the sand, exhausted. "Brother Lin Ye, do you like Sister Ziyu?" Luna asked as she sat beside him. Taken aback by the question, Lin Ye was at a loss for words. It was only natural for any man to be drawn to a girl as beautiful as Ziyu. "Then you are no exception. The way you two looked at each other today was practically written all over your faces." Luna's expression mirrored that of a jealous wife. Before Lin Ye could gather his thoughts, Luna plopped down next to him, pushing him onto the ground. "Am I not pretty? Does Brother Lin Ye not like me?" With their bodies pressed closely together, they could hear each other's heartbeats, creating an undeniably awkward atmosphere. "Stop fooling around. Get up. Of course, you're beautiful. And I certainly like you," Lin Ye replied, attempting to rise. However, Luna exerted force, pushing Lin Ye back down and pressing her lips against his. Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock. His first kiss in over 20 years had been seized so forcefully. "Brother Lin Ye, am I not beautiful?" Luna whispered softly in his ear. The warm breath brushed against Lin Ye's ear, sending shivers down his spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Overwhelmed by a tantalizing heat, he swallowed hard, and ultimately, desire triumphed over reason. Chapter 39. The distant roar suddenly. Lin Ye found himself frozen in place, a sense of bewilderment washing over him. He promptly dashed towards the seaside. As their gazes met, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. Luna sat motionless, gazing at Lin Ye's retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing her lips. The icy seawater jolted Lin Ye back to a semblance of clarity, though he remained at a loss on how to face Luna. Noticing his prolonged absence, Luna approached the shore to wash her hands. "Are you not coming up? The water is quite chilly," she called out, crouching by the shore, her chin resting on her hands, contemplating Lin Ye with a thoughtful expression. "Oh, I'm coming up now," he replied, rising from the water, the sea breeze sending a shiver through him. With a playful giggle, Luna teased, "Lin Ye, didn't you mention you had a girlfriend before?" "Well, I did, but it was nothing more than holding hands." Lin Ye's face flushed crimson, realizing the mischief in her tone. He thought to himself that, despite the earlier awkwardness, he found Luna easier to relate to than Huang Ziyu. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder if pursuing something with Luna would jeopardize his chances with Ziyu. "Let us not discuss this anymore. Come on, let us head back," he said, picking up his clothes from the ground and putting them on, his mind still replaying their earlier encounter. Stealing a glance at Luna, he noticed she was looking back at him. "What are you staring at?" he asked. "Well, if you don't look at me, how would I know you're looking at me?" she retorted playfully. Lin Ye fidgeted. It's just about what happened earlier. Their relationship had taken on a slightly ambiguous tone. Western women are typically bold and unreserved, unafraid to express their affections. Luna, in her usual forthright manner, seemed unfazed by the earlier incident, while Lin Ye felt uncertain about navigating their evolving relationship. "Lin Ye, you needn't feel burdened. I like you willingly, and I understand you have feelings for Ziyu. Rest assured, I won't disclose today as events without your consent. It remains our secret," she said, seemingly aware of his inner turmoil. There was a glimmer of sadness in her eyes, as she realized that on this island, she might never fully possess Lin Ye's heart. "No, that's not what I meant," Lin Ye began, but Luna gently placed her hand over his mouth. "Enough, you don't need to explain. If you ever need me, I am willingly here for you," she affirmed. Lin Ye decided against further clarification, a thought flashing through his mind. If they were stranded on this desolate island indefinitely, perhaps he could marry them both. Suddenly, a low hum broke through the air. "Sure, what is that sound?" Lin Ye urged, signaling for Luna to be quiet. The sound emanated from the sea, growing louder as it approached. They hid behind a rock, peering into the darkness. "Is that a speedboat?" Lin Ye speculated, spotting a bright light swiftly moving across the water, accompanied by a roaring sound that grew increasingly louder as it neared their island. "Could it be a rescue team? This is wonderful. We are saved," he exclaimed joyfully. Luna gazed intently as the vessel drew nearer, her excitement palpable. "Come on, brother Lin Ye, let us devise a plan to capture their attention," she exclaimed, tugging at Lin Ye to venture outside. "Wait a moment. How could the rescue team possibly arrive at night? Let us first assess the situation," Lin Ye urged, restraining Luna's hand and crouching beside the bushes. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Luna sensed something amiss. In truth, it had been over 10 days since the incident, and Lin Ye had long given up hope for the rescue team, keeping his thoughts to himself for the sake of uplifting the spirits of the others. The speedboat halted abruptly approximately 20 meters away, and a cacophony of voices erupted from aboard. With lights illuminating the scene, Lin Ye discerned the silhouettes of around 6 individuals, some brandishing ominous black objects that were too small to identify clearly. "Luna, can you discern what they are arguing about?" Lin Ye inquired, struggling to catch the words that sounded like English, though the distance of 34 meters made it difficult to hear clearly. "Brother Lin Ye, I think I vaguely heard them mention Mother Island. Something about taking the wrong path and gold," Luna replied. That aligns with what I heard." Before Lin Ye could finish his thought, a sudden, fierce altercation erupted on the boat, followed by a series of loud noises. Bang! 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 2 individuals tumbled into the sea, accompanied by a stream of curses. Fearing that Luna might cry out, Lin Ye swiftly covered her mouth, realizing that the objects they wielded were firearms. The speedboat restarted but veered away from the shore, racing along the beach to the east until it vanished from Lin Ye's sight, prompting him to release his grip on Luna. "It seems we have encountered pirates," Lin Ye remarked, observing Luna as she gently patted her chest to calm her racing heart. "Pirates?" Lin Ye was uncertain, yet given the words Luna had overheard, it was a reasonable conclusion. Their predicament had indeed unfolded in the Caribbean, making the connection apparent. "Fear not, we are safe for now. In the future, if we encounter such yachts by the seaside, let us remain hidden and observe." Luna felt a sense of dread. Had she recklessly rushed out to shout, it would surely have attracted the pirates' attention, a fate far worse than death. In fact, I believe this presents an opportunity. It proves that civilized society has traversed these waters. If we could seize their speedboat. Lin Ye's musings grew increasingly fanciful, as attempting to wrest an AK from armed individuals with bare hands was nothing short of a fool's errand, likely resulting in dire consequences before he could even approach. Meanwhile, back in the cave, Huang Ziyu and the others sat by the fire, engrossed in conversation. "Why have you been gone for so long?" Huang Ziyu inquired, and, typically, Lin Ye would offer a casual explanation. However, today he felt a twinge of guilt. "Sister Ziyu, we just encountered pirates," Luna interjected, providing the answer for Lin Ye. "Pirates?" Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow, concern etched across her face. Luna recounted the events she had witnessed by the seaside to the women present, naturally omitting her escapades with Lin Ye on the beach. "It seems, then, that we must exercise caution on our future visits to the coast. I have heard that pirates are a band of ruthless marauders, frequently seizing passing ships and committing murder without a flicker of remorse." Sakura expressed her thoughts. The group nodded in agreement, signifying their concurrence. Chapter 40. The waterhole has run dry after a night of silence. Lin Ye retired to bed with a heavy heart. Throughout the night, he felt as though countless small insects were crawling over him, and upon waking, he discovered swollen red marks on his body. Several women had already risen, their gazes fixed on Lin Ye as he incessantly scratched at his skin. "Lin Ye, did you also feel the insects crawling on you last night? Stop scratching. The more you scratch, the itchier it becomes." "Look," Huang Ziyu remarked, extending her arm, revealing a significant swollen patch adorned with lingering scratch marks from her nails. Lin Ye surveyed the group, noting varying degrees of redness and swelling among them. It seemed that insects were rampant everywhere, particularly abundant within this cave. "Oh, by the way, Lin Ye, the water hole in the cave has vanished," Huang Ziyu continued. "What do you mean it has vanished?" Lin Ye inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. "I cannot fathom it either. I initially intended to wash up together with them this morning, only to discover that the water hole was devoid of water, leaving behind just an entrance leading deeper into the cave. You should go take a look," Huang Ziyu explained. The group had planned to freshen up and bring some water back, but instead found the water hole completely absent. Lin Ye hastily lit a kerosene lamp and descended to investigate. Upon reaching the water hole, he found, indeed, that the water had disappeared, revealing a seemingly bottomless passage before him. Although the water hole had not entirely dried up, a few small puddles remained, sufficient for several days of drinking. Unable to discern the cause, he returned empty-handed. "Though I cannot uncover the reason. We do have a few small puddles below, enough for several days," he informed the others. With no other options, the group reluctantly requested Lin Ye to lead them to the seaside, where they could also check for any catches in the bamboo traps. Upon arriving at the shore, Lin Ye noticed that the location where they had set the bamboo traps was now significantly exposed. He recalled that when they had placed them, the traps were entirely submerged, at least 30 centimeters below the water's surface, indicating that the tide had receded. However, the catch was promising. There were 7 or 8 fish of various sizes and a considerable number of crabs, yielding a bountiful harvest. "We can catch fish like this, which means we'll have fish to eat every day," Jean Shishan exclaimed, marveling at the bamboo traps. Lin Ye thought to himself that this girl had likely never encountered such sights before. When a snake's body decays, it attracts an abundance of fish. "If we were to feed you fish every day, you would probably grow weary of it," he mused. "Not to mention, Eating any one type of food continuously over time would lead to nausea. Let us head back, Lin Ye said, resetting the bamboo traps. The snake's body still lay within, eliminating the need for additional bait. It appeared that it could still be effective for several days. I may require a substantial amount of bamboo. Could you assist me in gathering some more shortly? Lin Ye suggested to the group. Luna, a bit puzzled, asked Lin Ye, why do you need so much bamboo if it's not edible? I plan to construct some furniture. Currently, our most pressing need is for beds. While sleeping on the ground may be tolerable for a short while, I fear that prolonged exposure could lead to rheumatism for you all, Lin Ye explained. He had contemplated utilizing bamboo to craft a set of furniture, and beds were of utmost necessity, although he possessed only a knife as a tool, which would render the task time-consuming and laborious. Time was something he had in abundance. Upon hearing that Lin Ye crafted a bed from bamboo, everyone was filled with delight. Mei Shan went to prepare a meal, while Huang Ziyu and the others ventured out to harvest bamboo. With some leisure time, Lin Ye meticulously refined the remaining 2 steel knives, resulting in a total of 3 blades. Time for dinner. With Mei Shan's enthusiastic call, they all set aside their tasks and gathered around the pot. Luna intended to wash her hands, but Huang Zi reminded her that fresh water was still a scarce resource, encouraging her to conserve it. Mei Shan had only prepared half of the meal, saving the remainder for dinner, as their appetites were indeed substantial, likely due to their laborious efforts. As always, it was Sakura who took the initiative to clear the dishes. Although everyone wished to assist her, Sakura graciously declined their offers. One must admit, Japanese women excel in the role of homemakers. After a brief respite, Lin Ye prepared to commence work. His concept was straightforward, yet the execution proved challenging due to the lack of suitable tools. Initially, he intended to carve the bamboo into slats for assembly, but regrettably, he could only fashion it into a raft-like structure. He also gathered numerous rattan vines from the forest to bind everything together. Lin Ye, is this really the bed you made? It's hardly better than sleeping on the ground, Luna remarked, somewhat disappointed, as she had anticipated a more extraordinary creation. Lin Ye offered an awkward smile, acknowledging the limitations of his tools, but reasoning that laying down some dry grass would be preferable to resting directly on the earth. Lin Ye, the pond below has water again, exclaimed Huang Ziyu as she and Mei Shan approached with joy. It turned out she had gone down to fetch some fresh water in a bottle. Lin Ye's eyes widened at this revelation. More water? How remarkable! He pondered for a moment, realizing it must be related to the tides. Earlier in the morning, while fetching the bamboo basket, he had observed that the seawater had receded significantly, and now it seemed to be high tide. At that time, he hadn't connected it to the pond in the cave. The island's underground river likely corresponded with the ocean's tidal movements, and with the pond replenished, they could once again use water without worry. How wonderful! Luna exclaimed. Her spirits lifted. Hearing about the water, Sakura confidently poured more into the pot to clean the dishes. That's the theory, Lin Ye mused, offering his hypothesis. However, whether this was indeed the underlying principle required empirical testing, and he had little desire to engage in such pursuits after a hearty meal. After several hours of toil, they had fashioned several bamboo, raft-like beds. Luna lay down to test one and found it uncomfortably hard, causing her back to ache. How can one possibly sleep on this? She complained. Lin Ye shrugged helplessly, suggesting, just lay down some dry grass. A roll of her eyes was the best response he could muster. Lin Ye contemplated, noting that the island had coconut trees, which likely meant the presence of palm trees as well. If he could find some palms, weaving mats from palm fronds could provide warmth and comfort. I wish to venture out. Who would like to accompany me? Lin Ye secretly hoped Luna would join him, pondering whether something more intimate might transpire between them, thus shedding the innocence of their initial acquaintance. Yet, he hesitated to articulate this desire directly, fearing it would appear too intentional. I will accompany you, she offered. Lin Ye never anticipated that it would be Huang Ziyu who took the initiative to step forward. After the incident where he assisted her in extracting snake venom, their relationship had become somewhat intricate. Well, very well. He slung the bow and handed the steel knife to Huang Ziyu, leaving the 2 blades he had sharpened that morning for the women of the camp for self-defense. What is it? Am I accompanying you? Yet you appear displeased, and your agreement seems rather reluctant? Not long after they set out, Huang Ziyu began to interrogate Lin Ye with piercing questions. Chapter 41. My willingness, Lin. Ye had always known that this woman had a penchant for seizing upon details. He was merely taken aback by her following him just now. No, I was just thinking about your injuries, he began, but Huang Ziyu promptly interrupted him. Her cheeks flushed as she declared, do not mention that again, and besides, my wounds have healed. Observing her adorably blushing visage, Lin Ye felt an overwhelming desire to tease her. Oh, so you're all better now? I was thinking if you weren't, I could assist in drawing out the poison. With a sharp slap, Huang Ziyu struck Lin Ye on the back, the force of the blow causing him to grimace in pain. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Huang Ziyu chuckled triumphantly. How naive of you to think that. You wish to take advantage of me. I seriously suspect you knew that Snake was harmless and sought to exploit me. Lin Ye felt a bit wronged. Initially, he had no idea whether the snake was venomous. It was only later, during the night, that he recalled having seen such serpents in his childhood. In Lin Ye's hometown, this species was referred to as the king snake. This snake exuded a foul odor and was a striking golden hue, growing up to 5 meters in length, yet it was completely non-venomous. You are unjustly accusing me. At that moment, I genuinely did not know whether the snake was poisonous. Besides, if that snake had bitten my backside, would you have been willing to risk your life to help me? Huang Ziyu fell silent, contemplating Lin Ye's words. If she were in his position, would she have been willing? Deep down, she truly would be. Lin Ye had rescued her several times, and he was a vital member of their team. Without him, could they truly survive? It was not merely a matter of repaying Lin Ye's life-saving grace. For her own sake, she needed him to continue living. I will be willing. Lin Ye had initially thought her silence was her answer, yet he was taken aback by her unexpected response. Gazing into her earnest eyes, he believed her words to be genuine. I was merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. With my agility, even a python cannot bite me. Seeing Lin Ye's teasing expression, Huang Ziyu felt speechless and chose to ignore him as she walked ahead. Not long after, Lin Ye noticed her crouching beside a patch of grass, observing it intently. Why had you stopped? Huang Ziyu plucked a handful of the grass, inhaling its fragrance with a smile. This is lavender. Lin Ye scratched his head, puzzled. Is it just lavender? Is it truly that delightful? He believed women were naturally drawn to flowers and plants. Perhaps upon encountering something she adored, she could hardly move on. What do you know? This lavender can repel mosquitoes. At her words, Lin Ye suddenly understood. Lavender was indeed a plant known for its mosquito-repelling properties. He remembered that his grandfather had cultivated it long ago, but the memories were too distant for him to recognize it or even recall its name. How do you know it can repel mosquitoes? Huang Ziyu did not elaborate further. Perhaps she thought Lin Ye a bit slow-witted. You need not concern yourself. Quickly gather these herbs. Responding promptly, Lin Ye swiftly used his knife to cut the lavender. In no time, he had collected a substantial amount, while Huang Ziyu uprooted several of them entirely. Observing the puzzled expression on Er Shaozi's face, Huang Ziyu remarked, I wish to plant it at the cave's entrance. It will serve to repel mosquitoes and can be utilized for an extended period. Lin Ye gave a thumbs up in approval, expressing his admiration. They bound the lavender with tree vines and, upon leaving the woods, placed it by the seaside, continuing their journey eastward along the coast. My suspicions were indeed confirmed. This island possesses palm trees. Lin Ye's heart soared at the sight of the palm trees standing tall along the shoreline. I only knew that palm fruits could be used for oil extraction, but there are no fruits on these trees. Why are you looking for this tree? Huang Ziyu inquired. Pointing at the palm tree, Lin Ye replied with a proud smile. We each have our strengths. You know that lavender can ward off mosquitoes, while I am aware that the fibers of the palm tree can be woven into mats. The palm trees were not particularly tall, and gathering the palm fibers was not overly strenuous. Collecting all the fibers amounted to about 100 pounds, which would suffice for a few people if made thin. After 2 arduous hours, the duo finally returned to the camp. Huang Ziyu shared some of the burden, for there was still a bundle of lavender to carry. Otherwise, Lin Ye would have struggled to bring it back alone. 5 days later, beneath a large tree, flames roasted several fish, and one person was busy turning them over, while 2 others sat on the ground. Hua Ge, my wounds have healed. When I next encounter him, I shall surely take my revenge, exclaimed Gue, filled with anger as he spoke to Huagu, intent on avenging himself against Lin Ye. After several days, Gue not only healed his injuries, but also finally learned to create fire by friction, thus no longer needing to consume raw food. Seeing the fiery determination in Gue's eyes, Xianghua expressed his own desire for vengeance, revealing that he had sent Park Wuchang to secretly check the cave, only to find it deserted. Huagu was naturally eager for revenge, especially now that Gue had fully recovered, bolstering his confidence. Upon hearing that Lin Ye and the others had vanished without a trace, Gue slammed his fist into the ground, exclaiming, "Damn it, let me find them. Rest assured. Huagu, if I do, I will make them pay." Xianghua patted Gue on the shoulder, signaling him to calm down. Just then, Park Wuchang came running over with 2 grilled fish in hand, exclaiming, "Huagu, the fish is ready. You may eat first." With a sycophantic smile, he had been the one scavenging for food along the coastline these past few days, discovering a waterhole where he could catch several fish whenever the tide receded. This impressed Xianghua, who remarked, "Guchang, you have worked hard these past few days." It must be said that Xianghua was adept at adapting his demeanor. His initial harshness towards Park Wuchang had transformed into a warm familiarity, clearly indicating the value of the food Guchang brought back. "Huagu was nothing," Park Wuchang replied modestly. "By the way, Huagu, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Noticing the sudden seriousness on Park Guchang's face, Xianghua asked, "What is it?" After a brief pause, Park Guchang stated, "Yesterday, I wandered further east along the coast and discovered a dilapidated ship stranded on the beach." Upon hearing of the ship, Huagu excitedly grasped Park Wuchang's hand, asking, "A ship? Where is it?" "Hua, please do not be overly agitated. Allow me to finish my words." Xianghua realized he had lost his composure, having been stranded on the island for far too long. The mere mention of a boat stirred his excitement, prompting him to release his grip on Pu Guochang, signaling for him to continue. Pu Guochang proceeded, "The vessel is one that has succumbed to corrosion, rendering it unusable. However, I noticed a few individuals beside the wreck, 2 men and 2 women, the latter of whom are quite striking." Upon hearing of the women, Xianghua felt a renewed thrill within him. The last woman beside him had been rescued by Lin Ye, and he found himself pondering how to alleviate the monotony of island life. It was a thought that led him to wish for a pillow, as if someone might offer him one for rest. Chapter 42. Let us build a toilet. Gue, being the more rational one, observed the 4 individuals, perhaps even more. "Huagu, it seems this island harbors many survivors, most of whom are scattered about." Xianghua discerned the implication in his words and resolved to seek an opportunity to engage with those individuals tomorrow. Aguino did, aware that Huagu could not possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip by. Setting aside the possibility of returning, if he could gather a group of people on this island for his purposes, he could live a life akin to that of a leader. However, this person may not be there every day, remarked Pu Guchang, apprehensive that they might not encounter those individuals tomorrow, and thus he offered a precautionary note to avoid blame. His concerns were indeed justified. In the beginning, Wang Qin and her group dispatched people daily to guard the beach. However, as time passed without sight of the rescue team, their visits dwindled from once a day to now, nearly every 5 or 6 days. Their last encounter with Lin Ye and his group occurred serendipitously after a tsunami, when they sought to inspect a derelict ship which now lacked the supplies they once needed, a sight that Pu Guochang happened to notice from distance. Xianghua, resting his chin on his hand, stated, "It matters not. As long as we see them, we can follow from afar, ascertain their intentions, and then devise a plan." He was unwilling to falter again, recalling how he had previously been bested by Lin Ye. In these 5 days, Lin Ye had not been idle. He had excavated 2 large pits to serve as traps, which he filled with sharpened bamboo spikes. Fortune smiled upon him as he successfully captured a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. On his way back, he found himself pursued by 2 wolves. Fortunately, it was daytime, and Lin Ye had no choice but to part with a portion of the boar's meat to the wolves. The surplus boar meat was promptly salted and transformed into cured meat, which now hung abundantly in the cave, while the bamboo cages by the seaside yielded significant bounty as well. Utilizing the boar's entrails as bait, each retrieval was fruitful, yielding an abundance that was simply too much to consume. "Brother Lin Ye, hurry over. I'm going to shave your beard," Luna called as she approached, brandishing the dagger she had snatched from Hua Ge. "Come here, I'm too comfortable to move," he replied, feeling his beard, which had grown long over the nearly half-month they had been on the deserted island. His hair had also lengthened, and his clothes had grown increasingly tattered. Luna sashayed over, declaring, "Brother Lin Ye, it seems you become rather lazy." Grabbing hold of Lin Ye's beard, she began to shave it off. Whether due to the dullness of the blade or her intent, it was excruciatingly painful. "Easy there, you're making me bleed." He winced. Luna shot him a glare. "I'll have you know, I'm not in a good mood today, so it's best you comply with me." Lin Ye mused to himself. What have I done to incur her wrath? At last, the shaving concluded, and he touched his chin, satisfied with the result, albeit with a slightly raw jaw. "Just indulge her for a few days. Women have their moods once a month," Huang Ziyu whispered as she approached Lin Ye. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye understood the situation and resolved to let her have her way for now, planning to address her behavior in a few days when she dared to throw a tantrum. Huang Ziyu sat beside Lin Ye, unadorned by sunscreen or skincare products. Even with a sun-kissed complexion, she remained strikingly beautiful. Once exuding an ethereal aura, she now offered Lin Ye a sense of comfort. Jin Shishan found common ground with Luna, while Ingzi exhibited politeness towards everyone. After days of interaction, she had emerged from the shadow of Hua Ge. "Let us not be childish. I believe we require a sheltering restroom. Don't you think, Captain?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Ye considered her point. The inconvenience of digging a pit each time they ventured outdoors for a more substantial relief was undeniable. "You're calling me Captain for the first time. It seems your desire for this restroom is quite fervent." Huang Ziyu certainly desired it, primarily to thwart Lin Ye, the notorious lecher, from peering in. Moreover, the thought of inadvertently stepping into someone else's business while digging in the woods was less than appealing. "It's really about everyone's convenience," Huang Ziyu reflected, realizing it was indeed the first time she had addressed him as captain. Recalling their initial day as a trio, with Lin Ye at the helm, familiarity had since rendered the title trivial, but it no longer seemed significant. Lin Ye stood, stretching lazily. "All right, ladies, I shall construct a restroom for you." The group erupted in applause, with Mei Shan particularly elated. Lin Ye noted her shyness. Every time he teased her, her cheeks flushed, inevitably invoking Huang Ziyu's swift reprimands. As a result, the marks on Lin Ye's back had yet to fade, as she consistently landed her blows with precision, referring to it as her wolf-sealing strike. The available materials were primarily bamboo, harvested on site. The restroom need not be expansive. Lin Ye chose a location about 10 meters from a cave. After cutting several large bamboo stalks, he instructed the women to segment them into 2-meter lengths before he began digging. With ample time now that food concerns were alleviated, he dedicated a significant portion of the day to this task. After several hours, the rudimentary structure of the restroom began to take shape. A hole approximately 2 square meters and over a meter deep, encircled by bamboo. The bamboo was secured using a woven basket technique, with 4 sturdy pillars deeply embedded in the ground to withstand the wind, resembling a traditional rural latrine. He then fashioned smooth bamboo pieces to line the interior for hygiene purposes. For many days, they had relied on these, and while the women initially resisted, they eventually resorted to bamboo after exhausting the surrounding foliage. Recalling Huang Ziyu's expression during her first encounter with the bamboo for such purposes elicited a chuckle from Lin Ye. It rendered her nearly immobile. However, they all maintained cleanliness, always fetching water from the nearby pool to wash after use. "Isn't the top supposed to be sealed?" Huang Ziyu inquired. In truth, Lin Ye had never considered a cover. Without cement or isolating materials, a heavy rain would fill the pit, with moisture seeping through the soil above. Why seal it? It's quite ventilated. In such a confined space, the odor would be overwhelming. We must allow for some airflow. Huang Ziyu, with a hint of foolishness, nodded slightly, but then seemed to ponder something else. But what about the rain? Surely, we can't go out in the downpour. She mused. Lin Ye chuckled. "Ah, that is an excellent question you've posed. Come closer, and I shall enlighten you." As he spoke, He beckoned Huang Ziyu with his hand. Believing Lin Ye had a clever solution, she leaned in, only to hear two words whispered in her ear: cold dish. Chapter 43. Attacked by an unfathomable entity just as she was still in a daze, Lin Ye swiftly made his escape. Come back. There was no choice. The conditions were as such, and they had to make do for the time being. If it rained heavily, they could always relocate later. After catching up to Lin Ye, she ultimately could not evade his dragon, subduing palm. Only after Lin Ye's pitiful pleas for mercy did Huang Ziyu relent. You must find a way to secure the roof, she insisted. Women are truly troublesome. Lin Ye had already exhausted himself throughout the day and genuinely did not wish to exert any more effort. What isn't it for me if I fix it? He retorted. If you do it, you can use it too, and one tea have to get drenched, Huang Ziyu replied, perplexed by his lack of motivation. Lin Ye then adopted a nonchalant attitude, proclaiming, I'm a grown man. What do I have to fear? It's all the same to me. Seeing Lin Ye's smug expression, it was no wonder he had remained single for so many years. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, if you fix it, I'll give you a kiss. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye was internally elated, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. If that's the case, I'll put in a little more effort to get the roof done. His quick agreement surprised Huang Ziyu, who had intended to negotiate further for a more substantial concession. This fellow didn't play by the rules. A mere kiss had sufficed to sway him. Had Lin Ye been aware of Huang Ziyu's thoughts, he would have surely regretted his decision. He began constructing a rudimentary roof using vines for support, splitting bamboo in half to create tiles for coverage. This would suffice to shield them from light winds and rain. As for the potential flooding of the toilet during heavy rain, Lin Ye devised a plan. The toilet was situated at a higher elevation, so he would dig a sloped trench 30 centimeters above the cave floor, employing bamboo as a drainage pipe. The process of boring through the bamboo was cumbersome. It had to be split open entirely, hollowed out, and then reassembled with soil compacted around it. This way, if it rained, the water would flow out through the bamboo pipe. How is that? Is it done? Lin Ye approached Huang Ziyu to claim credit. She nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Then does your promise of a kiss still stand? Lin Ye whispered in her ear. Huang Ziyu's cheeks flushed as she glanced at the others nearby, feeling a bit bashful. Maybe later tonight. All that hard work had not been in vain. After a long day, Lin Ye, fatigued, bathed in the nearby pool, and for dinner, they had stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat. The large wild boar had yielded a significant amount of pork, filling 20 bamboo segments. Though lacking additional seasonings, the meal was relished thoroughly. After dinner, night had fallen outside the cave. Huang Ziyu approached Lin Ye and said, Lin Ye, it's too dark outside. I want to go to the newly built toilet. Can you keep watch for me? Lin Ye instantly understood. It was to fulfill the promise of that kiss from earlier. Luna, somewhat taken aback, interjected, Sister Ziyu, don't you usually ask me to accompany you? Indeed, it was rather suspicious for Lin Ye to accompany her at this hour, particularly in Luna's eyes. Previously, when I invited you to accompany me, it was under the condition of being unobstructed from all sides. Now, with the new restroom, it is concealed, and I feel more at ease calling upon Lin Ye. Huang Ziyu's reasoning seems somewhat forced, yet is still somewhat justifiable. Oh, I wish to go as well. Let me join you. Lin Ye appeared bewildered, as this seemed to abruptly shatter his happiness. He met Huang Ziyu's gaze, yet found it difficult to refuse Luna. After all, one cannot hinder another's need to use the restroom. Well, very well then. Huang Ziyu cast a glance at Lin Ye, her expression innocent, and from her eyes, he discerned her desire to fulfill her promise, albeit feeling helpless. He decided to attribute all grievances to Luna and vowed to reclaim his dues with interest. At the first opportunity that arose, standing not far from the restroom, he waited in boredom. How delightful it would be to have a cigarette at this moment. Strangely enough, after quitting for over half a month, Lin Ye noticed a significant improvement in his stamina. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, resembling a stone striking the restroom's roof. Lin Ye, do not play tricks, Huang Ziyu exclaimed, startled alongside the other occupant inside the restroom, believing that Lin Ye had intentionally thrown a stone. It wasn't me, Lin Ye replied, surveying his surroundings, engulfed in darkness. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? You're the only one outside. Before he could finish his sentence, another thud resounded, landing at Lin Ye's feet. Had it been a little more precise, it would have struck him directly. Do not speak. It truly isn't me. This nearly hit me. The two inside recognized that something was amiss, hastily concluding their business and emerging, eagerly inquiring about the commotion. What happened? Lin Ye picked up the object that had just struck his foot and handed it to Huang Ziyu. Look at this. Huang Ziyu accepted the item, exclaiming, Is this a coconut? In the moonlight, it was evident that it was the inner shell of a coconut, stripped of its outer skin and already hollowed out. Just as the three were examining the coconut shell, an unexpected blow struck Lin Ye on the back of his head, rendering him unconscious. Lin Ye, what is wrong? Are you all right? Do not frighten me. Wake up, Lin Ye. The women in the cave were startled by the cries. Quick, let us carry Lin Ye back into the cave. The women hurriedly placed Lin Ye onto a bamboo bed, secured the door, and remained vigilant of the outside. Lin Ye entered a dream, finding himself resting on a soft pillow, with a hand gently caressing his forehead. After a night passed, he slowly opened his eyes to find a pair of large, dark-circled eyes fixed upon him. Why are you staring at me? Just as he attempted to rise, a sharp pain in his head forced him back down, collapsing onto Huang Ziyu's lap. Lin Ye had spent the night resting on her thigh, while she had watched over him, enduring the fatigue evident in her dark circles. You are awake. You truly frightened us last night. Thankfully, you are unharmed. Upon seeing Lin Ye awake, everyone gathered around him. So you held me throughout the night? Lin Ye touched the back of his head, noticing a trace of dried blood, swollen in a sizable lump. Indeed, was there any further development last night? Huang Ziyu gently placed Lin Ye down and stood up, saying, Fortunately, we were not attacked afterwards. We all rushed into the cave and secured the gate, too fearful to venture out. Lin Ye, dear brother, do not worry about anything else for now. Focus on healing your injuries. If necessary, we can forego venturing out tonight. Observing Luna's distressed tone and her slightly swollen eyes, it was evident that she had likely not slept all night. After a brief assessment, I realized the injury was not severe, probably just a mild concussion. You all must have been awake the entire night. Please take the opportunity to rest now. Lin Ye comforted her by gently pinching her nose. Chapter 44. The monkey, seeing that Lin Ye was unharmed, the others felt relieved and went to rest. However, Huang Ziyu cast a worried glance in his direction. Lin Ye stepped out of the cave to survey the surroundings. Apart from the occasional chirping of birds, everything appeared unchanged. Standing at the spot where he had been attacked the previous night, he attempted to determine the direction from which the assailant had thrown something, but found no traces whatsoever. It was quite peculiar. It did not seem to be the work of a human, as there were absolutely no signs on the ground. Observing the spot on the ceiling that had been struck, he noticed some marks, though their nature was indiscernible. However, Lin Ye was certain that a stone had hit the back of his head last night. Just let me catch you, he muttered, tightening his grip on the bow, the only weapon he possessed that could inflict damage from a distance. Upon returning to the cave, Lin Ye began crafting bamboo arrows. Should the enemy return, even in the darkness, he would retaliate. By midday, everyone had awakened. How is your injury? Why are you making so many bamboo arrows? You should rest, Huang Ziyu remarked, eyeing the pile of over 100 bamboo arrows Lin Ye had amassed. Did I wake you all? Lin Ye replied. The injury is of no consequence. How about you prepare some food while I continue my work? Huang Ziyu approached him to inspect the back of his head, relieved to find only a slight swelling. All right, I'll go make lunch. Truth be told, the feeling of being cared for was quite pleasant. No wonder many girls are drawn to considerate boys. Luna and the others also came forward to inquire, recalling how the women had panicked when Lin Ye collapsed the previous night, underscoring his significance within a group. As night descended, Appa, every day we either have stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat or boiled fish. I'm beginning to feel like cured meat myself. Jean Shishan pouted, prompting her sister to quickly pull her back. Lin Ye shot her a glance. Do you believe that the other two teams are struggling to find any meat at all, yet you dare to be picky? Perhaps you should venture out to search for food yourself. His tone was notably stern this time, a reflection of how sometimes being too lenient could lead to a sense of entitlement. I'm sorry, Lin Ye. My sister doesn't mean any harm. I apologize on her behalf. Jean Meishan interjected hastily. Jean Shishan felt aggrieved. She had merely voiced a complaint without any ill intent. Yet Lin Ye was resolute in his approach, determined that they all understand the reality of their situation. Survival was already a significant achievement. Forget it. I was harsh earlier. However, you must comprehend that this island is fraught with peril, and food is scarce. Last night, I was attacked by something. Luna took Jean Shishan by the hand and joined her in apologizing to Lin Ye. Faced with their four sorrowful eyes, Lin Ye's heart softened. They truly had not faced much hardship. He thought of Sakura and the life she had endured with Xiong Hua, never once complaining since arriving in his company. Bang! Damn it, is it back again? Is it addicted or something? Lin Ye cursed as he grabbed his bow and stepped outside, crouching behind the wall to observe through the cracks. Huang Ziyu watched Lin Ye impulsively dash out and hurriedly followed suit. Lin Ye, you should return. It's truly difficult to see at night. A few others behind attempted to join, but were scolded back by Lin Ye. The more people there were, the more chaotic it would become. You go back first. I must uncover what attacked us, or I won't find peace tonight. Observing Lin Ye's resolute tone, she replied, Then I shall accompany you. The moon was particularly round that night, and Lin Ye kept his gaze fixed on the dark expanse of the woods, his bow drawn taut, ready to release an arrow at a moment's notice. You really ought to go back. It's too perilous. Lin Ye remained focused on the forest, not glancing at the trees above. At that moment, Huang Ziyu pointed ahead and called out, Lin Ye, look quickly over there in the tree, through the moonlight. A furry creature was darting back and forth amongst the branches. Is that a monkey? No, there's more than one. Whoosh! Lin Ye released an arrow towards the shadow. Missing, he quickly knocked another. The monkeys retaliated, hurling objects toward Lin Ye and the others. A barrier stood in front of them. The monkeys lacked significant strength, their projectiles merely thudding against the barrier without inflicting any real harm on Lin Ye. Unsure of how many arrows he had shot, he finally heard a scream echo from the woods. Chirp wail. It seemed he had struck a target. As the cries faded into the distance, it was evident the monkey had been injured, but not fatally, allowing it to escape. Upon returning to the cave, he briefed everyone on the situation. Why would the monkeys attack us? Lin Ye pondered it. Logically, monkeys would not initiate an attack without provocation, especially at night. I suspect that the monkeys, having felt pain, will not return. Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow and remarked, Lin Ye, from what I understand, monkeys do not attack without reason. Either we have encroached upon their territory, or we have instilled a sense of threat within them. Reflecting on Huang Ziyu's words, Lin Ye contemplated but remained puzzled about the source of the issue. He decided not to dwell on it. After all, they had finally found a peaceful refuge, and it was unlikely that a few monkeys could disrupt their haven. Whatever the case, they did not approach during the day, indicating that the monkeys are likely fearful. As long as we remain vigilant at night, it is preferable to wolves. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, the others ceased their discussion, not considering the monkeys a significant threat. Comparatively, they were indeed not a source of danger. However, there was a saying, when the tiger is absent, the monkey reigns supreme, implying that the monkey held a prominent position within the forest, a fact Lin Ye chose not to disclose to avoid causing concern. As Lin Ye lay on his bed, he observed Maishan feeding the rabbits with vines. In the corner, the 5 little gray rabbits had grown a bit larger. To prevent their escape, Lin Ye had woven a large cage days prior. Having lived alongside humans for an extended period, the rabbits were unafraid. Whenever the door was opened, they would follow the women closely, posing a risk of being accidentally stepped on. Haha, they're growing quite plump. They should be ready for the pot in a few days. Upon hearing these words, Huang Ziyu was quite displeased. Without my permission, you are not allowed to consume them. Several women cast disapproving glances, indicating a rising tide of anger. The little gray rabbits, under the care of these women, had grown plump and round. If anyone had the most authority to speak on the matter, it would likely be Huang Ziyu, who had once returned with a few of these bunnies, still vividly recalling the bite from a snake. Ah, I merely jest, do not take it to heart, Lin Ye remarked as he turned away, mindful not to provoke further ire. It seemed these rabbits were cherished as pets. In the absence of entertainment on the island, they served as a source of solace. Chapter 45. The brothers have issues in the following days. The monkey indeed refrained from appearing, much to Lin Ye's delight, as he relished the tranquility. Although somewhat perplexed, he chose not to dwell on it. He continued to eat and drink, and the injury at the back of his head had mostly healed. After the recent tsunami, it had not rained for many days, and the scorching sun had blistered the skin under its relentless glare. Brother, do we truly have to collaborate with those individuals? Sure, Peng Yunliang cautioned, glancing towards Wang Qin's partition, signaling his brother to lower his voice lest others overhear. Just days prior, Park Guchang had discreetly established contact with the two brothers, gathering some intelligence, and expressed a willingness to join forces against Wang Qin. Wang Qin's camp was constructed along the mountainside, requiring little effort in its assembly. It was merely a naturally formed shelter, albeit a rather expansive one. Several rooms were separated in the middle by grass, with 2 on the left and 2 on the right, segregated by gender, while the center served as a communal space for discussions and cooking. This woman increasingly disregards us, and are you content to remain subordinate to her? Peng Yunjie felt a twinge of guilt, but countered, but that Situ Qing, we are no match for her, not to mention the other 2 fellows are formidable as well. Since Peng Yunliang's interaction with Park Guchang, he had been contemplating the collaboration. Rest assured, I will handle those 2, with Park Guchang and his companions. I refuse to believe that we, as able men, cannot contend with a few women. Let us venture out to find food. Once we are satiated, we shall return. Curse it. Let them starve. Soon enough, they will be begging us, he declared, and the 2 brothers made their way towards the sea. Watching their retreating figures, Situ Qing remarked, Sister Wang, the food they've been bringing has diminished significantly these past few days. Wang Qin glanced over and smiled. No matter. As long as the women remain here, they will tirelessly seek food for us. Hearing Wang Qin's words, Situ Qing furrowed her brow, disapproving of such transactional dealings with their bodies. Yet, under the circumstances of consent, she felt her objections fell short. I'm not overly concerned about Qin Hao and Ao de Biao. They harbor no ulterior motives. However, I sense something amiss with the Peng brothers these past few days. One must acknowledge that a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. This sentiment piqued Wang Qin's interest. Qing'er, keep a close watch on their activities. Should you notice anything unusual, she said, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture. Such disobedient men, she thought, serve no purpose and could pose a risk. Wang Qin would not hesitate to eliminate them. Qin Hao and the others have returned. In the distance, 2 ragged men, their sunburnt skin darkened, approached Wang Qin and the others, carrying an assortment of items. Sister Wang, look, we found a bounty of figs today, Qin Hao exclaimed, presenting a bundle wrapped in large leaves, weighing approximately 7 to 8 pounds. Wang Qin's demeanor softened as she beheld Qin Hao's return. Old Qin, you are back. You have worked hard, and what a splendid harvest. Fruit is indeed a rare treasure. Another woman emerged from a nearby room, and an older lady remarked, Ah, the handsome young man has returned. Come here, dear. Just 3 figs tonight, and I shall be yours. She accompanied her words with a flirtatious glance that made Qin Hao feel quite disgusted. Give me. I only need 2. Another chimed in. I too desire 2. Qin Hao, for I am younger and more beautiful than they. I am quite skilled. The women began to bicker over the food, each vying for attention, some already reaching out towards Ao de Biao, eager to throw themselves at him. Initially, they had dismissed Ao de Biao due to his race and taciturn nature, coupled with an indescribable odor emanating from him. Yet, in their desperation for sustenance, they were willing to settle for less. Before long, the figs in Ao de Biao's possession were swiftly depleted, and he excitedly led 3 women to a nearby partition. The remaining trio of women fixated on the 5 figs in Qin Hao's hand, silently hoping to be chosen by him. All right, you 3, return for now. I have matters to discuss with Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, come with me, Wang Qin instructed, prompting the women to reluctantly disperse. Hearing Wang Qin had something to say, Qin Hao immediately set the figs down and followed her. Sister Wang, what is it? Wang Qin, along with Situ Qing, walked several meters away from the camp, wary of eavesdroppers. Xiao Qin, I feel terrible about what occurred during this outing. Rest assured, if we manage to return, I will promote you to supervisor, along with a raise. It turned out that Qin Hao was Wang Qin's subordinate, accompanying her on this trip, which had taken an unfortunate turn. Sister Wang, please don't say that. Such events are unwelcome to anyone. I could never blame you. Her strategy of winning hearts was quite adept, even amidst dire circumstances, promising promotions as if they weren't facing starvation. With Hade gone, you and Qing Er are my most trusted individuals here. Do you find Ao Biao to be reliable? Upon Wang Qin's inquiry, Qin Hao pondered for a moment. Despite his background, we owe him our lives. He has been quiet, but has consistently searched for food alongside me. So I believe he poses no threat. Uncertain of Wang Qin's intent with her question, he expressed his honest thoughts. He indeed trusted Ao Biao, a sentiment Wang Qin seemed to share. Then what about the brothers Yun Liang and Yun Jie? Qin Hao contemplated again and replied, Sister Wang, your question raises my suspicions about them. What sort of problem? Situ Qing interjected swiftly. Feeling apprehensive under Situ Qing's intense gaze, Qin Hao swallowed hard. Recently, they approached me and jestingly asked if I wished to establish my own faction as a leader. I assumed it was merely a joke and didn't take it seriously. Wang Qin rubbed her temples, contemplating Qin Hao's words. She could not fathom why those two brothers dared to rebel. There was undoubtedly a problem, yet she could not discern its source. Very well, I understand now. Shao Qin, you may return for the time being. Should they attempt to engage with you again, make sure to record what is said and report back to me. Certainly, Sister Wang, I will reserve that portion of food for you in the compartment. Chapter 46. Wang Qin in peril. As Wang Qin watched Qin Hao depart, her thoughts drifted to Lin Ye. She pondered the fate of the man and the 5 women. Sensing that Lin Ye thrived in such an environment, she scoffed at the notion of his physical resilience. Si Tuqing had encountered Lin Ye that day. The women at his side seemed utterly devoted to him, leading her to mistakenly believe he had commanded their loyalty. Although he now surrounded himself with several beautiful women, he had yet to engage intimately with any of them, with his encounter with Luna merely a fleeting moment of tension. Wang Qin recalled their last meeting when she gifted him a watch, but the words he had spoken eluded her memory. King Ye, do you remember what Lin Yi said when he left that day? Si Tuqing looked at Wang Qin, straining to recall. Sister Wang, I remember. He mentioned there were 3 survivors in the direction he was headed. This reminder sparked Wang Qin's recollection. Lin Ye had warned her of 3 hostile survivors, a cautionary note that underscored the precariousness of their situation. What are we afraid of? I'm here. Si Tuqing dismissed the gravity of the threat, oblivious to whether her confidence in her abilities was misplaced. Wang Qin shook her head. An open attack can be dodged, but a hidden arrow is much harder to defend against. Let us move while the Haven Tea returned. We need to change camps. What? Change camps? They expressed disbelief. Yes, why? This place seems fine. They were reluctant to leave, and Wang Qin convened the group to share her concerns, omitting any mention of the betrayal by the Peng brothers. Qin Hao, somewhat perplexed by Wang Qin's anxieties, questioned Sister Wang, is this decision not a bit hasty? A woman like Wang Qin would never willingly place herself in danger. Even the faintest hint of peril would rouse her caution. The main issue is the scarcity of food nearby. We might find more sustenance if we venture further. Ao Biao queried, but 2 brothers are still missing. Should we wait for their return before deciding? This fellow, oblivious to the reality, was counting the money of those who had sold him out. Tethered to the brothers, yet unable to voice his concerns. Wang Qin, without evidence, knew her claims would not be taken seriously. Si Tuqing, sensing the unease, pulled Wang Qin aside and whispered, Sister Wang, it's not that everyone is unwilling to leave, it's just that we have no better place to go, and the woods pose their own dangers. Wang Qin contemplated this and softly confided in Si Tuqing, we could seek out Lin Ye, heading east along the beach. Let us leave tonight. For the first time, Si Tuqing questioned Wang Qin's plan, but chose to remain silent, perhaps conceding that she might be right. As dusk approached, the Peng brothers returned, clutching a few small fish and grinning as they presented one to Si Tuqing, who responded with a frosty demeanor. Ugh, filthy woman. Peng Yunliang muttered under his breath. Brother, don't be angry. Everything is arranged on that side. We'll act tonight. Upon hearing his brother's words, his spirits lifted. Let them frolic for a few more hours. Brother, I wonder if this thing is of any use, Peng Yunjie remarked, holding a coconut jelly to his nose, only to have it snatched away by his brother. Don't sniff it. You might end up in trouble. It contains the chira, he cautioned, then carried 2 open coconuts towards a neighboring room. Xiao Qin, you two are still awake, haha. Qin Hao, illuminated by a faint light, recognized the newcomer as Peng Yunliang. You haven't turned in either, he noted. I picked some coconuts by the seaside and brought them for you to try. He handed over the 2 coconuts. Thank you. Qin Hao intended to warn Ao de Biao, but Ao de Biao seized one and drank it in one go. Peng Yunliang observed Qin Hao holding his coconut without drinking. Surely, my brother wouldn't harm you. Look, Ao de Biao is fine, isn't he? Brother Yunliang, that's not quite the case. I just drank a bit too much water earlier, huh? The 3 conversed for about half an hour. Noticing that Ao de Biao exhibited no adverse reactions, Qin Hao lowered his guard and drank from the coconut as well. Once he finished, Peng Yunliang felt reassured and departed, inwardly chuckling, tonight you shall sleep soundly. Peng Yunjie, likewise, was not idle. He carried 2 coconuts to Wang Qin and Sita Qing, who received them and sent him off. However, the 2 remained cautious, leaving the coconuts untouched in a corner, aware that suspicion breeds vigilance. In the dead of night, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao had already succumbed to deep slumber, likely to sleep for 2 days without waking. Qinger, let us depart without disturbing them, Wang Qin suggested as she rose. Situ Qing nodded, shouldering her bow and taking a modest supply of food and water before turning to leave with Wang Qin. At that moment, Peng Yunliang's voice rang out behind them. Humph. I knew you would try to leave. I've been keeping watch over you two. You want to escape tonight. Peng Yunjie approached from the front, blocking their path, accompanied by 3 figures, Xianghua and his companions. Qin Hao, Ao de Biao, wake up. Peng Yunliang called out. Stop shouting. Even if the sky were to fall, they would wake up right now, huh? He laughed heartily. The commotion roused the slumbering women, who emerged from their quarters. What happened, Sister Wang? One woman inquired. This girl is quite a catch. From now on, I, Xianghua, will protect you all, ha ha ha. Having gone so long without indulging, Xianghua's eyes gleamed at the sight of so many women. You think you can intimidate us? With that, he drew his bow and shot an arrow in one fluid motion, aiming for Xianghua. Bang! The arrow missed its target as a Gui intervened, holding a steel plate in front of Xianghua. I knew your skills were formidable. I had to prepare, he stated, as another arrow was drawn, this time aimed at Peng Yunjie. The warning came, be careful, Yunjie. Peng Yunliang's reminder proved somewhat effective, yet the arrow still struck his leg, causing him to collapse onto the ground in pain. Sister Wang, hurry. Situ Qing drew her bow once more, aiming with determination, prompting Peng Yunliang to seek refuge behind a cover. Xianghua, filled with trepidation, could hardly believe the prowess of this woman's archery. Agoué, it's up to you now. Life and death are inconsequential. Yes, Brother Hua, you take cover first. Just as Agoué was about to give chase, another arrow was loosed, compelling him to raise a steel plate for defense. By the time Qinger released her second arrow, Wang Qin had already sprinted towards the seaside. The darkness was profound, and she had no idea how many times she had stumbled. Even so, her pace remained sluggish. Chapter 47. The last arrow, had it not been for the need to protect Wang Qin, Situ Qing would have swiftly extricated herself with her remarkable agility. Peng Yunliang, wielding a wooden stick, pursued Agoué, maintaining a considerable distance as he followed closely behind. Situ Qing occasionally loosed an arrow, while Agoué, burdened by the heavy steel plate, likely salvaged from a derelict ship, found it difficult to run swiftly, silently counting Situ Qing's arrows in his mind. Let's see how many arrows you have left. You shall not escape. Wang Qin, already battered and furious, cursed the 2 brothers, lamenting their betrayal. Sister Wang, do not worry. I shall protect you at all costs. Situ Qing reassured her, glancing back at the 2 pursuers illuminated by the moonlight, feeling a slight alleviation of pressure. Indeed, as Agoué had indicated, her arrows were dwindling. Damn it, Valwench. Should I catch you? You shall pay for injuring my brother. Peng Yunliang sporadically picked up stones from the ground to hurl forward, cursing incessantly. Sister Wang, hold on a little longer, Situ Qing urged, deftly dodging the stones while guiding Wang Qin toward the shore. Situ Qing contemplated veering into the woods to find refuge, but the pursuit was too relentless. She could hear their footsteps, making it difficult to hide. Upon reaching the beach, she resolved to let Wang Qin escape, first while she stayed behind to fend off their attackers. "Qing, I can't go on. I'm utterly exhausted." Wang Qin gasped, her breath labored. Upon reaching the beach, she collapsed onto the ground, unmovable despite Situ Qing's persistent efforts to help her up. "What is this? Not running anymore?" Gue remarked, astonished at the endurance of the two women. He mused that if the chase continued, he too would soon tire, the steel plate weighing at least 70 pounds. However, he could not discard it, for Situ Qing's arrows could strike at any moment. Even if you stop running, what can you do? Situ Qing positioned herself protectively in front of Wang Qin, her arrow aimed at Gue. Just then, Peng Yunliang emerged from the woods, boasting, "You think you can keep running?" Before he could finish his taunt, an arrow zipped past, narrowly missing him and piercing through his ear. A piercing scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig echoed across the beach. Initially, Situ Qing had fired the arrow merely to intimidate Gue, but with him shielded by the steel plate, she found herself at an impasse. However, when the unfortunate Peng Yunliang came into her line of sight, she seized the opportunity. Aiming for his head, the dim light of night obscured her vision, yet she managed to pierce his ear. Clutching his ear and howling in agony, Peng Yunliang sought refuge behind Gue. "Brother Gue, you must avenge me." "Fear not. I suspect she is out of arrows," Gue replied. Situ Qing instinctively checked her quiver and confirmed that indeed, that had been her final arrow. "Humph, even without arrows, I can still deal with you." "Where does your confidence stem from, woman?" Gue retorted, casting aside the steel plate to stretch his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. Situ Qing braced herself for confrontation. "Sister Wang, how are you holding up? Can you still walk?" I can manage. We shall go together." Wang Qin struggled to rise. "You go ahead, I will catch up shortly." As Gue approached, wielding a wooden stick, Situ Qing readied her bow, adopting a stance of defiance. At the very least, she bore a weapon, for facing an adversary unarmed was a sure path to defeat. With approximately 5 meters separating them, Gue charged forward, raising his stick to strike fiercely at Situ Qing. The impact resounded. Her attempt to block with the bow resulted in its splintering, and the blow landed heavily upon her shoulder. Although most of the force was mitigated, the pain was undeniable. "Is that all you can do?" Gue pressed on relentlessly, swinging the stick again. Instead of retreating, Situ Qing advanced, deftly sidestepping and lifting her right leg to deliver a swift kick to Gue's face. The speed of her strike compelled him to retract his hands to defend, causing him to drop the stick as he seized her right leg. Seizing the opportunity, Situ Qing rose and delivered a powerful kick with her left leg to Gue's chest. With a thud, Gue was sent sprawling backward, recovering with a nimble roll to his feet while assessing his chest, realizing that a stronger blow could have fractured his ribs. "I never expected a woman to possess such skill. How about we join forces? After all, we bear no deep-seated enmity." However, upon hearing Gue's proposition, Peng Yunliang objected vehemently. "Brother Gue, we cannot ally with her. If Situ Qing were to agree, it would spell doom for us both. Betrayal is not a fate we can afford." "Bah, to join forces with you lot is akin to courting disaster." Situ Qing spat defiantly. "If it is to be this way, do not blame me." Gue charged at her once more, shouting to Peng Yunliang, "Go capture Wang Qin. I'll keep her occupied." The two soon became entwined in combat. Hearing Gue's command, Peng Yunliang, spotting Wang Qin not far off, seized a wooden stick from the ground and pursued her. If he could control her, they would have little to fear from the others. "Wang Jierun," Situ Qing called out urgently as she watched Peng Yunliang chase after Wang Qin, unable to extricate herself from her own struggle. However, in this moment of distraction, Gue executed a sweeping kick that struck her shoulder, sending her flying. Gritting her teeth, Situ Qing scrambled to her feet and dashed towards Peng Yunliang. Gue was taken aback by her rapid recovery, seizing the opportunity to break free from his grasp. He could not warn Peng Yunliang in time as Situ Qing closed the distance. Upon turning, Peng Yunliang was alarmed to see the fierce warrior pursuing him, and he hastily brandished the stick in his hands, Yet to Situ Ching, his moves were childish play. With a swift maneuver, she disarmed him, easily wrenching the stick from his grasp, while simultaneously dislocating his arm. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, bewildered by his misfortune, rolling on the ground in agony. The prospect of catching up to Wang Qin now seemed exceedingly grim. At that moment, Gue arrived, wrapping his arms tightly around Situ Ching's neck from behind, rendering her struggles futile. "So how about it? If you yield to me, I shall set you free." "No, it is impossible unless I perish." Situ Ching's face flushed crimson as she desperately struck at Gue with her elbow. Despite the pain inflicted upon him, Gue showed no sign of relinquishing his grip. "If that is the case, then you shall perish." In Gue's eyes, this woman was worthy of admiration. Yet she was also remarkably stubborn. Since she could not be tamed, then she must be destroyed. Just as Situ Ching's consciousness began to fade and her breath grew shallow, her hand brushed against her hair, retrieving a slender hairpin that she thrust fiercely into Gue's abdomen. In pain, Gue finally loosened his grip on her. Chapter 48. "Help me save Ching." Situ Ching gripped the hairpin tightly, gasping for breath. The wooden pin nestled within her hair was now half broken. Gue clutched his wounded abdomen, the pain searing through him, though the injury was not deep. Taking advantage of her vulnerability, he prepared to strike. At that moment, Situ Ching lunged at Gue, attempting to kick him in the face with her knee, but the prone Peng Yunliang seized the opportunity and grasped her left leg. "Brother Gue, I've got her. Quickly deal with her." Situ Ching found herself unable to break free, her right leg abandoning its assault on Gue as she desperately kicked at Peng Yunliang. Reacting swiftly, Gue swung a punch, accompanied by a fierce whistle, aimed directly at Situ Ching. With a muffled grunt, she took a heavy blow, and in that instant, Peng Yunliang loosened his grip on her left leg. Gue delivered another kick, striking her forcefully in the chest, sending her sprawling onto the sand, blood spilling from her mouth. Gue unleashed several more brutal strikes, leaving Situ Ching with no choice but to shield her head with her hands. After enduring these exchanges, she realized she had sustained significant internal injuries and could not continue the fight. Otherwise, she would surely perish here tonight. Seizing an opportunity while Gue was distracted, she scooped up a handful of sand and hurled it at him, then dashed towards Wang Qin. Damn it! The sand struck Gue, blinding him as it filled his eyes, plunging him into darkness. "Quick, bring me water. I can't see." Desperately calling for Peng Yunliang, he found, however, that the latter had already been knocked unconscious by Situ Ching, lying motionless on the beach. "Where is everyone? If you're alive, help me." Despite his shouts and curses, no one responded. By the time Gue cleared his eyes with his sleeve, the others had vanished. Glancing at the still figure of Peng Yunliang on the sand, he muttered in frustration, "What a useless fool." Clutching his wounded abdomen, he stared contemplatively in the direction Situ Ching had fled. After running for an indeterminate length of time, Situ Ching finally caught up to Wang Qin. "Qing, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Upon seeing Wang Qin, she coughed up blood once more, unable to maintain her composure as she collapsed. "Qing, wake up. Don't scare me." The sky by the sea began to lighten, revealing the dawn. They had unwittingly run through the night. Wang Qin felt for Situ Ching's breath and was relieved to find she was still alive. Dragging Situ Ching into the woods, she sought a place to hide, covering their tracks with sand, uncertain whether Gue was in pursuit. "Water, water. Qing, you're awake. Do you want some water?" Wang Qin leaned in closely, listening intently, but there was no response. "Qing, wait here. I'll go find you some water." Gathering dry grass from the ground, she covered Situ Ching with it. A fleeting thought crossed Wang Qin's mind, to abandon her and leave. On this island, without medical care, she feared for her friend's survival. However, she soon relinquished her thoughts, uncertain of where to go even if she were to leave alone. At this moment, she was unaware that she had already entered Lin Ye's territory. In the cave, Lin Ye awoke early that day. The lavender he had brought back previously proved exceedingly effective in repelling mosquitoes, and the monkeys had not come to disturb him, allowing him several peaceful nights of sleep. "Brother Lin Ye, What shall we have for breakfast today? Luna stretched languidly. After days of following Lin Ye around, the fair-skinned woman had unwittingly tanned, resembling one of the yellow-skinned folk. When I visited the beach to check the bamboo cage, I discovered numerous oysters on the backside of the rocks. Let us feast on oysters today. Oysters? I've heard they are quite nourishing for men, Luna chuckled. Jean Shishan retorted, what about women? Why is it only men who benefit? Having too many women can be troublesome, especially when they become familiar. They often tease in front of Lin Ye without offering any real opportunities, Lin Ye thought to himself, feeling a sense of frustration. Ever since that incident, Luna had not granted him any practical chances, merely provoking him and then ignoring him once she had stirred his emotions. Come on, let's have two accompany me. Although the distance was only a few hundred meters, gathering oysters was a time-consuming task. With such ample free labor, Lin Ye could not be the sole one to undertake the task. Huang Ziyu, Luna, and the voluntarily accompanying Jean Shishan headed to the beach with Lin Ye, leaving the two lovely ladies, Jean Meishan and Ingzi, to guard the cave. Among the group, they were the fairest, and Lin Ye contemplated taking them out one day, as exposure to the sun could lead to ailments. The king calls me to patrol the mountains. I shall wander the mortal realm, beating my drum. Brother Lin Ye, your singing is dreadful, Luna mockingly remarked. Huh, what would a foreign girl like you know about Chinese songs? Huang Ziyu chuckled. But truth be told, your song would suit a mountain king, especially with your current appearance. Lin Ye ran a hand through his hair, which had grown long enough to obscure his eyes. His skin was darkened, and his clothes were yellowed. In the city, he would certainly resemble a vagrant. Lin Ye, is that really you? As they conversed, a familiar voice echoed from a distance. Who is that speaking? It's me. Emerging from the thicket was a disheveled figure. Hair wild, with several bloodied scratches from thorns adorning her face, her clothes in tatters. Are you Wang Qin? Lin Ye approached for a closer look, barely recognizing her from the last time they met. What happened to you? How did you end up like this? Wang Qin hesitated to speak, but her most pressing need was for Lin Ye's assistance. Lin Ye, I'll explain later, but please help me save Qing, she is gravely injured. Lin Ye paused, then inquired, where is she? Take me to her. Despite Wang Qin having previously gifted him a watch, it was the fact that she had not made things difficult for him then that Lin Ye felt he could reciprocate this favor. Just moments ago, I overheard your conversation, and, filled with trepidation, I concealed myself. It was only upon recognizing your voice that I dared to speak. Please follow me, it is not far. A few individuals trailed behind Wang Qin, and after traversing roughly 200 meters, they arrived beside Situ Qing. Wang Qin parted the dense foliage that had shrouded her, revealing an exceedingly pallid visage, with a trace of dried blood at the corners of her mouth. The severity of her injuries appeared quite alarming. Lin Ye gently touched her nose, noting her breath still lingered, though her forehead burned with fever. It was then that Wang Qin comprehended the gravity of Situ Qing's wounds. In the dim light of dawn, clarity had eluded her. Now, confronted with Situ Qing's ashen complexion, Wang Qin felt a pang of remorse for having contemplated abandoning her. Chapter 49. The lecherous Lin Ye took the water bottle and quickly assisted her in rising. He called upon a few others to help her up and offered her water, gently prying open her mouth as the liquid flowed down, prompting her throat to instinctively swallow. Cough, cough. Qinger, how do you feel? Do you want some more? Wang Qin gently inquired, caressing Situ Qing's cheek. With great difficulty, Situ Qing managed to open her eyes slightly. Sister Wang, you must leave quickly. They will catch up with us soon. A pang of guilt washed over Wang Qin. Even in such a dire state, Situ Qing was still concerned for others. Rest assured, you are safe with me here. Only then did Situ Qing notice Lin Ye and the others surrounding them, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she turned to Wang Qin. Reluctantly, Wang Qin recounted their earlier encounter with Lin Ye, yet Situ Qing remained vigilant, wary of Lin Ye despite the circumstances. This is not the place for discussion. Let's escort them to the cave, Huang Ziyu suggested. To be frank, Lin Ye was reluctant to lead them to the cave, as it would expose his camp and add 2 more mouths to feed. Observing Lin Ye's furrowed brow, Wang Qin quickly reassured him, do not worry, once Qinger has healed, we will leave and not cause you any trouble. Indeed, brother Lin Ye, She is gravely injured. Please grant her this favor." Lin Ye glanced at the two sisters who were also pleading, their hearts seemingly in the right place. "Very well, then, let us proceed." He crouched down, signaling for Situ Ching to mount him. "No, I can manage on my own." This woman certainly possessed a strong will, but after barely taking 2 steps, she collapsed once more. "I thought you were capable. Is that all you've got? Hurry up and get on. Do not waste time." Lin Ye approached her again, squatting beside her. "I told you I don't need help." Lin Ye was taken aback. "Ah, you truly are like a dog biting El Dongbin, unable to recognize good intentions." "Apologies, Lin Ye. Chinger is quite stubborn. Please do not take offense." Wang Qin interjected hastily to ease the tension. The women approached, assisting Situ Qing as they slowly made their way to the cave. However, at this pace, they would likely succumb to dehydration before reaching their destination. The dense underbrush made it difficult for 3 people to walk side by side. "Please, set her down," Lin Ye instructed. The women paused, confused. "What is it, Lin Ye?" Wang Qin assumed he had changed his mind about taking them to the camp. "At this rate, we may never arrive. I haven't eaten yet." As the women exchanged puzzled glances, Lin Ye swiftly hoisted Situ Qing onto his shoulder and continued forward. Since he was unwilling to carry her, he would simply carry her forcefully. "Put me down, let me down." Situ Qing's face flushed with embarrassment, adding a hint of color to her pallid complexion as she weakly pounded Lin Ye's back with her fists. Smack! A sharp slap landed on her backside. "If you move again, I'll give you another." If glares could kill, Situ Qing would have slain Lin Ye 100 times over, caught off guard by the slap. She thought, was her backside so casually struck? Wang Qin stood behind, covering her mouth in astonishment, rendered speechless. For many years, no man had dared to infringe upon Situ Qing. Had she been unharmed at this moment, a fierce confrontation with Lin Ye would have been inevitable. Whether it was Lin Ye's words that had an effect or the severity of her injuries, Situ Qing chose to close her eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Huang Ziyu approached, discreetly pinching Lin Ye's waist, exclaiming, "You lecher!" Just as she was about to explain, Luna, from the same position, pinched him as well, scolding, "Humph, you lecher." This was somewhat unjust, and upon glancing back at Jin Shishan, who was stretching her hand towards Lin Ye, he promptly evaded her, declaring, "Oh no, I'm not coming back, you lecher." With that, he followed the footsteps of the 2 women, not looking back. Wang Qin observed this scene with amusement, finding it somewhat endearing. She anticipated that several women could be so envious, chuckling as she shook her head. On the way, Wang Qin recounted the circumstances to Lin Ye, who believed that such events were inevitable. The desires within one's heart can amplify infinitely, especially in this lawless wilderness. Upon returning to the cave, he laid Situ Qing on a bamboo bed, entrusting her care to Meishan and Ingzi, who had some knowledge of nursing. Her involvement was most suitable. Wang Qin was astonished by the sight within the cave. An entire bamboo pole was adorned with strings of cured fish and meat. It was a stark contrast to her own experience of often going hungry. Indeed, this place is a veritable paradise. There are enclosures outside, a toilet, and even fresh water. "Lin Ye, you have truly astonished me. My previous circumstances were akin to a hell on earth, and I had the audacity to invite you to join me," Wang Qin said with a hint of self-deprecating humor. Flattered by the praise from such a formidable woman, Lin Ye felt a surge of happiness within, though he maintained a facade of modesty to avoid any backlash. "It's merely fortune. Not long ago, I was also in dire straits, often going without food. Do not be so humble. Without the means, how could you possibly support so many lovely ladies?" she remarked, casting him a knowing glance. Lin Ye chose not to clarify or expose her intentions. He had seen through her subtle attempts to ingratiate herself, likely hoping to stay close to him. Whether she could remain would depend on his whims, he thought to himself with a smirk. "Lin Jun," Ingzi approached him. What is it? How is her condition?" Ingzi glanced at Wang Qin before responding. Upon examination, she has sustained numerous injuries to her muscles and bones and requires complete rest. There may also be some internal injuries, which will only be revealed as she becomes aware of where the pain lies. This posed a challenge for Lin Ye, as without medication, they would have to rely solely on her natural healing abilities, fearing that even if she recovered, hidden ailments might remain. Regardless, at least she's alive, he mused. Ingzi paused before adding, to expedite her recovery, it is essential to supplement her with nutrition. Lin Ye, do you have any solutions? Wang Qin inquired. There are methods, but also depends on luck, Lin Ye contemplated. On this island, the means to provide nourishment primarily involved catching wild chickens and ducks to make broth for her, as well as consuming more fresh meats. However, although this creature was quite abundant on the island, it flew away before anyone could approach, leaving no chance to capture it. Observing Lin Ye lost in thought, Wang Qin chose not to disturb him and instead walked over to attend to Sita Qing, offering her some water before she drifted back into slumber. Suddenly, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Since we cannot catch it, let us entice it into our trap, he exclaimed with a hearty laugh. His outburst drew the attention of everyone around, causing them to regard Lin Ye as somewhat foolish. Sensing their gazes upon him, Lin Ye awkwardly chuckled, please continue with your activities, do not mind me. Chapter 52 Wild Chickens recalling the days back home. One would prop up a basket with a branch, tying one end of the stick with a rope and placing rice or grains beneath the basket. When the birds came to feed, a swift tug on the rope would ensnare them all. Just moments ago, this very method had crossed Lin Ye's mind, prompting him to hastily weave a bamboo basket. Who knew you possessed such a skill? Wang Qin remarked, approaching Lin Ye while cradling a small rabbit. It was evident that women are inherently drawn to such furry creatures, relishing the opportunity to hold them close. Having been surrounded by such influences since childhood, she had naturally acquired a bit of knowledge about them. Lin Ye, come and eat, Huang Ziyu called out. Initially, he had intended to forage for oysters on the rocks that morning, but after rescuing Sita Qing, he had skipped breakfast. Upon hearing the call for food, his stomach audibly protested. All right, I'm on my way. Lin Ye quickly prepared 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, serving the perennial favorite of cured pork stewed with bamboo shoots. At this rate, they would soon deplete the nearby bamboo shoots entirely. Wang Qin carried a bowl over to feed Sita Qing, and the two relished their meal, with Sita Qing regaining some strength after eating. You know, this cured pork stew is even more delightful than delicacies from the mountains and seas, Wang Qin praised. Among those present, only Lin Ye had grown up enjoying cured pork. The others likely had never even taken a whiff of it before. That's because you're starving. If it were laid out in the open, you probably wouldn't even glance at it, Lin Ye retorted. Wang Qin chuckled awkwardly, having intended to flatter the group, but inadvertently extinguished the mood with Lin Ye's comment. However, Sita Qing remained silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye as if she were silently plotting his demise. Could it be that she truly held a grudge? What do you mean by looking at me like that? I saved your life, and you're still eating my food without so much as a thank you, Lin Ye voiced, feeling the weight of her stare. After chewing the last morsel of meat, Sita Qing finally managed to utter 2 words. Thank you. With that, she reclined once more, and Lin Ye, feeling indifferent to her aloof demeanor, decided to let it slide. Lin Ye, what are you making that bamboo basket for? Huang Ziyu inquired as she approached. Pointing towards Sita Qing lying on the bamboo bed, Lin Ye replied, to catch wild chickens to nourish her. Sita Qing, facing away, perked up at the mention of wild chickens intended for her recovery, her eyes momentarily opening before they closed again. You seem quite invested, Lin Ye remarked, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. What else can I do? I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Come on, you and Luna should join me. I find it rather dull alone. I'm not going. You can ask Luna to accompany you, Huang Ziyu indicated towards Wang Qin, expressing her desire to keep an eye on her. Lin Ye paused, having not considered this angle before, yet he admired Huang Ziyu's thoroughness. It is wise to remain cautious. After all, they had only just formally met. Although she posed no immediate threat, one could never be too sure. Huang Ziyu's skills made her suitable for staying behind to safeguard their little group. Unbeknownst to Wang Qin, the gestures exchanged between the two held no ill intentions. Even if she were urged to leave, she would refuse. Xiao Nana, shall we go? Initially, Luna was reluctant, her thoughts clouded by the notion of aiding another woman in capturing wild game for nourishment. However, after Lin Ye's persistent coaxing, she was eventually persuaded, and the ever-persistent Xiao Shishan decided to tag along as well. Lin Ye felt exasperated, as he had hoped for an opportunity to privately explore the nuances of writing the character Kuin with Luna, but now that chance had slipped away. Upon reaching a grassy clearing on the back mountain, Lin Ye addressed the two. "I have a task for you." "What task?" he asked as he kicked at the grass. "Observe these grasshoppers. Your mission is to catch as many as you can." "Ugh, those little bugs are revolting," Jean Shishan exclaimed, her face a mask of disdain. "If you manage to catch a wild chicken today, each of you shall receive a chicken leg." Under Lin Ye's persuasive plea, a deal was struck over 2 chicken legs. Lin Ye ventured into the woods to procure a vine, stretching approximately 20 meters, fearing that a shorter length may deter the wild chickens. The two soon captured numerous grasshoppers, all of which Lin Ye swiftly dispatched, leaving only a few legs to allow for movement, enticing the wild chickens to approach. "How cruel, Appa," Luna remarked, to which Lin Ye simply chuckled, having set the trap and now awaiting the catch. The trio nestled behind a bush for concealment, remaining still as they fixated on the bamboo basket, their posture decidedly unseemly. Fortunately, the shaded location allowed them to wait in relative peace. "This is so dull. I somewhat regret coming out here," Jean Shishan lamented, resting her chin on her hands, her gaze vacant. Lin Ye mused inwardly that had she not joined, he might have completed his assignment on the character Kuin. "Appa, do you think those people will come after us?" Luna inquired, her large, expressive eyes wide with concern. Lin Ye understood whom she referred to. After their narrow escape last time and witnessing Situ Qing's injuries, Luna harbored lingering fears. "It's hard to say. The area we currently occupy is rather limited. If they're truly determined, they could very well find us." "What should we do then, Appa?" Shishan asked. Lin Ye planned to delve deeper into the island the following day, in search of better habitats away from Xianghua and his group, while also scouting for potential means of escape. Perhaps a passing ship would be sighted on the island's opposite shore. "Rest assured, they won't find us easily. Even if they do, I am here." "Shoo!" Just as Luna was about to speak, Lin Ye silenced her. A large bird, which he could not identify but assumed to be a wild chicken, flitted near the edge of the bamboo basket. Its feathers were resplendent, with an especially long tail adorned in vibrant colors, and it appeared to weigh around 2 pounds. The bird circled the basket, its head tentatively probing inside, pecking at the grasshoppers that scuttled about, ultimately stepping into the trap. "Pull the string, Lin Ye Appa, Luna Eri." "Wait." As Luna urged Lin Ye to pull the rope, another creature swooped down from the forest. "I'll buy one get one free offer." Just as the second one arrived, it joined the first beneath the bamboo basket, vying for the grasshoppers. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye tugged sharply. Flapping and fluttering, the 2 desperate lovebirds became ensnared within the bamboo confinement, struggling fiercely, yet no matter their efforts, they were destined for a simmering fate tonight. "Aha! I've got them." Lin Ye dashed over, quickly pressing down on the bamboo basket, cautiously easing open a small gap. As he reached in to capture them, he endured several sharp pecks. Wincing in pain, Lin Ye finally managed to seize both wild chickens, binding their wings and legs with vines, ensuring that even if placed on the ground, their escape would be impossible. Chapter 51. The principal wife observing the 2 wild chickens securely bound. The 2 little admirers danced with excitement, perhaps envisioning a delightful feast of chicken legs that evening, feeling their efforts in capturing numerous grasshoppers were not in vain. "Let's return," Lin Ye suggested as he tidied up. Each girl carried 1 chicken. That night, they savored a sumptuous meal of game. After a hearty belch, Lin Ye moved a bamboo bed and reclined at the cave entrance, gazing at the stars. The task of cleaning the dishes had previously been handled by Yingzi, and later Mai Xin joined in. Allow me." Wang Xin eagerly snatched the task from Yingzi, exclaiming, "It is rather impolite to indulge here without contributing. I can manage this." Yingzi remained silent, her gaze directed towards Lin Ye, who nodded in encouragement. With that, Yingzi felt more inclined to assist, and the 3 of them headed towards the pond with their belongings. The others followed suit. Every evening after dinner, the women would pair up to wash by the water's edge. Lin Ye had grown accustomed to this routine and had never crossed boundaries to sneak a glance. "What are you pondering?" Huang Ziyu inquired as she positioned a bamboo stool beside Lin Ye. "Did you not join them for a wash?" Huang Ziyu shook her head. "I washed earlier this afternoon. so I shall not disturb their camaraderie. Oh, she exclaimed, playfully flicking Lin Ye's forehead. You seem rather distracted. Lin Ye rubbed his forehead and proposed. Would you accompany me tomorrow to explore beyond the island's edge? Further in? Are you concerned about Xianghua and his group coming this way? She asked. Indeed, it is prudent to distance ourselves from this area and secure a retreat, he replied. Very well, I shall accompany you, Huang Ziyu agreed, then added, if I go, does that mean Wang Qin and need to keep watch? Lin Ye pondered for a moment. No, she should not pose a threat to us, at least for now. I will speak to Meishan and ask her to remain vigilant. As long as there is no danger, living self-sufficiently on this island is quite pleasant. To gaze at the sea and admire the starry sky is truly wonderful, Huang Ziyu remarked. Lin Ye watched her hair sway gently in the breeze, his eyes reflecting a longing for a different reality. Do you think we can ever return? He asked softly. I do not know. Perhaps we can, perhaps not. But this question ought to be directed at you. As a grown man, do you find it appropriate to ponder such things? Huang Ziyu responded uncertainly. The disappearance of Malaysia Airlines had lingered for so long, and no one had been able to locate them. Perhaps those in the outside world had already presumed them lost. During this time, I have felt happier than before, Huang Ziyu confessed, looking at Lin Ye. Lin Ye was somewhat speechless. On this island, devoid of entertainment, tormented by the sun during the day and mosquitoes at night, what was there to be joyful about? Did you not find happiness before? Indeed, I was consumed by anxiety. My parents intended to marry me off to someone I did not like, orchestrating a union between our families, even though he is quite exceptional. Huang Ziyu felt a tinge of sadness and continued. In order to avoid marrying him, I established a company and worked diligently to earn money, all to prove my capabilities to my parents. Unfortunately what? Lin Ye probed further. This was the first time she had opened her heart to Lin Ye. Recounting her past, taking a deep breath, Huang Ziyu lamented. Regrettably, just before the company was set to go public, it faced immense pressure from various parties, rendering 3 years of hard work futile. Lin Ye, aware of her wealth, was surprised to discover she was a strong woman, indicating her family's background was also noteworthy. So, how did you end up on the boat? Huang Ziyu paused, then replied, after the company was suppressed, my father intervened, which signified my defeat. I had no choice but to comply with their arrangements. In the end, I requested them to allow me to travel before returning to marry. I never imagined that wealthy individuals like you could have so many troubles, Lin Ye teased. What's wrong with being rich? Would you marry someone you do not love? Huang Ziyu retorted. Lin Ye believed that while love was undoubtedly essential, without financial stability, which woman would be enamored? His ex-girlfriend was a prime example. I don't know, but perhaps when one reaches a certain age, love becomes less significant. Compatibility for daily life becomes paramount. Lin Ye articulated the current state of affairs in Huaxia. Men in their 20s struggle financially, while women of the same age are in their prime. What good is love in such circumstances? Huang Ziyu found it hard to agree with Lin Ye's perspective. To her, spending a lifetime with someone she did not love, even in comfort, would not bring her happiness. Yet, she had never experienced the hardships of the financially disadvantaged. I'd rather remain unmarried, she said, gazing up at the starry sky, wishing to disengage from Lin Ye. Lin Ye chuckled. If you cannot go back, why not marry me? After all, we are on the same side. All right then. I'd rather give you the advantage than that scoundrel, Huang Ziyu turned to reply. This left Lin Ye momentarily speechless, according to the narrative. She should have scolded him instead. Huang Ziyu felt a conflict within. Did she have some affection for Lin Ye? Perhaps a little, but certainly not distaste. Compared to the men who had previously pursued her, Lin Ye was less greasy and lacked a strong ulterior motive. Although he spoke playfully, he harbored no ill intentions. This is what you said. If you can't return, I shall marry you as my first wife, Lin Ye joked. Huang Ziyu initially paid no mind to his words. But after a minute, she snapped back, first wife? What do you mean? Are there going to be a second and third wife? Are you planning to marry us all? Lin Ye felt a sharp pain in his waist again. Huang Ziyu had struck again, and he had lost count of how many times she had pinched him. No, you are the first wife, and there will be a little wife afterward, which usually refers to a man's car, Lin Ye quickly clarified. A man's words are deceitful, Huang Ziyu scoffed. Lin Ye quietly mused that such deceptive words were often forced out by women. To speak the truth would undoubtedly incite anger. Only by uttering falsehoods can one gain belief. Lin Ye truly contemplated the absurdity of remaining trapped, even entertaining the notion of marrying. Indulging in the whims of an ancient emperor, he wondered how well his body could endure such a life. Thus, he resolved to commence an exercise regimen starting tomorrow. I shall refrain from idle chatter and take my leave to rest. If you truly do consider marrying me as your primary wife, Luna would surely be heartbroken. Huang Ziyu clapped her hands and rose, making her way towards the cave. Very well, my esteemed wife, do take care. As he observed her retreating figure, Lin Ye couldn't resist seizing the opportunity to tease her. Huang Ziyu turned back, casting him an exasperated glance before continuing on her way. Left alone, Lin Ye soon found himself bored, and with the mosquitoes growing increasingly bothersome, he hoisted the bamboo bed and returned to the cave. A night passed in silence. Chapter 52. The monkeys at dawn the following day. Lin Ye embarked on a journey to the back mountain with Huang Ziyu. The two young girls expressed a desire to accompany them, but Lin Ye firmly declined, deeming their presence a hindrance on the treacherous path. In the face of potential danger, having too many companions would complicate matters. It was far safer for them to remain in the cave. Huang Ziyu possessed some skills and could, at the very least, be of assistance on occasion. What are you doing? Lin Ye observed as Huang Ziyu collected 3 stones from the ground and arranged them in a triangular formation. Are you marking a trail? Indeed, Huang Ziyu replied. Otherwise, how shall we find our way back if we get lost? She then retrieved her dagger and etched a conspicuous diagonal line on a nearby tree. Lin Ye had not considered leaving markers. He had relied solely on his memory, mentally noting the uniquely shaped trees along their path. However, as they ventured farther, the risk of confusion increased. He was pleasantly surprised by her attentiveness. Bringing her along had proven to be a wise decision. After traversing 3 or 4 miles, they found themselves ascending higher into the terrain. Lin Ye, I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched, Huang Ziyu whispered, tugging at his arm. Lin Ye turned to glance behind them. Surely not. Perhaps you are merely being overly cautious? Huang Ziyu shook her head, her conviction unyielding. I cannot be mistaken. Each time I turn to look back, I catch a glimpse of a shadow lurking. Given the determination in her gaze, Lin Ye felt compelled to take her concerns seriously. A chilling yet audacious thought crossed his mind. Could it be a wild man? He refrained from voicing this fear to Huang Ziyu, not wishing to incite panic. You lead the way. I shall cover our rear. With his left hand gripping a steel knife and his right hand poised with a bow and arrow, he remained ever ready for an attack. Following the previous incident involving the monkeys, Lin Ye prepared numerous bamboo arrows, carrying 4 or 5 dozen on this excursion. Indeed, as Lin Ye trailed behind, the rustling of leaves echoed intermittently, yet it seemed unlike the whisper of the wind. Suddenly, a swift arrow sliced through the air at a 45-degree angle, aimed at the branch from which the sound had emanated. This shot was instinctual for Lin Ye, serving as a test. Ooh, gaga. Were those monkeys? 2 furry creatures emerged from the branches, startled by Lin Ye's arrow, and began to screech. Be careful. One of the monkeys hurled an object towards Huang Ziyu. Lin Ye swiftly lunged to her side, rolling to evade the projectile. Upon closer inspection, he realized the object was none other than a persimmon. You were right. We are being followed by monkeys, Lin Ye reassured her as he helped her to her feet. Lin Ye, look at that monkey, Huang Ziyu exclaimed, pointing at a larger specimen among the group. This particular monkey was slightly larger than the average, its fur bristling as it bared its teeth and leapt from tree to tree. What captured their attention was the collar tightly encircling its neck, a material unknown, seemingly fused with its skin, raising questions about how long it had been there. Could this monkey belong to someone? Huang Ziyu pondered. Is it possible that this is the same one from a few days ago? It is possible. Observe its left arm, which appears to bear the marks of an injury, suggesting that I struck it with an arrow that fateful night, Lin Ye remarked, pointing his bow at the monkey. The Zhongmao monkey continued to leap about in the trees, showing no signs of aggression towards Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu, prompting Lin Ye to slowly lower his bow. The moment the bow was lowered, the monkey fell silent, its bared teeth and strange cries ceasing. Lin Ye exchanged a puzzled glance with Huang Ziyu. Had the monkey become sentient? As he spoke, he lifted his bow once more to aim at it, and the Zhongmao monkey began to jump and screech again. Lowering the bow, it returned to its quiet state. Indeed, Huang Ziyu also wore an expression of disbelief. But why did it attack us that night? Lin Yi pondered, the only explanation being that the cave was once its territory. Could it be, observing the collar around its neck and recalling the skeleton found within the cave, could that skeleton have belonged to the monkey's owner? It is possible that its owner perished in the cave for some unknown reason. The collar had likely not been removed for years. Its attack on us that night might have been a response to our encroachment upon its domain. Huang Ziyu's reasoning seemed plausible. Surprisingly, you are quite adept at playing detective. I will tentatively accept your theory, but what does it want from us now? Lin Ye inwaited. This monkey is unlike the others. It appears remarkably intelligent, likely due to prolonged exposure to humans. Huang Ziyu stated as she approached the monkey. What are you doing? Don't act impulsively, Lin Ye urged, pulling her back. It's fine. Just keep your weapon lowered and follow my lead. Huang Ziyu reassured him with a pat on his hand. Lin Ye remained uncertain of her intentions, but complied. As Huang Ziyu gestured towards the Zhongmao monkey, indicating her lack of weapons before slowly approaching the base of the tree. Another monkey, witnessing this, seemed ready to charge, but the Zhongmao monkey warded it off. Little monkey, do you need our assistance? Huang Ziyu said, gesturing toward her neck. Although the monkey could not comprehend her words, it understood her motions. The Zhongmao monkey snatched a wild persimmon from another monkey, leaped down, and presented it to Huang Ziyu before quickly retreating to maintain a safe distance. Lin Yi, it truly means no harm. Huang Ziyu observed the persimmon in her hand and cautiously extended her right hand towards the Zhongmao monkey, inching closer. Once the monkey sensed no threat, it allowed Huang Ziyu to approach. She gently stroked its head, and it seemed to relish the affection, slowly closing its eyes. The collar around its neck was rather tight, causing it to emit labored breaths. Lin Yi, come help me. I can't find the knot. Very well. Lin Yi hesitated to carry any weapon, fearing that the monkey might sense danger and suddenly harm Huang Ziyu. As Lin Yi approached, the monkey with the tuft of hair visibly recoiled. However, under Huang Ziyu's soothing presence, it gradually settled down. This situation presented a certain complexity, best resolved with patience and careful action. Lin Yi observed the collar, crafted from a rough hemp rope tied in a tight knot. Typically, such hemp would not endure for long. Yet, combined with the dirt secreted by the monkey, it had become nearly impossible to untie. It was uncertain how long the creature had been bound, but the rope had hardened, embedding itself into the flesh in certain areas. The monkey appeared to recognize that Lin Yi and his companion were aiding it, offering no resistance, though there was a moment of fear as the dagger was drawn. Chapter 53. All for your satisfaction, after a considerable amount of time, I finally managed to remove the collar from its neck. Several times, the monkey nearly wriggled free in pain. The area around its neck had lost its fur and was bleeding in places. This was the best I could do. All right, let us depart. We've already delayed for far too long, Lin Yi remarked. Huang Ziyu released the monkey, which vigorously shook its head, scratched its neck with its hands, and danced about in excitement. Perhaps it truly felt relieved. Very well, let us go. Just as Lin Yi picked up his weapon and prepared to leave, Huang Ziyu called out from behind, Lin Yi, it won't let me go. The monkey, upon seeing Lin Yi grasp his weapon again, instinctively recoiled in fear. What is happening? Lin Ye inwaited. I do not know. Just now it was pulling at me, as if urging me to follow it, Huang Ziyu replied. Lin Ye, upon hearing this, became somewhat displeased. Huh, I helped you, and now you wish to compete with me for a beloved? Huh, why are you getting jealous over a monkey? Huang Ziyu laughed, adding, and who is your beloved anyway? Have some dignity. While they conversed, the monkey continued to call out, occasionally tugging at Huang Ziyu's clothing, as if insisting, come with me, come with me. Should we not follow it? Lin Yi asked Huang Ziyu for her opinion. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, let us go. After all, wandering aimlessly is our current fate. Little monkey, lead the way. as if understanding Huang Ziyu's words. The monkey immediately summoned another monkey not far away, and the two monkeys took the lead. In a flash, the two monkeys darted ahead. How do we keep up with them? Lin Ye remarked, feeling at a loss. Huang Ziyu, equally astonished, mused, flying monkeys from the heavens? Let us try to follow their direction. In less than 2 minutes, they had completely lost sight of the monkeys. Lin Ye imitated the monkeys' calls. Whoa, ha. To his surprise, a response echoed from not far ahead. Ooh, ooh, ha ha. This made Huang Ziyu laugh uncontrollably. Do not laugh. I am left with no choice. We cannot see them at all. We can only discern their location by sound. Lin Ye began to regret following them. As the path was arduous, the monkeys moved swiftly through the trees, while the ground was treacherous, making each step a struggle. Along the way, Lin Ye called out to the monkeys again. Although they responded, their voices seemed to drift further away with each call. Having followed for some distance, Lin Ye found himself in a dilemma. Alas, I can't go on. I need a moment to rest. He sat down on the ground. Hey, be careful. Huang Ziyu, following closely behind, witnessed Lin Ye sink into the underbrush and instinctively reached out to catch him, only to trip over a branch. Both of them tumbled down together. Oh no, this is the end. As they fell, Lin Ye cursed the ancestors of the monkey for generations. The path taken was nothing short of a treacherous pitfall. One could liken it to a monkey leaping about in the trees, heedless of the chaos below. With a sudden, muffled grunt, Lin Ye felt as though he might spew forth blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. His insides jolted almost out of place. Huang Ziyu found herself sprawled atop Lin Ye, miraculously unscathed. For the water below was only knee-deep. Lin Ye, are you all right? Wake up, she exclaimed, hastily lifting his head in a fit of concern. Cough, cough. Lin Ye, regaining consciousness, struggled to assess his injuries. My dear wife, I fear I am at my end, he croaked, a trickle of water spilling from his lips. Observing her anxious demeanor, a mischievous thought crossed his mind, and he decided to tease her. In the dimness of the cave, she mistook the water for blood, her panic escalating. Do not jest, do not frighten me, Lin Ye. You mustn't be harmed, she cried, her voice laced with tears. I am beyond saving. You must fend for yourselves henceforth. He feigned weakness, wishing to linger a while longer in this tender moment. Lin Ye, do not speak. You are surely fine. Huang Ziyu sobbed, tears streaming down, landing upon his face. It is my fault. Had I not insisted on following, none of this would have happened. She lamented. Before I perish, might you grant me a kiss? He implored, feigning desperation. Do not speak foolishly. I will kiss you, you shall not die, she replied, pressing her lips against his. The softness of her kiss electrified Lin Ye, a stark contrast to Luna's, while Luna's lips were fuller and turned outward. Huang Ziyu's were delicately thin, their breaths mingling as their noses touched. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Ye's hand began to wander. Sensing his arm, Huang Ziyu emitted soft sounds, then seized his hand, refusing to allow him further liberties. Lin Ye, she began, but he feared she might uncover his ruse. Ziyu, I am on the brink of death. Cannot you indulge me just this once? He pretended to plead. If you are unharmed, I will comply with whatever you wish. She whimpered, gradually closing her eyes, surrendering to his advances. Lin Ye chuckled inwardly. Perhaps this girl had developed feelings for him. Unsatisfied with mere kisses, he began to explore further, and at first, Huang Ziyu seemed to abandon all restraint. However, sensing something amiss, she realized the closeness of their bodies and Lin Ye's increasingly rapid breaths. Slap! You scoundrel, Lin Ye, you deceived me, Huang Ziyu exclaimed, forcefully pushing his hand away in anger. Ziyu, I did not deceive you. I'm truly at death's door, he gasped, only to be unceremoniously tossed aside, his head submerging beneath the water surface. Cough, cough. Are you attempting to murder your husband? Breathless, Lin Ye sputtered and choked on a couple of gulps of water, the taste of which hinted at its prolonged confinement in the cave. You've taken all the advantages. So what if I choked on a bit of water? Huang Ziyu, filled with indignation and embarrassment, felt that all her opportunities had been seized by this fellow. Just now, when I fell, I cushioned your landing. Isn't it fair for me to gain a slight advantage? Lin Ye retorted, though the fall had indeed been quite severe, leaving him feeling as if he might perish. Fortunately, your ethereal breath revived me, he chuckled. Huang Ziyu rolled her eyes. Men are such lustful creatures. If men weren't lustful, would they be virtuous? Lin Ye gradually rose to his feet. I can't outwit you. Let's quickly devise a way to escape. Huang Ziyu waved her hand dismissively. Chapter 54. Remove your clothes. As he had just fallen, Lin Ye took a moment to survey his surroundings, engulfed in darkness, with the cave entrance looming approximately 4 meters above. The interior remained a mystery as he gazed upward, only to find a diminutive opening surrounded by a tangle of weeds. Fortunately, the two had managed to create a small aperture upon their descent, allowing a sliver of light to penetrate the gloom. Once his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he discovered that visibility was not entirely absent. The walls were smooth stone, and Huang Ziyu began to pad around her surroundings. This complicates matters, Lin Ye mused, furrowing his brow as he perched himself on a protruding rock to rest, his body aching as he gently massaged his lower back. Had it not been for the water below, he might have truly been in dire straits. Lin Ye, are you all right? Huang Ziyu waded through the water towards him. Where does it hurt? I can help you with a massage. Could you massage my back? I landed hard on it when I fell, Lin Ye replied, turning away slightly. Her touch brought a tingling sensation, yet it offered considerable relief. Just now, I felt numerous vines hanging from the stone wall, Huang Ziyu remarked as she continued to massage. Lin Ye, intrigued, sprang to his feet. Where? Show me. Seeing his enthusiasm, Huang Ziyu grasped his hand, guiding him forward. Once their eyes adjusted to the dimness, they discerned that the cave was not particularly expansive, measuring perhaps around 40 square meters. At the spot where they had fallen, a small pool of water lay surrounded by mud and stones. Lin Ye, noting the large protruding rocks, silently expressed gratitude that he had not struck them. Here, Huang Ziyu pointed to the vines that cascaded down ahead. Lin Ye tugged at one, only to find it exceedingly slender. I wonder if this can support my weight. He sighed inwardly. There were 2 or 3 other vines of similar size, but none appeared sturdy enough. Step back. Let me give it a try, he instructed, clearing the area of stones to prevent injury in the event of another fall. All right, but be careful, she cautioned, stepping aside, her concern evident. With a determined grip on the vine, Lin Ye climbed a couple of steps, finding it manageable, and attempted to ascend further. As fate would have it, peril was imminent. Thud! The vine, unable to bear Lin Ye's weight, snapped, and he fell onto the soft mud below. Lin Ye! Huang Ziyu hurried to assist him. Are you hurt? I knew this would not support me, Lin Ye replied, brushing off his trousers. Knowing that, why did you even try? Huang Ziyu rolled her eyes. Lin Ye dusted off the mud from his clothes, though it was largely futile, as he was soaked through. How else would I know? At least there was a glimmer of hope. Let us think of another solution, Huang Ziyu suggested. The coolness of the cave, combined with her drenched state, caused her voice to tremble slightly, as warmth seeped away from her body. If only the vines were a bit sturdier. Lin Ye contemplated using their clothes to fashion a rope by tying them together. The fleeting thought that crossed Lin Ye's mind was swiftly dismissed. Setting aside the question of whether their clothes and pants were long enough, would they even hold up if thrown? Why don't you rest over there for a while and conserve your strength? Lin Ye suggested. As time passed, the night gradually enveloped the surroundings in darkness. The two in the cave were both hungry and cold. They had initially brought some food to consume on their journey, but it seemed that it had been overturned and lost during the fall. Achio Lin Ye, could you scoot a little closer? I'm feeling rather chilly, Huang Ziyu remarked. Stifling a sneeze, Lin Ye wrapped his arms around her and suggested, perhaps you should take off your wet clothes. It might make you feel better. The drenched fabric clung uncomfortably to their skin, causing a significant loss of body heat. Huang Ziyu nodded and removed her jacket, but stubbornly kept on the inner layer. Lin Ye, however, was not so finicky. He embraced her bare-chested. Huang Ziyu shivered slightly, feeling the warmth radiating from Lin Ye's body and the essence of his masculinity, gradually drifting into a hazy slumber. Why haven't they returned yet? It's already dark. At this moment, Luna was pacing back and forth in the cave's encampment. The others inside began to share her concern. Lin Ye had always returned before nightfall. So could something have gone awry this time? Luna, please stop pacing. It's making my head spin, Jean Shishan remarked. Of course, you're not worried about brother Lin Ye. Or else you would be more anxious, Luna retorted angrily. Who says we aren't worried? Luna, calm down. We're all quite concerned about Lin Ye. But panicking won't do us any good. Jean Shishan intended to argue back, but was interrupted by Wang Qin. Sitting on a bamboo bed, Sidu Qing appeared to carry a hint of solemnity. After a day of rest, her injuries were beginning to heal. Wang Qin then added, now that it's dark, we cannot recklessly go searching for them. If they are unharmed and we lose our composure, it could lead to unnecessary troubles. Among the women present, Wang Qin displayed the most leadership qualities. In truth, Lin Ye possessed little leadership ability. He merely understood better than these women how to survive in such an environment. With Wang Qin's comforting words, Luna ceased her anxious pacing and lay down on her bamboo bed, softly praying. You better not be in trouble. I still have an account to settle with you. Situ Qing thought to herself. Sakurako and Maishin exchanged glances, seemingly arriving at a silent agreement. Before Lin Ye departed, he had discreetly advised them that if he and Ziyu did not return within 3 days, they should find another place to survive. Maishin was whispering to her younger sister, while Sakurako engaged in a unique Japanese prayer ritual by the fire, hoping fervently for Lin Ye's safe return. Cough, cough in the dead of night. Lin Ye was awakened by Huang Ziyu's coughing. Are you all right? Did you wake up from the cold? Lin Ye checked her forehead, relieved to find no fever. As soon as I fell asleep, I felt a chill. Upon waking, it was more bearable. I could endure it. Huang Ziyu trembled as she spoke. I told you to take off your clothes, yet you did not believe me. It is so dark, do you think I cannot see? Lin Ye responded. Huang Ziyu, cradled in Lin Ye's embrace, felt quite embarrassed. After all, even if he could not see, he could certainly feel her warmth as she lay entirely in his arms. Well, you mustn't peek, she said as she deftly unfastened the buttons at her back, pressing herself even closer to Lin Ye. Oh, you're undressing so quickly? Lin Ye remarked, barely catching a glimpse of her actions. Though he could not see clearly, the softness was undeniably tangible. Chapter 55. You shall be called King Kong. The two individuals, bare-chested, were closely entwined, the stillness of the cave devoid of any breeze. As their body temperatures rose, they quietly spent the night together. You're awake? Lin Ye gazed intently at Huang Ziyu, who was slowly opening her eyes. The sun had already risen outside. Although the cave remained dim, Lin Ye could discern her enchanting features. You rogue, you wake up and just stare at me without saying a word? Huang Ziyu said coyly. She extricated herself from Lin Ye's embrace and hastily donned her damp clothing. Though still wet, the dawn's light rendered the discomfort of wearing it irrelevant. Well, I've seen everything I needed to see, and you're not too shabby, Lin Ye chuckled. If we're doomed to perish here, consider it a little gift from me. Initially intending to reprimand Lin Ye, Huang Ziyu's expression dimmed as the gravity of their situation weighed upon her. Goo, goo. What sound is that? Ah, it's my stomach growling, Lin Ye replied, rubbing his belly. Having not eaten for 2 meals, and after their long trek yesterday, he was ravenously hungry. He glanced toward the cave entrance, an idea forming in his mind. I have a plan. We can call the monkeys. Call the monkeys? Huang Ziyu asked, puzzled. Yesterday, as I followed them, I mimicked their calls, and they responded to me. Perhaps I can summon them, Lin Ye said, excitement bubbling in his voice. Although skeptical, Huang Ziyu acknowledged that it was indeed a possibility. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Oko, ovo, gaga. Gaga, hoko, gaho, gaho. Lin Ye shouted various calls toward the cave entrance, unsure if they understood his language. If the monkeys had indeed gained intelligence, they might just come. Why don't you give it a try? How could I possibly call? Huang Ziyu expressed her reluctance. You've helped them before. If they hear your voice, they might actually come. I'm completely out of breath, Lin Ye said, sitting down on a large rock, exasperated. Considering Lin Ye se risonin. Huang Ziyu felt a twinge of understanding. He had been calling for quite a while. Perhaps it was time for him to rest. Mimicking Lin Ye's previous calls, she began to shout, ooh-hoo, oh-oh-hoo, G-G-A, oh-oh-oh, G-G-A. You're going to make me die of laughter, Lin Ye exclaimed, nearly rolling on the ground in amusement, bewildered by the unusual sight of a woman, particularly one as beautiful as Huang Ziyu, making such sounds. If you keep laughing, I won't call anymore, Huang Ziyu retorted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Unsure why it felt so off, despite mimicking Lin Ye accurately, she sensed something was amiss. No, I won't laugh. Please continue. Lin Ye managed between chuckles, his stomach now even hungrier. Oh, gaga. Hello. This isn't working, Lin Ye. Your plan is utterly futile. We've been calling for ages, and there has been no response, Huang Ziyu sighed deeply. After swallowing hard, Lin Ye realized that he had indeed put her in a difficult position after calling out for so long, nearly exhausting his voice. Seeing no response from above, he could no longer muster a smile. Perhaps his voice had not carried far enough, or the monkey was simply not in the vicinity. Monkey, if you're here, just give a sound. Lin Ye shouted towards the cave entrance, his voice echoing back at him. Huang Ziyu sat on a rock, somewhat disheartened, gazing at the cave entrance, lost in thought. Suddenly, shouts came from the cave mouth. Ziyu, it's coming, it really is. Lin Ye exclaimed with excitement. Monkey, we're down here. Not long after, a furry head emerged from the cave entrance. It was indeed the fuzzy monkey. Lin Ye, regardless of whether it could understand him, called out loudly, Monkey, we're trapped down here, can you help us? The fuzzy monkey darted around the cave entrance, leaving Lin Ye anxiously shouting and gesturing, only for the monkey to scamper away. Lin Ye, it left, Huang Ziyu said, surprised. No way, this troublesome creature, after all that effort to summon our savior, it just leaves? Lin Ye was exasperated, just as they were both feeling disheartened. A vine was dropped from above the cave entrance. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, but then excitement surged within him. I knew the monkey wouldn't abandon us. If the monkey could comprehend human speech, it might very well mutter, call me monkey when I help you, but call me troublesome when I don't. It truly has a high intelligence. Lin Ye, it really understood you. Huang Ziyu exclaimed, joyfully clutching Lin Ye's arm. The vine the monkey had dropped was rather thick, and after testing it, Lin Ye found it to be quite sturdy. Ziyu, I'll go up first, and then I'll pull you up. All right. If this vine could support Lin Ye's weight, Huang Ziyu would have no issues. With determination, Lin Ye began to climb step by step, finally breaking free into the daylight. Inhaling the fresh air and basking in the sunlight, it felt exquisite. Once he emerged, the monkey nearby was chattering excitedly, seemingly sharing in Lin Ye's joy. Looking towards the vine, he realized that there were many growing at the cave entrance. The monkey had chosen the largest one to drop down, and it didn't even need to be tied to a tree. Its roots were securely embedded in the soil. Ziyu, hurry up. Lin Ye gradually pulled Huang Ziyu up as well. Both of them lay on the ground, panting heavily, when the fuzzy monkey presented them with 2 bananas. You truly know how to come through in a pinch, Lin Ye praised. Meanwhile, Huang Ziyu gently stroked the monkey's head. It allowed her to pet it, eyes closed in apparent enjoyment. Both of them were covered in dirt, exchanging amused glances that made them laugh. Let us head back. We've been gone for a day and a night. I'm worried they might be concerned. Besides, we have no food, Lin Ye said after finishing the banana in his hand. The banana was too small, merely a snack, and, in his current state, he would need at least 30 to feel full. All right, let us return, Huang Ziyu replied. From now on, you shall accompany us, for you have saved our lives. She gently stroked the head of the Zhongmao monkey as she spoke. The monkey appeared quite pleased, dancing with joy, seemingly aware that it had found a new master. Let us call it King Kong, Lin Ye suggested, thinking that since it was willing to follow them, it deserved a name far more majestic than just monkey. King Kong? Isn't that a name reserved for gorillas? Such a haphazard choice of name, Huang Ziyu remarked, a hint of discontent in her voice. However, the monkey seemed to take great delight in its new name. Each time Lin Ye called it King Kong, it would nuzzle closer, inviting him to pet its large head. With a sense of resignation, Huang Ziyu eventually acquiesced to the name. Chapter 56. The Banana Grove. Lin Ye gazed thoughtfully at the banana peel in his hand. Jingang, where did you find this? He tossed the peel to Jingang, uncertain if it understood. Jingang energetically waved its arms, pointing forward. Are you indicating that it's a head? Lin Ye inquired, gesturing towards the thicket in front of them. Whether Gang comprehended his words was unclear, but it signaled for them to follow, this time leading patiently rather than flying through the trees, likely wary of them getting lost again. Lin Ye grabbed a branch, pulling Huang Ziyu along behind him as Gang led them up the mountain. After a considerable while, exhaustion began to set in. I say, Gang, how much farther? I'm utterly exhausted, Lin Ye panted, his stomach growling in protest after such a long trek uphill. He glanced back at Huang Ziyu, who wore a similarly fatigued expression. Are you holding up? Lin Ye asked. I'm managing, Huang Ziyu replied, massaging her knees. At that moment, Gang became suddenly animated, making odd sounds that seemed to convey they were nearing their destination. Let us keep following it for a bit, Lin Ye urged. As they crested the hill, an astonishing sight unfolded before them. With mouths agape, Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu stood speechless. Below the slope lay a small waterfall, surrounded by orderly clusters of banana trees. From their vantage point atop the mountain, they could also see numerous herbivorous animals grazing and drinking nearby. Is this the water curtain cave? Lin Ye found it hard to fathom such a scene existed in the heart of the island. It's so beautiful, truly refreshing. Huang Ziyu's previously furrowed brow relaxed at the sight. Gang chattered excitedly as it led the way, though it appeared close from the summit. The actual distance was far greater than it seemed. Upon reaching the waterfall, Jingang's calls attracted its kin, who emerged from various hiding spots. But upon seeing Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu, they hesitated to approach. The herbivores had long vanished, having fled at a distance. This waterfall is quite magnificent, Lin Ye remarked, surprised at its grandeur, which he hadn't appreciated from the mountain. Standing approximately 6 meters tall and 5 meters wide, the water cascaded down with a thunderous roar into a pool below, which spanned about 60 square meters. The pool was not deep, its clarity allowing glimpses of fish swimming gracefully beneath the surface. Gang, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you fetch us something to eat? Lin Ye said, patting his stomach to indicate his need. Gang made a few peculiar calls and quickly disappeared, leaving Lin Ye to wonder if it had wandered off to play. When Gang returned, it brought along 2 monkeys, each clutching bananas, and placed a few persimmons before Lin Ye. Wow, Gang, you're truly amazing, Lin Ye exclaimed, affectionately ruffling its head. Sensing the praise, Gang grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. You really ought to brush your teeth, Lin Ye remarked, pushing Gang away in mock disapproval. And what about you? How long has it been since you last brushed? Huang Ziyu chimed in. Although Lin Ye had not properly brushed his teeth in a long time, the odor emanating from Gang's mouth was quite overwhelming. Lin Ye refrained from exchanging banter with her, as hunger had taken precedence. He picked up the bananas and persimmons from the ground, shared half with her, and sat down to eat. The bananas were still somewhat unripe. A few more days would suffice for them to reach their prime. As he ate, Lin Ye surveyed the surrounding environment and remarked, You should be content. Such considerations are a luxury nowadays. Meanwhile, Gang sat quietly beside Huang Ziyu, seemingly unaware of the vastness of the island. From their vantage point on the mountain, the endless expanse of forest and hills was beyond sight. I'm going to wash up, Lin Ye declared. After finishing his food, he leaped into the pool of water, the dirt and grime from the cave clinging to his body, making him uncomfortable and attracting numerous mosquitoes. Come down together. We're both filthy, he called out. Upon hearing Lin Ye, Huang Ziyu hesitated before descending. Although they had been candid with each other in the cave, the open water posed a different kind of modesty. Since neither of them had undressed, she felt it was inconsequential. After bathing, Lin Ye was unconcerned with modesty. He simply sought shelter behind a banana tree to wring out his clothes before putting them back on, as it was the quickest method. In contrast, Huang Ziyu ventured far into the banana grove, feeling a natural shyness that was understandable. Lin Ye, come here. Just as Lin Ye was lost in thought, Huang Ziyu's voice echoed from the banana grove. What is it? He inquired, rushing over, with Gang close behind. He saw her hastily donning her clothes, pointing ahead. There is a house over there. Following the direction of her finger, Lin Ye squinted through the banana leaves and indeed discerned the outline of a house about 50 meters away. Could there be someone living here? Lin Ye pondered it, skepticism creeping in. The arrangement of the banana plants appeared too systematic to be wild, It resembled deliberate cultivation, with each plant spaced evenly apart. Before Lin Ye could voice his thoughts, Jin Gang dashed toward the house. He intended to follow, but was halted by Huang Ziyu's grip. Perhaps we should not go there? It's fine. Jin Gang wouldn't harm us, and animals typically avoid dangerous areas, Lin Ye reassured her. The two cautiously approached the house, and as they drew nearer, it became clear that it was a thatched cottage, half of its roof caved in, supported only by 4 pillars, with no other shelter in sight. Inside lay a charred stone, evidence of past habitation. However, the dilapidated state suggested it had been abandoned for quite some time, with animal droppings littering the ground. At that moment, Jin Gang sat before the thatched cottage, gazing pensively at the open structure. Could this have been the home of its former owner? And what of the skeleton we found in the cave? Huang Ziyu inquired, puzzled by Jin Gang's contemplation. It's difficult to say. We have traversed several locations. And as for its owner, perhaps they were bitten by a venomous creature or succumbed to old age, coincidentally passing in the cave, Lin Ye speculated. This is merely his conjecture. Who truly knows the specifics? Nonetheless, he feels this place is quite suitable, and thus he has formulated a plan in his mind. We shall reside here for one night, and return first thing in the morning. In a couple of days, we'll bring them over, for it is likely that Xiong and the others may arrive at any moment. At this juncture, Lin Ye harbored concerns for the women in the cave. Fortunately, they were rescued by Jin Gang. Otherwise, had they remained trapped, they might have truly encountered the Buddha. It is already afternoon, and half a day is insufficient to make it back before nightfall, so we must resolve to rest here for the night. Chapter 57. The current state of Hua Gu as the sun descended slowly, casting a warm glow upon the waterfall. The unspoiled beauty of nature beckoned. One could imagine Li Bai composing a poem in such an idyllic setting. After tidying up the thatched cottage, Lin Ye showcased his skills once more, expertly creating fire through the friction of wood, a technique he had mastered over time. Impressive. While others are mere walking CDs, you're a walking lighter. Huang Ziyu laughed heartily. I believe it's essential for you to learn this skill. Should I ever be absent or we become separated, at least you would be able to start a fire, Lin Ye stated with a serious expression. Huang Ziyu sensed the gravity in Lin Ye's words, realizing the truth in them. In their current group, only Lin Ye possessed the ability to kindle a flame. All right, I shall give it a try. Yes, let me teach you. Like this. You must act swiftly and without pause. An hour later, Huang Ziyu exclaimed, I can't continue. This is exhausting. My hands are blistered. She tossed the stick aside, panting, her hands trembling slightly, already showing several blisters on her palms. Is this all you can manage? Your perseverance leaves much to be desired. Lin Ye said. How can I compare to you? You are an anomaly, she retorted. Chuckling at her response, Lin Ye replied. My hand speed is the result of over 20 years of practice. Huang Ziyu looked at him in confusion. What sort of hand speed requires 20 years of training? Lin Ye merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Considering her blistered hands, he decided against pushing her further. 2 days had passed. Where are brother Lin Ye and sister Ziyu? Why Haven Tea they returned. Luna mused, picking up a stone and tossing it into the distance, her thoughts restless. Jean Meishan recalled Lin Ye's words about relocating if he did not return within 3 days. Yet, where could they possibly go? After 2 days of recuperation, Sidu Qing was able to walk with ease, no longer confined to her bed, as there was ample food and drink in the cave. However, the daily consumption of cured meat was less than pleasant. Thankfully, the smoke from the fire kept the meat from spoiling. Yet, their provisions were dwindling day by day. Tomorrow, a few of us should venture to the seaside to check on the bamboo cages, Jean Meishan suggested to the group. Are there still bamboo cages at the seaside? Wang Qin inquired. It wasn't that they were unwilling to leave. Rather, they were apprehensive about encountering the people from Xiong without Lin Ye's presence. Yes, Lin Ye placed them there. He used to go every morning and would catch many fish each day, Jean Meishan confirmed. Sakura hesitated, glancing at Meishan, contemplating whether to share Lin Ye's words from when he departed. Upon seeing Meishan nod in encouragement, she spoke. When Lin Jun left, he mentioned that if he had not returned in 3 days, we should relocate. The group fell silent, and Sakura continued thus. I'm bringing this up today, to gauge everyone's opinions and to plan ahead. You all may leave, but I shall not, Luna declared, crossing her arms defiantly. Jean Meishan parted her lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet she hesitated and withdrew. It's been 3 days. Lin Ye must be concerned about Xiong Hua and his men pursuing us. But honestly, I believe we need not worry for the time being, Sita Qing remarked. Why do you say that? The others inquired. Look at my injuries. They have sustained serious wounds as well, and will need time to recuperate. Moreover, it will take them some time to locate us, Situ Qing explained. Listening to her analysis, Wang Qin felt a profound trust in Sita Qing, for her skills were indeed remarkable, even though they had not witnessed her escape firsthand. Everyone, I urge you to heed my words. What Qing just articulated holds merit. She has engaged with them before. Thus, we can remain here for a few more days without concern. If circumstances become dire, we can always relocate. Wang Qin addressed the group. Initially, Luna had been reluctant to leave, but upon hearing Wang Qin's words, she was the first to agree, and the others had little to counter. In truth, Lin Ye's apprehensions were unfounded. At that moment, Brother Hua was reveling in a kingly lifestyle, with little inclination to deal with them. The brothers Peng Yunliang and Peng Yunjie were in dire straits. One had lost an ear, while the other had suffered a grievous leg injury, and their wounds had festered due to the lack of medical treatment. Gui's abdominal injury, however, had healed well after 2 days of rest and care. Meanwhile, in another compartment, a young and beautiful woman was assisting Xiong Hua by massaging his shoulders. Although she was once deemed beautiful, the hardships of survival on the deserted island had transformed her significantly. Apart from the woman beside Brother Hua, the other women had become communal property, initially resistant but ultimately submissive after enduring a few beatings. Consequently, the women now lamented the days when Wang Qin was present. They had not only become tools for the men's release, but were also frequently compelled to labor. Qin Hao and Ao de Biao, too, had succumbed to Xiong Hua's tyranny, realizing that they had merely exchanged one leader for another, one who required no adherence to any order. Brother, I feel somewhat overlooked, Peng Yunjie murmured to his sibling. Peng Yunliang sighed. We are now akin to half the men we once were. Who would pay us any heed? Regret washed over him as he considered their injuries. His brother was now incapable of foraging for food, his leg at risk of necrosis, and their lives hanging in the balance. Do not worry, little brother. I will certainly track down that wretched woman and avenge us, Peng Yunliang reassured him, patting his shoulder. Oomph. Qin Hao and Ao de Biao would scoff disdainfully each time they passed the brothers' compartment, ignoring them entirely. Despite their current allegiance to Xiong Hua, they could not muster respect for treacherous individuals who betrayed their comrades. Peng Yunliang could only offer a forced, awkward smile, revealing his teeth, knowing that their current unpopularity left them without much recourse, especially since Qin Hao and Ao de Biao were favored in Brother Hua's eyes. Each time they ventured out, they returned with food, proving themselves more useful in Brother Hua's estimation than the two brothers. After the indescribable sounds emanating from Brother Hua's compartment ceased, an uneasy silence enveloped the surroundings. At this moment, Gui entered the room. Huagu, have you finished? Xiong Hua remarked as he pulled up his zipper, chuckling, huh? I suppose my age is catching up with me. My vitality is not what it used to be. Gui secretly laughed, thinking to himself that with Xiong Hua's physique, he had not been particularly vigorous even in his youth. However, such thoughts remained unspoken. Is your injury healing? Xiong Hua inquired. Gui lifted his shirt, revealing that it was already mending, and he estimated that in a couple of days he would be fully recovered. Xiong Hua nodded in acknowledgement. Are those fellows still behaving themselves? He asked. They are all right. It's just that those two brothers have been injured, and one of them is likely to be incapacitated. Gui replied, referring to the Peng brothers, Peng Yunliang and his sibling. Hu Wuchang had been keeping a close eye on Qin Hao and the others, accompanying them on their foraging expeditions without fear of them hoarding supplies. Chapter 58. You are a leader upon hearing Gui's words. Xiong Hua chuckled. It's better this way. If those two brothers remain unscathed, I would feel somewhat uneasy. Xiong Hua, having emerged from the underworld, despite his own questionable character, harbored a slight wariness towards the Peng brothers for their willingness to betray their own. If they could betray Wang Qin, they could just as easily betray him. By the way, Brother Hua, we have some leads on the two women who escaped, Ague remarked. Oh, to be honest, I am reluctant to engage them again. Look, we currently have women and our little brothers are scavenging for food. Why stir up trouble? Hearing Brother Hua's words, Ague furrowed his brow. Noticing Ague's discomfort, Hua continued, of course, it would be ideal to capture them, especially since you sustained injuries. Ague had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Xiong Hua, feeling that he enjoyed everything while neglecting the well-being of the brothers below. He wrestled with his thoughts. Why should he continue to obey him? Over time, he sensed that the chances of rescue from the outside world were dwindling. Yet what if he managed to escape? With his own abilities, he could thrive on this island without being burdened by a liability that would only bring him trouble. Understood. Brother Hua, I shall attend to my duties, Ague replied, heading towards the adjoining room, where soon muffled sounds of pleasure could be heard. Xiong Hua narrowed his eyes, uncertain of how much longer Ague would remain loyal to him. It was evident that power was paramount here. Money was mere refuse. Hey, Brother Ague, you're out. Ague heard a voice, and upon turning, he found it was Peng Yunliang, who appeared to be seeking some amusement. Not at all. I merely wanted to inquire whether you had shared the leads on those two women with Brother Hua, and when we might seek revenge. Peng Yunliang pulled him aside. It turned out that when Peng Yunliang had gone out in search of food the previous day, he had followed the direction in which Wang Qin fled and found footprints on the beach that abruptly ceased at a certain point. He had conducted a brief examination of the woods and indeed discovered traces of activity before returning to inform Ague. Sigh, I merely mentioned it. But Brother Hua's stance is that he does not wish for us to engage in conflict. Ague's statement left Peng Yunliang feeling uneasy. Without Ague's assistance, he would be no match for Sidiqing. His mind racing, he concocted a plan. Brother Ague, we have suffered at that woman's hands before. Moreover, what if she recovers and seeks revenge against us? We are in the light, while she lurks in the shadows. Her archery skills are formidable. We could be shot down before we even draw near. Upon hearing Peng Yunliang's words, Ague fell into contemplation. It must be said that the young man had a point. They should take advantage of her vulnerability, for if she returned with her skills intact, it would indeed pose a problem. Observing Ague deep in thought, Peng Yunliang added, Brother Ague, to be candid, you are the true leader in our hearts. Brother Hua is merely second. We have all witnessed your strength. Impudence. Who permitted you to speak of Brother Hua in such a manner? Ague chastised. Indeed, I must admit my fault. I merely spoke the truth, Peng Yunliang remarked, observing Ague's expression. One must concede that this lad possesses a remarkable knack for sowing discord. Although Ague reprimanded him sternly, he felt an undeniable joy within. It is true that strength is paramount, and coupled with Peng Yunliang's praise, he appeared somewhat elated. Flattery, after all, is a universal currency. Those in the vicinity of influential figures are often sycophants. While such flattery may lack substantial value, it is undeniably gratifying. Very well. There is no need to consult Brother Hua. I can make this decision myself. Let us meet the day after tomorrow. Once my injuries have healed somewhat, I shall seek them out and prepare adequately in the meantime. With that, Ague turned and departed. The following day, awaken, Ziyu. It is time for us to return. In the thatched cottage, Lin Ye roused the slumbering Huang Ziyu. I do not know why, but sleeping here feels more comfortable than in the cave. Huang Ziyu stretched, expressing her contentment. Of course, the cave is dark and damp, laden with moisture. Prolonged exposure is certainly uncomfortable, Lin Ye replied. King Kong. King Kong. Lin Ye called, and King Kong promptly appeared. We must head back to the cave now. Will you wait here or accompany us? Without needing to respond verbally, King Kong demonstrated his loyalty through action, following Lin Ye and the others wherever they went. Remarkably, their journey back was devoid of danger, thanks to King Kong clearing the path ahead. As the saying goes, when the tiger is away, the monkeys will play. Nevertheless, they returned to the cave just before nightfall. Girls, I am back. Come out and greet your guests. Lin Ye's voice echoed through the cave before he even arrived. Lin Ye is back. Quick, let's go see. The group hurriedly rushed outside. Haha, Lin Ye, you have finally returned. Luna exclaimed as she sprinted towards him, nearly knocking him off balance. Lin Ye, you're back. Sister Ziyu, why were you gone for so long? The group bombarded the pair with questions. So, you tamed a monkey? It even saved your lives? Luna asked, incredulous. Indeed, King Kong. King Kong, Lin Ye shouted toward the entrance. When King Kong appeared before them, they finally believed Lin Ye's account. Nothing untoward occurred during our absence. I trust? Lin Ye inquired, glancing at Jean Meishan and Ingzi. At that moment, Wang Qin interjected, Lin Ye, everyone was quite worried during your absence. We remained in the cave without venturing out, and nothing else transpired. That is reassuring. Lin Ye nodded, casting a lingering gaze at Situ Qing, acknowledging her remarkable pride. However, upon sensing his gaze, Situ Qing shot him a sharp glare. Damn, this woman, Lin Ye muttered inwardly. By the way, we need to relocate tomorrow at dawn. To suddenly move is a bit disheartening, sigh. Luna lamented. Indeed, it is with a tinge of reluctance that I part ways. Jean Shishan, resting her head upon her sister's shoulder, echoed this sentiment. Do not think it is only you who feels this way. I too share in this bittersweet emotion. However, once you arrive there, you will undoubtedly fall in love with the place. After all, our safety here is far from assured, Lin Ye reassured them. Lin Ye's words rang true. That destination is tenfold superior to our current abode, allowing the sisters the freedom to indulge in long, leisurely baths and partake in an abundance of bananas, Huang Ziyu exclaimed. It is merely unfortunate to leave behind these cherished belongings, Lin Ye mused, gazing at the bamboo bed within the cave, the bamboo leaning post, and the myriad of small trinkets. Perhaps only a fraction of these treasures can be taken along when we depart tomorrow. Chapter 59. Preparing a surprise early in the morning. Lin Ye roused everyone from their slumber. After a brief tidying up, their entire belongings amounted to 3 steel knives, a dagger, a tin pot, several pairs of chopsticks, and bamboo bowls, along with approximately 30 pounds of cured meat. Naturally, the 5 little gray rabbits had to be brought along. They had grown considerably and would require 2 people to lift their bamboo cage. Ziyu, you take them ahead. I'll remain behind to prepare a surprise. Lin Ye said with a mischievous grin. A surprise? What are you planning? Huang Ziyu inquired, puzzled. Lin Ye simply smiled and chose not to respond. Noticing his reluctance to engage, Huang Ziyu refrained from further questioning and led the group toward the waterfall. After half an hour of meticulous arrangements, Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. If you don't arrive, my efforts will have been in vain, but if you do come, well then, enjoy yourselves. He chuckled gleefully. Soon, Lin Ye caught up with the main group. Lin Ye, what exactly have you prepared? You smell quite peculiar, Huang Ziyu questioned, her curiosity piqued. A sentiment echoed by the other women. Lin Ye casually shared a brief explanation. Is it that unpleasant? A wave of commotion ensued, but they soon continued their journey. Coincidentally, just as Lin Ye and the others departed, Gue and his companions arrived at the location. Brother Gue, look, there are people gathered over there. Peng Yunliang exclaimed excitedly. That morning, Gue had ventured out with Qin Hao, Ao de Biao, and Peng Yunliang, following the traces along the shore until they reached the vicinity of the cave. Be careful. The situation inside is uncertain, Gue warned. He was unsure whether Wang Qin and her companion had fled here, but it was evident that someone had been present initially. It could not have been constructed by Wang Qin alone. There was a possibility of other survivors, considering the number of individuals aboard the ship, and they had previously encountered Lin Ye and his group. The thought of Lin Ye filled Gue with resentment. It was a profound humiliation to have been knocked unconscious without even a confrontation. Unbeknownst to him, this very cave was where Lin Ye had relocated, having departed just moments prior. Let us approach slowly. If there are others, refrain from provoking them. Follow my lead, Gue instructed. Understood, Brother Gue. Qin Hao and Ao de Biao had no objections to Gue's words. They were not inclined to conflict, and both were preoccupied with the thought of how to explain themselves should they encounter Wang Qin. They exchanged glances, remaining silent, and chose to proceed cautiously, hoping Wang Qin would not be present. Is anyone there? Is anyone home? Peng Yunliang called out. The 4 stood at the edge of the enclosure, peering into the dark cave, hesitant to draw nearer. It seems no one is here. Why does it smell so foul? Peng Yunliang remarked. You go in and take a look. Ah, Brother Gui, I'm a bit scared. What are you afraid of? We're all right behind you. Ah Gui chided, giving him a playful kick. Oh, all right then. If there's danger, you must save me. Peng Yunliang, pinching his nose, cautiously approached the cave entrance step by step. Qin Hao silently cursed him, finding it amusing that this wretched fellow wanted to seek vengeance on Sidu Qing while simultaneously fearing for his life. Hey, is anyone inside? As Peng Yunliang entered the cave and observed the interior, he called out, It seems there really isn't anyone here. There are a few bamboo beds and a passage leading downward, but it has quite a pungent odor. Hearing his shout, Ague and the others stepped into the cave, also pinching their noses. They noticed several bamboo beds arranged in a circular formation, with a bonfire in the center. Gazing at the dark passage, Ague hesitated, contemplating whether to explore further. Go, there appears to be a bunch of bananas over there. Upon hearing the comment, Ague looked in the direction Qin Hao was pointing. On the dark stone wall, indeed hung several bunches of bananas. These were the ones Lin Ye had brought back from the banana grove yesterday. However, Lin Ye had hung them quite high, requiring a jump to reach them. Indeed, these are not bananas, but plantains, Peng Yunliang smugly clarified. He then leapt up to grasp the plantains and pull them down. Little did he know, this was a surprise Lin Ye had prepared for them. With a loud crash, 2 bamboo mats fell from above, perfectly landing on Ague and Peng Yunliang. Qin Hao and Ao de Biao, standing farther away, were not covered but were still hit by a few falling items. Damn, Ugh, this is filth, Peng Yunliang exclaimed. Ugh, Peng Yunliang, this is your fault. This was precisely what Lin Ye had meticulously arranged, wasting 2 bamboo mats that had been hung in the cave, camouflaged against the dark surroundings, making them nearly invisible. He had spread excrement from the outdoor toilet on the mats, and tied a rope made of bamboo, leaves connecting both mats, which came crashing down when he pulled on them. Who on earth set this vile trap with a bunch of plantains? At that moment, the 4 of them cursed the creator of this trap vehemently, losing all desire to search for Wang Qin and her companion, swiftly making their way to the sea for a wash. Achio, several kilometers away, Lin Ye repeatedly sneezed. Who is it that keeps mentioning me? He wondered, scrunching his nose. Ha, you must have a guilty conscience, Huang Ziyu remarked disdainfully. Have you never heard? A single sneeze means someone is thinking of me, while 2 sneezes indicate someone is cursing me. Surely, one of you is thinking of me. Achio. Before Lin Ye could finish his sentence, he sneezed again, feeling as if he were slapping his own face. Lin Ye, you said it yourself. The second sneeze proves someone is cursing you. You must have done something wrong, Luna teased, stifling a laugh. Exactly, Huang Ziyu and Shishan chimed in agreement. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Ye retorted, Oh, Luna, you dare undermine me? Come here, let us get closer. Ah, no, you smell terrible. I don't want to get close to you, she exclaimed, retreating behind Huang Ziyu. As Lin Ye turned to glance at Jin Shishan, she had already concealed herself behind her sister, casting a disdainful look in his direction. Alas, the hearts of people have become so ungrateful. Come on, Jin Gang, let's go and play. Observing from a distance of several meters, Jin Gang held his nose, unwilling to approach. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Even Sidu Qing, who had always maintained a frosty demeanor towards Lin Ye, couldn't help but let a smile creep on her lips. Very well, I'll entertain myself. It must be noted that Jin Gang, leading the way, could avert numerous dangers, such as snakes that might suddenly spring forth from grass, as well as other small creatures. Of course, the incident where the 2 of them fell into a cave was merely an unfortunate accident. Chapter 60, A Snake Hunting Adventure After a Long Trek. As the sun began to descend, the group finally arrived at their destination, a moment when the scenery was at its most breathtaking. Wow, how beautiful! At this instant, the women seemed to forget their circumstances, surrounded by verdant hills and flowing waters, a truly healing sight. See, I wasn't misleading you, Lin Ye remarked. Haha, of course. It's certainly better than our cave, Luna replied, sticking out her tongue. Everyone had indeed made it, but darkness was approaching. If only Lin Ye had a day to further enhance the thatched cottage, it would be perfect. All right, I now assign you a task. Let us see who can ignite the fire first. For tonight, we shall make do with some cured meat. I'll go wash up, Lin Ye declared as he strolled towards the waterfall. Upon Lin Ye's return from his bath, he discovered a roaring fire beside the thatched cottage, with a pot simmering deliciously with cured meat. Yet, Huang Ziyu was still diligently rubbing two sticks together, a determined look etched on her face. Wow, you all are quite swift. I had intended to test your skills. Who started this fire? Lin Ye ignited it. Wang Qin chuckled. It was Qinger who ignited it. In our team, she was always responsible for fire making, and her wilderness survival skills are exceptional. Lin Ye cast a surprised glance at Sidu Qing, seated by the flames. He and T expected her to possess not only formidable strength, but also adept survival skills. A true gem indeed. Wang Qin's praises seemed aimed at showcasing that the two were not entirely inept, inadvertently casting the other women in a less favorable light. Impressive. How is your injury? Is it healing? Lin Ye asked as he approached the fire. Upon hearing Lin Ye commend another, Huang Ziyu could no longer continue her efforts and tossed her stick into the fire, sending sparks flying perilously close to Lin Ye's eyebrows. Hey, mind your aim. I'm still here. Lin Ye exclaimed. Huang Ziyu shrugged. Oh, you're here? Sorry, I didn't see you just now. Lin Ye was left baffled. It felt as if a powder keg had exploded in the brief moment he had stepped away to wash. Brother Lin Ye, we have all been trying to learn how to start a fire, but it seems we have failed, Luna said, spreading her hands. Jin Shishan mirrored her gesture, revealing small blisters on their palms, likely a sign that the others were in a similar predicament, perhaps unwilling to concede to Sidu Qing. It's not entirely your fault. Creating fire through friction requires not only strength and endurance, but also the right materials. If you truly wish to learn, I can teach you, Sidu Qing stated calmly. Noticing the silence that followed, Lin Ye cleared his throat and said, she is correct. The choice of materials is crucial. Everyone should take the opportunity to learn. He added, each person has their strengths. Since we have chosen to band together, we should embrace and learn from each other as virtues, at least while we are here. Lin Ye was right. We should all support each other. I am immensely grateful for everyone's care over the past few days, and both of us will contribute our efforts in the future, Wang Qin echoed. After dining, we casually spread some banana leaves inside the thatched cottage, accommodating all 8 of us in a communal arrangement. The space felt rather cramped, especially with Luna, the charming young lady, nestled next to Lin Ye. She remained as restless in her slumber as ever, stirring in the night and playfully fidgeting with Lin Ye, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable and almost ignited his passions once more. Upon awakening the next morning, Lin Ye found himself alone in the room. He stepped outside and stretched luxuriously. Suddenly, he heard a sound and turned to see Sidu Qing, who was shooting arrows with his bow. Her long, lustrous ponytail and fitted athletic attire, though somewhat worn, did little to conceal her captivating figure. He couldn't help but glance at her alluring curves, paired with her exquisite beauty. Just as he was lost in thought, she turned to face him. Up so early? Lin Ye greeted her with an awkward smile that he believed to be rather amusing. Sidu Qing simply responded with a nonchalant, She then adjusted her hair tie and inquired, is this what you use for the bowstring? Lin Ye, unsure of her intent, replied, yes, I had no other materials available. Those cured meats, did you capture a wild boar? She questioned. Indeed, I set a trap and caught one. Lin Ye responded proudly, anticipating a compliment. Instead, she remarked, I truly wonder how you managed to survive. Many animal tendons make excellent bowstrings. What a waste. Sidu Qing shook her head, and Lin Ye hadn't considered this until her reminder enlightened him. He knew she possessed a bow, and it was likely her bowstring had been made from other materials, now unfortunately destroyed. Well, I didn't think too much about it at the time. Lin Ye attempted to justify. Let us go. Sidu Qing interrupted. Go. Where? Lin Ye asked, puzzled. Enough with the questions. Just follow me, she replied impatiently. Lin Ye couldn't help but think that although she was stunningly beautiful, her fiery temper must have been inherited from someone equally fierce. Reluctantly, he steeled himself to follow her. As they departed, he casually mentioned it to Huang Ziyu, who merely huffed in response. As they walked some distance, he observed her searching for something, wielding a forked stick. Lin Ye dared not inquire further. Found it, she announced. halting before a cluster of white buds, still closed and yet to bloom. What did you find? Lin Ye asked. This flower is called night-blooming jasmine. If we search around here, there are bound to be snakes. Our goal is to catch them, Situ Ching explained. Why catch snakes? What if we get bitten? Lin Ye replied, Somahat exasperated. Isn't that just inviting trouble? The sinews of a snake are indeed among the finest materials for crafting bowstrings, and besides, snakes are certainly easier to catch than wild boars, are they not? It is rare for Situ Ching to take a moment to enlighten Lin Ye, and upon hearing her words, he truly regretted the loss of the golden snake they had initially captured. The two began their search within a 10-meter radius of the night-blooming jasmine. After a diligent search, they actually stumbled upon a snake, a majestic king cobra. As the serpent emerged, Situ Ching swiftly thrust her fork, stepped firmly, and with deft hands, she seized the snake's head and hurried back, all in one fluid motion. Was it truly that simple? Lin Ye found himself questioning whether she was indeed a woman, for this was a king cobra. One bite could warrant a feast for the entire village. Yet, she had captured it with such nonchalance. Chapter 61. There is something behind you upon returning with Situ Ching. She inquired of Huang Ziyu about borrowing a dagger and venture alone to the riverbank to hunt snakes, effectively turning Lin Ye into a mere tool for her purposes. Initially, Lin Ye contemplated accompanying her, but was halted by Huang Ziyu, who remarked, Lin Ye, our food consumption has been quite substantial lately. We are down to just over 20 pounds of cured meat. Lin Ye had indeed considered this matter. Having just moved here, everything was yet to fall into a routine. I'll find a way to manage the food situation, so do not worry, he assured them. You two are going to the thicket to catch a snake, are you? Huang Ziyu pointed towards Situ Ching by the riverside. What do you mean by going to the thicket? We are indeed going to catch snakes, Lin Ye replied. Oh, I thought she might repay your life-saving grace by offering herself to you, Huang Ziyu teased. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye felt a pang of gloom. I have also saved you. Why don't you offer yourself to me? Huang Ziyu stepped closer, her face nearly touching Lin Ye's, creating an intimate proximity that left him bewildered. If there had been a wall behind her, would she have pushed him against it? Lin Ye felt somewhat at a loss. She slowly spoke, let's see how you perform. By the way, it's time for you to shave. With that, she turned and departed. Curiously, despite their extended stay on the island, Huang Ziyu always exuded an enchanting fragrance. Lin Ye stood there, absent-mindedly touching his beard, realizing it indeed needed tending. However, the pressing concern was to renovate their thatched hut. After a simple meal, Lin Ye assigned tasks to everyone. You need to gather a substantial amount of thatch. Our house requires repairs, or else we will have no shelter in the rain. The more, the better. The women were divided into two groups. Ingzi was assigned to Wang Qin and Situ Ching, while the others accompanied Huang Ziyu. Lin Ye, on the other hand, took a machete and ventured into the woods to find suitable timber for the house's pillars and beams, as the original ones had rotted significantly and required replacement. Their team possessed 3 steel knives, one for each group, an ideal arrangement. Abundant thatch lay by the riverbank, negating the need for a lengthy search. Lin Ye returned with a dozen tree trunks, each as thick as a bowl, feeling utterly exhausted. It was only due to his prolonged training on the island that he could manage such a load. Upon arriving with the last trunk, he saw everyone else had returned, resting beneath the banana trees, surrounded by heaps of thatch. This task truly demands strength. I am utterly spent, Lin Ye murmured as he sat down. Brother Lin Ye, have some water, Luna offered, presenting him with a bowl of water made from bamboo. This water had been boiled that morning. Given their circumstances, they tried to avoid drinking directly from the river, though their supply of bottled mineral water was limited. Seizing the moment to rest, Lin Ye constructed a simple ladder, as climbing onto the roof would otherwise prove difficult. Climbing onto the rooftop, Lin Ye set about dismantling the corroded beams and supports, salvaging what he could while striving to avoid significant alterations, as the scale of the project was daunting. His standards were not excessively high. As long as it provided shelter from the elements, he was content. After a long day of labor, the thatched cottage was finally restored, though its durability in strong winds remained questionable. Nevertheless, Lin Ye had weighed it down with numerous stones, suggesting that it would likely withstand the conditions, should it be overturned. Repairs could be undertaken once more. Come here, Luna, and help me with a shoulder massage, Lin Ye called out, reclining on the ground. Luna, resting against a banana tree, replied, Brother Lin Ye, I am quite fatigued as well. Yoko then rose and knelt behind Lin Ye, gently kneading his shoulders. Yoko, your technique is quite commendable. Lin Ye pides. At that moment, Jin Gang returned from a distance, accompanied by 2 female monkeys. Hey, I was wondering where you had wandered off to. Turns out you were secretly on a date with the lady monkeys, Lin Ye teased. The 2 monkeys hesitated to approach, while Jin Gang dashed over to the thatched cottage, staring in astonishment at the newly restored structure. I forgot to mention, this place was also brought to us by Jin Gang. In truth, it is his home, Lin Ye explained, leading to a realization among the group. Below the waterfall, a cluster of reeds thrived. As the saying goes, one thrives by utilizing their surroundings. These reeds could serve as a substitute for bamboo, ideal for crafting a fishing net. Lin Ye had no intention of letting the fish in the river escape, and after a brief respite, he resumed his work, noting that the women were equally industrious. They flitted in and out, some cleaning around the house, others uprooting weeds, and some gathering firewood. However, Lin Ye noticed the absence of Situ Qing, which left him somewhat vexed. She had vanished after collecting thatch. Even Wang Qin was unaware of her whereabouts, remarking that she could have at least bid them farewell. Done. After considerable effort, Lin Ye had finally woven a large net from the reeds. The carcass of the king cobra, stripped of its tendons by Situ Qing, lay nearby. Though its remains were cast aside, it would serve a purpose. When placed within the net to decompose, it would attract a multitude of fish, making it the perfect bait. Ziyu, come help me, Lin Ye called into the house. Oh, coming, Ziyu replied. Lin Ye gestured towards the net, instructing, I will enter the river shortly. Please hand me the net so I can lower it to catch fish. All right, she responded. Lin Ye selected a narrower section of the river to maximize his chances, the water reaching up to his thighs. All right, you can pass me the net now, he said. Okay, be ready to catch. Huang Ziyu slowly handed it over. Once he had the net, he also collected 2 large stones from the river to weigh it down, preventing it from being swept away by the current. But this net has such a large opening. Won't the fish just escape? Huang Ziyu inquired. You don't understand. There is a method to my approach, Lin Ye replied. In this scarcely trodden realm, the fish in the river are of an extraordinary size, prompting Lin Ye to weave exceptionally large nets. It is likely that fish weighing less than 5 pounds could easily slip through the mesh, rendering them ineffective. Lin Ye had no intention of capturing the smaller ones. I do not comprehend. You seem to understand, so that suffices. After Huang Ziyu spoke, her eyes widened in alarm as she fixated on something behind Lin Ye. Noticing the terror in her gaze, a chill crept down Lin Ye's spine. What? What is it? He inquired softly. Lin Ye, there's something behind you. Huang Ziyu stammered, trembling. Lin Ye slowly turned to look over his shoulder, nearly succumbing to fear as his legs threatened to give way. That is... Chapter 62. You strike it with a blade. 2 eyes, akin to the size of table tennis balls, were fixed intently upon Lin Ye, as a large head slowly emerged from the water. It was a crocodile. Goodness! At that moment, Lin Ye felt his legs growing weak, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him. Come up quickly, Lin Ye! Huang Ziyu shouted anxiously from the shore. Lin Ye was merely 3 meters from the bank, while the crocodile was approximately 7 or 8 meters away, yet it had not yet launched an attack. How could there be a crocodile here? This was unexpected. Had he known, Lin Ye would not have ventured so far to release the fish net. He needed to extricate himself swiftly. Just then, he noticed Huang Ziyu picking up a stone on the shore, preparing to throw it at the crocodile. No, Ziyu, don't act rashly. Lin Ye immediately intervened. That small stone posed no threat to the crocodile. It would only serve to provoke it. Then hurry up and come up. Why are you still standing in the water? You're driving me crazy, Huang Ziyu exclaimed, stamping her foot. At that moment, Lin Ye truly understood what it meant to feel weak in the knees. He had never felt such fear even when confronted by wolves on land. A bite from a wolf might still leave him with a glimmer of hope, but a bite from a crocodile in the water, followed by a deadly roll, would spell certain doom. Give me a moment. My legs are trembling, Lin Ye said, straining to lift his legs. I'll search for a longer stick nearby to pull you up, Huang Ziyu said, dashing towards the woods. Hey, don't leave me. Lin Ye was unable to call her back. But now, he had to rely on himself, making an effort to move his feet, inching slowly towards the shore. He moved very gently, step by step, trying to avoid creating too many ripples in the water. As Lin Ye inched closer to the bank, he had scarcely taken a meter's worth of steps when the crocodile moved. It charged towards Lin Ye with astonishing speed, its large tail creating massive splashes. Oh no, help! Lin Ye shouted as he sprinted toward the shore, but the depth of the water hindered his speed, making it impossible to outpace the crocodile. Just as the reptile was about to catch up to him, Huang Ziyu extended a wooden stick from the shore. Lin Ye, grab it. All right, pull me up quickly. Lin Ye grasped the stick, now only a few dozen centimeters from shore. Huang Ziyu exerted all her strength, desperately pulling Lin Ye up. The crocodile snapped its massive jaws, landing precisely where Lin Ye had just been, causing him to break into a cold sweat as he sat on the ground. The crocodile must weigh 700 or 800 pounds. If it had bitten him, he would have been doomed. Lin Ye gasped. You would have been left a widow. Huang Ziyu, too, was drenched in perspiration, likely having run the entire way wielding that stick. Be careful, it's coming again. Huang Ziyu shouted. Huh? As Lin Ye turned back towards the riverbank, the crocodile charged onto the shore, lunging with its gaping jaws aimed at him. He had thought that once on land, he would be safe, but the crocodile was relentless. It was over. Lin Ye, seated on the ground, braced himself with his hands, hurriedly retreating on all fours, for there was no time to stand up now. As the crocodile lunged dangerously close to Lin Ye's leg, he swiftly spread his legs and executed a split. The creature's jaws snapped shut, missing their target. Had the crocodile advanced a mere 10 centimeters further, it would have seized Lin Ye's brother. This was a perilous situation indeed. In a moment of desperation, Lin Ye kicked towards the crocodile's snout, leveraging the force to retreat, rolling and scrambling to create some distance before rising to his feet. Run, he urged, grabbing Huang Ziyu and sprinting towards the woods, the crocodile relentlessly pursuing them. With no formidable weapon in hand, escape was imperative. Suddenly, the sound of an arrow slicing through the air echoed from a distance. This way. Was it her? Let us go towards her. Lin Ye redirected his course, pulling Huang Ziyu towards Situ Qing. Indeed, it was Situ Qing who was firing arrows at the crocodile with precision. Although the bamboo arrows inflicted minimal damage, they effectively slowed the beast's advance. Situ Qing tossed Lin Ye a steel knife, instructing, when it gets closer, I will blind it. And you strike with the knife. Lin Ye was initially focused on merely escaping, but her determination inspired him not to appear cowardly before her. All right, I'll take it down, he grit his teeth in response. As the crocodile approached menacingly, Situ Qing drew her bowstring taut, aiming intently at its eyes with a newly crafted bow, strung with snake sinew. Now or never, she thought. With a swift release, the bamboo arrow soared towards the crocodile's eye. Yes, you hit it, Huang Ziyu exclaimed. Lin Ye, hurry. Situ Qing prepared for another shot, drawing her bow once more. Watch me, Lin Ye declared as he dashed towards the creature. With one eye blinded, the crocodile thrashed wildly in pain, providing Lin Ye the opportunity to strike its head with a steel knife. The blade struck the hardened skull with a sharp crack, sending vibrations through Lin Ye's hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip. It's too tough, he exclaimed, raising the knife for another strike just as the crocodile swung its massive tail. Lin Ye, watch out. Quickly dodge. Though the warnings reached him, the nearly 2-meter-long tail was not easily evaded. With a thunderous crash, Lin Ye was sent flying, landing heavily on the ground with a grunt. Thankfully, he had shielded himself with his arms. Otherwise, he might have suffered broken ribs. Are you all right, Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu rushed over to assist him. Lin Ye rubbed his arm vigorously. It was merely numb. This encounter had ignited a fierce resolve within him. What could the crocodile dare to do on land? As he closed in for another strike, the creature's remaining eye locked onto him, charging forward. Get away, Lin Ye shouted, pushing Huang Ziyu aside as he gripped the steel knife tightly. The crocodile approached with a slight tilt, perhaps due to having lost sight in one eye. At that moment, Situ Qing loosed another arrow towards the beast, but this time it veered off course, failing to strike its remaining eye. Nevertheless, it succeeded in slowing the creature down. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ye leapt onto the crocodile's back. In a brief moment it blinked. "Are you out of your mind? Get down," Situ Qing shouted urgently. Yet, Lin Ye's stubbornness flared up. Disregarding the danger, he raised his large blade and began to hack wildly. "Hey, hey," he exclaimed, swinging as he struck with fervor, causing the crocodile's head to become a gruesome sight. Chapter 63. Seizing the opportunity to strike. Every time Lin Ye attempted to strike at the crocodile's eyes, it writhed beneath him, rendering his efforts ineffective. The pain only fueled the creature's frantic thrashing. This was perilous. It was about to roll over. Lin Ye sensed his body leaning to one side and felt a wave of unease wash over him. In a split second, he flipped off the crocodile's back, landing painfully in the dirt, his mouth filled with soil. Just then, the crocodile completed its roll, and had Lin Ye still been atop it, being crushed beneath its weight would have been far worse than a mere fracture. Its massive form flattened the surrounding grass, exposing its stark white belly. "Oh, damn it! This beast is tough." Lin Ye spat out the dirt, cursing as he did so. In that moment, as the crocodile revealed its underbelly, Situ Qing's arrow swiftly followed. Thud! The thick skin of the belly met the bamboo arrow, producing a sound reminiscent of striking a heavy cloth. Fortunately, the arrow had enough force to penetrate partially. At that instant, the crocodile completed its roll, inadvertently snapping the bamboo arrow beneath its weight. Blood began to flow profusely from its head, staining the ground a vivid red. As its head swayed, seemingly searching for a target. "Get back, Ziyun!" Lin Ye shouted in alarm, as the crocodile's head halted in Huang Ziyu's direction, its nostrils flaring with heavy breaths. Upon hearing Lin Ye's warning, Huang Ziyu took off running. "Don't run in a straight line. You won't outrun it," Lin Ye yelled, gripping his knife and pursuing the crocodile. Huang Ziyu navigated through the woods, weaving around trees in an S pattern. However, some trees were too slender, and the crocodile's charge shattered them effortlessly. Thankfully, the creature had lost one eye, impairing its vision, causing it to veer off course several times during the chase. Situ Qing's arrows struck the crocodile's back, proving ineffective, and at last, Lin Ye caught up. "D!" he bellowed, swinging his steel knife towards the crocodile's tail. This time, he successfully severed it, blood splattering across Lin Ye's face. The crocodile, in pain, paused momentarily, then whipped its head around to bite at Lin Ye behind it. "Lin Ye, watch out!" Situ Qing shouted from behind. At that moment, Lin Ye's eyes were smeared with the crocodile's blood, blurring his vision. He heard the warning, but had no time to evade. Rubbing his eyes with his hand, he realized the crocodile's wide maw was about to snap shut on him. In a desperate move, Lin Ye bent down and seized the severed tail, thrusting it towards the creature's mouth. "Feast on your own flesh," he exclaimed. As soon as it made contact with the crocodile's jaws, the beast bit down on its own tail. Lin Ye immediately released his grip, snatched up his knife, and darted aside. Huang Ziyu took refuge behind a larger tree, shaken and breathless. Once the crocodile clamped down on flesh, it was nearly impossible to make it release its grip, and its biting force was terrifying. Lin Ye lay on the ground, blood seeping from his shoulder. In his frantic attempt to thrust the severed tail into the crocodile's mouth, he had inadvertently sliced himself on the sharp scales. Tearing through the air, Lin Ye rose, his mouth agape as he beheld the crocodile, which was frantically thrashing its severed tail, unaware that it was indeed its own appendage. "Lin Ye, toss me the knife," shouted Situ Qing. Lin Ye glanced at the blade in his hand, its edge slightly bent. "No need, I'll handle it. You focus on shooting its eyes," he replied resolutely. "Don't be stubborn. You're injured," Situ Qing urged. Yet, Lin Ye paid her no heed, his gaze fixed intently on the crocodile, waiting for an opportune moment as it remained occupied with its meal, momentarily refraining from attacking them. The scene had formed with the crocodile in the center, Lin Ye and Situ Qing to its left, while Huang Ziyu hid behind the beast. Lacking a weapon, Huang Ziyu called out to Lin Ye, "Lin Ye, whilst distracted, let us make our escape." Her words jolted Lin Ye back to reason. Indeed, why not leave now? He smacked his forehead in realization. "All right, let us go. You all head out first, and hand me the knife," Situ Qing insisted. What are you doing? Why provoke it? Lin Ye questioned. It's at its weakest now. We must seize this chance, and we could use the food, Situ Qing countered. After some contemplation, Lin Ye conceded. The crocodile was bleeding profusely and likely nearing its end, perhaps in its final throes. Fine, but I'll take the lead. You cover me, Lin Ye declared. Gritting his teeth, Situ Qing nodded in agreement. Huang Ziyu wished to say more, but ultimately held her tongue, retreating behind a large tree to avoid complicating matters for the two. Lin Ye cautiously approached the crocodile, positioning himself beside its blind eye. While the creature had ceased its thrashing, now consuming its severed tail. Seizing the moment, Situ Qing darted into the crocodile's line of sight and loosed an arrow toward its remaining eye. I hit it, Lin Ye, she exclaimed. At that instant, the crocodile's head resembled a creature adorned with antennas, having fully ingested its tail. You vile creature, now you shall face my wrath, Lin Ye exclaimed with excitement, striking at the crocodile. Yet, perhaps in a final act of desperation, the crocodile struggled fiercely on the ground, nearly colliding with Lin Ye. Damn, that was close. With each narrow escape, Lin Ye inflicted another cut upon the beast, gradually sapping its strength and life. No matter how fierce an animal, it cannot withstand the loss of blood for long. After countless strikes, the crocodile finally collapsed, unable to move. Ugh, I'm exhausted, Situ Qing remarked as she and Huang Ziyu approached, kicking the crocodile's carcass to confirm its demise. Lin Ye handed the battered steel knife to Situ Qing, gazing at the alarming blisters on his palm, his fingers trembling uncontrollably. Lin Ye, are you injured? Huang Ziyu asked with concern. I'm fine, it's not serious. At least we've vanquished this beast, Lin Ye replied, plopping down onto the ground and waving his hand dismissively. Ziyu, please summon everyone here at once. We must address the situation immediately, Situ Qing commanded. All right, I will do so right away, Huang Ziyu replied as she hurried back. Lin Ye understood Situ Qing's concerns. The stench of blood was overwhelming, and if any large predators were to be attracted to the island, it would pose a grave danger. Situ Qing, brandishing a knife, swiftly slashed at the crocodile's abdomen. With a splattering sound, the creature's entrails and undigested remnants spilled forth, releasing a foul odor that permeated the air. Situ Qing pinched her nose and grimaced, yet continued her task with the demeanor of an emotionless automaton. Lin Ye couldn't help but ponder what this woman had done in her past. Chapter 64. A myriad of footprints, Situ Qing, undeterred, meticulously dissected a crocodile. At that moment, Huang Ziyu and the others arrived, and upon witnessing the scene, they were overwhelmed with nausea. My goodness, you all are astonishing. A crocodile of such magnitude. Ugh. Jin Shishan remarked, retching nearby. It was indeed understandable, given the unpleasant odor permeating the air. Brother Lin Ye, are you all right? Are you hurt anywhere? Luna, seeing Lin Ye in a state of disarray, rushed over with concern. Everyone, let us assist one another and make our escape from here as swiftly as possible, Lin Ye instructed the group. The women observed Situ Qing diligently at work, and with a resolute bite of her lip, Huang Ziyu approached her, prompting the others to follow suit. You all go and chop down 2 trees as thick as a bowl, and we shall bind the crocodile to them for transport back, Situ Qing directed. Relieved not to have to dismember the crocodile herself, the group willingly complied with her instructions. Soon, several individuals returned, carrying 2 sturdy logs, while Lin Ye, having rested sufficiently, sought out some vines. Together, they bound the carcass to the logs, which, despite Situ Qing having removed many of its unnecessary organs, still weighed at least as much as a wild boar. This would ensure their food supply for the next fortnight. Let us move quickly. We don't want to attract other beasts, Lin Ye urged as he led the group, hauling the crocodile's remains toward the thatched hut. The journey of several hundred meters took over an hour, primarily due to the treacherous terrain of the jungle. Encountering the crocodile was both a blessing and a curse. After all, they were all potential prey for one another. First, let us wash it by the river. Otherwise, it will be difficult to manage, Lin Ye suggested. Lin Ye, you should wash yourself as well. You're covered in blood, and it's hard to tell if it's from the crocodile or your own, Wang Qin pointed out, followed closely by Huang Ziyu. Yes, and you've injured your shoulder. We must prevent any infection. Lin Ye nodded and acknowledged. An hour later, the thatched hut was filled with the savory aroma of cooking meat, with one pot simmering and another roasting by the fire, offering two delightful preparations. It's ready, everyone. Please eat, Sakura called out. Naturally, the cooking was entrusted to Sakura and Maishin, whose culinary skills were beyond reproach. We need to construct a fence tomorrow to enclose our dwelling, Lin Ye said, chewing on the meat. You're concerned about attracting other beasts, aren't you? I wholeheartedly agree with that idea, Si-Tu Ching remarked, demonstrating her experience in wilderness survival. Lin Ye's worries were indeed justified. Now that they found themselves on an island, the enticing scent of meat could easily beckon ferocious predators. They had already encountered a pack of wolves on the first day by the sea, let alone deeper within the island. At the very least, a fence would provide a barrier, offering some peace of mind for their nighttime rest. Although the vigilant Jin gang could provide early warnings, Lin Ye preferred to take precautions. Yes, the fence should deter most wild animals. After hearing the two, the others nodded in agreement. Lin Ye, we are running low on sea salt, Maishin said, holding up a bottle. Inside the 500-milliliter mineral water bottle, less than a quarter remained. Tomorrow, I shall accompany Ziyu to the seaside to collect some seawater for you. You can then construct the fence, Lin Ye suggested. The round trip to the beach would likely require 2 days, although the distance was not extensive in a straight line. The terrain was treacherous. Brother Lin Ye, may I join you? Luna winked at him. Initially, Lin Ye entertained the idea of taking Luna along, hoping to devise a way to win her over, as their relationship was rather ambiguous. However, it seemed that Huang Ziyu was a more suitable companion. Ahem, I plan to take Jin Gang with me. Ziyu is familiar with him, and he can provide support along the way. Lin Ye offered a plausible excuse. Oh, I see. Luna seemed a bit disappointed, but then added, it appears I must become better acquainted with Jin Gang. Huang Ziyu accepted Lin Ye's reasoning and promptly agreed. After a night spent on the communal sleeping mat, Huang Ziyu woke Lin Ye early. The sun is already high. Why are you still asleep? We must leave early and return quickly. Reluctantly, Lin Ye rose, finding that Sakura had prepared food for them. She had roasted extra crocodile meat the previous night and set aside 2 bottles of water. You both must be cautious on your journey. Return swiftly if you encounter danger. Wang Qin advised. Here, take this for self-defense, Si-Tu Ching said, handing over a bow along with several bamboo arrows. All right, be careful yourselves, Lin Ye responded to everyone. Jin Gang, let us go, Lin Ye called out towards the distant banana grove. Soon, Jin Gang came bounding over, having mysteriously spent the night somewhere. The two of them beckoned Jin Gang to follow them into the woods. Shall we head to the seaside along the path we came? Huang Ziyu inquired after they had walked a short distance. No, we will follow the flow of the water. It must lead to the ocean, perhaps shortening our journey. Lin Ye replied. He was reluctant to retrace their original route, fearing they might leave traces. Frequent passage would inevitably create a visible path. A keen observer might discover the signs of trampling, and if Xiong Hua and his group pursued them here, they would have to relocate once again. How is your shoulder injury? Huang Ziyu asked with concern. Oh, this minor injury is nothing. My body is robust, Lin Ye chuckled. Yet, who was it that was so frightened by the crocodile yesterday that they could barely move? Huang Ziyu teased. How dare you mock me? I shall bite you. Lin Ye exclaimed, lunging toward her. Are you serious? She gasped as he playfully bit her arm, expecting a jest, only to find his saliva on her skin. Of course, when have I ever lied? Lin Ye chuckled, having exerted no real force, merely seeking a bit of playful revenge. You are quite disgusting, Huang Ziyu remarked, wiping her arm against him. To her dismay, the contact left her arm grimy, and Lin Ye's clothing bore the marks of wear. Ugh! You are even more revolting. As they journeyed along the winding river, the two engaged in playful banter, with Jin Gang occasionally darting ahead or returning with a handful of wild fruits. These fruits, unfamiliar to Lin Ye, appeared safe for consumption, given Jingang's enjoyment of them. Unbeknownst to them, the pair had wandered quite a distance, yet the shore remained elusive. Unsure of his bearings, Lin Ye decided to rest by the riverbank before continuing their trek. Lin Ye, come over here. It seems there's a cluster of footprints, called out Huang Ziyu, who was washing her face at the river's edge. Footprints? Lin Ye rose and approached her, only to find the muddy bank densely marked with numerous impressions. Chapter 65. The village beneath the peaks observing the footprints. Lin Ye felt a shiver run down his spine. There were at least a dozen, and all were barefoot. He removed his shoes and compared his foot size to one of the more distinct prints. So large, it was indeed a full circle larger than his own foot, indicating that the individual was either extraordinarily tall or had spent years walking barefoot. The only plausible explanation was that of a wild man. Is there something amiss? Huang Ziyu inquired softly, noticing Lin Ye's astonished expression. It seems this island is far more intricate than we could have imagined. It's too early to ascertain the truth. Lin Ye replied. The footprints appeared to be recent, likely within the last fortnight, as a typhoon had swept through about that time. Perhaps they were left during the rain, as it hadn't rained recently. We should move quickly. It's not safe to linger, Lin Ye urged. At that moment, Jin Gang suddenly let out a loud cry from the woods. Not good. There's danger. This cry was a warning, as Jin Gang had a vantage point from the trees. Lin Ye swiftly pulled Huang Ziyu into hiding. Jie ga. Ooh. The two, concealed in the grass, could still hear Jin Gang as cries. This doesn't feel secure, Lin Ye remarked, scanning their surroundings. Quickly, let us climb the tree. Before Huang Ziyu could utter another word, Lin Ye had made the plan clear. Soon, they ascended a large tree, its dense foliage concealing them effectively. Jin Gang's cries ceased as they settled into their perch. What is that? Ooh. Huang Ziyu intended to ask, but was silenced by Lin Ye's hand firmly covering her mouth. Lin Ye observed the unfolding scene before him. A group of 8 individuals, 2 clad in clothing, while the other 6 resembled primitive beings. Their dark skin was barely covered by a loincloth reminiscent of some African tribal attire, and they wielded long spears. As they approached, Lin Ye discerned that the 2 clothed individuals had their hands bound. It's him. How could it be him? Lin Ye's heart raced. One of the men was his roommate, Mao, and the other was undoubtedly a survivor from the cruise. Both bore visible injuries and expressions of terror, indicating that this group was far from amicable. After gathering water by the river, the group began to escort the 2 bound individuals back in the direction from whence they came, speaking in an unintelligible language. Lin Ye gradually released his grip on Huang Ziyu's mouth. Phew. You nearly suffocated me, Huang Ziyu gasped. I apologize. I was momentarily anxious and feared you would cry out. Lin Ye replied, a hint of remorse in his tone. Are they wild men? And they captured 2 people? Huang Ziyu questioned. Lin Ye was uncertain whether they were truly wild men, but it was highly probable they were the island's indigenous inhabitants. They are likely the island's original residents. One of the captives is my roommate from a ship, he explained. If they've been captured, doesn't that put them in grave danger? Huang Ziyu was somewhat astonished to discover that Lin Ye was acquainted with one of the individuals among them, 2 of whom were also passengers on the cruise ship. This group had not harmed them. Rather, they were bound, potentially in a situation devoid of life-threatening danger, yet escaping would undoubtedly prove challenging. Lin Ye yearned to follow and see if there was a chance to rescue Mar. He held Mar in high regard. However, he was reluctant for Huang Ziyu to accompany him on this perilous venture. Do you wish to save him? Huang Ziyu inquired, seemingly discerning Lin Ye's thoughts. I do, but I'm afraid it's beyond my capability. There are 5 or 6 men armed with spears. Unless I possess a submachine gun, my efforts would be futile. Huang Ziyu furrowed her brow and suggested, what if we follow them to gauge the situation? Your courage is commendable, but if we are discovered, I could merely be tied up while you, a delicate beauty, would be at a loss. Lin Ye teased. My motivation isn't solely to rescue your friend, but rather for our own safety. Consider it. We are surrounded by such a dangerous group. We must ascertain their situation. Reflecting on Huang Ziyu's words, Lin Ye conceded that there was a semblance of truth in her reasoning. It was crucial to ascertain their numbers and whereabouts. All right, but you must heed my instructions. He called for Jin Gang to join them and trailed behind the group, careful to maintain a safe distance. Several times, they nearly lost sight of the group, but Jingang's timely reminders kept them on track. Jingang's barks occasionally provoked curses from the men ahead, who brandished their spears in an attempt to frighten them away. After traversing approximately 7 or 8 li, they arrive at the base of a mountain peak, where they discerned wisps of smoke rising in the distance. It appeared that a considerable number of people resided here. Upon approaching, the two concealed themselves in a patch of grass, affording them a clear view of the scene ahead. At the foot of the mountain stood several circular, thatched huts, and it seemed they were more hidden from their vantage point. These structures were constructed from a mixture of stone and mud, covered with thatch above, sturdier than Lin Ye's own dwelling. Only 4 of the huts emitted smoke, presumably from cooking, accompanied by the shouts of men and the cries of children. 2 men patrolled the perimeter, armed with spears. "What should we do, Lin Ye? Should we venture closer?" Huang Ziyu inquired. "There's no need. It seems there are not many people here, at most a few dozen. However, we still do not know where Maher is confined. We shall seek another opportunity," Lin Ye replied, guiding Huang Ziyu to retreat slowly. As they left, Lin Ye cast a lingering glance back, struck by the sight. It resembled a miniature tribe, and the ground around the huts appeared to have been cultivated. The earth bore signs of having been tilled, which led Lin Ye to conclude that they were not cannibals. This tribe might be worth engaging with in the future. What will you say to them? Can you even understand their language? Your friend is still in their custody, Huang Ziyu scoffed. Lin Ye scratched the back of his head, acknowledging her point. Indeed, communication posed a considerable barrier. However, there is no rush at present. We shall see when the time comes. At least for now, their dwelling is situated far from the waterfall, and given the current circumstances, they remain safe. We shall revisit this later. I am quite curious about what they have cultivated in their fields. If it is grain, I must obtain it, whether through barter or appropriation, Lin Ye remarked. Just now, I observed their land, and it appeared barren, devoid of any crops. Huang Ziyu expressed her confusion. For Lin Ye, who had grown up in the countryside, every crop is seasonal, and perhaps it is not yet the time for planting. You would understand. I will still come back. Lin Ye dismissed Huang Ziyu's inquiries. While Hua likely possesses more knowledge than Lin Ye, in the realm of agriculture, Lin Ye undoubtedly knows far more than she does. Chapter 66. It was I who poisoned him. However, judging from the current behavior of these indigenous people towards outsiders, it seems that Mao's predicament is far from favorable. We have been traversing along the river for quite some time. Could it be that we are headed in the wrong direction? Despite nearly a day's journey, we have yet to reach the coastline. Huang Ziyu expressed his frustration, noting that the river has diminished in width from its initial 4 or 5 meters to approximately 2 meters, likely seeping underground, with the flow significantly reduced. Lin Ye reassured him, asserting that the direction is undoubtedly correct, for rivers typically converge towards the vast sea. I find myself unable to continue. My legs are aching. Huang Ziyu lamented, plopping down onto the ground. Lin Ye calculated that they had covered at least 20 miles, having followed those indigenous people for another 7 or 8 miles. All right, let us find a place to rest for the night, away from the riverbank, Lin Ye suggested. Why must we move away from the river? I still wish to wash off this stench of sweat, Huang Ziyu questioned, perplexed. As night falls, other animals will come to drink. It is prudent to keep our distance. Lin Ye explained. Nodding in understanding, Huang Ziyu and Lin Ye chose a relatively flat spot to set up camp. Meanwhile, at the original campsite of Wang Qin and her companions, 2 men sat on the ground, their brows furrowed as they listened intently to the sounds emanating from the adjacent compartment. Damn it, is Odbo treating this as if it were a meal? Spoke Xianghua. A Gui, seated directly across from him, wore a troubled expression. Huago, Peng Yunjie is dead. Xianghua's face betrayed no emotion, as if the death of a mere rat had occurred. Good riddance. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of provisions. The arrow shot by Sida Qing had pierced his thigh, and without medical treatment, an infection ensued. It was only a matter of time before he became incapacitated. You went to find those 2 women without informing me last time, didn't you? Xianghua squinted, his gaze piercing. A Gui was taken aback, questioning how he knew, yet he quickly regained his composure. Yes, but we did not find them. A Gui, you have been with me for 8 years, haven't you? Xianghua said, his tone earnest. A Gui looked at him and replied, Yes, Huago. It has indeed been 8 years. Furrowing his brow, a Gui pondered internally. What is this old man trying to convey? Knowing Xianghua, He suspected that the previous incident was concealed from him, leading him to question his loyalty. Xianghua patted Ague on the shoulder. Do not be anxious. Having been with me for 8 years, I may have wronged you in the past. Now that we are on this island, I am grateful for your presence. From now on, we are brothers, and when we escape, I shall share half of my fortune with you. Having held power for so long, he skillfully painted a picture to win Ague's favor. Combining emotional appeal with promises of reward, he recognized that in this desolate island, Ague was his only ally, and indeed, his words had the desired effect. Ye, you speak gravely. Whether here or out there, you will always be my leader, and I will ensure your safety, Ague declared with righteous fervor. In the future, we shall share both blessings and hardships. Rest assured, as long as we can venture forth, what is mine shall also be yours, said Xianghua. With assets amounting to no less than several billion, the prospect of dividing his wealth in half would yield an astonishing sum. However, whether such a division would occur upon leaving this place remains uncertain. Brother Hua, I have returned. Gue is here too, said Park Wuchang as he entered. Smiling at Ague, you're back. How'd it go? Xianghua inquired. Park Wuchang glanced at Ague, and Xianghua signaled him to continue. Peng Yunliang harbored no doubts and has already buried his brother. Upon hearing this, Ague finally grasped the situation. Brother Huayu, indeed, it was I who instructed Guchang to administer the poison, the venom of a cobra, to eliminate his brother, Xianghua replied. He continued, his brother has become entirely useless, and the meager provisions we retrieved were hardly sufficient. He was merely a burden. Cruel, exceedingly cruel, Ague thought, realizing that Peng Yunjia was poisoned at his behest. All for the sake of not wasting food. A chill ran through him, pondering whether he too might meet such a fate should he ever be deemed unworthy. Ague, do not fret. You are my brother, and I would never harm you, Xianghua reassured him sincerely. Indeed, Gue, we are comrades. Brother Hua treats his own well. Park Wuchang chimed in. Ague cast a glance at Park Wuchang, perplexed by how obedient this lad had become to Brother Hua, recalling how he once required Ague's intimidation. I am fine. I heed Brother Hua's words, Ague declared. Hearing this, Xianghua nodded in satisfaction and proceeded towards another compartment. Shortly thereafter, unusual sounds emanated from within, devoid of any shame, as though it were a mere daily occurrence. Ague exchanged a look with Park Wuchang and slowly retreated, regretting not having dealt with him sooner. As dawn's light filtered through the leaves, 2 slumbering figures lay upon the hay, the fire beside them having nearly extinguished. Perhaps due to the coolness of the night, they lay close together. Lin Ye woke first, his right arm serving as a pillow for Huang Ziyu. Reluctant to disturb her rest, he simply opened his eyes and quietly observed her. Her breathing was steady, and occasionally her lips would move in an endearing manner. Before long, she seemed to sense something, her eyes fluttering open. Their gazes met, and after a few moments of dazed silence, Huang Ziyu finally reacted, sitting up straight and shyly exclaiming, "Why are you looking at me? You woke without calling me." Lin Ye admired her graceful figure. Despite having sweated profusely the previous day, it did nothing to conceal the alluring fragrance that enveloped her. "You are beautiful. Besides, why would I ever wish to interrupt your sweet dreams?" He replied with a mischievous grin. We agreed last night not to cross this middle line. You must have ulterior motives, deliberately inching closer to me, Huang Ziyu accused, covering her face. My dear lady, perhaps you should reflect on who truly crossed the boundary first. Lin Ye retorted playfully. Lin Ye pointed to his left, half of his body already sprawled outside the hay, his gaze remarkably innocent. Huang Ziyu finally grasped the situation, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. Regardless, it's all your fault anyway. Fine, it's all my fault. Lin Ye chuckled in agreement and said, let us proceed to the riverbank to freshen up. We must be on our way shortly. Chapter 67 Encountering Survivors. Lin Ye rose from his seat, gathered his belongings, and prepared to head towards the riverbank. However, it seemed that Huang Ziyu's attention was elsewhere, for after taking just a few steps, he was unexpectedly tripped by a vine beneath his feet. Be careful. Lin Ye, quick-witted and agile, leaned forward and caught him in the nick of time. Yet, in his haste and lack of preparation, they both tumbled to the ground. Fortunately, with Lin Ye acting as a cushion, Huang Ziyu sustained no serious injuries. The weight of Huang Ziyu, approximately 40 to 50 kilograms, landed on Lin Ye, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. However, after the initial discomfort, holding Huang Ziyu felt unexpectedly pleasant. Lin Ye, are you all right? Huang Ziyu inquired with concern. I'm fine, but if you were any heavier, I might have been in trouble, Lin Ye replied teasingly, wrapping his arms around her waist. Quick, let me up, Huang Ziyu said, her face flushed. Not yet. My back hurts from the fall. Let us take it slow. As Lin Ye spoke, a sudden cry escaped his lips. Ah, you bit me. The bite had caught him off guard, and he felt cold sweat trickle down his back as he noticed the 2 rows of deep bite marks on his shoulder, already oozing blood. Oomph. You think I'm heavy? And yet you take advantage of me. If you dare bully me again, I shall bite off your fingers. Huang Ziyu retorted fiercely. I was only trying to save you. Is this how you repay me? Lin Ye intended to banter back, but was interrupted by a distant call from King Kong. Stop the banter. We should see what is going on with King Kong, Huang Ziyu urged as she stood up. Right, I'm on it, Lin Ye replied. King Kong's calls grew more urgent, prompting Lin Ye to hasten his steps. King Kong, King Kong, Lin Ye called out twice, and shortly thereafter, King Kong emerged from the thicket, pointing ahead and chattering incessantly. Is there danger? Lin Ye wondered if King Kong understood him, as the creature tugged at his hand and urged him forward. All right, let's take a look. After walking a short distance, they arrived at a clearing where 2 individuals, a man and a woman, sat, seemingly resting. Lin Ye quickly pulled Huang Ziyu down into the nearby bushes to observe the pair's every move. Uncle Fei, these wild fruits we found should be enough for 2 meals, the girl said. Given the weather is fair, let us search a bit more. Alas, food by the seaside is hard to catch. The man, referred to as Fei, sighed. But the girl, unable to contain herself, began to weep. Lin Ye, do you think? Could they be survivors from the cruise ship? Huang Ziyu whispered. Most likely. I'll approach and see. Stay put in the bushes for now, Lin Ye advised. Just as he was about to rise, Huang Ziyu grasped his arm and shook her head, signaling him to refrain from taking risks. It's fine. I sense they pose no real threat. Besides, 2 individuals cannot harm us. Have you forgotten that we possess this? Lin Ye gestured towards the bow and arrow as well as the steel knife. Take this bow. If anything unexpected occurs, you can shoot. Huang Ziyu grasped the bow and arrow, nodding slightly, yet her apprehension lingered. Lin Ye gently patted her head, signaling her to remain calm. Greetings. Lin Ye emerged from the thicket and inquired. Who are you? Fei Land immediately shielded the girl behind him upon seeing a man step out from the jungle. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely passed by and wish to inquire about your situation. Lin Ye offered a benign smile. Although Lin Ye did not initiate any aggression, Fei Land remained wary, eyeing the steel knife in Lin Ye's hand. What do you wish to know? I have only recently arrived and may not possess much information. Fei Land replied cautiously. I am Lin Ye. You must also be survivors from the cruise ship, correct? I share the same fate, Lin Ye stated. Upon hearing Lin Ye introduce himself, Fei Land was taken aback, realizing they were not the only ones stranded on this island. Indeed, I did not anticipate encountering other survivors on this desolate isle. I am Fei Land, and this girl behind me is Lu Dan. He finally relaxed his guard. Are you also Chinese? Lin Ye inquired upon hearing the girl's name. Yes, indeed. Are you also Chinese? Liu Dan exclaimed joyfully. Lin Ye nodded and remarked to the others. Come out, they pose no danger. The 2 were momentarily stunned before witnessing another individual emerge from a thicket. Allow me to introduce her. This is Huang Ziyu. Another survivor from the ship, like us, Lin Ye said. Huang Ziyu smiled and nodded, acknowledging the introduction. Where are you headed? Lin Ye asked. Upon hearing his question, Fei Land sighed and recounted their predicament. Originally, there were 8 of them, stationed not far from the shore, managing to survive by foraging for food daily. They had ventured into the forest in search of sustenance. Tragically, 2 individuals had succumbed to injuries without timely treatment, 2 women had gone missing, and 2 men had been captured by the island's indigenous inhabitants. Upon hearing that some had been taken by the natives, Lin Ye hastily inquired, Was one of them named Mao? How do you know? Fei Land was taken aback. Indeed, as Lin Ye had surmised, Mao was part of his group. Mao is my friend. We encountered each other on the way here, but alas, I could not save him, Lin Ye lamented. He then continued to question Fei Land. Do you know why they captured them? At this moment, Lu Dan interjected. Initially, the natives bore no malice towards us. They even brought us some food at times. However, a woman from their tribe arrived, speaking in a tongue we could not comprehend, and then they forcibly took Mao and the others away. Indeed, Lu Dan is correct. I too nearly fell into their clutches, but perhaps due to my age, they deemed me unworthy and spared me, Fei Land added. This situation was becoming increasingly perplexing. Communication barriers posed a significant challenge. Yet Lin Ye noted that, as of now, Mao and the others did not seem to be in imminent danger. Is it not far from here to the seaside? Huang Ziyu inquired at that moment. Indeed, it is not far. After walking for more than an hour, we shall arrive, Lu Dan replied, then, with a hint of curiosity, added, What brings you to the beach? We have ventured out to gather some seawater to produce sea salt. We have a camp on the island, and there are quite a few people with us. Wow, there are many people? Could you possibly take us along? Lu Dan exclaimed joyfully. Lin Ye cast a glance at Fei Land and Lu Dan, feeling a touch of hesitation. It seemed rather sudden to add 2 more companions, and given the limited time they had spent together, he could not discern their true intentions. Chapter 68. We will not light a fire. Furlan seemed to sense his apprehension. After all, they were merely strangers, and he was under no obligation to engage. Mr. Lin, I apologize for the intrusion. We shall not disturb you any longer. Lu Dan, feeling somewhat disheartened, gazed at Lin Ye with teary eyes. Lin Ye. Huang Ziyu approached Lin Ye, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. Lin Ye, understanding her intention, recognized that she merely wished to accept the 2 of them. In truth, he had already embraced their presence when he mentioned the camp, for he could see their good intentions. They simply sought to impress upon him the value of opportunity. All right, I agree to take you with me. Upon hearing Lin Ye's consent, the previously despondent Lu Dan leaped with joy. Really? That's wonderful. We are truly grateful to you. Mr. Lin. Furland also felt a surge of excitement, for togetherness would enhance their chances of survival. However, you must adhere to my instructions, and the camp does not accommodate idlers. Responsibilities will be distinctly assigned, Lin Ye stated firmly. Rest assured, we will not be a burden and will contribute in whatever capacity we can, Furland assured, thumping his chest. Lin Ye nodded and glanced at Huang Ziyu, who was smiling approvingly at his decision. King Kong, come out, we are leaving. As King Kong leaped down from the tree, Furland and his companion gaped in astonishment, speechless at the sight of the monkey. You have a pet monkey? Lu Dan stammered. His name is King Kong. He was, well, we adopted him along the way, Lin Ye explained. With that, the duo ceased their inquiries, recognizing it was a personal matter. Although termed an adoption, King Kong had never required feeding from Lin Ye. Rather, it was often King Kong who foraged for fruit to share with him. Next, guided by Furland, Lin Ye was led to the seaside. The river indeed flowed into the ocean, flanked by towering peaks that rose several hundred meters, creating a V-shaped landscape. At the foot of one such mountain, a rudimentary tent constructed from floating debris was hastily assembled, adorned with various weeds. While it provided some shelter from the wind and rain, its simplicity suggested it could scarcely accommodate several individuals. Is this where you reside? Lin Ye inquired. Lu Dan pointed towards the mountain, stating, There is a naturally formed cave halfway up. That is our dwelling. I built this tent later, as we felt the necessity for someone to keep watch each day. In case a rescue team arrived or passing ships came by, they could spot us, for the cave does not provide a complete view of the sea. Furlan explained. Lin Ye could not help but admire their ingenuity. It was indeed a clever solution. You sheltered in the cave during the typhoon, correct? Lin Ye continued, gazing at the towering peaks. Yes, fortunately, the elevation was advantageous. Otherwise, we might have. Lu Dan's voice trailed off. Her spirits dampened as she reflected on the group that had once been, now reduced to just herself and Furland. All right, from now on, we shall be together as one big family. With so many loved ones around, what is there to feel unhappy about? Huang Ziyu discerned her sorrow and approached to gently stroke her head in comfort. Lu Dan, being merely in her 20s, is younger than both Luna and Shishan, possessing a petite visage and slender frame. It is likely that the recent hardships, coupled with a series of unfortunate events, have left her large, tear-filled eyes brimming with sorrow, evoking a sense of sympathy in those who behold her. A few days ago, I spotted a speedboat traversing that expanse of sea. Did any of you notice? Lin Ye inquired of Phylan. A speedboat? It seems I did not see one. Perhaps it was too distant, Phylan replied, his eyes widening at the mention of the speedboat, but struggling to recall any sighting. Lin Ye chose not to press further, as he too felt uncertain of the direction. Yet he firmly believed in his instincts that the speedboat had indeed headed this way that night. In reality, they found themselves on the opposite side of their intended course, having crossed from one side of the island to the other, a distance of approximately 30 kilometers. Come, let me take you to the mountain. There are some dried sea fish we can eat and a chance to rest, Phylan suggested. The four of them struggled up the peak, with Lin Ye reflecting on the arduousness of foraging for food, a task that drained considerable energy. The cave was situated a third of the way up the mountain, approximately 150 meters above sea level, with a large entrance visible from the base of the mountain. Otherwise, Phylan and his companions would not have discovered it. Inside, the cave was strewn with grass, some water bottles filled with water, and a few irregularly shaped pieces of wood. The sharp stone fragments scattered on the ground were likely used for carving, while 4 or 5 dried sea fish hung from the cave walls. The cave was bright during the day, yet there were no signs of fire having been made. Phylan handed a piece of dried fish to Lin Ye. Mr. Lin, this dried sea fish is quite delicious. Do have a taste, along with some wild fruits. Just call me Lin Ye. The mister sounds awkward. Lin Ye replied as he accepted the fish and fruits. All right, Phylan responded, passing a piece to Huang Ziyu. Have you all been eating raw sea fish for all these days? Huang Ziyu asked as she accepted it. Phylan appeared a bit embarrassed by the question. Well, eating it dried is not much different from eating it cooked. It's just a bit tougher, and we haven't been able to make a fire. Lin Ye understood his implication. While the idea of starting a fire by friction sounded simple, it was not something most people could accomplish. Allow me, Lin Ye said, stepping out of the cave in search of suitable materials. His sudden departure left Phylan and Lu Dan bewildered, unsure of his intentions. Phylan looked at Huang Ziyu in confusion. You want to find firewood. Soon we will roast the fish before eating, Huang Ziyu explained. Before long, Lin Ye returned, carrying a bundle of dry twigs, selecting 2 pieces of wood that were particularly flammable, and set to work with determination. Lu Dan, the young girl, squatted beside Lin Ye, observing the movements of his hands, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Occasionally, she would wipe the sweat from Lin Ye's brow. There are sparks. Indeed, there are sparks, she exclaimed joyfully as she witnessed Lin Ye's swift motions, the wooden stick finally igniting a spark. As Lin Ye gently blew on the embers, a flame gradually flickered to life, and soon, with careful additions of kindling, a roaring fire emerged. The 4 of them gathered around the fire, savoring the grilled fish, which required no seasoning yet was surprisingly delightful. This is so delicious. After such a long time, we finally have a proper meal, Lu Dan exclaimed. But as she continued to eat, tears began to well in her eyes. This left Lin Ye somewhat perplexed. Why was she crying while enjoying the meal? Chapter 69. Another island. Huang Ziyu approached Lu Dan from behind, gently patting her back, yearning to offer words of comfort but hesitating to speak. Perhaps it was time to allow her to release her emotions. This child, perhaps overwhelmed with joy, had indeed not tasted a cooked meal since being marooned on the deserted island, as Phylan explained. From now on, when you accompany us, you will have cooked meals every day, and there will even be pork, Huang Ziyu reassured her. Really? There's meat? Upon hearing about the meat, Lu Dan ceased her tears, her expression brightening with childlike glee. Lin Ye observed the situation, suspecting she shared Luna's fondness for food. This child reminds me so much of my daughter. I wonder how she's doing now, sigh. Phylan lamented, shaking his head. Lin Ye felt a pang of melancholy. Having just consoled the younger one, he found himself faced with the older one's sorrowful demeanor and quickly shifted the topic. Phylan, have you ever climbed to the mountaintop to take a look? Lin Ye inwitted. Snapped back to reality by Lin Ye's question, Fei Land replied, "No, I haven't. It seems too strenuous, and I never considered going up." "Oh, I see." Lin Ye had a strong desire to ascend the peak for a panoramic view of the island, as this mountain was the tallest he had encountered so far. "Lin Ye, do you wish to climb it?" Huang Ziyu asked. "Yes, standing high allows one to see far. I want to check if there are any passing ships in the distance." Lin Ye nodded. Huang Ziyu grasped his intention, but felt a twinge of worry. This nearly 500-meter high peak was composed entirely of rocks, with no clear path to ascend. Only occasional patches of weeds and trees sprouted from the crevices, making the climb quite challenging. "I will accompany you. At least I can look out for you," she offered. "No need. You all stay here and wait for me. We might need to stay here for a couple more days, and you can search for food by the sea." Lin Ye interjected, interrupting Huang Ziyu's words. He understood that making plans in advance was wise, as he might not return to the camp today. "Well, all right, but you must be careful." Huang Ziyu expressed her concern. "Since you have made your decision, I shall not persuade you otherwise, but do prioritize your safety," she added. Noticing Fei Land's concern mirrored her own. "Ling Ge, can't you not go? This mountain is quite difficult to climb," one of them pleaded. Lin Ye similed, offered a few words of encouragement, and then took his steel knife, leaving the bow and arrow with Huang Ziyu. At that moment, Jin Gang was nowhere to be seen. He began his ascent along the mountain, climbing over 100 meters. The higher he climbed, the steeper it became. He paused at a spot where he could find footing and took out his water bottle. After a sip to moisten his throat, he reflected, "It appears to be more challenging than I anticipated." After a brief rest, he resumed his climb, grateful for the trees sprouting from the crevices that provided him leverage. Suddenly, with a slip, he stepped on a loose stone, nearly toppling down. His steel knife wedged into a crack, stabilizing his stance just in time. The dislodged stones cascaded down the mountainside, rolling away until they vanished from his sight. Lin Ye gazed into the distance behind him, where an unbroken expanse of forest stretched endlessly. Occasionally, he caught a glimpse of the small river from which he had come, yet further afield. A veil of haze obscured his view. Despite the clear blue sky, the island seemed to limit visibility to merely 7 or 8 miles. Raising his eyes upward, he estimated that he was just over 100 meters from his summit, and with a determined grit, he ascended. The island's terrain appeared to take on a rectangular form, its precise dimensions unknown to him. As he climbed, he observed diligently, soon reaching the peak. What lay before him? Another island? A scene unfolded before Lin Ye's eyes. Where the sea met the sky, an island emerged, perfectly aligned with his vantage point across the water. From the ground, it would be imperceptible due to the curvature of the earth. The distance felt considerable, yet why was the distant island not as far? Turning his gaze back, he noticed several tall mountains in the island's center, where birds occasionally took flight, startled by some unseen force. He could not fully discern the landscape, which stretched on for an eternity. Even during his earlier approach, he could not spot the indigenous inhabitants' dwelling, likely obscured by the dense foliage. Could this island be the fabled mother island spoken of by pirates? Lin Ye recalled overhearing conversations one fateful night, where two individuals had met a grim fate merely for taking a wrong turn. The brutality of pirates was indeed chilling. The vast ocean before him was devoid of vessels, and after a moment of contemplation, disappointment washed over him. Yet, it was understandable. The ocean was immense, and maritime routes were fixed, making the absence of ships quite normal. His journey had not been in vain, for he now knew of other nearby islands. As he gazed upon the islands stretching out before him, a shiver ran down his spine. This island was so vast, perhaps it concealed further mysteries. As dusk approached, Lin Ye finally descended from the cave. The ascent had been easy, but the descent proved treacherous, and he narrowly avoided several falls. His arms and legs bore the brunt of scrapes and bruises, while his ankles still bled as he limped back. Huang Ziyu rushed forward in concern, asking, "What happened to your foot?" Fei Land and Lu Dan echoed her inquiry. "It's nothing. I just twisted my ankle on a rock. It hurts a bit, but I'll be fine after some rest," Lin Ye reassured them, waving a hand dismissively. "You're just being reckless. Come sit down," Huang Ziyu said, supporting Lin Ye as they moved toward the fire pit. Lingu, why did you insist on climbing up there? You could have seen passing ships from the shore, Lu Dan remarked, taking Lin Ye's bottle and steel knife from his hands. From a higher vantage point, one can see farther, Lin Ye replied, recounting the sights he had witnessed. You mean there is another island by the sea? The three exclaimed in unison. Yes. It can only be seen from the summit. There may be pirates there, but it could also present an opportunity, Lin Ye explained. Currently, he found himself unable to venture forth. Though the island appeared close, it was at least several dozen kilometers away, and without a boat, crossing was impossible. Moreover, what if he were captured upon arrival? That would spell disaster. At the mention of pirates, Fei Lan's demeanor shifted to one of anxiety. Lin Ye, we must do our utmost to avoid detection by the pirates. They are without mercy. It seems that Fei Lan possesses some understanding. Rest assured, I am aware of the gravity of the situation even without your words. Currently, we lack the capability. We shall return to the camp early tomorrow morning. Yet this place may beckon us again, as we will need to return for seawater. Perhaps we should rest for another day. How is your foot holding up? Huang Ziyu inquired. Indeed, there is no urgency. Lu Dan handed over a roasted crab. Observing the pile of crabs beside the fire, it appeared that the trio had caught quite a bounty that afternoon. How could one be so fragile? A simple night's rest will suffice. Lin Ye cracked open a crab leg, munching as he spoke. Seeing Lin Ye's determination, the others ceased their urging and gathered around the fire to indulge in the crabs. Soon, the cave was filled with the crisp sound of crab shells being crushed, a delightful crunch resonating in their mouths. Chapter 70. The mark is discovered early the next morning. Lin Ye found that his leg had improved somewhat, allowing him to walk without significant difficulty. Let's return, he stated. The others nodded in agreement. There were numerous water bottles of Fei Lan, all collected from the beach, and it would suffice to fill them with seawater. Shall we retrace our steps? Huang Ziyu inquired. Since we were unfamiliar with the route on our way here, we should be able to return within a day, provided we follow the same path. Lin Ye mused that as long as there were no additional risks along the way, they should manage without issue. Outside the cave, he signaled for Jingang, and they filled all the water bottles with seawater before making their way back. Brother Ghost, at the location we visited last time, I ventured further into the back mountain and discovered that someone had marked the area. Peng Yunliang reported early in the morning as he approached Ague, having revisited the bamboo forest cave the previous day. Since their last return from the cave, his agitation had only grown, especially following the inexplicable death of his brother, for which he placed the blame squarely on Sidu Qing. Marks? What kind of marks? Ague inquired, sitting up. Someone arranged stones into a triangular formation on the ground, and there are also knife carvings on the trees, Peng Yunliang explained. Lin Ye would never have imagined that the markings he had made to avoid getting lost would be discovered by Peng Yunliang. I must discuss this with Brother Hua. Our previous unauthorized actions have already displeased him. Ague pondered, recognizing the necessity of informing Xianghua. He could not deny that Xianghua was indeed quite astute. Otherwise, he would not have attained the position of leader. Brother Hua is already aware of the previous incident? Peng Yunliang exclaimed in surprise. Logically, Qin Hao and A.O. de Biao would not have divulged anything, considering their collective embarrassment. Another possibility was that Brother Hua had assigned someone to monitor them, and that individual was certainly Park Guochang. Set aside your petty schemes. Brother Hua's intellect surpasses ours, Ague remarked. Upon hearing this, Peng Yunliang nodded, feeling the perspiration soak his back. It seemed that sowing discord would not be fruitful. Nonetheless, Ague did not harbor much malice toward him, which was a small relief. The two approached Xianghua and relayed the recent developments. After listening, Xianghua rubbed his eyes thoughtfully and asked, "What are your thoughts?" "I defer to Brother Hua," Ague responded. "And you?" Xianghua turned to Peng Yunliang, who felt his mind racing. He was uncertain of his own feelings, fearful that a misstep could offend Brother Hua. "Brother Hua, my intention in bringing this up is to seek your assistance in avenging me and locating those two women," Peng Yunliang stated cautiously. He added, "However, regardless of your decision, I shall abide by it." Xianghua nodded in satisfaction. You're quite honest." Peng Yunliang felt a sense of relief. It was evident that Brother Hua was not someone easily deceived, and he was grateful that he had spoken the truth earlier. Accompany Guchong, and I shall await your return here. Inform me immediately if there is any news. Xiong Hua consented, yet refrained from allowing Ague to accompany them. Thus, even if they encountered peril, he would bear no loss. Peng Yunliang felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. All right, Hua Ge. I will return at once with any news. With that, he sought out Pu Guchong, and the two ventured towards the cave within the bamboo grove. Why did you allow him to go with Pu Guchong? Ague inquired, somewhat perplexed. If they find it, that would be splendid. If not, we suffer no loss. Moreover, even if I had opposed him, would he not have sought it out in secret? Xiong Hua chuckled. Ague soon grasped Xiong Hua's intention. Indeed, it would be fortuitous if they located the target, and it was preferable to perform a favor in the process. Xiong Hua continued, furthermore, my objective is not merely those two women. I suspect those individuals might also be involved. You mean Lin Ye's group? Ague questioned. There's a strong possibility, yet whether or not it is true will depend on whether that fool manages to find them. This vendetta must be avenged. A fierce expression crossed Xiong Hua's face, for during this period he had dispatched Pu Guchong to the cave several times without encountering Lin Ye and his companions. Consequently, he surmised that Lin Ye's group may have united with Wang Qin and, following her misfortunes, relocated once more. One must concede that Xiong Hua's analysis cleared Ague's mind. Hua Ge is indeed impressive, he remarked lightly. Flattered by Ague's praise, Xiong Hua beamed, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Previously, when Wang Qin was present, the four women in this place needed not forage for sustenance, relying instead on their bodies for survival. However, since Xiong Hua took control, not only could he exploit them at will, but he also demanded they perform labor, fetching water, running errands, and washing clothes. The women, beleaguered and lamenting, found their pleas futile, for they dared not flee. The surrounding woods concealed beasts, and Xiong Hua was ever ready to chastise them. Remaining here ensured their survival, but being at the mercy of several men rendered their existence uncertain. Hua Ge, should we not provide the women with a bit more food? Ague expressed a hint of sympathy, recalling their former lives as esteemed ladies and affluent heirs, now reduced to a state worse than that of a dog. What? Are you feeling pity for them? Xiong Hua shot him a glance. Ague hastily denied such sentiments. Observing Ague's demeanor, Xiong Hua elaborated. You must understand one principle. Whether human or beast, one must not allow them to become overly satiated. Although conditions are harsh at present, if you grant them small favors from time to time, they will remember your kindness and work harder. Xiong Hua's internal rationale was to ensure the women were well fed at intervals, while at other times providing only minimal sustenance, treating them like livestock. Goodness, Hua Ge, I may not grasp these profound truths, but I shall heed your words. As always, Ague laughed, exiting the partition. As evening descended and darkness began to envelop the surroundings, Lin Ge, how much further must we go? My legs can scarcely carry me. Lu Dan had stumbled countless times along the road. Along the way, the group of four and a monkey took a brief respite, enjoying some wild fruits, before hastily resuming their journey. We are close, just a little further, approximately 1 kilometer to go, Lin Ye responded as he turned around. Liu Dan, hold on a little longer. We will soon arrive and feast on meat, Huang Ziyu encouraged from beside him. Fei Land, though weary himself, especially at the age of over 50, refrained from expressing his fatigue, observing that the young Huang Ziyu showed no signs of exhaustion. He felt compelled to maintain his composure and quickened his pace upon hearing that only a kilometer remained. Huang Ziyu had also become quite resilient during this time, keeping up with Lin Ye's erratic pace, and her prior martial training provided her with a solid foundation. Chapter 71. The Art of Conversation After a Journey of More than 10 Minutes. The four individuals and a monkey finally arrived at the banana grove just as darkness enveloped the sky. The sight before Lu Dan and her companion left them utterly astonished. Rows of towering banana trees and, not far off, a thatched cottage. It felt as though they had stepped into a secluded paradise. The cottage was encircled by trees, and in the center, a group of 5 or 6 women gathered around a large bonfire, engaged in lively conversation. Hello, ladies, I'm back. Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, The women rushed to open the gate and emerged with excitement. "Brother Lin Ye, you're finally back," Luna and Shishan exclaimed joyously. When Luna spotted the two individuals behind Lin Ye, her excitement rendered her momentarily speechless. At that moment, Philanda also recognized the newcomers, and the weariness on his face vanished, replaced by sheer elation. "Luna, father? Huh?" Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback. The group exchanged astonished glances for a few seconds before they collectively felt joy for Luna. "Lin Ye, you casually stepped out and managed to bring back Luna as father. I'm genuinely happy for her," Wang Qin remarked. "Fate is indeed a curious thing, huh?" Lin Ye chuckled. After a brief embrace with her father, Luna dashed to Lin Ye, planting a strong kiss on him in front of everyone. This left Lin Ye blushing, feeling a bit shy. "Brother Lin Ye, thank you so much. I truly cannot express my gratitude enough. I thought I would never see my father again," Luna said, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. Philanda approached Luna, gently patting her back, his eyes slightly reddened. "Lin Ye, I never imagined that my daughter would reunite with me through you. I am genuinely overjoyed. Dad, it was Brother Lin Ye who saved me, and not just once. Luna proclaimed. I cannot thank you enough, Lin Ye. I don't know how to express my gratitude." Philanda stammered, overwhelmed upon hearing Luna attribute her rescue to Lin Ye. Lin Ye interrupted, saying, "No need for such formality. It was merely a small effort. Let's all live well from here on." Regardless, Philanda insisted, "I must still express my gratitude." Observing the reunion of father and daughter, Lin Ye felt a twinge of emotion, reflecting on whether he would ever reunite with his own parents. "All right, everyone, let us not linger here. Let us head inside," Huang Ziyu urged, nudging Lin Ye. "Yes, indeed, let us go in," Wang Qin called out to the group. "By the way, let me introduce everyone. This is Philanda, Luna's father, and this is Lu Dan, who will be joining us from now on." Lin Ye introduced them to the group. "Haha, welcome, welcome. A warm welcome." Jean Shishan clapped her hands joyfully, seeing another girl of her age. She promptly pulled Lu Dan to sit down and enthusiastically began introducing her to everyone, who greeted Lu Dan with smiles. Philanda listened intently to the introductions, quietly committing their names to memory. To celebrate the reunion of Luna's father and sister Lu Dan, we will have barbecue tonight. Hooray! After Lin Ye spoke, everyone erupted into joyful exclamations. Once the meal was finished, a new dilemma arose. It seemed that the room could barely accommodate so many people, with a maximum of 8 individuals, necessitating that 2 would have to sleep outside. "I will keep watch tonight and free up a space for you all," stated Siduqing. "I'll join Qing." Wang Qin raised her hand in agreement. "You four have been weary all day. You should rest well tonight." The other women expressed their willingness to take the night watch, relinquishing their spots as the debate continued. "Enough, everyone. I shall keep watch with Siduqing. The rest should retire indoors," Lin Ye interjected, silencing the crowd. "Lin, you've also traveled all day. You should rest as well." "I can take the watch," Yoko murmured softly. "Yes, I can keep watch too," Meishan added. Others attempted to voice their opinions, but Lin Ye quelled them, asserting, "I am the leader. You will all follow my decision." Eventually, the group was persuaded to sleep, leaving only Lin Ye and Siduqing by the fire. "Did you discover anything else during your visit to the seaside?" Siduqing broke the silence, inquiring. Lin Ye recounted the events of the past 2 days, prompting a frown from Siduqing. "Indigenous inhabitants? An island?" she questioned. "Indeed. I plan to return to that small village soon to see if there is an opportunity to rescue my friend. Then take me with you. I can assist," Siduqing said, her eyes resolute. In Lin Ye's perspective, Siduqing was undoubtedly skilled in combat and would be of significant help to him. "No, you must stay behind." Lin Ye shook his head. "Why?" Siduqing asked, puzzled. "If both of us leave, who will remain to protect them?" Lin Ye gestured toward the interior of the house. "Actually, I'm not only here to assist you. I'm genuinely intrigued by the island you've described," Siduqing replied, blinking her eyes. Lin Ye shuruk. "Without a boat, we cannot reach it. Interest alone is futile. Are you capable of conversing? If not, you should go to sleep." Siduqing shot Lin Ye an exasperated glance. Afterward, she busied herself adding firewood to the flames, choosing not to engage further with Lin Ye. Perhaps she truly wished to assist him, or perhaps her curiosity about the island was genuine. However, I suspect the former holds greater weight. Damn it, Peng Yunliang, you fool. I followed you all day and found nothing. In the bamboo forest cave, Pu Guochang unleashed a torrent of insults at Peng Yunliang. The two had searched far and wide for the marks, only to return to the bamboo cave as darkness fell. A few bamboo beds still bore remnants from their previous visit, but after days of drying, the scent had diminished enough to make the space tolerable for habitation. Residing in this odorous cave left Pu Guochang feeling quite disgruntled, questioning why he had to endure such discomfort alongside this imbecile. Damn it, if it weren't for you, I'd be comfortably asleep with a beautiful woman instead of sharing this stinking cave with you, Pu Guochang grumbled. That was merely the intention of Brother Hua, not a request for your company. Peng Yunliang retorted with indignation. You still dare to say that if we cannot find anyone by tomorrow, I shall see how you explain this to Brother Hua, he scoffed. Park Guochang let out a cold snort and turned away, choosing not to engage further. Peng Yunliang tightened his fists in silence, contemplating the notion of eliminating Park Guochang. This fellow was no good, always lurking in the shadows, watching my every move. Yet, how would I justify such an act to Brother Hua upon my return? Alas, perhaps it is best to endure a little longer. After a considerable internal struggle, he relinquished the idea of disposing of Park Guochang, resolving instead to bide his time and create an accident when the opportunity arose. Lost in these thoughts, he gradually succumbed to a heavy slumber. Chapter 72. Astonishingly, they have a house. Lin Ye devoted an entire night to boiling the seawater she had brought back, transforming it into sea salt. The 300 to 400 pounds of crocodile meat had been meticulously prepared into cured meat over the past 2 days. Though only a portion was seasoned with salt, it would require further attention the following day to prevent spoilage. As dawn broke, everyone awoke. Good morning, Brother Lin Ye. Luna yawned as she approached. You're up early, Lin Ye smiled in response. I wanted to rise early to make room for you all. Luna winked at Sita-Ching, who chose to ignore her and went to the riverbank to freshen up. Although the island lacked amenities, they maintained their grooming habits. After casually boiling some crocodile meat and exchanging a few words with Huang Ziyu, Lin Ye seasoned the meat with salt and then joined Situ-Ching in the thatched hut for some rest. At that moment, Fei Land gathered everyone and said, I wish to construct a house so that we can all have a place to sleep, but I will need your assistance. Oncle Fei Lin, do you know how to build a house? Jin Shishan inquired, along with skeptical glances from Huang Ziyu and others. Before Fei Land could respond, Luna interjected. My father built the house on our farm in New Zealand himself. That was in the past, with all sorts of tools at hand. Currently, I intend to use stones from the river for the construction, Fei Land clarified. After a moment's thought, Huang Ziyu asked, So, Uncle, do you need us to help transport the stones from the river? Fei Land nodded. Not just stones. I will also require thatch, a small amount of wood, and clay, among other materials. After listing an extensive array of materials, the group was left speechless. How about this, Uncle Fei Land? You direct us, as we are not knowledgeable about building houses. Previously, it was Lin Ye who handled everything while we merely did the labor, Huang Ziyu suggested. Upon hearing Huang Ziyu's words, the women nodded in agreement. Very well, since everyone trusts me, I will assign tasks, Fei Land said. Luna was the first to support the idea, as it concerned her father, and building a house would eliminate the debates over who would keep watch and who would sleep. Without delay, Fei Land called everyone to the river to collect stones, regardless of size. The stones were swiftly gathered on the shore, and when it appeared they had enough, Fei Land divided them into 2 groups, one to chop wood and the other to cut dry grass, while he went to gather clay himself. By the time all materials were assembled, it was already noon. Lin Ye and Situ-Ching slowly awakened and stepped outside to behold the scene before them. What is all this? They exclaimed, as everything was piled within the enclosure, which fortunately was quite spacious. Uncle Fei Land stated, We're going to build a house. Huang Ziyu wiped the sweat from her brow and said to Lin Ye, Wow, impressive. However, we indeed need another house. Otherwise, we will have no place to stay. Lin Ye nodded in agreement. I will go help. As she approached, she noticed Fei Land mixing the damp clay with his feet. Lin Ye, have you woken up? Fei Land greeted with a smile. Let us do this, uncle. I will assist you. It is nearly noon, so let the women return to prepare lunch. Lin Ye suggested. All right, They had been working hard all morning. Lin Ye called over several women to start cooking, but Luna remained behind, stating that she wished to help her father build a house. Observing the layout, Lin Ye quickly grasped Fei Landa's intentions, using mud as cement, constructing the base with stones, and erecting the upper structure with wood, ultimately covering the roof with thatch and banana leaves. This type of house would be considerably sturdier than a thatched cottage, albeit quite labor-intensive. What surprised Lin Ye was Fei Landa's ingenuity and remarkable craftsmanship. With the collective efforts of the three, they swiftly completed the stone foundation, approximately 1.5 meters high and around 20 square meters, sufficient to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. "Have you finished? Come over for lunch," Wang Qin called out from the side. "All right, we're coming." The three hurried to the riverbank to wash up before returning to the meal, which consisted of crocodile meat again. They needed to find some wild vegetables soon. Eating meat daily could lead to indigestion. "I won't accompany you any longer. I'm heading back." Axaba, there isn't even a ghost in sight. "I just saw the knife marks again. Let us proceed further, but if we truly can't find anything, we shall return." The two were Peng Yunliang and Park Guchang, who had been roused early by Peng Yunliang, much to Park Guchang's displeasure. He had cursed Axaba countless times along the way. All right, he said, trailing behind Peng Yunliang. "Brother Park, look at that." Peng Yunliang pointed ahead. "What is it?" Park Guchang squinted and beheld a small waterfall before him. They had indeed arrived at the spot where Lin Ye was located, having followed the trail. "Wow, I can't believe such a beautiful place exists. And there are banana trees?" Park Guchang exclaimed in astonishment. "Let's go down and take a look." Wait, it seems there are people." By the waterfall, Lin Ye was bathing, and the two distant figures spotted him. "Is that him? Do you know him?" Park Guchang inquired. "I saw him on the beach before." This kid was accompanied by numerous stunning women, all extraordinarily beautiful. "If it weren't for that woman," Wang Qin, intervening, Peng Yunliang used. "This kid is no pushover. We three suffered greatly at his hands before." Park Guchang then recounted the events that transpired in the cave. "So, you have a history with him?" Upon hearing this, Peng Yunliang began to plot. "It's infuriating that this kid is hiding here. I must return immediately to inform Brother Hua. This kid is as good as dead." Upon finishing, Park Guchang made a turn back. He was suddenly grabbed by Peng Yunliang. "Wait, Brother Park, let us first ascertain their situation. We should be caught off guard when Brother Hua inquires. What if there are others in their group? We might have better strategies to deal with them, right?" Upon hearing Park Guchang, it appeared to make sense. Thus, they decided to approach and observe closely. After bathing, Lin Ye emerged from the waterfall, donned his attire, and made his way towards the thatched cottage, where everyone was taking a midday respite from the oppressive sun. "Goodness, Park, they actually have a place to stay and are even constructing another house. It seems there are quite a number of them." As Peng Yunliang and his companion gradually approached the banana grove, they were astounded by the thatched cottage nestled within. Park Guchang felt a twinge of discomfort. The living conditions here starkly contrasted with their own, highlighting the disparity between their circumstances. Chapter 73, Dog Bites Dog, caw caw. The group was resting within the dwelling when suddenly the resounding bark of King Kong echoed through the air. Lin Ye had just returned to the enclosure when he heard the alert from King Kong. This call was undoubtedly a warning of an intruder. Lin Ye had become adept at interpreting the nuances of King Kong's barks. Who is outside?" Lin Ye and his companions, armed with weapons, dashed towards the thatched hut. "We've been discovered, run!" Peng Yunliang urgently pulled Pu Guichang back, sprinting in retreat. Before they could even catch a glimpse of Lin Ye, they were spotted by the monkeys, an unforeseen twist. Whoosh following this was the swift flight of Situ Qing's arrow. Bang! With a thud, it struck the banana tree right before the two men. "Don't run," Lin Ye shouted as he brandished his steel knife, pursuing them. Situ Qing, bow in hand, followed closely behind. "How could we have been discovered? Damn it!" Pu Guchang cursed as he hastened back. "Brother Pu, stop complaining and run faster," urged Peng Yunliang. As they caught sight of two figures in the forest ahead, Lin Ye and Situ Qing remained hot on their trail. "Tell them to go back. We can handle this." Lin Ye called to Situ Qing behind him. With a shout, everyone else followed suit, ensuring that no further incidents would occur. It sufficed for him and Situ Ching to pursue. All right, is that them? As Lin Ye and Situ Ching drew closer, they recognized the silhouettes of the newcomers. Since you've come, don't think of leaving. Situ Ching shot arrows as she ran forward. Thanks to the cover of the jungle, Pu Guochang and his companion skillfully dodged the arrows. We absolutely cannot allow them to relay any information, otherwise we are all in peril. Given Xiong Hua's temperament, discovering their camp would spell disaster. Thankfully, only 2 fools have come to scout. As Lin Yi relentlessly chased Pu Guochang and his companion, they ran for their lives, no longer caring about their exhaustion. After stumbling, they immediately scrambled back to their feet. Situ Ching harbored a deep-seated hatred for Peng Yunliang, blaming him for their predicament. If it weren't for their treachery, she wouldn't be fleeing like a frightened dog now. The arrows flew towards the duo as if they cost nothing. The god of death is also here. They've truly assembled, Peng Yunliang thought, feeling a surge of trepidation. Panting heavily, Pu Guochang gasped, I can barely keep running. Perhaps we should confront them. What will we fight with? They are armed, and Situ Ching alone could incapacitate both of us. We must hurry back and inform Brother Gui, so he can deal with her. Peng Yunliang's fear of Situ Ching was ingrained in his bones. He had not anticipated her recovery from injury. You cannot escape. Lin Ye and Situ Ching pursued them relentlessly, the gap between them narrowing. Peng Yunliang and Pu Guochang rolled and crawled, disregarding the thicket ahead. Oh, mother! Help! The two, unable to see the path ahead, fell into a pit. Ironically, the very same pit into which Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu had earlier tumbled. Observing the two fall into the hole, Lin Ye's lips curled into a sly smile as he leisurely approached the pit's entrance. Ha! Fortune smiles upon me. Looking down, the two individuals had fallen in a most disgraceful manner, wailing in agony below. Situ Ching contemplated drawing her bow to shoot at them, but was halted by Lin Ye. Wait, do not aim for their vital points. Let them perish slowly. It would be too merciful otherwise. Situ Ching considered this and agreed, indeed. Such vile creatures did not deserve a swift death. Instead, they should relish their fate. With a swift motion, she released 2 arrows, one striking Park Guochang in the thigh, and the other embedding itself in Peng Yunliang's abdomen. Their cries of anguish echoed sharply in the air. Though these injuries would not result in immediate death, the prospect of infection loomed ominously. Unless they possessed extraordinary resilience, their suffering was assured. How do you find the coolness down there? Lin Ye called out to the pair in the pit. It hurts, it hurts. Please spare us. We meant no harm. We were merely passing through. Yes, spare us. All the past transgressions were my fault. Just consider us insignificant, and let us go, they pleaded. Hearing their desperate appeals, Situ Ching retorted sternly, Spare you? Given the deeds you have committed, 100 deaths would be insufficient. Please, it was my wrongdoing. I acted foolishly. My brother is dead, and I regret betraying you. For the sake of the food I once provided, I beg for your mercy. He continued to implore, but Situ Ching remained unmoved. Lin Ye, I was coerced. It was all Xiong Hua's doing. I was forced into this, Park Guochang lamented, turning to Lin Ye after realizing Peng Yunliang's pleas had fallen on deaf ears. Whether you were coerced or not, you are no innocent party. You have brought this upon yourself. By the way, how did you find this place? Understanding Lin Ye's inquiry, Park Guochang quickly replied, It was a mark. Peng Yunliang discovered the signs you left behind. It was all his idea. Lin Ye's realization struck him. The clues left inadvertently had led them here. A grave oversight indeed. Do you think we need to shoot 2 more arrows? Situ Ching asked. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ye replied, I believe that is unnecessary. Further shots might ensure their demise. Let them remain there. They cannot escape, and they must accept the consequences of their villainy. Please, it was all Park Guochang's suggestion. He was the one who lured us to betray Wang Jia. We had no choice. You know how formidable that fiend is. We could not contend with him. Silence. Situ Ching interrupted. Had you not harbored such ambition, how could I have tempted you so easily? Now you wish to place the blame upon me? Hearing Peng Yunliang shift the blame, Park Guochang was immediately displeased. If it weren't for you, I would never have betrayed Wang Jia. It is your fault, he exclaimed, advancing toward Park Guochang with intent. Observing the unfolding conflict below, Lin Ye shook his head, TSK. TSK. And thus begins the dog-eat-dog scenario. Let us depart and allow them to entertain themselves. Sidu Ching expressed her concern. What if they manage to climb up? One is injured in the leg, the other in the abdomen. The chances of that are slim, Lin Ye reassured her. Lin Ye had personally experienced the daunting challenge of climbing up from below, so it was inconceivable that he would be unaware of the difficulties involved. Moreover, the two had begun to engage in internal strife. Si Tuqing refrained from saying anything further, for she inherently trusted Lin Ye. It appeared that Xionghua's nefarious intentions were unrelenting. They had indeed located them. Let us first attend to the markings along the path, she suggested. Very well, Lin Ye replied, as Si Tuqing accompanied him in erasing the traces they had left behind. The carvings on the trees could only be obscured with mud, striving to conceal them as effectively as possible. Before they knew it, the pair had arrived at the bamboo grove. Observing their surroundings, they noted that little had changed. The simple fence remained, and a layer of leaves now covered the roof of the toilet. I find myself rather nostalgic for this place, Lin Ye remarked. Would you care to stay the night before returning? Si Tuqing inquired. I would be inclined to do so, but alas, the cave has likely become unsuitable for habitation. Lin Ye replied with a shake of his head and a smile. Chapter 74. Taking the initiative upon hearing Lin Ye's words. Si Tuqing was somewhat perplexed and proceeded directly into the cave. Wait a moment, Lin Ye exclaimed, but he was too late to stop her. Moments later, Si Tuqing emerged from the cave, pinching her nose in disdain. Is this the surprise you prepared? Initially, Lin Ye was uncertain if the traps he left behind would be effective, until their team followed the clues to the banana grove. Seeing Si Tuqing emerge while covering her nose, Lin Ye realized they had indeed discovered the bamboo forest cave and likely triggered the traps. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of fools! Lin Ye chuckled as he entered the cave, unable to contain his laughter at the sight before him. The cave was actually habitable. With a simple toss of the 2 palm mats and a bit of tidying up, it would suffice. You can stay inside if you wish, but I would rather lie outside. Si Tuqing had initially intended to return, but as nightfall approached, she had no choice but to accept the current situation. That night, Lin Ye set up 2 bamboo beds outside the cave, as Si Tuqing adamantly refused to sleep indoors. Fortunately, there was a surrounding fence, so safety was not a concern. I believe we should take the initiative. Being constantly watched makes us too passive, Si Tuqing remarked to Lin Ye as they sat by the fire. Bamboo shoots were roasting over the fire. While they were not particularly tasty, they had hastily pursued their journey without provisions and had to make do. How do we take the initiative? Lin Ye pondered it. He had entertained similar thoughts in the past, but at that time, he was alone and feared he could not contend with Xionghua and his companions. Seeing Si Tuqing's enthusiasm, he inquired if she had any insights. After a moment of contemplation, Si Tuqing replied, We only need to deal with Xionghua and Ague. They have already lost 2 members, so the remaining 2 should not pose much of a problem. Do you know the other 2? Lin Ye asked. Not exactly. They are merely fence-sitters. Once we subdue Ague, the rest should fall into place. Lin Ye furrowed his brow, as he had not encountered the other 2, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao, and was uncertain of their character. If those 2 were utterly loyal to Xionghua, they would be facing 4 opponents, and their chances of success would be slim. This matter required careful deliberation. Haste would not serve them well. Si Tuqing understood Lin Ye's concerns, and she too lacked confidence. Lying on the bamboo bed and falling into deep thought. What if we launch a night raid tonight? She suddenly suggested, startling Lin Ye. I say, dear sister, you gave me quite the scare. You must not know how perilous the nights are on this island. We might be devoured by wild beasts before we even reach our destination. Excuse me, who are you calling dear sister? Coward, is that all the courage you possess? Si Tuqing retorted, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she realized she had provoked him. Am I a coward? Fine, let's go. Who's afraid of you? Lin Ye shot back. Si Tuqing's smile widened. Indeed, men could not withstand such provocation. Then let's go. But let it be known that we will follow my lead. If things go awry, we retreat. As long as we preserve our strength, we need not fear future endeavors. Although Lin Ye could not withstand the provocations of Si Tuqing, he still retained his rationality, understanding that it was unnecessary to strive desperately when opportunities were scarce. As they spoke, The two made their way toward Wang Qin's camp, with Situ Qing leading the way. Why have they been gone for an entire day and still not returned? Luna fretted as she paced within the thatched cottage. The others shared her concern. Wang Qin furrowed her brow, having once held great confidence in Situ Qing's abilities. However, since that fateful night, she had come to realize that there were indeed others beyond her prowess. With the advantage of numbers, Xiong Hua and his men could easily overpower the two. It is futile to worry now. How about this? I shall set out to find them first thing tomorrow morning, Huang Ziyu suggested. I will accompany you. Do not underestimate me due to my age. I possess considerable strength, F.A. Londa declared, rising to his feet. Huang Ziyu nodded in agreement. Very well. Tomorrow we shall take Jin Gang along with us. Or perhaps we should wait another day. Wouldn't it be unwise to venture out so rashly? Wang Qin bit her lip, expressing her reservations. If you choose to wait, I will go on my own, she stated resolutely. Yes, I shall join the search as well. Huang Ziyu and Luna promptly countered her suggestion. Among the group, they had spent the longest time with Lin Ye, forming a deep bond. As long as Lin Ye was present, they felt a sense of unity. His absence had created an obvious rift. I need not explain further. I know your intentions are for our benefit, but this is my decision, and it cannot be altered. Wang Qin attempted to clarify, but was interrupted by Huang Ziyu. Unbeknownst to her, Huang Ziyu's heart had been subtly tethered to Lin Ye's, and his departure left her feeling an unsettling emptiness, filled with concern for his safety. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? This sensation was peculiar. She did not mind his flirtations and, in fact, felt a flicker of delight within. Seated by the fire, Huang Ziyu's thoughts became tangled. She hesitated to meet Luna's gaze, knowing of her fondness for Lin Ye. Was she perhaps a third party in this unspoken affection? Rubbing her temples, she pushed the thoughts aside and retreated indoors to sleep. Don't be upset, Wang Jia. We are all quite worried, and perhaps our words were a bit hasty. Mei Shan consoled as she approached Wang Qin, gently patting her hand. Wang Qin smiled faintly and shook her head. It's nothing. How could I be angry? She then lowered her head in silence, her heart heavy with concern for Situ Qing. Come, let us rest. Have faith. Lin Ye is resilient and will be fine. Tomorrow, Ziyu and I will go. You should stay behind, F.A. Londa reassured, stroking Luna's small head. Luna nodded earnestly. Daddy, you must bring back brother Lin Ye tomorrow. F.A. Londa noticed the anxious, worried look in Luna's eyes, suspecting that his daughter may have already fallen for Lin Ye. However, he chose not to confront this notion, understanding his daughter's passionate nature and the more liberated disposition of Western women. Rest assured, he replied. Luna gently rested her head upon Furlan's shoulder, whispering softly, Father, do you know? I thought I would never see you again. Now, I finally have someone to lean on. I have reunited with you, yet I fear losing another support. In the past, when he would leave and not return, I was terrified and unable to sleep, fearing that I would wake up to find him gone forever. Have you fallen in love with him? Furland inquired, tenderly patting Luna's back. Yes, I have indeed fallen for him, but I am aware that he seems to favor Sister Ziyu. As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. With Furland by her side, she finally had someone with whom to share her thoughts, expressing what lay heavy in her heart. Oh, foolish child, if you have feelings, pursue them. Moreover, who knows if we will ever find our way out of here. Chapter 75. The boy has wet himself upon hearing her father's words. Luna fell into contemplation. Indeed, one wonders if there will ever be another opportunity to venture outside. What does morality signify in such circumstances when human life is deemed so inexpensive? Even if brother Lin Ye possesses two women simultaneously, what of it? Could you slow down? We mustn't alert the enemy, Lin Ye urged, hastening to keep up with Situ Qing. Situ Qing replied, We are not there yet. I will naturally reduce our pace as we approach. How many arrows do you have left? Lin Ye inquired. Situ Qing felt the quiver on her back, calculating approximately 20. I used many while pursuing those two. Be frugal with them. As long as we have arrows, they will not dare to approach, Lin Ye advised. Who would have thought a man like you would be so cautious? Situ Qing mocked. Lin Ye, ever focused on survival, adhered to a singular principle. Always retain a backup plan. What do you know? This is strategy, he retorted. What strategy can withstand absolute power? You're merely afraid of death. Isn't everyone afraid of death? Living is undoubtedly preferable, Lin Ye countered. Thus, the two continued their banter, unable to sway each other's opinions. Hush, we are almost there. Situ Qing slowed her pace and gestured quietly to Lin Ye. Through the trees, they spotted two figures sitting by a fire, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao. However, Xiong Hua and Ague were conspicuously absent, likely within the adjacent compartment. This camp, built against the mountains, serves as a natural refuge. Quite impressive, Lin Ye remarked softly. It is adequate, but it cannot compare to our own, Situ Qing replied, her gaze intent on observing. Why have those two been gone for 2 days without return? Inside the compartment, Xiong Hua lay sideways on a hay bed, his hand resting casually on the outer thigh. Opposite him, Ague looked up and replied, could they have encountered some unforeseen circumstance? Should I go find them tomorrow? Forget it. If you leave and those two rebel, what then? Xiong Hua shook his head, gesturing towards the outside. Currently, Xiong Hua held sway over the women, unperturbed by Qin Hao and Ao de Biao's absence in search of food. In this domain, as long as there are women present, one need not fear their return. Akin to the methods employed with Wang Qin, men are driven by such desires, are they not? Moreover, Xiong Hua was quite fearful. What if Ague ventured out and Qin Hao and Ao de Biao conspired against him? Then, Brother Hua, I shall check outside. You rest for a while, Ague declared as he rose to leave. Xiong Hua merely nodded, offering no further comment. He has appeared. Lin Ye turned to see Ague emerging from the compartment, who then approached the fire to sit beside Qin Hao and Ao de Biao. Brother Gue is here. Ha. The two greeted eagerly. Ague nodded in acknowledgement. Wait a moment. Let's assess the situation first. The instant Ague appeared, Situ Qing prepared to draw her bow, but Lin Ye quickly intervened to stop her. Do not rush. Your arrow will disturb the other three. If it strikes true, all will be well, but should it miss, we shall be in dire straits. Heeding Lin Ye's counsel, Situ Qing reluctantly set aside her bow. Her animosity towards Ague was palpable, for he was the source of her many injuries. Ague settled beside the fire, cheerfully addressing the two. Why haven't you both found some amusement this evening? Ah, Brother Gay, you do not understand. These women are growing increasingly frail, and our enjoyment has waned. Qin Hao explained. Indeed, we have ample provisions. Perhaps you could speak to Brother Hua and request a larger share for them. Ao de Biao chimed in. I broached the subject with Brother Hua previously, yet he harbors his own thoughts, rendering my suggestions ineffective, Ague replied with a hint of resignation. Qin Hao quickly shifted the topic, inquiring, I heard that Pu Guchang and Peng Yunliang have been absent for 2 days. What could they be up to? Ague shot him a warning glance, coldly responding, do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Focus on your own responsibilities. Ah, yes. Brother Gue is right. I shall excuse myself for a moment, Qin Hao said, hastily rising to relieve himself in the woods. It was not that Ague was unwilling to divulge information. Rather, he feared that if they learned that Pu Guchang and Peng Yunliang were seeking someone and had yet to return, it might incite suspicion in Qin Hao, potentially leading to rebellion. Though he was not afraid of such a prospect, he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Curse be this. What is so significant that you refuse to share? I am not even keen to know, Qin Hao muttered as he wandered aside, unzipping his trousers to relieve himself. Shoo, make a sound, and I shall end your life. Lin Ye observed Qin Hao alone at the edge of the woods, recognizing an opportunity to act. Silently, he crept up behind him. As Qin Hao prepared to unzip, Lin Ye swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him into the thicket. Qin Hao, startled, nodded fervently, his urgency to relieve himself compounded by his timid nature. Lin Ye's sudden move caused a warm rush to flood Qin Hao's trousers. Damn it, this fool has wet himself, Lin Ye thought, feeling the dampness against his own pants. When Qin Hao finally glimpsed Situ Qing ahead, he emitted muffled sounds of surprise. Do not utter a sound. If you do, I shall take your life, Lin Ye warned, pressing his knife against Qin Hao's throat while cautiously loosening his grip. 1, 2, 3. I shall release you, but remain silent, or you shall be the first to perish, Lin Ye murmured in Qin Hao's ear. Qin Hao nodded in compliance. Upon seeing his acquiescence, Lin Ye eased the blade from his neck, allowing his left hand to fall away. Qin Hao gasped for breath. Sister Qing Hao, how did you come to be here? In response to his query, Situ Qing aimed her arrow at him, stating, how did I come to be here? I am here to seek vengeance. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao was taken aback and hastily fell to his knees in a plea for mercy. Xingye, on that fateful night, both Ao de Biao and I were poisoned and fell into a deep slumber. We did not betray Sister Wang, were you? Noticing that Situ Qing remained unmoved, Qin Hao continued, moreover, after that night, Ao de Biao and I were coerced into joining their ranks, and since then, we have been unable to locate you. Poisoned? You claim that you were poisoned that night? Situ Qing inquired. Indeed, it was those two scoundrels, Peng Yunliang and his brother, who deceived us into drinking their coconut concoction, causing us to remain unconscious for 2 days and nights. As Qin Hao elaborated, he also hurled insults, for in truth, the veracity of his words mattered little. The two of them were merely like reeds swaying in the wind. Chapter 76. Poison us observing this young man, who appeared terrified. It was evident that he possessed a thieving heart, but lacked the courage to act. I inquired, how many individuals remain here with you? This was the foremost concern of Lin Ye. Otherwise, he would not have brought him here alone. Qin Hao, unfamiliar with Lin Ye, glanced at him before turning to Situ Qing. Speak only to answer my questions. There is no need to look at me, Situ Qing instructed. Qin Hao swallowed hard and replied, stammering, we have a total of 8 people here, including 4 women. 2 others went out a couple of days ago and have yet to return. Lin Ye understood that those 2 were Peng Yunliang and Pu Guochang, who were currently trapped at the bottom of the cave. 8 people? You lie. As Situ Qing spoke, Lin Ye's steel blade edged closer to Qin Hao's neck. Terrified, he quickly clarified, I am not lying. Peng Yunjie is dead, and the 2 others left. It is indeed only 8 of us here. Dead? That night, I only shot him in the leg. He shouldn't have died, Situ Qing remarked, somewhat astonished. Lin Ye, bewildered by the conversation, pondered for a moment and then said, did you not say you were poisoned that day? I now entrust you with a task. Are you asking me to poison Xianghua and a Gui? Qin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Ye, must it be so complicated? We could simply kill them. Situ Qing stepped forward, gripping her bow tightly. Lin Ye gestured for her to remain calm, and then addressed Qin Hao. Our targets are only Xianghua and a Gui. I bear no grudge against you. Moreover, once they're out of the picture, you and the 4 women can continue your lives, and we may even offer assistance if necessary. In Lin Ye's view, it was preferable to employ cunning rather than engage in direct confrontation. One must be prepared to endure. He was not like Situ Qing, whose impulsive nature led her to confront anything head-on. Encouraged by Lin Ye's words, Qin Hao softened slightly. I once asked Peng Yunyang. The poison used on us was derived from the belladonna flower, which induces unconsciousness, but must be gathered from the forest and is not readily available. Rest assured, as long as you follow my instructions, you will emerge as the leader of this area. You have interacted with Xianghua long enough to understand his ruthless nature. Your fate may become grim one day. Lin Ye skillfully employed psychological tactics, asserting his position while revealing that Xianghua merely regarded them as lackeys, not as true leaders. Very well, I will agree, but Qin Hao hesitated. But what? Lin Ye inquired. Qin Hao struggled to articulate his thoughts. But I fear it may be quite difficult to poison them. Why is that? They do not trust us. Every time they return with food, they prioritize giving a small portion to the women first. Only after the women consume it, without issue, do they dare to eat themselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye could not help but admire Xianghua. His cunning surpassed even Lin Ye's own. Attend to this matter first. If you succeed in poisoning either of them, find them and notify me promptly. How shall I contact you? Lin Ye pondered for a moment. You have visited the cave in the bamboo forest, Haven to you? I have. At the mere thought of that cave, Qin Hao silently rejoiced, recalling the day he had merely brushed against it, leaving a Gui and Peng Yunliang reeking after 2 days of cleansing. 3 days, I grant you 3 days. Should you yield no results, I shall not offer you another chance. You are aware of my methods, humph. At this juncture, Situ Qing's threat wielded considerable influence, with Lin Ye playing the role of the villain and Situ Qing that of the enforcer. Yes, yes, 3 days it is. Qin Hao gritted his teeth. Return now, lest you arouse their suspicions. Should you dare to speak a word, I shall have Situ Qing be the first to shoot you, Lin Ye whispered in his ear. Qin Hao glanced at the fierce Situ Qing and replied, All right, I absolutely want to speak a word. I shall keep it confidential. He then moved toward the fire pit with a demeanor of newfound freedom. Goodness, have you been constipated? You've taken quite a while, Ague scolded. His expression one of disdain as he shifted his body. Aya Debio also pinched his nose, waving his hand in front of him. Apologies, Brother Gue. I had a stomach upset from dinner, hence my prolonged absence. Qin Hao felt quite awkward, still damp in his trousers, which was quite uncomfortable. Though he was grateful for the dim lighting of the evening, otherwise, it would have been glaringly obvious. All right, I shall take my leave to rest. You two will take turns keeping watch tonight. Be sharp. Ague stood and walked toward the nearby partition. Observing their exchange, Lin Ye touched his own trousers, which were dampened by urine. TSK, let us return. Situ Qing cast a disdainful glance at Lin Ye before turning to walk back. Hey, I say, you woman, do you believe I would smear you with that? You dare to disdain me? I did that merely to subdue that brat. Lin Ye's complaints were met with indifference from Situ Qing as they exited the thicket and stepped onto the sandy beach. Situ Qing was the first to speak. I must admit, I find you to be quite clever at times. Cleverness has never been lacking. Only the realization of it is. Lin Ye laughed heartily. Once they left the jungle and reached the beach, their voices no longer hushed, for the distance rendered them unafraid of being overheard. Puffed. Situ Qing chuckled at Lin Ye's self-adoration. Ah, you are laughing. You actually can smile. This is how it should be. Smiling is far more appealing than your usual demeanor, which suggests that someone owes you 8 million. Lin Ye teased. Since their first encounter, Situ Qing had always exuded an air of aloofness. This was the first time he had seen her smile. Her laughter was enchanting, and her physique and visage rivaled that of Huang Ziyu, not to mention her formidable prowess. Unlike you, my profession does not permit me the luxury of frequent smiles. By the way, have you considered what might happen if Qin Hao fails in his attempt to poison? Situ Qing inquired. Even in the face of failure, we bear no loss. We can seek opportunities again in due time. In truth, Lin Ye harbored no desire for Situ Qing to take risks, nor did he wish to do so himself. As Situ Qing gazed at Lin Ye, she might have perceived him as overly cautious, yet regardless. His willingness to accompany her on this journey attested to the worthiness of their friendship. Ultimately, they had granted him 3 days. The outcome would reveal itself in due course. By the latter part of the night, the two returned to the bamboo grove, casually rinsing their trousers in the pool within the cave before donning them damply to sleep. Chapter 77. That damn technique. A yawn escaped Lin Ye as he awoke well past noon, the sun streaming into his eyes. He had returned late the previous night, neglecting to light a fire, and had spent the night in damp trousers, yawning repeatedly. Where has that woman gone? Glancing at the empty bamboo bed beside him, he realized Situ Qing was nowhere to be found. Goodness, could she have gone to find Xiong Hua and the others? This daring speculation sent Lin Ye's heart racing, and he swiftly grabbed his steel knife and rushed outside. Before he could venture too far, a familiar voice called out from behind. Where are you going? Lin Ye halted, turning to see Situ Qing at the gate, holding 2 mountain chickens, her expression one of puzzlement. Damn it, I thought you had gone off seeking revenge all by yourself. Disappearing so early in the day, Lin Ye cursed as he walked back towards her. Situ Qing, taken aback by Lin Ye's outburst, felt a flicker of joy within her. She could sense his concern for her. It was already noon, not morning anymore. Besides, I would be foolish enough to go after vengeance alone. Situ Qing retorted, rolling her eyes at him. Hey, considering you brought those 2 mountain chickens, I'll let slide. To be honest, I'm quite hungry, Lin Ye admitted, his stomach rumbling audibly. There lies a bamboo arrow. It must belong to Situ Qing. This suggests our search route is correct, as the arrow points forward. In the thicket, Huang Ziyu and Fei Land, under Jingang's leadership, had set out early, worried for the duo's safety. Huang Ziyu pulled an arrow from a tree and examined it. Oh, quack, quack. It was Jinggang, signaling something was amiss. Quickly, let us follow him. Upon hearing Jingang's calls, Huang Ziyu beckoned Fei Lan to follow. and as they reached Jingang, Huang Ziyu was taken aback. Was this not the deep pit where Lin Ye had fallen? Huang Ziyu, gazing at the pit with confusion, noticed Jingang yelling at the edge. Have you been here before? Fei Lan inquired. Huang Ziyu nodded and speculated. Do you think they both fell in as well? They hurried to the edge of the pit, calling out, Lin Ye, Si Tuqing, are you down there? Lin Ye, Fei Lan added, shouting a few times. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the sunlit area, startling Huang Ziyu. The figure's face was smeared with mud and blood, unkempt and ragged. A startling sight for anyone. Fei Lan, quick-witted, grabbed a nearby branch and hurled it downwards. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Help! Help me, I don't want to die. Please save me. Wait, it can talk. Fei Lan paused his actions. Is it him? Huang Ziyu finally recognized the figure. Wasn't he this Park Guchong, the very person Lin Ye had been pursuing? But what about the other one? Help, help! At this moment, another figure crawled out from the side, battered and bruised. With a voice that seemed to struggle more with breath than with words, he called out, Is it just the two of you down there? Where's Lin Ye? Huang Ziyu shouted downwards. They've left us, abandoned us. We were wrong. We truly know our mistakes. Please save us. Park Guchong pleaded, tears streaming down his face as he knelt in desperation. Are these the two who were spying on us in the banana grove yesterday? Philanda inquired. Yes, they're not good people. Since Lin Ye is not here, let us continue our search without worrying about them, Huang Ziyu replied, unwilling to assist them. All right, let us proceed, Philanda nodded in agreement. Don't go, please don't leave. Help me, I beg you. The two of them walked about 10 meters away, still able to hear the anguished cries for help from the depths of the pit. The torment of the night and the darkness had clearly shattered the composure of the two inside. Upon seeing Huang Ziyu depart, despair washed over them. Wait, something's amiss, Huang Ziyu remarked, furrowing her brow as she observed the mud on a tree. What is it? Philanda asked. I recall marking this path. Where has it gone? This route should lead to the bamboo forest. She then used her dagger to scrape away the mud, revealing the carved marks. So that is how it is, Huang Ziyu said, reapplying the mud afterwards. Suddenly, she understood how Park Guchong had discovered the banana grove camp. No wonder Jingang had led them towards the cave in the bamboo forest. The markers on this path were likely covered by Lin Ye. We must hurry. I now know where they are, she declared. Philanda was somewhat bewildered by Huang Ziyu's words, but refrained from questioning further, as he was not familiar with the area. Hey, this wild chicken tastes quite good. It could use a bit more salt, or else it would be exquisite, Lin Ye exclaimed, sitting by the fire, devouring the roasted chicken with grease covering his mouth. Having food is good enough, and yet you still complain. Why not just ascend to the heavens? In contrast to Lin Ye's ravenous consumption, Si Tuqing ate with much more decorum. Whoa, cluck, cluck. Yingong. Upon hearing this sound, Lin Ye set down his chicken and dashed outside. Lin Ye, I knew you were here. I'm so relieved to see you safe, Huang Ziyu exclaimed excitedly as she watched him approach. What are you two doing here? Lin Ye asked, looking puzzled to Huang Ziyu and Philanda. It's been 2 days without a word. Everyone has been worried about you, Huang Ziyu responded, giving Lin Ye a playful slap on the back. Rip, once again, that infuriating technique and dreadful force. Lin Ye, it's such a relief to see you well. Where is Si Tuqing? Philanda chuckled. She's inside, Lin Ye replied, gesturing towards the nearby enclosure. Let us go over first. I'll explain everything to you slowly. The two nodded, and at that moment, Jingang ran off to play again. As we arrived, we encountered those two individuals in the deep pit where they had fallen prior to our arrival. Huang Ziyu remarked while seated on the bamboo bed. Those two have brought this upon themselves. Let them face their own fate. Huang Ziyu nodded in agreement with Lin Ye's perspective, not out of cold-heartedness, but because any hint of compassion might ultimately lead to their own detriment and that of their companions. Subsequently, Lin Ye shared yesterday's plan with the two of them, leaving Huang Ziyu and Fei Lan astounded. Will it succeed? We shall see in 3 days. In truth, the outcome holds little significance. Lin Ye shrugged. Huang Ziyu rested her chin on her hand, pondering whether this meant they would be staying here for 3 days. However, Chapter 78. The news from King Kong. Lin Ye observed Huang Ziyu's hesitant demeanor and inquired, What is it? Huang Ziyu sighed. It's nothing. I just fear for their concern. If we were to wait here for 3 days with no news, Luna would likely come searching for us. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ye suggested, "How about you two return to convey a message? Here, it is sufficient for me and Situ Ching to remain." He realized that someone should indeed return with reassuring news. "No, I will stay to assist you." Huang Ziyu firmly rejected Lin Ye's proposal, resolutely refusing to leave. Lin Ye turned to ask, "What does Uncle Fei Lan think? Regarding the plan you mentioned, I am uncertain about its feasibility. I believe I should also remain to support you." Fei Lan pondered deeply, feeling that as a man, his presence would be far more beneficial than Huang Ziyu's. Lin Ye felt a headache coming on, since he could not persuade them otherwise. He decided they might as well all stay. At that moment, Huang Ziyu's eyes lit up. "Ah, we could send King Kong back with a message." Lin Ye slapped his forehead. "What a peculiar thought process you have. I can't believe you came up with that. But indeed, it is a splendid idea." He then summoned King Kong, inscribed a few characters onto a bamboo strip, and hung it around its neck, instructing it to return with the message. Lin Ye spoke at length to King Kong, uncertain if it comprehended, before it vanished into the bamboo forest with the inscribed strip. Soon, 2 days passed. "Ague, why do I feel so drowsy these past couple of days, especially lethargic?" Xianghua yawned repeatedly, seemingly losing interest in the woman beside him. "Brother Hua, I must admit I share this sentiment. It's not only during the day. I find myself retiring early at night, which is rather peculiar." Upon hearing Xianghua, Ague also recognized his physical state, but could not pinpoint the cause. This was undoubtedly the doing of Qin Hao. Wary of administering too potent a dosage at once, had been discreetly affecting all 4 women over the past few days, leaving them in a dazed state. It must be said, the fellow was indeed clever and exercised considerable caution. Over the course of 2 days, he had administered a small amount each day, leading Xianghua to harbor no suspicions. Observing the women in the adjoining room, drowsy and listless, Xianghua furrowed his brow. Wondering if perhaps they were given too little to eat, they appeared utterly drained. "Could you both come over here?" Ague beckoned Qin Hao and Ao de Biao. Qin Hao feigned a sleepy expression, while Ao de Biao yawned incessantly. "Brother Hua, Brother Gue, did you call for us?" Seeing their similar demeanor, Ague, who initially intended to inquire further, quickly realized the situation. "Never mind. Next time, please ensure to allocate more food for those women. They seem on the brink of collapse." "Certainly, we shall go out to procure more provisions immediately," Qin Hao replied, pulling Ao de Biao towards the exit. "Brother Hao, could we not rest a while before heading out? I am utterly exhausted." Ao de Biao expressed his reluctance. Qin Hao, of course, was merely pretending. He himself had not consumed any food laced with the flower's poison. However, to avoid being discovered, he chose to keep this hidden from Ao de Biao. "How about this? Once we reach the seaside, you can rest for a bit while I search for food by myself. Staying here to sleep will not please Brother Hua." "Very well." Though reluctant, Ao de Biao dared not offend the imposing presence of Xianghua. Observing the retreating figures of the two, Ague furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Could it be that the young man had poisoned them? This was merely a conjecture born from his intuition, lacking tangible evidence. Yet it had undeniably raised Ague's suspicions. After all, the Peng brothers had employed a similar tactic, rendering Qin Hao and Ao de Biao unconscious through poison. To validate his suspicion, a plan began to take shape in Ague's mind. If indeed that young man had resorted to poisoning, he must not blame me for my ruthless approach. Ague confided his suspicions to Xianghua, who responded with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, there is a possibility. Damn it. When he returns, let us eliminate him. Brother Hua, hold your horses. We should. And then do this." Ague whispered a series of suggestions into Xianghua's ear. Upon hearing them, Xianghua burst into laughter. "Excellent. Let it be so." As evening approached, Qin Hao and Ao de Biao ambled back, carrying only a few sea fish and crabs. "Why'd you bring back so little?" Xianghua inquired. "Brother Hua, you may not be aware, but food is becoming increasingly scarce in this area." Qin Hao was, of course, fabricating a story. He and Ao de Biao had already consumed a portion earlier, having previously refrained from hoarding under the watchful eye of Pu Guochang. Now that Pu Guochang had vanished, They took the opportunity to feast before returning. Ode Biao's gaze flickered, betraying his discomfort with the lie. As a burly man, he was not well versed in deceit. This did not escape Xiong Hua's notice. The old fox had seen through his nervousness but chose not to expose it, recognizing that Qin Hao still held some value. No worries, I was mistaken. Quickly, prepare the fish. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Xiong Hua waved his hand, exchanging a knowing glance with a Gue, who understood without words. Once it's cooked, bring the fish to my room, Xiong Hua instructed before turning toward the partition. Before long, once the fish was cooked, a Gue distributed portions to several women. Observing them eat without any adverse reactions, he then took 2 fish toward the partition. Earlier, he had concocted a flimsy excuse to divert Ode Biao, ensuring their daytime meal was safe. Tomorrow marked the 3rd day of the arrangement with Lin Ye, and this time, the dosage was ample. To avoid detection by a Gue, Qin Hao urged Ode Biao to partake in a fish as well. After more than an hour, Ode Biao succumbed to slumber. When called upon with no response, Qin Hao boldly approached Xiong Hua's partition, finding both men sprawled on the ground in deep sleep. Brother Hua, Brother Gue, wake up. He nudged them, but to no avail. The remnants of fish bones littered the ground, and in that moment, Qin Hao realized the effects of the drug had taken hold. Forgive me, Brother Hua, Brother Gue, but who doesn't he aspire to be the leader? I am merely compelled by circumstance. With that, he began binding the 2 with prepared vines, satisfied once he deemed their restraints secure, before retreating. Night had fully descended, and with the dawn of the next day, he planned to inform Lin Ye in the bamboo grove, leaving the 2 to their fate. A Gue slowly opened his eyes a sliver. Brother Hua, they have already departed. It turns out that both individuals were merely pretending, seeking to uncover Qin Hao's true intentions. The fish had been deliberately scraped of its flesh. Indeed, this young man speaks in riddles. Who is pressuring him? With such a demeanor, does he dare to aspire to leadership? Xiong Hua spat disdainfully. A Gue whispered, should I go out now and deal with him? Xiong Hua shook his head, stating, our plan has only just commenced. There must be someone orchestrating him from behind the scenes. With his cowardice, he is even inferior to Pu Guochang. How dare he attempt to poison us? What if we lose control of the situation? A Gue expressed his concerns. Xiong Hua fell into contemplation, acknowledging that this was indeed a dilemma, as he currently had only a Gue at his disposal. Come here, let me share my thoughts with you. It will unfold this way. Chapter 79. The broad road leads in different directions. Early the next morning, Qin Hao took a glance at the 2 individuals in the compartment, still lying in the same position as yesterday, and briefly checked if they were securely bound. Satisfied, he proceeded toward the bamboo forest cave. Lin Ye, King Yi, are you there? Qin Hao called out, and soon Lin Ye and the others emerged. Noticing the presence of 2 unfamiliar faces, Huang Ziyu and Fei Land, he refrained from asking questions. Is everything taken care of? Lin Ye inwided. Lingo, it's all done. I have incapacitated everyone with poison, and I've also tied up Xiong Hua and a Gue. Now, we just await your arrival. Qin Hao replied with a flattering smile. Let us go then. Lead the way, C2 Qing said coldly. All right, Qin Hao responded, wishing to rest a bit since he had just arrived. But C2 Qing's insistence left him no choice, and the journey was not short. Over the past 2 days, she had crafted many bamboo arrows in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Lin Ye, do you trust him? Huang Ziyu whispered in his ear. We'll assess the situation when the time comes. Just follow my lead, Lin Ye replied. The group nodded and followed Qin Hao forward. Lingo, we're almost there, Qin Hao remarked, quickening his pace. Lin Ye nodded. You go ahead. We will join you shortly. Seeing Lin Ye's response, Qin Hao could only agree, likely doubting him. You 3, conceal yourselves in the woods. I will scout ahead alone. If there is no danger, I'll signal for you to come out, Lin Ye instructed the trio. I'll accompany you. C2 Qing began to speak, but Lin Ye interrupted. We agreed that I would direct the operation. C2 Qing, you will cover me with your bow in case of any unforeseen events. This was not due to Lin Ye's lack of trust in Qin Hao, but rather a precaution against the cunning nature of Xiong Hua. The 3 nodded in agreement, and Lin Ye proceeded forward. Qin Hao, where are the others? Lin Ye inquired as he reached Qin Hao's side. Lin Ge, they're missing, Qin Hao stammered, visibly shaken. Lin Ye was instantly struck by a sense of foreboding, pointing his knife at Qin Hao and questioning, "Are you deceiving me?" "And no, Lin Gu. I swear I'm not lying. I bound them myself and checked before I left this morning. If you don't believe me, check the other compartments. They are all still unconscious," Qin Hao explained. Upon hearing Qin Hao's explanation, Lin Ye quickly inspected the other compartments. For women and a black man were all sound asleep. After scrutinizing Qin Hao, he found him to be genuinely earnest, which only added to the mystery. "Lin Gu, I truly did not deceive you. I am as puzzled as you are. They simply vanished." "Enough, I know you're not lying," Lin Ye interrupted him, lost in thought. Suddenly, a sound of applause echoed from a distance. Turning to look, he saw Xianghua and Ague. "Little Qin, I have treated you well. Yet you dare betray me and poison us." "Humph." Xianghua's distinctive voice rang out. You weren't poisoned?" Qin Hao exclaimed, his hand trembling as he pointed at Xianghua. "With such trivial tricks, I have long since mastered them." Then Xianghua turned and said, "Brother Lin, it is a pleasure to see you again. You have indeed gone to great lengths to confront me." "Ha! We were initially on neutral ground. It was you, Brother Hua, who first sent someone to stir up trouble," Lin Ye replied, firmly gripping his steel knife, ever vigilant against the Gue. "So, those two are in your grasp?" Xianghua squinted. Lin Ye shook his head, stating, "I wouldn't say they are in my control. The wicked inevitably meet their fate. It is merely their misfortune." "Brother Hua, let us not waste words on him. I'll take him down," Ague interjected. Xianghua raised his left hand to block Ague, saying, "Brother Lin, I must admit, I hold you in high regard. Would you consider joining me?" "Of course, you may set your own terms." "Brother Hua, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I'm willing to serve you faithfully, just spare me." Before Lin Ye could respond, Qin Hao, in a state of panic, rushed to kneel before Xianghua, fervently begging for mercy, for should Lin Ye acquiesce to Xianghua, his usefulness would vanish. "With a worthless wretch like you, there is no point in keeping you around," Ague retorted, pulling out a wooden stake from behind and thrusting it towards Qin Hao's throat. "They still have." Thud before Qin Hao could finish his sentence, Ague had pierced his throat. What he intended to say was that 3 more individuals were on their way. Yet, Ague had not afforded him the opportunity to express it. Witnessing Ague's ruthless action, Lin Ye was taken aback. The man killed without hesitation, and thankfully. The last words were left unspoken. "Brother Lin, have you given any thought?" Xianghua inquired with a smile. Lin Ye took a deep breath. Since they were not incapacitated, there was no necessity to remain and engage in a conflict. "Brother Hua, this may not be the place for me. I shall not intrude upon your affairs any longer. Farewell." Xianghua's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce expression. "Do you think you can come and go as you please?" No sooner had he spoken than Ague lunged at Lin Ye with the wooden stake in hand. Lin Ye widened his eyes, gripping his steel knife tightly. Even with a weapon, he was no match for Ague. In the midst of his panic, the sound of arrows whistled through the air from a thicket. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow startled Ague, who quickly halted and attempted to deflect it with the wooden stake. Bang! Just managing to evade that arrow, he swiftly retreated, only to be met with another. Ague rolled backward to avoid the bamboo arrow, leaping to the side, seizing a wooden plank, and rushing toward Xianghua. Bang, 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 3 arrows were released in quick succession by Sidu Qin, each blocked by Ague with a wooden plank. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Lin Ye no time to react. "It seems you have reinforcements," Xianghua sneered coldly. "You are here too?" Ague exclaimed, looking at Sidu Qin as she emerged from the thicket, then glancing at the 2 figures behind her. "Brother Hua, this is becoming troublesome." Ague held the wooden plank with his left hand, shielding Xianghua behind him. The plank, bound with vines, was adequate for deflecting bamboo arrows. "I said I wanted to leave, yet you still want to allow it." Lin Ye has gained a newfound understanding of Ague's prowess that night. It was merely luck that rendered him unconscious. If they were to confront each other seriously, he would likely suffer a complete defeat. "Brother Lin, you jest. The road is wide, and we shall part ways," Su Hua remarked with a squint and a smile. Initially, he had believed Lin Ye to be alone, but now 3 others had emerged, and that evening, Sidu Qin's archery had greatly astonished him. Coupled with Huang Ziyu and Lin Ye, should a confrontation arise, it would likely be them who would suffer. Humph, I have no intention of leaving. Today, I shall avenge that night. Situ Ching huffed coldly, smoothly knocking an arrow to her bow. Chapter 80. Do you wish to survive? Lin Ye slapped his forehead, realizing how impulsive this woman could be. Bang! Bang! The bamboo arrows were effortlessly blocked by Gui, causing no harm to them. At that moment, Situ Ching discarded her bow and arrow, snatching the dagger from Huang Ziyu's grasp and charging forward. Come back. Lin Ye attempted to grasp her hand, but missed, gritting his teeth and following closely with his steel knife in hand. Just in time. Seeing Situ Ching approach for close combat, Gui snorted coldly, advancing rather than retreating. That night, Situ Ching had hesitated while protecting Wang Qin. Now, however, she was free to unleash her full potential. The dagger slashed toward Gui. Crack! The wooden plank that had been blocking Gui shattered at the edge, a consequence of their weapon choices. Gui swung the plank back at her, just as Lin Ye arrived, slicing through with his steel knife. Gui had no choice but to defend once more. Crack! The wooden plank was completely cleaved in two, the might of the steel knife far surpassing that of the dagger. Today marks your demise. Seeing Gui devoid of a defensive object, Situ Ching swiftly thrust her dagger toward him. Even without a weapon, what can you do against me? Gui retreated while countering her attacks, engaging in a fierce exchange with Situ Ching, while Lin Ye found himself unable to intervene. Be careful. At that moment, Xianghua, armed with a wooden stick discovered from who knows where, swung at Situ Ching. Caught off guard by Gui, she cannot defend herself in time. Clang! A steel knife intercepted Xianghua's wooden stick, the force of the parry slicing it in half. Your opponent is me. Do you dare to sneak attack from behind? Lin Ye had been vigilant of Xianghua, moving the instant he raised the stick, warning Situ Ching while simultaneously blocking the blow. Xianghua staggered back, the wooden stick proving no match against the steel knife. At this moment, Gui seized the opportunity as Situ Ching was distracted, delivering a kick that sent her sprawling. Bang! Situ Ching crossed her arms defensively over her chest, yet she still took the blow squarely, stumbling back several steps. Situ Ching stifled a grunt, pushing off the ground with her right leg and charging at Gui once more. With such determination, she seemed unwilling to relent until a victor emerged. Lin Ye felt a twinge of concern and hurriedly followed suit. I'm here to assist you. At that moment, Huang Ziyu picked up a wooden stick and rushed forward as well. A 3-on-2 situation had now formed, and the duo found themselves completely overwhelmed, especially since Lin Ye and his companions wielded weapons. Huagu, it's becoming arduous. Look for an opportunity to retreat. Faced with Situ Ching's relentless attacks, Gui could only dodge, already sustaining multiple cuts on his shoulder, blood soaking his clothes. It seemed Gui had found an opening. Although Lin Ye wielded a steel knife, he dared not make any significant movements, fearing for his teammate's safety. Kid, today I'll use you as a shield. Gui gritted his teeth, enduring a strike from Huang Ziyu, then grasped Lin Ye's hand that held the knife and kicked toward Lin Ye's abdomen. Lin Ye retreat. Huang Ziyu shouted, Rip! Lin Ye braced himself for the blow, wincing in pain, yet he dared not release his grip on the steel knife. Dragged by Gui, Lin Ye was propelled towards Situ Ching, his strength rendering him as feeble as a primary school student before Gui. The momentum of his body forced him to collide with Situ Ching. Fearing for Lin Ye's safety, Situ Ching instinctively avoided him, retracting her dagger with swiftness. Lin Ye, treated as a mere shield, was swung left and right by Gui, momentarily obstructing both Situ Ching and Huang Ziyu. It was not that Lin Ye wished to escape. The previous kick had nearly made him regurgitate the remnants of last night's meal, and all his remaining strength was expended in his grip. He dared not loosen his hold, for if the dagger were seized from him, calamity would ensue. Situ Ching and Huang Ziyu were equally distressed, while at that moment, Fei Lan finally charged in. It was not entirely his fault for watching the chaos unfold for so long. He had been unable to contribute, as his presence might have only endangered his allies. Damn it, targeting the honest ones, are you? Lin Ye, truly incensed, opened his mouth wide and bit at Gui's hand. Ah, you dog! Gue winced in pain and forcefully shoved Lin Ye towards Sidu Qing, leading to a direct collision between the two, both falling to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Fei Lan swung his staff towards Xiong Hua, who narrowly avoided the blow by tilting his head, yet was still struck on the shoulder. "Damn you, you old fool." The impact was substantial, causing Xiong Hua's left shoulder to tremble, and he brandished the remaining piece of wood to retaliate against Fei Lan, cursing, "Damn it. To hell with you." Bang! Huang Ziyu intervened, blocking Fei Lan and delivering a kick to Xiong Hua's chest, causing him to groan and collapse. However, in that instant, Gue charged at Huang Ziyu, landing a kick on her shoulder that sent her flying sideways. Ziyu, as Lin Ye rose, he witnessed this scene and rushed toward Huang Ziyu in alarm. It was utterly humiliating, for against two, and they were sustaining injuries. "Brother Hua, let's retreat." Seeing the distance widening, Gue shouted urgently to the newly risen Xiong Hua, "Hurry!" But before he could take 2 steps, a sharp sound pierced the air as he crumpled to the ground, having been struck by an arrow. Xiong Hua fell, clutching his wounded right leg and howling in agony. Upon witnessing Xiong Hua's injury, Gue's pupils dilated, and he turned to see the source of the arrow. But it was too late to evade. An arrow pierced through his left hand. Sidu Qing had swiftly knocked another arrow, standing not far off, ready to aim at him. The moment Lin Ye collided with her, she had immediately dashed towards her bow, an arrow, unnoticed by anyone else. Sighing deeply, Gue pressed his injured arm and lamented. "Ziyu, are you all right?" Lin Ye asked as he supported her. "Cough, cough. I'm fine." Fei Lan rushed over to assist Huang Ziyu in retreating. "Do as you wish, kill or maim. It matters not to me," Gue declared, gazing at the fallen Xiong Hua, addressing Lin Ye and the others. It was not that he wished to flee. At such close range, Situ Qing's arrow would be impossible to block with anything, especially as he was already injured. Xiong Hua lay on the ground, screaming, his right leg drenched in blood. "Of course you must die." With a cold snort, Situ Qing drew her bow taut. Gue slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, at this critical moment, Lin Ye's voice pierced through the tension. Everyone, including Gue, looked at Lin Ye with confusion. "What are you trying to do?" Situ Qing inquired. "Lin Ye." Huang Ziyu and Fei Lan intended to persuade him, but Lin Ye waved his right hand and approached Gue. Gue, perplexed, wondered what was unfolding. Situ Qing remained uncertain, yet her aim on Gue did not waver. "Do you wish to survive?" Lin Ye halted 3 meters away from Gue. Gue was taken aback. Who would he want to live? However, he was unaware of Lin Ye's intentions. "Brother Lin." No, Lin Elder, I wish to live. Please, have mercy and spare me." Before Gue could utter more, the fallen Xiong Hua cried out for mercy. "Gue, quickly, help me plead with him. I want to live. I do not wish to die. I am willing to offer all my worth to buy my life." Chapter 81. What are the conditions? In response to Xiong Hua's pleas for mercy, Lin Ye paid no heed and instead fixed his gaze intently on Gue. "What are your conditions?" Gue had not completely lost his composure. He surely recognized that Lin Ye had stipulations. "If you agree to 3 conditions, I can guarantee your survival, and you may continue to reign as the leader in this territory. When necessary, I can even extend my assistance to you." Lin Ye had previously conveyed these words to Qin Hao, yet this time he sought Gue's acquiescence to his 3 conditions. Gue quickly agree to him. "I want to live, just agree to him already." Xiong Hua shouted, tugging at Gue's trousers. Gue glanced down at Xiong Hua, his brow furrowing slightly, then turned to Lin Ye and said, "All right, speak." "Excellent, straightforward. My first condition is, Lin Ye feigned an air of mystery, pointing sharply at Xiong Hua and declaring, "You must kill him. Kill him. Yes, kill him. Him." The moment Lin Ye's words echoed, they detonated in Xiong Hua's ears. "Please, no, don't kill me, Gue. Don't agree to him. He is surely deceiving you. Do not trust him." Not only was Gue taken aback, but even the others behind him, including Sidu Qing, were rendered speechless. What manner of operation was this, prompting them to turn against one another? "How can I trust you? What if you fail to uphold your promise?" "Exactly. Do not believe him. He is certainly lying." Ague, take me away from here. Xianghua attempted one last desperate struggle, continuously trying to sway Ague. Do you truly have a choice? Do not forget, I can take your life at any moment. Lin Ye pointed toward the arrow aimed at him. Ague, closing his eyes, wrestled with his thoughts for what felt like an eternity. Indeed, he had no options left. Lin Ye remained patient, waiting as Xianghua continued to attempt to manipulate Ague's thoughts, though it was likely in vain. Moments later, Ague suddenly opened his eyes. Brother Hua, I am sorry. With a swift motion, the wooden spike pierced through Xianghua's throat. Xianghua's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Ague. You. Blood flowed from Xianghua's mouth as Ague forcefully pushed him away. Clap, clap, clap. Bravo, bravo, bravo. Lin Ye clapped his hands, exclaiming bravo 3 times in succession. Now, what is your second condition? Ague inquired. You need not rush concerning the second and third conditions. I will inform you when the time is right. In truth, by killing Xianghua, you have also redeemed him. You are aware of the number of wrongdoings he has committed. I know your heart is not inherently wicked, merely misguided by the wrong company. Lin Ye's strategy bore a resemblance to that of a cunning trickster, persuading one to eliminate their own brother while lauding the act. Yet, he had indeed discerned a truth. Ague had chosen the wrong leader and had walked down a dark path. Is it truly that simple? Will you let me go? Ague questioned, unable to fathom what further assistance Lin Ye might require from him on the island, perhaps seeing potential in his martial skills. Though he seemed surrounded by individuals of similar prowess, Si Tuqing is hardly inferior to him, and Huang Ziu's skills also seem commendable. Indeed, it is as simple as that. I'm not as cunning as Xianghua. The thoughts in Lin Ye's mind were known only to him. Would Lin Ye truly let him off the hook? Si Tuqing stepped forward, her brow furrowed. I believe Ague is an intelligent man and will not oppose us again. Lin Ye patted her shoulder and then addressed Ague, saying, take care of your injuries and be kind to those you can. Lin Ye glanced at the woman still slumbering in the distance, along with Ao Jiao. It seemed that with Xianghua's troubles resolved, these individuals might have a more bearable existence. Aren't you afraid that I will seek revenge once I recover? Ague also looked at the sleeping figure. Why not give it a try? Before Lin Ye could respond, Si Tuqing took a step forward, threateningly. Ague managed a wry smile, realizing that this young man had a woman standing up for him. His charisma was indeed impressive. In fact, from the very beginning, you were mistaken. We should unite rather than engage in mutual slaughter. Do you not wish to return? Return? Is there even a way back? Upon hearing the word return, Ague's expression dimmed. Lin Ye spoke patiently. On this island, I have discovered more than you could possibly imagine. We are not alone. There are indigenous inhabitants and pirates. Indigenous inhabitants? Pirates? Ague was taken aback. He had been waiting for rescue in this place, unaware of the broader reality that Lin Ye was privy to. Indeed, and Xianghua deserved his fate. The deeds he committed warranted 100 deaths. However, you are different. You merely followed orders. Lin Ye paused before continuing. We have been trapped on this island for over a month. There is no rescue in sight. Therefore, we must unite and find a way to save ourselves. After hearing Lin Ye's words, Ague seemed to grasp his intentions. Perhaps this was the reason for his salvation. All right, I understand. You know the cave in the bamboo forest, right? Have someone visit every 5 days, and I will leave messages. Lin Ye was not yet ready to fully trust Ague and could not disclose the location of the banana grove, so he devised a compromise. All right, everyone has sustained significant injuries. We should take our leave. As Si Tuqing departed, she could not resist giving a cold huff towards Ague, who could only shake his head in resignation. For him, today was akin to reclaiming a life. Gazing at Xianghua's lifeless body on the ground, he resolved to bury him deeply. After all, he had been with him for 8 years. How could you let him off so easily? On the way, Si Tuqing expressed her bewilderment at Lin Ye's actions. Lin Ye's admonitions to Ague were also directed at them. It seemed his words fell on deaf ears. I actually believe Lin Ye is right, Fei Land interjected. We survivors should unite and not turn against one another. Lin Ye, your decision to save Ague likely holds deeper significance, Huang Zi remarked, her voice somewhat frail as she leaned on Lin Ye for support. Indeed, rescuing him is tantamount to salvaging those women. Should Ague perish, the survival of the people here would become precarious. As for Aldai, he is merely a foolish giant, lacking any discernible skills. Why not aspire to be a sage if you care so much about others' lives? Sidu Qing expressed her disdain. Moreover, I may eventually require his assistance to rescue March. Let's not forget that he still owes me 2 conditions. I am no saint. He possesses utilitarian value. Lin Ye remarked it. But what if he recovers and denies those 2 conditions? Huang Ziyu inquired. Deny? But you're still here, aren't you? That is easily resolvable. A little persuasion will surely render him compliant. He chuckled heartily. TCH, Situ Qing and Huang Ziyu simultaneously rolled their eyes at him. Chapter 82. The uninvited guest among the 4. Apart from Farrand, the others bore some injuries, albeit minor bruises and swelling. After deliberation, they decided to rest for the night in a cave within the bamboo forest before heading back, as there was no immediate rush. Lin Ye found himself rather nostalgic about this place. As they walked along the beach, the sky gradually darkened, prompting the group to quicken their pace, for they still had a considerable distance to cover before reaching the bamboo grove. "Wait, look over there," Farrand exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the distant sea. "That is that SA speedboat. Quick, everyone hide." Lin Ye, upon discerning the outline, immediately recalled the pirates from that fateful night. Each of them had an AK-47. If they were discovered, it would surely spell disaster. He hurriedly beckoned the others to conceal themselves in the nearby foliage. "Why should we hide? A boat has finally arrived," Situ Qing queried, puzzled. "That night, Luna and I saw a similar speedboat by the shore. It belonged to the pirates Lin Ye had mentioned his encounter with pirates before, albeit without elaboration, and now he recounted the events of that night to his companions. "Now that you mention it, we certainly should take cover," Farron replied. "Look, the speedboat is getting closer," Huang Ziyu whispered, pointing towards the horizon. The vessel was racing towards the island at approximately 50 kilometers per hour, showing no signs of slowing down or veering off course. "Wait a minute, it seems there's no one on board," Sidu Qing remarked, her disbelief evident. Lin Ye squinted into the moonlight and, indeed, could see no figures aboard. On that previous night, when the speedboat was still 200 meters from shore, he could make out the silhouettes of its occupants. This time, however, it appeared eerily deserted. Could it be that it's haunted? Huang Ziyu gasped in astonishment. As the boat drew nearer, it continued on its relentless path towards the beach. "Oh no, it's going to crash onto the shore." The roar of the engine grew louder as the speedboat surged onto the sand, skidding forward several meters before capsizing. With a resounding thud, the engine sputtered to silence, and something was ejected from the boat, landing motionless on the beach. The dim twilight made it difficult for Lin Ye and the others, who were about 100 meters away, to see clearly. "Should we go take a look?" Sidu Qing inquired, seeking consensus. "Of course, we must investigate this rare arrival, but I will go first." "Situ Qing, you follow closely behind me for cover. You two stay put," Lin Ye instructed, emphasizing the need for caution. "Lin Ye, please be careful," Huang Ziyu expressed her concern. Nodding reassuringly, Lin Ye cautiously approached the overturned speedboat with Situ Qing close behind. As he stealthily moved to the rear of the boat and peered inside, he confirmed that it was indeed empty. "Hey, there's truly no one here," he called out. "Lin Ye, did you find anything?" Situ Qing had caught up with him. Lin Ye shook his head, noting the numerous bloodstains within the cabin. "Over there." Situ Qing pointed towards the distant beach, tugging at Lin Ye's sleeve. Following her gaze, he recognized the object as something thrown overboard during the ship's capsizing. A body. A corpse? Lin Ye swallowed hard, gripping his steel knife, and stealthily approached. Suddenly, Situ Qing shot an arrow from behind, startling Lin Ye considerably. "Sister, could you please give me a warning next time? That was quite frightening." The bamboo arrow struck right beside the corpse's head, yet the body remained utterly still despite the commotion. Gaining courage, Lin Ye moved closer to the body, finally discerning the situation. The man lay sprawled on the sand, a rugged figure with a muscular build and distinctly Asian features. Lin Ye checked for breath. It was faint. He was still alive. "Hey, wake up. Can you hear me?" Si Tu Ching crouched beside the man, lifting his shirt revealing a wound on his abdomen, blood still seeping from it. He had been shot. There was no saving him now. 2 bloodstains, the size of mung beans, pulsed rhythmically with his shallow breaths. Lin Ye, unwilling to give up, slapped the man's face a few times but soon relented and waved to Huang Ziyu and the others in the distance, signaling them to come over. No wonder we couldn't see anyone earlier. This man must have collapsed from his injuries while the speedboat was on autopilot. At that moment, Huang Ziyu arrived on the scene, stating, "I'll check to see if the speedboat is still operational." Phelan glanced at the man lying on the ground and said to the trio, "Do you know how to operate this kind of speedboat?" Phelan nodded, having owned one previously and possessing a bit of knowledge. "All right, then go and take a look," Lin Ye replied, gesturing dismissively. Suddenly, the man on the ground began to cough violently, as if Lin Ye's earlier slaps had stirred something within him. Lin Ye quickly supported his head on his arm, propping him up with his leg. Help me. Can you tell me what happened? Did you encounter pirates? Which country is closest to this sea?" Lin Ye fired off a barrage of questions. "Pirates attacked us. I escaped." The man spoke, blood spilling from his mouth. As he uttered the final word, his head tilted to one side. "Hey, wake up. Come on, wake up." Lin Ye shook him for what felt like an eternity, but the man showed no signs of life. He was dead. Si Tuqing felt for his pulse and withdrew her hand, saying, "Alas, what disaster. We didn't get any information." Lin Ye sighed deeply, scooping a handful of sand and throwing it into the distance. Huang Ziyu approached, gently patting Lin Ye on the shoulder. Lin Ye searched the man's body but found no useful information, so he dug a shallow grave in the sand and buried him. It hardly mattered where he was laid to rest. It wouldn't be long before wolves or other wild beasts unearthed him, drawn by the scent of decaying flesh. This explains the absence of any corpses on the deserted island, despite the presence of numerous lost survivors. Perhaps some were devoured by sharks before being swept away to the sea. "Uncle Farron, what do you think? Is it still usable?" Lin Ye inquired as he finished tending to the bodies and approached the speedboat. "Take a look at these." Farron gestured towards the ground. Under the moonlight, Lin Ye observed a handgun, several cans of meat, a toolbox, and various other items scattered about, though he did not examine them closely. Who would know how to use this handgun? Lin Ye mused, well aware of the firearm's value, yet regrettably lacking the skills to wield it. Chapter 83. Swift return. Si Tuqing deftly seized the handgun, its weight flowing through her fingers with an effortless grace. With a few clicks, she toyed with the weapon before ejecting the magazine, discovering it devoid of ammunition, rendered no more useful than a hunk of scrap metal. Lin Ye sikhet inyardli, lamenting the loss. It seemed the man had emptied the magazine in a desperate bid for survival. He turned to Phelan and inquired if the boat was operational. "We have about a third of a tank left. For a small vessel like this, a full tank would allow it to travel approximately 500 kilometers. But whether it can actually sail, we'll have to push it into the sea to find out," Phelan replied. "Are you suggesting that even if it can sail, we might only manage about 100 kilometers? Lin Ye pondered, contemplating the vastness of the ocean. "Indeed, theoretically speaking, Phelan Dishrath. Let us first see if we can get the boat into the water." Lin Ye signaled for the others to join him. "All right. The speedboat is about 5 or 6 meters above the water surface, so let us prepare ourselves. On the count of 3, everyone push together. 1, 2, 3, heave." The 4 of them strained against the boat, which swayed slightly but did not budge an inch. "This isn't working, Lin Ye. Though it may look small, it weighs at least 1 or 2 tons, Phelan gasped. "Let us abandon this for now. We can call for help later to devise a plan to get it into the sea," Lin Ye said, waving his hand dismissively. "Let us gather everything inside. It might all prove useful. These canned goods could suffice for our meals tomorrow." Lin Ye directed the others to scavenge the speedboat's contents, and they then made their way towards the bamboo grove. "Lin Ye, what are you pondering?" Huang Ziyu inquired, observing Lin Ye sitting beside the fire, gazing at the sky with a distant look. "Oh, nothing. Just lost in thought," Lin Ye replied, snapping back to reality. "If you have something on your mind, share it with us. Bottling it up doesn't help. Perhaps we can brainstorm solutions together," Huang Ziyu chided him lightly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye slowly articulated, "I've been considering that the speedboat has come from the same direction twice in a row. That direction may lead to a pirate base. Indeed, based on the boat's fuel consumption If it were full, it could reach us from a distance of about 300 kilometers at most, or possibly just a few dozen kilometers at the closest. Philander's estimation had merit. Beyond 40 kilometers, visibility would diminish drastically. After taking a sip of water, he continued, I can't shake the feeling that these islands are somehow interconnected. If this speedboat is operational, I'd like to explore that island we spotted last time. The night we overheard the pirates, they mentioned Mother Island. Perhaps that's where they reside. And the small island we saw is the Child Island. Could it be that the supplies the pirates have plundered are stored on that Child Island? It's no wonder the two men steering the boat ended up lost and were shot at. But why not store the supplies on the larger Mother Island? It's more spacious and easier to conceal. Is there something else on that island that we are unaware of? Lin Ye found himself in a state of confusion. Yet he chose to dismiss it. Did you not mention that there might be pirates on that island? Why will we still venture there? Huang Ziyu inquired. We must devise a way to return, don't we? Given the prolonged absence of passing ships, and considering the man who perished today, I surmise this area is under the dominion of pirates. Lin Ye was enveloped by an inexplicable sense of oppression on the island, a feeling he could not articulate. The idea is indeed commendable. Just make sure to take me along when you go. Sidu Qing seemed to grasp Lin Ye's sentiments. Include me as well. I shall accompany you. Huang Ziyu cast a scrutinizing glance at Sidu Qing. What purpose would you serve by going along? When encountering wild boars and wolves, you should be aware that pirates are merciless killers. Lin Ye warned her ominously. I don't know. I'm simply unafraid of people but quite wary of beasts. She retorted with a huff, slightly miffed by Lin Ye's teasing. Lin Ye found her logic perplexing. She boldly faced the likes of Xiong Hua and the ghost, yet trembled at the thought of snakes and wolves. All right, let us all rest for now. We shall head back to the banana grove at dawn. The following morning, in a state of drowsiness, Lin Ye felt a furry creature nudging his nose. And the sound of his yawn startled the other three. And as Lin Ye gradually opened his eyes, he was taken aback to find Jing Gang squatting beside him, baring its teeth, nearly causing Lin Ye to tumble off the bamboo bed. The others paid no mind upon realizing it was Jing Gang. I must say, Jing Gang, could you refrain from such antics next time? You nearly scare my soul out of me. Lin Ye affectionately patted Jingong's large head. Huang Ziyu, meanwhile, stifled a laugh. Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, Huang Ziyu asked, what is the matter? While Lin Ye scratched Jingong's head, he noticed a small stick hanging from its neck, inscribed with two curvy characters. Slowly, he retrieved it and discerned the words, hurry back. This is bad. Something might be amiss, Lin Ye exclaimed urgently. Huang Ziyu took the stick and then handed it to the other two, their expressions growing serious. We must hasten our return, Fei Lan said, anxiety creeping into his voice as he worried for Luna. Sidu Qing shared similar concerns for Wang Qin's safety. It was unsettling that such a vague message conveyed no further information. Uncle Fei Lan, please do not fret just yet. The journey is not short. Let's first satisfy our hunger before we set off, Huang Ziyu advised. Fei Lan realized that worrying would be futile, even if they rushed back. It would take at least 4 hours. The four of them opened several cans of food and began to eat. To travel light, they concealed the unfinished cans and other supplies scavenged from the speedboat by the pond nearby, as these items were crucial resources they wished to keep hidden from a ghost. Let us go, Fei Lan said, his concern for Luna evident, as he scarcely took a few bites of the canned food, following closely behind Jing Gang, who led the way. Lin Ye shared the same trepidation, his brows furrowed in concern. It had only been 5 or 6 days. What could have transpired? As he passed by the deep pit, Lin Ye glanced down, only to find it eerily vacant. Where were the figures of Park Wuchang and Peng Yongyang? The air was thick with a foul stench that was quite unbearable. Hello, where are you? I'm here to rescue you. If you do not respond, I shall take my leave. Lin Ye called out several times, but silence met his pleas. From his vantage point, many areas remained obscured from view. Let's depart. Lin Ye, perhaps those two have long since perished, Huang Ziyu urged, wrinkling her nose at the noxious odor. As they walked away, a pair of eyes in the darkness fixated intently on the cave's entrance, revealing a sinister smile. Chapter 84. Gua Sha on the road. Lin Ye felt an unsettling sensation. Yet the urgency of their journey prevented him from pondering it further. Lin Ye, you have finally returned, Wang Qin exclaimed, rushing out to greet the four of them. Brother Lin. Lu Dan joined her, hurrying out as well. What has happened? Their essay note on the bamboo strip urging a swift return, Lin Ye inquired. Luna and Maishan are suffering from persistent high fevers, and Sakura went out in search of herbs. It has been a day and a night since she left, Wang Qin stammered, casting a worried glance at the group. What? Luna has a fever? Upon hearing this, Fei Londa disregarded everything else and dashed towards the thatched cottage. Lin Ye exchanged a concerned glance with Huang Ziyu and hastily followed him inside. Within, the three lay unconscious on the hay, their bodies radiating heat. How long have they been like this? Lin Ye asked. 3 days, Lu Dan replied. We initially thought it was just a common cold, but who could have imagined? Both she and Wang Qin had bloodshot eyes and dark circles, evidently having sacrificed sleep to care for the three. What is Sakura doing? What herbs is she searching for? Huang Ziyu inquired, touching the three lying on the hay before turning to Wang Qin. With a heavy sigh, Wang Qin explained. Seeing the three of them in such a state, Sakura, who has studied traditional medicine for a while, decided to seek out some herbs. So, she went alone to find herbs? That is utterly reckless. Lin Ye exclaimed sharply. Brother Lin, Sister Sakura was merely anxious to help, and now she is missing. Please, do not be angry, Lu Dan said softly, attempting to placate him. On this island, without medicine, even a slight cold could prove fatal, let alone the severe symptoms presented by the three. Luna, can you hear your father's voice? Father has returned. Fei Londa grasped Luna's hands tightly. Cough. Father, you're back. Where is Brother Lin Ye? Luna's voice was frail. I am here, Luna. I'm right here. It's just a simple cold and fever. Do not worry, it will pass in a couple of days, Lin Ye said, stepping closer to her. I want water, she murmured, her voice weak and slightly hoarse. Here, drink, Lin Ye said, accepting the water bottle from Wang Qin and gently offering a small sip to Luna. Brother Lin Ye, you've returned? I feel a bit cold, my body is shivering. At that moment, Shishan slowly opened her eyes, wrapping her arms around herself. Her legs drawn up, her lips trembling. Her sister seemed to awaken as well, appearing weak and silent. She offered a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. Acknowledging the group before glancing at her sister, worry etched in her gaze. Lin Ye also provided them both with some water, but they could only manage a small sip. Quickly, bring more hay and start a fire beside Shishan, Lin Ye instructed, removing his only garment to cover her. Shishan felt a chill. Her condition was serious, and she required warmth to induce sweating. Soon, Lu Dan procured a considerable amount of hay, and Lin Ye draped it over Shishan. Ziyu, come here and hold her, let her sweat it out, he instructed. Huang Ziyu nodded and immediately laid down beside Shishan, embracing her tightly. What about the two of them? Should we employ the same method? Si Tu Qing inquired, observing the scene. Lin Ye pondered for a moment before addressing the women in the room. Do you know how to perform guasha? Guasha. Someone has done that for me in the past, but I don't know how, Wang Qin replied, shaking her head. The other 3 women followed suit, also indicating their lack of knowledge. Lin Ye gritted his teeth and said, I can do it. My grandmother used this traditional method to help reduce my fever when I was a child. Can guasha really alleviate a fever? Lin Ye, if you can. Please help Luna, Fei Londa urged, a hint of impatience in his voice. Lin Ye looked at Fei Londa and hesitated, but what? Do you need any tools? I can go find them, Fei Londa quickly asked. Uncle Fei Londa, guasha requires removing the upper garment. And as a man, you understand my predicament, right? Lin Ye replied honestly. In the past, had Fei Londa not been present, Lin Ye would not have hesitated to proceed without a second thought. However, given that her father was here, it was only respectful to seek his approval, especially since none of the women in the room knew how to perform guasha. I thought it was something serious. It's all right, especially for the sake of saving someone. I will just step outside to keep watch for you. Fei Londa misunderstood the situation, thinking they were short on tools. He also considered that it was for saving a life, plus his daughter had feelings for Lin Ye. Before leaving, he glanced at Luna, who nodded affirmatively at her father. Mei Shan, upon hearing that gua sha required the removal of all clothing, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and promptly closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Meanwhile, Shishan had already drifted off in Huang Ziyu's embrace, occasionally trembling, prompting Huang Ziyu to tighten her hold. Lin Ye sharpened 2 smooth wooden pieces with a dagger, poured a little water into a bamboo bowl, and added some sea salt. The others watched in bemusement at his actions. "What are you all standing there for? Come help," he urged. "All right." Wang Qin and Lu Dan rushed to support Luna, turning her back to Lin Ye, while Si Tu-Ching assisted in removing her upper garment. As Lin Ye beheld Luna's flawless back, he felt a twinge of shyness. "Where should I look?" "Focus." Huang Ziyu, lying beside Shishan, kicked him lightly, noticing his inappropriate gaze. Lin Ye cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Luna, this may hurt a bit, so bear with me." It's fine, Brother Lin Ye, I'm not afraid of pain. Just go ahead." With that, Luna slowly closed her eyes. 1 stroke, 2 strokes, 3 strokes. As the redness intensified, Lin Ye increased his pressure, causing Luna to grit her teeth against the searing pain that spread throughout her body. "Luna, just hang in there. It will be over soon," Wang Qin softly reassured her. Observing her distressed expression, she remained silent, enduring the discomfort for half an hour. For crimson marks adorned her skin, transitioning from a vivid red to a deep maroon. "All right, put on your clothes, but for now, refrain from wearing your undergarments and lie down on your stomach." Lin Ye wiped the sweat from his brow. The fire was uncomfortably close, radiating excessive heat. Wang Qin gently supported Luna, carefully easing her down. "Will it be uncomfortable to sleep like this? Perhaps lying on her side would be more suitable." It was only then that Lin Ye realized the ground was covered in straw, making it rather inconvenient to rest on his stomach. He then called out to the outside, "Uncle Phylan, I require you to fetch some fresh water from the river." "Huh? Oh, all right. I will go immediately." Initially concerned that Luna wasn't fully attentive, Phylan quickly grabbed a mineral water bottle at the door and headed toward the river. Chapter 85. The ambush as Farron brought in water. Wang Qin stepped to the door to receive it. "How is Luna?" Farron was eager to enter and see, yet apprehensive due to the possibility of her being unclothed. "Uncle Farron, Luna has just finished her gua sha treatment. Rest assured, we will take care of her. Please wait outside for now," Wang Qin replied. All right. After saying this, Wang Qin closed the wooden door, as Mei Shan and her sister still required gua sha treatment, making it inconvenient for Farron to enter at that moment. Lin Ye took a brief rest before approaching Mei Shan. "Mei Shan, I will assist you with your gua sha." Please go ahead," Mei Shan replied shyly, nodding slightly. Thus, Lin Ye busied himself with the 3 women for over 2 hours. "For now, let's prepare some hot water for them to drink. You all take care of them first." "Wang Qin, come with me for a moment," Lin Ye said, wiping the sweat from his forehead and beckoning Wang Qin to step outside. Lin Ye, upon seeing Lin Ye emerge, Farron approached him. "Uncle Farron, do not worry. There are people inside to care for her." Lin Ye was the first to speak, then turned to Wang Qin, asking, "Which direction did Sakura go?" Wang Qin pointed towards the waterfall. Sakura headed upstream towards the waterfall, carrying a steel knife and a bottle of water. Lin Ye seeked, noting that there was still some time before nightfall. "I will go take a look." "Lin Ye, you alone. I will accompany you," Si Tu-Ching said, pushing open the wooden door and stepping out. Wang Qin had some concerns, but seeing Si Tu-Ching willingly offer to accompany Lin Ye, she said nothing further. After all, if danger arose, the two could look out for one another. "I shall join as well," Farron interjected. "No need, Uncle Farron. Please remain here to watch over them." Lin Ye declined his proposal. The two armed themselves and made their way towards the waterfall, taking a slightly winding path. After walking for a while, Si Tu-Ching remarked, "It seems she indeed went this way. Let's quicken our pace. If we delay until tonight, it will be 2 days and 2 nights. The longer it takes, the slimmer our chances of finding her," Lin Ye said, his brow furrowed as he pressed on in silence. Fortunately, Si Tu-Ching was observant, keenly noting every blade of grass and tree along the way to avoid losing their direction. "What is that?" At that moment, Lin Ye spotted a glimmering object not far away and hurried over to pick it up. It was the heart-shaped necklace that Sakura wore around her neck. Lin Ye recalled how Sakura often clasped the necklace with both hands at night and prayed with it against her forehead. She has been here. She must be nearby. Let us hasten our steps, Lin Ye said, placing the necklace into his pocket before accelerating his pace and scanning the surroundings, with Situ Qing closely following, her brow knit in concern. Lin Ye, we cannot proceed any further. Situ Qing suddenly grasped Lin Ye's arm. She must be in this vicinity. Let's search a bit more. What if we miss her? Lin Ye urgit. Situ Qing shook her head, pointing to the sky as she remarked, the sky is darkening. We must return immediately. Have you calculated how far we have traversed? Lin Ye, taken aback, realized he had not. Glancing at his watch, he noted that 3 hours had elapsed since their departure from the banana grove, and indeed, the sun was nearing its descent. Observing Lin Ye's expression, Situ Qing stated with precision, I have estimated that we have covered approximately 3 kilometers, and it is unlikely that Ingzi wandered far in search of herbs. Situ Qing surveyed their surroundings and continued, from the point where you found the necklace, there are no signs of human presence along the path. It is possible we have veered off course. However, Lin Ye was reluctant to concede. But, he began, yet Situ Qing interjected firmly, no buts. At dawn, I shall accompany you to search again, but we must first return today. With that, she grasped Lin Ye's arm and turned back. Hey. Lin Ye called out a few times, but she seemed indifferent, dragging him along. Shaking his head, he resolved to return the next morning. Although Ingzi was typically quiet and embodied the ideal of a devoted wife, she was genuinely kind, taking care of the household's meals and utensils. As he felt Situ Qing's grip on his hand, Lin Ye smiled, thinking that this woman had her own charm. When Lin Ye lifted his gaze towards her, his pupils dilated in sudden terror as he shouted, Be careful, get down. At the sound of Lin Ye's voice behind her, Situ Qing instinctively turned to inquire. However, before she could respond, Lin Ye lunged at her. With a resounding rip, accompanied by Lin Ye's anguished cry, they both fell to the ground. At that moment, Situ Qing finally discerned the source of their peril. A leopard, licking its claws. Lin Ye, are you all right? Get up, she urged as she saw the deep gashes on Lin Ye's back, blood seeping from 5 claw marks. Damn it, I'm hit. The pain contorted Lin Ye's face. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. Had Lin Ye not tackled Situ Qing, she might have met a dire fate. Come behind me, Situ Qing commanded, drawing her bow and aiming at the leopard, ready to release the arrow at a moment's notice. What do you mean? I'm a grown man. I can't just hide behind you. Lin Ye gritted his teeth against the pain, clutching his steel knife, fixated on the leopard. The creature, having finished licking the blood from its claws, staggered forward, seemingly searching for the opportune moment to strike. Coughing, it let out a low growl reminiscent of a cat confronting an adversary, though it was somewhat different as it crouched down. It's coming, be careful, Situ Qing quickly warned Lin Ye. As she issued her warning, the leopard dashed toward them, the distance closing rapidly. Situ Qing's arrow remained unshot, while beads of cold sweat dripped from Lin Ye's forehead. With a swift motion, as the leopard approached within 2 meters, Situ Qing finally released her first arrow, striking it squarely in the abdomen. The force of inertia caused the leopard to lunge forward even as it collapsed. Situ Qing deftly kicked Lin Ye aside and sidestepped to avoid the impending impact. The creature let out a cry as it fell, yet it quickly regained its footing. Unwilling to grant it any respite, Situ Qing unleashed a flurry of arrows. Although one had found its mark in the leopard's belly, it appeared to have little effect, as the beast maintained remarkable speed, skillfully evading her bamboo arrows. The leopard, perhaps sensing the sting of the wound, seemed to exhibit a newfound caution towards Situ Qing's bow, refraining from its previous fierce charge. This creature was astonishingly agile. Lin Ye, weakened by the sounds of the struggle, felt the warmth of blood streaming down his back, the force of Situ Qing's kick having taken its toll. If this continued, it seemed likely he would not survive this encounter. Chapter 86. Injured and unconscious, the leopard, a creature of modest size, possesses razor-sharp claws and teeth that serve as its lethal arsenal. Its agility is remarkable. The arrow that narrowly missed its heart signifies the urgency of our retreat. After several attempts, Situ Qing struggles to predict the leopard's movements, as it has now become acutely aware of our presence. With a powerful leap, the leopard vanishes into the nearby thicket, eluding our sight. Lin Ye is momentarily stunned. However, Situ Qing's expression grows grave. If the leopard were to confront us directly, we might have managed, but now our predicament worsens. It likely fled due to its injuries. Lin Ye had observed blood seeping from its abdomen, a sign of starvation for several days. Situ Qing shakes her head, aware that the leopard excels in ambush tactics. Having suffered earlier, it is now hiding, poised to deliver a fatal strike when the opportunity arises. With bow in hand, she scans the surroundings, urging Lin Ye to hastily bind his wound with his own clothing, lest he bleed out. "All right," he replies, thrusting his knife into the ground. He removes his tattered shirt, and since the wound is on his back, he wraps it around his shoulder and ties a knot his chest. Situ Qing observes his makeshift bandage with a frown, but it is all they can manage for the moment. "Stay close to me. We must retreat slowly," she instructs. "Understood," Lin Ye responds, the pain radiating from his back, permeating his entire body. The heightened adrenaline momentarily invigorates his weakened form. The sound of the leopard's approach echoes through the jungle, growing ever closer, shifting from left to right. Situ Qing, alert and ready, directs her bow towards the source of the noise. A fierce roar erupts as the leopard bursts forth from the underbrush, its claws aimed at Lin Ye's throat. "Beast!" he exclaims, instinctively leaning back as he raises his steel knife to strike. The blade collides with its forepaw. In his haste, Lin Ye inadvertently strikes with the flat of the blade, inflicting minimal damage. However, his face is grazed, leaving a minor wound. With a sudden tilt, Lin Ye falls to the ground, his back hitting the earth with a jarring impact, cushioned only by the surrounding undergrowth. Yet, the contact with his wound sends a jolt of pain coursing through him. Seizing the moment, Situ Qing releases her taut bowstring, the arrow striking the leopard squarely in its rear. With a low, menacing growl, the leopard retreats into the shadows once more. Lin Ye grits his teeth, drawing in a sharp breath. "Quick, help me up. How are you holding up? Can you endure?" Situ Qing asks, assisting him to his feet. She glances at his back, where the makeshift bandage is now thoroughly soaked with blood. I am managing. This creature is too cunning. It understands the art of strategy." As Lin Ye rose, he steadied himself against the hilt of his sword, his stance wavering slightly. The forest fell into an eerie silence, likely a sign that the leopard had resumed its ambush. They remained in this stalemate for several minutes, the tranquility of the woods palpable. Perhaps it intended to test their endurance, but they could not afford to prolong this encounter. They needed to escape swiftly. After stating this, Situ Qing loosed several arrows in the direction where the leopard had vanished. "Don't waste your arrows," Lin Ye cautioned. "If you don't provoke it, dragging this out will cost you your life." Ignoring his words, Situ Qing continued to fire into the thicket. The quiver contained only about 30 arrows, and she unleashed 20 in rapid succession. A low growl echoed through the woods, indicating she had struck a target. The creature remained in place, cunningly evading further provocation. Situ Qing aimed once more at the source of the sound and released several more arrows. With a rustle, the leopard burst forth from the underbrush, its movement stirring the leaves. It lunged at Situ Qing, claws flailing and jaws agape, intent on tearing her apart. An arrow, a result of her earlier blind shot, protruded from its back and was already bleeding profusely. Finally, the beast reveals itself, she thought, given the proximity of the threat. There was no time to knock another arrow. Situ Qing discarded her bow and seized Lin Ye's steel dagger. "What are you doing?" Lin Ye shouted in alarm. Undeterred by the advancing leopard, she advanced with the dagger raised, striking down at the beast. The blade met the leopard's foreleg with a sharp slice. Situ Qing rolled aside, narrowly evading its counterattack, and sprang to her feet. With a thud, the leopard crashed to the ground, letting out a muffled sound. It rose slowly, visibly hindered by the severe wound on its leg and the 3 arrows embedded in its body. Attempting to retreat into the woods, its injuries rendered it sluggish. Situ Qing seized the opportunity, retrieving her arrows and aiming once more at the wounded creature. With a series of swift shots, none of which the leopard could evade, the remaining arrows struck home. With a final, anguished roar, the leopard collapsed. "It's finally dead," Lin Ye exhaled, a wave of relief washing over him, though it nearly caused him to faint. Lin Ye, hold on a little longer. We must leave this place, Situ Ching urged, swiftly supporting him. He took a deep breath and nodded. Darkness was descending, and the scent of blood would surely attract other predators. Situ Ching hurriedly extracted the arrows from the leopard's body, assisting Lin Ye as they made their way back. The shadows deepened, and Lin Ye's vision blurred. He stumbled over roots more than once. But Situ Ching was there to steady him. Just a bit further, Lin Ye, she encouraged. I feel so weak, he murmured, his voice growing increasingly faint, his legs barely able to support him. Do not succumb to sleep. We are almost there. Hold on just a little longer, you must endure. Situ Ching draped Lin Ye's arm across her neck, bearing the brunt of his weight. All right, I will hold on a bit more. Lin Ye's voice trailed off, and his head tilted to the side. Situ Ching was unprepared for the sudden shift, and they both tumbled to the ground. Hey, Lin Ye, wake up. Don't sleep, wake up. She surveyed their surroundings, but no matter how fervently Situ Ching called out, all she heard was Lin Ye's faint breathing. A realization struck her, and she smacked her forehead in frustration. How could he not push through just a little longer? This will not do. We cannot remain here. Consider this a debt repaid. Gritting her teeth, Situ Ching hoisted Lin Ye on her back and made her way towards the banana grove. Chapter 87. Awakening, Lin Ye experienced an exceedingly lengthy dream, wherein he found himself lying upon a bed, surrounded by a cacophony of voices calling out to him. He yearned to open his eyes, to discern the figures that beckoned him, yet his heavy eyelids would not budge. It had already been 2 days and nights. Alas, all shall be well. I shall fetch some water to cleanse his body. Allow me to attend to him, and while I'm at it, I shall also cleanse his other parts. In a state of hazy consciousness, Lin Ye heard the sound of a woman's sobs and sighs nearby. After an indeterminate period, Lin Ye's small hand stirred slightly. He moved. Lin Ye's fingers had just twitched. Luna, who had steadfastly remained by Lin Ye's side, had not taken her gaze off him, and that minor movement captured her attention. Upon hearing Luna's excited voice, everyone gathered around. At that moment, Huang Ziyu, who had just entered with 2 bottles of water, dropped the bottles and rushed to Lin Ye's side. Lin Ye, how are you? Can you hear me? Lin Ye, his throat dry and scratchy, slowly opened his dim eyes, struggling to articulate his words. Water, water. Quickly, bring some water. Huang Ziyu leaned close to his ear, finally comprehending his request. Lu Dan hastily ran to pour some water into a bamboo bowl and handed it to Huang Ziyu. Glug, glug. Cough, cough. Where am I? Lin Ye swallowed a few sips of water, feeling considerably rejuvenated. Of course, you are in the thatched hut in the banana grove. You must have been in a stupor, but you have awakened. I thought you. Luna's voice trailed off as she leaned against Lin Ye, her tears uncontrollably streaming onto his chest. Phylon did not attempt to intervene, permitting her to weep. All right, you're quite a grown individual, yet still sobbing. I have awakened, Haven Ti. Lin Ye Ganti Patit Hashuldev. You've all worked hard. He coughed, nodding at each person as a form of greeting. Lin Ye's gaze fell upon Huang Ziyu, whose heavy dark circles underscored the affection in her eyes as she looked at him, tears welling in her gaze. Yet, upon noticing Luna leaning against Lin Ye, she hesitated, unsure of how to express herself. Lin Ye winked at her, as if to encourage her to speak freely without reservation. And no, it's nothing. I'm just so glad you woke up. Are you hungry? I can cook something for you. Huang Ziyu rubbed her eyes, brushing away the tears threatening to spill. Lin Ye glanced at those beside him. Luna and Maishan, the 2 sisters, seemed to be recovering after Lin Ye's treatment. Though still somewhat weak, they could move about normally. Phylon and Wang Qin managed the camp's various affairs, while Huang Ziyu continued to care for Lin Ye and Luna, disregarding her own frail condition, remained vigilantly by Lin Ye's side. Lin Ye affectionately patted her head, thinking, what a foolish girl. Where is Situ Ching? Lin Ye turned to the crowd, genuinely impressed by Situ Ching. After all, he was an adult man and vaguely recalled how he had lost consciousness on the road and how she had managed to bring him back. Oh, what brings you here? At that moment, Situ Ching stepped in with a cheerful demeanor, holding 2 wild chickens. Lin Ye smiled. What could it be? Of course. I must express my gratitude to you. Huh, you still dare to say that? I told you to hold on a bit longer, yet you fainted right away, making me endure so much trouble to bring you back, Situ Ching teased. But you need not thank me. Your injury was incurred while saving me. I couldn't possibly abandon you, could I? Otherwise, what would become of these two delicate beauties? At Situ Ching's playful remarks, Huang Ziyu's face turned slightly red, especially with so many witnesses around, while Luna remained unfazed, seemingly enjoying the moment. Over the past few days, the sentiments of the two women had not gone unnoticed by the others, who chose not to address it. However, with Situ Ching's comment, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Wang Qin exchanged a knowing glance with Situ Ching, who smiled back before heading toward the river with the wild chickens. I'll help you, Huang Ziyu said, jogging to catch up. I'm going too. Lu Dan chimed in, eagerly following suit. Fei Land shared a glance with Wang Qin before also stepping outside. Luna, could you sit up for a moment? I need to catch my breath. Lin Ye shifted slightly, feeling a cushion beneath his back, making the pain more bearable even while lying down. Oh, Lin Ye, I just wanted to feel your heartbeat. Did I hurt your injury? Luna asked with concern. Lin Ye shook his head gently and took out the necklace belonging to Ingzi from his pocket. This is what we found in the woods. Perhaps she. Maishan took the necklace from Lin Ye's hand. Lin Ye, Qinger has already shared everything with us. We are all quite saddened. She went in search of herbs to save us, and now. As Maishan spoke, her voice choked with emotion, and Luna and Shishan's expressions grew somber. Ingzi had disappeared while trying to save them. Allow me to keep this necklace. I will cherish Ingzi's memory, Maishan said, placing the necklace around her neck, her hand tightly clutching the heart-shaped pendant. She pulled her sister close, mimicking Ingzi's past gestures in prayer. Lin Yi sighed. It had been 3 or 4 days, and perhaps Ingzi was no longer alive, lost to them without a trace. Lin Yi, I feel so guilty. If it weren't for my fever, Sister Ingzi wouldn't have gone after the herbs and gone missing, Luna lamented, her voice cracking as she spoke. And then, you went to find her, only to get severely injured yourself and nearly not wake up. Lin Yi gently patted her head, wiping away her tears, unsure of how to console her. Luna, could you help me shave? My hair has grown quite long as well. Lin Yi attempted to divert the conversation from the heavy topic. Those who remained must continue to live. Perhaps this was simply fate. Ah, Brother Lin Yi, please wait a moment. I shall assist you with your grooming. Luna ceased her tears, ever eager to fulfill Lin Ye's request. Before long, Lin Yi found himself transformed by Luna's hands. Although his hairstyle resembled something chewed by a dog, his spirit was undeniably lifted. Your skills require refinement, he remarked. While Lin Yi could not see his own reflection, the suppressed laughter on Shishan's face provided him with a hint of the situation. Allow me to make a few more adjustments. Besides, this dagger is rather unwieldy, Luna pouted. At that moment, Huang Zi entered, carrying a bamboo bowl. I prepared a bowl of chicken soup for you. Do savor it while it's hot. Upon seeing Lin Ye's hairstyle, he struggled to contain his laughter, his face turning a deep shade of red. If you wish to laugh, then do so. Just be cautious not to hurt yourself in the process, Lin Yi said, lightly touching his nose. Suddenly, the room erupted with the hearty laughter of several individuals. Chapter 88. You want to find herbs? What are you laughing at? You seem so cheerful. Lin Yi, your hair, snicker Wang Qin, intending to call them out for a meal, paused at the door, captivated by the laughter emanating from within, and couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Ye's hairstyle. Hey, why are you joining on the teasing? Lin Ye responded, somehat exasperated. Lin Ye, do you know how I wish to describe you? Wang Qin said, covering her mouth with a grin. What is it? He inquired. It's as if you placed a round pot lid on your head. Ha, cough right or I'll stop laughing. I came to invite you all for dinner. Wang Qin cleared her throat, suppressing her amusement. Goo Lin Yi chuckled awkwardly, his stomach betraying him with its grumbles. Enough of this, we've been hungry for several days. Let us hurry and drink the chicken soup. Huang Ziyu, seated beside Lin Yi, took the bamboo bowl and, instead of handing it to him, held it to his lips to feed him. Blowing gently on the soup, she remarked, if only we had a spoon. Come on, open your mouth. It's a bit hot. Take small sips. Luna, observing this, followed the others outside, glancing back 3 times, while Lin Ye pretended not to notice. The attentiveness of Huang Ziyu left Lin Ye somewhat spellbound. It reminded him of when he was a child, ill with a cold, and his mother would cool the medicine before feeding it to him. I'm not a child. I can tell when it's hot, he thought to himself. Huang Ziyu shot him a glance, saying, just do as I say and drink it. No need for chatter. Oh, Huang Ziyu felt a twinge of frustration. He was such a straightforward man. No wonder his ex-girlfriend left him. Humph. After you finish eating, I'll help tidy up your hair. Sporting that pot lid, do you think you can use it as an umbrella? It's not my fault. That silly Luna, Lin Ye replied, gazing at Huang Ziyu. Despite her plain appearance, her beauty was undeniable. She possessed a grace and elegance that set her apart from the other women. With long hair cascading down to her waist and charming dimples that appeared when she smiled, her demeanor was simply exquisite. When she pouted in annoyance, it was utterly captivating. Luna, on the other hand, exuded a cute charm with her doll-like face and large, expressive eyes that could mesmerize Lin Ye when she gazed at him with affection. As for Situ Qing, in Lin Ye's memory, she always seemed unapproachable, perhaps because he had only recently become familiar with the group. With her oval face and high ponytail, she could be both fierce and amusing, displaying a spirited grace. The other women were also lovely, each surpassing his former girlfriend in their own unique ways. Perhaps it's best not to fix it now. After you eat, get some rest. Those dark circles under your eyes are nearing national treasure status. Really? Are they that dark? I should make sure to rest then. Now that you're not busy, I feel reassured, Huang Ziyu replied, touching her under-eye area. By the way, what did you use to bandage my back? It feels quite soft. Lying down doesn't hurt the wound much. Lin Ye inquired after finishing the wild chicken soup. It's Huang Ziyu hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. What is it? Lin Ye asked, his expression one of puzzlement. Do not inquire further. It suffices that you feel at ease. With that, Huang Ziyu departed, carrying a bamboo bowl. Shortly thereafter, Luna re-entered, bearing a bowl of wild chicken. Such a life, one word encapsulates it, delightful. Where is King Kong? Lin Ye inwaited. King Kong must have ventured out in search of herbs. He should be returning shortly at this hour, Luna replied, resting her chin on her hand. What nonsense is this? It can seek herbs? Lin Ye found the notion rather absurd, although he had indeed heard tales of monkeys and dogs foraging for medicinal plants. Yet he had never heard of a monkey fetching herbs for humans. But wait, when you were afflicted with a cold and fever, why did it not seek herbs then? We are uncertain as well. That night, Situ Qing carried you back, bloodied, and upon seeing this, King Kong dashed in, screeching for a moment before bolting back outside. When we tended to your wounds, it regurgitated a small mass of dark substance, indicating that we should apply it to your injuries. After listening to Luna's detailed account, Lin Ye began to comprehend. It seemed they were resorting to desperate measures. Nonetheless, I believe it has indeed proven effective. My wounds are beginning to itch. Lin Ye could not help but admire King Kong's intelligence. Perhaps it was unaware of Luna's previous ailments, as there were no visible injuries. However, upon witnessing Lin Ye's wounds, it instinctively sought out herbs for him. Truly a clever creature. After finishing the chicken, Lin Ye refrained from eating further, wary that his stomach might not handle the sudden intake after days of fasting. Caw-caw. Ooh. From afar came King Kong's call. Just as I mentioned him, this creature has returned. King Kong. King Kong. Lin Ye called out a few times. Upon hearing Lin Ye's voice, King Kong quickly approached, grinning widely, baring its teeth, with hands raised high, waving exuberantly. It then spat out a dark mass, cradling it in its hands, eager to present it to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, somewhat repulsed by the pungent aroma, reluctantly accepted it and placed it aside. Alas, though it reeked, it possessed healing properties. Thank you, King Kong. Lin Ye patted its head, and it seemed to revel in the affection, sitting still while its eyes blinked rapidly. Very well, let's go out to play. Lin Ye gave its rear a gentle pat and waved towards the door, prompting King Kong to turn and run outside. It appears to have truly become quite astute. Luna gazed at the doorway, pondering whether it comprehended Lin Ye's words or merely interpreted his gestures. The latter seemed more plausible. King Kong must have brought the medicine. I shall assist you in changing it, Huang Ziyu remarked as she entered. For the past few days, she and Luna had been the ones to tend to his wounds, and she was well aware that King Kong always returned with that dark herbal concoction. Indeed, the medicine is right here. I appreciate your efforts, Lin Ye indicated, pointing to the dark substance resting on the wooden board. Do not disdain this object. Although I am uncertain of its nature, it proves remarkably useful. If you were to take it out for analysis of its components, you could establish a pharmaceutical enterprise and reap great fortunes. As Huang Ziyu spoke, she untied the makeshift bandage crafted from tattered cloth, resourcefully utilizing what was at hand. Lin Ye truly found himself without proper attire, and it seemed he might have to go bare-chested in the future. Upon Huang Ziyu's unwrapping, Lin Ye glanced back at the object on his back, which was "Do not turn around, do not move, just face forward." Huang Ziyu's cheeks flushed slightly, while Luna stifled a laugh nearby. "Whose is this?" Lin Ye inquired, clearly having discerned its nature, but still voicing his curiosity. "Brother Lin Ye, mine isn't that large." Luna offered him a knowing smile. When Lin Ye turned his gaze back to Huang Ziyu, it appeared she was indeed unencumbered beneath her attire. A sharp sound echoed as she playfully slapped the wound on his back. The fabric tore at that moment. Lin Ye dared not look back again. Initially, he had not paid much attention, but Luna's remark compelled him to scrutinize closely. No wonder the object on his back felt so soft, indeed. Chapter 89. The Missing Woman. Luna, come over here and help me massage my shoulders. Xiao Dan, I crave a banana. Ziyu, I desire. Shishan, why not dance for us? In the ensuing days, Lin Ye luxuriated in the attention of the beautiful women attending to him. Fei Lan had completed the roof of the stone house, accommodating 4 people, alleviating the need for everyone to crowd into a thatched hut. His injury had nearly healed the previous day, yet Lin Ye feigned lingering pain, relishing the ease of being served. Ah, such bliss. Your injury must be nearly healed, right? Si Tu Ching regarded Lin Ye with a teasing glint in her eye. Huh, the injury. It still hurts a bit, Lin Ye replied, lying amidst the grass, feigning discomfort. All right, I want to expose you, but it seems you've forgotten something. Si Tu Ching leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. What is it? Oh yes, the speedboat is still stranded on the beach. Today marks the 6th day. I forgot to leave a message for Ah Gue. Lin Ye slapped his forehead, relieved by Si Tu Ching's reminder. His injury had indeed healed sufficiently, and it was time to attend to serious matters. Let us call everyone in and discuss this. Si Tu Ching nodded and stepped outside to summon the others. Gathered around Lin Ye, after deliberation, Wang Qin, along with the sisters Mei Shan and Lu Dan, decided to stay behind while the others, including Jin Gang, moved on. Wang Qin and Mei Shan had no objections, but the younger sister, Shishan, was quite reluctant. Being a spirited young girl, she was eager for adventure. Ultimately, after much coaxing, she consented to stay behind, promising to join the next time. Before departing, Lin Ye pondered and brought along some supplies. Brother Gue, I still haven't found any information at the bamboo forest cave. I've been there for 2 consecutive days. Could it be Aljabiao Saiji? His face filled with despair. Ah Gue furrowed his brow. Let us make one more trip tomorrow. If nothing turns up again, we shall cease our search. The camp has become somewhat unsafe these days. Ah Gue's arm, wounded by an arrow, had begun to act up again. He was not as fortunate as Lin Ye, who had Jin Gang to procure herbs for him. Moreover, a woman had mysteriously gone missing from their midst, having vanished during a bathroom break at night. And despite searching the vicinity with Ao de Biao, they found no trace of her. It was later concluded that she had been carried off by a wild beast, yet there were no signs at the scene. Consequently, Ah Gue instructed the other 3 women to avoid venturing into the woods alone for their needs, opting instead to resolve their affairs on the spot. Is the speedboat still there? Aguianquayot. It remains. I passed by there these past 2 days, but with our strength alone, we certainly cannot move it. Ao de Biao replied, shrugging his shoulders. The first time Ao de Biao had gone to the bamboo forest cave to await news, he had stumbled upon the speedboat on the beach and immediately rushed back to inform Ah Gue. Upon arriving at the scene, Ah Gue noted that the boat had evidently been rummaged through, and numerous footprints marred the sandy shore. Unsure if it had anything to do with Lin Ye, He had dispatched Ao de Biao back to the bamboo forest today, yet no news had been forthcoming. Food supplies are dwindling. You should go find some provisions. I must remain here, Gue said, patting Ao de Biao's shoulder. All right, Brother Gue, may I have two tonight? Aadabio's expression was lewd. Gue wiped the sweat from his forehead, pondering how this fellow seemed to treat such matters as casually as a meal. One must admit that the resilience of black men is remarkable. If you can procure sufficient sustenance, don't just settle for two. 3 shall be yours. He understood. I'm off now. With that, Aadabio seized a nearby wooden spear and made his way toward the shoreline. Despite his towering stature, he hesitated to venture deep into the woods alone. The wild fruits nearby had mostly been foraged, and the current food sources were limited to the occasional fish or crabs gathered along the beach. Once Aadabio departed, Gue resumed his contemplation of the missing woman, a nagging sense of unease lingering in his thoughts. Unable to unravel the mystery, he resolved to set it aside and carefully examined the inflamed and pus-filled wound on his arm, brow furrowed in concentration. The speedboat remained anchored. A group of 5 individuals and a monkey, after several hours of travel, finally arrived at the speedboat. Let us disregard that for now. We should check on Gue's camp and summon his crew for assistance. Lin Ye contemplated the situation, recognizing the advantage of utilizing free labor. After a brief trek, they arrived beside the dilapidated fishing vessel, which had accumulated even more rust, deteriorating faster from exposure to the elements than if submerged in the sea. Is that not Aadabio? Situ Ching pointed toward the beach in the distance. Following her gesture, Lin Ye spotted a tall black man standing there with his trousers rolled up. Aadabio, over here, Situ Ching called out. Upon hearing the shout, Aadabio turned, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the group. As they approached, he regained his composure. Ching. Sister Ching, what brings you here? His gaze then shifted to the 2 women behind Situ Ching, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. Ahem. Lin Ye cleared his throat softly. You're Lin Ye, right? Brother Lin? I ventured into the bamboo grove twice, yet I did not receive any news of you. Aadabio quickly redirected his gaze. My apologies. I was delayed by certain matters, Lin Ye replied with a smile, noticing the small pit at Aadabio's feet, which contained a few small fish and several crabs the size of billiard balls. Is Gue at the camp? Aadabio inquired. Yes, he has been waiting for news from you. I will take you there now. Aadabio, though somewhat simple-minded, had been unconscious during both skirmishes. He only recognized Situ Ching among the group. To him, the distinction between good and bad seemed inconsequential, yet his base desires were unmistakable. His gaze lingered on Huang Ziyu and Luna, eyes wide with admiration, though he refrained from making any untoward advances. After collecting the fish and crabs, he moved to the front to lead the way. While Lin Ye and his companions were familiar with the path, they preferred to follow his lead out of courtesy. Brother Gue, we're not there yet. Aadabio called out from a distance. What is all the fuss about? What is going on? Agi, appearing as though he had just awakened, emerged from his quarters, weariness evident in his demeanor. Upon seeing Lin Ye and his companions, there was a moment of surprise. Lin Ye, what is the matter? Am I not welcome? Lin Ye chuckled. Oh no, not at all. This morning, I even sent Ao de Biao to the bamboo grove. Yet I found no trace of the message you mentioned would be left. Gue hastily waved his hand. However, the intensity of his gesture inadvertently aggravated the injury on his arm, causing a fleeting change in his expression, all of which Lin Ye observed keenly. King Kong, spit it out, Lin Ye called out to King Kong, plucking a rather large leaf. In response, King Kong promptly expelled a clump of dark, murky substance from his mouth. This spectacle left Gue and Ao de Biao in a state of astonishment. Chapter 90. Do you suspect human involvement? A moment ago at the seaside, Ao de Biao had encountered a monkey but dismissed it, unaware that it was a pet brought by Lin Ye. Apply this to your wound. It will be beneficial for you. Lin Ye handed a dark herbal concoction to Gue. Gue accepted it, still warm from having been expelled from Jin Gang's mouth. A peculiar odor wafted into his nostrils as he glanced at Lin Ye, harboring doubts about whether he was being played. Rest assured, I have personally tested it. It is effective, and it cannot harm you. Upon hearing Lin Ye's assurances, Gue, albeit skeptically, unwrapped his bandage and applied the herbs, then resecured it. Qing Jie. Oh my, it's really you. You have returned. Indeed, it is Qing Jie. But where is Wang Jie? At that moment, 3 women emerged from the compartment, drawn by the commotion outside. Qing Jie, where is Wang Jie? What is going on with you all? Inquired one petite woman. Wang Jie is elsewhere. We have matters to attend to, C2 Qing replied coolly. She felt no emotional attachment to these women, merely viewing them as tokens previously used by Wang Qing to barter for food. Oh, I see Qing Heir, please return to lead us, we all. Another woman, around 35, said, immediately regretting her words. She cast a glance at Gue. However, Gue paid her no heed, recognizing that he was merely a subordinate in the current hierarchy. I will not lead you now. You can follow him, C2 Qing indicated toward Gue. Upon hearing this, the 3 women's expressions dimmed. Although Gue had been relatively kind to them since Xionghua's demise, no longer rationing food as strictly as before, human nature is rarely satisfied. Wait, I thought there were 4 of you. Why are there only 3? Lin Ye turned to Gue and inquired. Let us sit down first. I will explain slowly. I sense something is amiss. All right. The group followed Gue towards the compartment. By the way, I brought you some cured meat. After sitting down, Lin Ye instructed Fei Londa and Luna to bring in the crocodile meat. The large crocodile, weighing several hundred pounds, had yielded ample cured meat, which he thought to share. Wow, meat! It's meat! The women appeared somewhat exhilarated. Gue swallowed hard, while Ode Biao's stomach audibly grumbled. What's wrong? Are your conditions so poor that you can't even secure a meal? Lin Ye teased. Ahem. Gue cleared his throat a few times. It's just that I've been injured. Gue spoke truthfully. Had it not been for his injury, he could have easily procured game within a few days. Recently, their diet had consisted solely of wild fruits, sea fish, and crabs, to the point of nausea. TCH. C2 Qing regarded Gue with disdain. Gue, self-deprecating, refrained from retorting. Let us roast the meat. Everyone deserves a hearty meal today, as there are matters to attend to later. Lin Ye gestured for Luna to assist Huang Ziyu, then turned back to Gue and inquired. What did you mention earlier that seemed peculiar? The woman who has gone missing. There's something amiss, Gue replied. At first, I thought she might have been taken by a wild beast, but I heard no sounds, nor did I find any traces of blood nearby. Upon hearing Gue's analysis, Lin Ye furrowed his brows. Do you suspect foul play? Gue nodded, yet for over a month now, it has only been us here. Could it be the indigenous residents you spoke of? Lin Ye shook his head. Unlikely. That area is quite distant, and previously, there have been cases of people disappearing after being pursued by beasts. Perhaps you all should relocate to the cave in the bamboo forest. It has fresh water, is easily defensible, and crucially, communication is more feasible there. You have such faith in me? Gue had indeed considered moving, as that location was superior. But without Lin Ye's approval, he refrained from making decisions unilaterally. We are friends now, not foes, are we? Lin Ye no longer needed to worry about exposing the banana grove, as he would eventually require Gue's assistance to rescue Ma Heir, which would necessitate traversing through the grove. Gue smiled sheepishly. Indeed, we are friends. By the way, you mentioned you had something to attend to. What is it? You are aware of the speedboat on the beach, correct? Yes, I intended to ask you about it. Is it connected to you? Are you thinking of? Gue's eyes widened. Precisely. I wish to get into the water, Lin Ye replied with a smile. Very well. Let us gather everyone to help. After their meal, Lin Ye summoned the group, totaling 10 individuals, which should suffice for the task at hand. Qing Jie. I might not be able to go. May I rest here? The initially timid woman clasped her abdomen, pleading with Situ Qing. Situ Qing frowned and glanced at Lin Ye. You can accompany us without needing to exert yourself. Lin Ye was genuinely concerned for her safety, given Gue's earlier mention of a missing woman. He felt uneasy about her remaining alone. I am in too much pain to move. I will stay here, she grimaced, clutching her abdomen. Very well. Then you should remain inside, keep quiet, and do not come out, Lin Ye advised kindly. If she chose not to heed his warning, there was little he could do. Leaving Jean Gang behind as a precautionary measure, Lin Ye felt he had done his utmost. He was not a saint, merely acting within his capabilities. The group of 9 swiftly arrived at the speedboat. This is the speedboat. Does this mean we are saved? 2 women, having not left the camp for over a month, felt a surge of excitement as they walked, their joy unabashed upon seeing the boat. However, whether they could operate, it was still a question. Even if they could, it wouldn't travel far. Fei Lan's abrupt remark doused their hopes. He approached a rock and retrieved a set of keys. That night, as Farland departed, he remained vigilant and concealed himself in the sands beneath the reef. Come, everyone, heed my command. Let's endeavor to push it into the sea, Lin Ye directed the group. All right, on 3. 1, 2, 3, push. With the concerted effort of 9 individuals, the speedboat indeed began to advance. Its bottom sank deeper into the sand. Wait. We need to place a few wooden poles in front, Farland urgently called out. Fortunately, he had brought along a steel knife. Ever since Lin Ye had fashioned this piece of steel salvage from a wrecked ship into a blade, he had carried it with him everywhere, finding it remarkably adept in his hands. Chapter 91. Is it you? The sound of trees being felled echoed through the forest. But it was not Lin Ye wielding the axe. It was Fei Lan. After considerable effort, Fei Lan had cut down several small trees, which, with the assistance of a few women, were arranged neatly behind the speedboat. Come, everyone, let us give it another try. 1, 2, push. 1, 2, push. Remarkably, this method proved effective. The speedboat no longer sank into the sand, and the pushing required much less exertion. With a splash, the speedboat was launched into the sea. Oh yeah. The crowd erupted in jubilant cheers, exchanging high fives. I'll go up first and see if it can still start, Fei Lan declared as he retrieved the keys from his pocket and climbed aboard the boat. Be careful, Lin Ye cautioned. The speedboat rocked side to side with the waves, making it quite unstable, but Fei Lan managed to steady himself. Click, clack, clack. As the key was inserted and turned, the engine emitted a series of clattering sounds. Click, clack, clack. It seems to be failing to ignite, Fei Lan remarked, a hint of frustration in his voice. Don't rush. First, carefully check what the problem might be, Lin Ye advised. Fei Lan nodded. The others settled down in the shade nearby to rest. At that moment, the frail woman was lying in a compartment, her stomach pains causing her to toss and turn. Why is it so quiet? A pair of eyes from the woods fixated on the camp not far away. Ooh gaga. The warning cries of a gibbon rang out. What is that? How annoying. The woman within the compartment grumbled, clutching her belly. Is it those monkeys again? Damn. The man in the woods cursed, picking up a stone from the ground and hurling it at the gibbon. Oh gaga. The gibbon darted around in the trees, evading the man's attacks while calling out loudly. It's so noisy. Can I have some peace for a moment? The woman inside the compartment pressed her hands tightly over her ears and shouted, oblivious to the approaching danger. Wait, there's still people inside. Damn it. What is all this racket? Hearing the woman's irritated cries, the man silently cursed, continuing his barrage of stones. Several times, he nearly hit the gibbon, which attempted to retaliate. But there was little in the trees to pose a threat to the man. Seeing this, the gibbon let out a few more cries before retreating into the distance. The little beast knows how to fight back. I won't let you escape so easily. The man spat as he watched the gibbon disappear from view. Finally, it's quiet. This time, my period has been torturous. The pain is unbearable. The woman lowered her hands from her ears, curling up in a pile of grass. The man approached slowly, inspecting each compartment. Just one person. She is much prettier than the last one. He chuckled. Who are you? Who are you? The woman, startled by the noise at the entrance, rose to see a disheveled man with an unkempt beard, an evil glint in his eyes, staring at her. Hee, Xiaojing. Don't you recognize me? The man, having finished speaking, swept his hand through his hair. It's you. Thud. Crackle. Roar. Haha, it worked. Finally, Fei Lan exclaimed joyfully. Hearing the roar of the engine, the crowd rushed over from the distant shade. Well done, Uncle Fei Lan, Lin Ye said, giving him a thumbs up. Don't flatter me, Lin Ye. This was purely luck. Haha, Fei Lan replied with a grin. Regardless, it has started. You should take it for a spin on the sea. Wait, I want to join. Luna exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement at Lin Ye suggesting her father take a few laps. While the two women from the Gui camp also expressed their desire to join the fun. All right, everyone can come aboard. What about you guys? Lin Ye turned to Huang Ziyu and the others. They both shook their heads. With a roar, the throttle engaged, propelling the speedboat swiftly towards the ocean. Whoa! Cluck! Lin Ye squinted towards the distant boat when suddenly, King Kong came running from afar, shouting loudly. The people on the shore turned to look. King Kong quickly reached Lin Ye's side, breathlessly pointing towards the direction of the Gui camp. This is bad. Something might have happened. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. Gui and Ao de Biao exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if Lin Ye could understand monkey language. This was the tacit understanding they had developed over time. Ao de Biao, stay here and explain the situation to them later. The rest of you, follow me. Lin Ye sprinted toward the camp. King Kong, somewhat fatigued from running, was effortlessly picked up by Lin Ye. Upon arriving at the camp, Gui shouted, Xiao Jing! Xiao Jing! After searching the surroundings, they found no one. There's no one in the forest either, said Situ Qing and Huang Ziyu, both panting from the exertion. Could she have gone out? Huang Ziyu suggested. Just then, King Kong approached a spot in the woods, picked up a stone from the ground, and began throwing it at a tree repeatedly. Are you saying that someone attacked you with stones from this position? Lin Ye mirrored King Kong's actions, throwing a stone at the tree. Observing Lin Ye's movements. King Kong nodded its small head in affirmation. It seems someone has been here and abducted her. Lin Ye sighed. Lin Ye, come look. Gui's voice called from the woods. What is it? The three asked as they approached Gui. This bead belongs to Xiao Jing. She has a string of pearl bracelets that she always wears. Lin Ye took the bead, contemplating for a moment. Everyone, quickly search nearby. There must be more of them. The four dispersed to meticulously search the vicinity. Found it. Here, another one. Situ Qing called out eagerly. Lin Ye looked at Situ Qing's location, which was merely 50 to 60 meters from where the first bead was discovered. It seemed this was a mark she had left behind. It is estimated that everyone should search carefully in this direction, Situ Qing remarked, pointing behind her. Along the way, through meticulous searching, they discovered a total of 6 of these pearls, which shimmered with a brilliant luster. Despite the dense jungle, they could easily be found with a little attentiveness. Oh, this direction, Lin Ye exclaimed, his eyes widening. What is it? Situ Qing inquired. Lin Ye glanced to Huang Ziyu, who also looked somewhat incredulous. This direction leads to the cave where we first stayed on the island, Huang Ziyu explained. Upon hearing this, Gui recognized the cave, though he had visited it at night and couldn't quite recall the way. It seems our old haunt has been claimed by someone else. Lin Ye said in a grave tone. Chapter 92. Is it you? Are you not dead? Beneath the cave, a fire crackled, casting a flickering glow over a disheveled man squatting beside it, emitting a foul odor. 2 charred pieces of meat sizzled over the flames. A woman pressed her back against the stone wall, her hands bound with tattered cloth, her face a mask of terror as she gazed at the man. She was Xiao Jing. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, the man tossed one of the meat pieces in front of her, rasping, Eat. That piece is a gift for you. A true delicacy, one you may never have tasted in your life. Having already consumed crocodile meat brought by Lin Ye at noon, Xiao Jing found herself lacking appetite. The dark, unidentifiable meat before her was repulsive. She was torn between the urge to eat and the desire to refuse. I'm not really hungry right now. Eat when I tell you to eat. Stop with the nonsense, the man barked angrily. All right, I'll eat, Xiao Jing replied, hesitantly taking a small bite. The texture was difficult to swallow, and the taste was peculiar. I hope they find the marks I left behind and come to rescue me. Xiao Jing silently prayed. Vile woman, the man scoffed, rising to her side and yanking her hair. Pain shot through her as her head was forced back by his grip. Treasure every moment you have left. Rest assured, I will capture each of them one by one. If I cannot have them, then I shall destroy them all. Ha ha. No, please spare me. I am obedient. I eat little. Do not kill me. Xiao Jing pleaded desperately, dropping the piece of meat to the ground as tears streamed down her cheeks. We are very close now. Everyone, be cautious. Do not alert the enemy. Lin Ye whispered, raising his right hand. This was already the 15th pearl. It was likely the last one. Ague handed it to Lin Ye. It seems she has indeed been taken here. Lin Ye's determination solidified. Approaching the vicinity of the cave, Lin Ye was somewhat familiar with the area. He planned to advance cautiously, assessing the situation before proceeding. The others nodded in agreement. Stop right there. As Lin Ye moved ahead, he spotted two figures sitting below the cave. The others, upon hearing Lin Ye's call, quickly crouched down to look forward. It's Xiao Jing. She's over there. There's another person, Ague observed, now seeing the scene clearly. We will encircle them. Qing Er, you provide cover, Lin Ye commanded, then stealthily moved forward. Crack. Who's there? The man eyed the woods warily. Damn it, why are there so many dry twigs? Lin Ye cursed under his breath. The noise had come from a twig he had inadvertently stepped on, alerting the man. Remaining motionless, Lin Ye hoped to lower the man's guard. Yet, the man picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it in Lin Ye's direction. Whether it was mere luck for the man or misfortune for Lin Ye, the stone flew directly towards Lin Ye's forehead. Damn it, charge! Lin Ye shouted desperately, realizing that avoiding the impending danger would only result in being struck by stones. Instead, he deemed it wiser to take the initiative and catch his adversary off guard. Upon hearing the cry from the woods, the man's pupils dilated, and his instinct was to flee into the thicket. Suddenly, a bamboo arrow whizzed past him, narrowly missing its mark, but effectively blocking his escape route. Lin Ye, brandishing a steel knife, charged toward the man, quickly forming a circle with his companions. Brother Ghost, help me, save me. At that moment, Xiao Jing recognized the newcomer and cried out. The man, previously intent on fleeing, had not considered her presence, but her shout drew his attention, prompting him to turn and reach for her with both hands. Damn it, this is bad, Lin Ye cursed under his breath. Just then, Situ Qing released another arrow, striking the man squarely in the backside. A scream escaped his lips, but he quickly seized Xiao Jing, using her as a shield, pressing a sharp stone against her neck. Don't come any closer. If you do, I swear I'll kill her, he threatened, as Xiao Jing sobbed. Please, save me, I don't want to die. Qing Jia. Who are you? Why have you abducted her? Lin Ye demanded, pointing his knife at him. Ha ha, have you forgotten me so soon, Lin Ye? The man laughed heartily, brushing aside the hair that obscured his face. Lin Ye froze, finally recognizing him. It's you. You're not dead? He was utterly astonished. After all, Situ Qing had shot him in the abdomen. Could it be that some object had saved him? The man was indeed Peng Yunliang, his hair and beard concealing much of his countenance, and his voice had taken on a particularly raspy tone. Not only had Lin Ye failed to recognize him, but the others were equally taken aback. Of course, I'm not dead. The state I'm in today is a result of your actions. It's a pity, though. I had intended to deal with everyone here before seeking you out, Peng Yunliang said, glancing at Xiao Jing, realizing she must have left a trail for Lin Ye and his companions to follow so swiftly. Since you're alive, what about Pu Guchang? Is he also alive and nearby? Lin Ye inwided. Him? Ha ha! Peng Yunliang let out a chilling laugh, his expression turning ominous. I devoured him. The flavor was rather delightful. Xiao Jing was instantly paralyzed with fear, her body betraying her as urine mixed with blood trickled down her legs. Ugh! Huang Ziyu couldn't suppress his urge to retch upon hearing Peng Yunliang's words, and Lin Ye nearly succumbed to nausea as well. You actually ate him? Lin Ye stammered. How do you think I managed to escape? It was thanks to him that I survived in that abyss for so long. I painstakingly broke stones to create steps, allowing me to climb out. Peng Yunliang seemed to become more animated, as if invigorated by the conversation. You're not even human anymore. Damn it. Ague couldn't help but curse. What right do you have to judge me? Xianghua, that vile creature, actually commanded Park Guachong to poison my brother, leading to his untimely demise. Have my brother, and I not endured enough? Why did he resort to such treachery? Why? Peng Yunliang exclaimed in a fit of rage. Ague, noticing Lin Ye's gaze upon him, nodded subtly in acknowledgement. This matter was one we had all distanced ourselves from. It was only later that I learned Xianghua had orchestrated it through Park Wuchang. Had it not been for that fateful day beneath the deep pit, when he revealed the truth himself, I would never have taken his life. Alas, it is a pity, indeed, How I wish I could have personally dealt with Xianghua. Peng Yunliang shook his head, letting out a deep sigh. Chapter 93. Utterly depraved humph. Were it not for your treachery against Sister Wang, you would not be in such dire straits. Si Tuqing scoffed. Every individual harbors selfishness, do they not? Dare you claim that Wang Qin is devoid of it? Without you, she is naught but a nothing, Peng Yunliang exclaimed loudly. This is merely the consequence of your own actions, Si Tuqing remarked indifferently. Peng Yunliang, did you abduct Wu Xian? At this moment, a Gui inquired. Wu Xian was the woman who had previously gone missing, and a Gui harbored suspicions that he was the perpetrator, for there were no traces left at the scene. Indeed, it was all my doing, haha. Peng Yunliang displayed a madcap demeanor. Then where is she now? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the cavern above. Yet he heard no sounds. Logically, given the commotion below, even if she were above, she would surely cry out for help. She? Oh, she's right here. ISNT she? Peng Yunliang kicked a piece of half-eaten flesh belonging to Xiao Jing. WH what? Xiao Jing became increasingly agitated, disregarding the sharp stones around her neck, and retched violently onto the ground. In the ensuing struggle, her neck was grazed by the jagged rock, and blood gushed forth. Staring at the dark piece of flesh that Peng Yunliang had kicked, Lin Ye was taken aback. Had he truly become addicted to such a repulsive act? Huang Ziyu could no longer contain herself, retching until she expelled her bile. Si Tuqing's expression shifted slightly. Her arrow was aimed in his direction, ever seeking an opportunity to end his life. Such a wretch is even lower than a beast. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye suppressed his inner fury. Peng Yunliang, you are utterly depraved. Utterly depraved? It is merely the law of the jungle. Humph, release me, or I shall slay her. Peng Yunliang tightened his grip around Xiao Jing's neck, forcefully pulling her backward, eliciting a choked gasp from her. The ground was stained with the filth Xiao Jing had just expelled. She likely wished for death, as this fiend compelled her to consume human flesh. Impossible! You shall not escape today, Si Tuqing shouted fiercely. Humph, then let her die alongside me. At least I will have company in my demise. With her neck tightly constricted, Xiao Jing was rendered speechless, her expression one of despair as she reached out toward Lin Ye and the others, her hands desperately grasping forward. Her death bears no consequence to me. Ultimately, I shall kill you all in vengeance for them. Upon finishing her words, Si Tuqing released her arrow aimed at Peng Yunliang's exposed leg, wholly disregarding the hostage Xiao Jing. Lin Ye and a Gui remained silent, while Huang Ziyu wished to intervene, yet it was too late. Swish the arrow struck Peng Yunliang's left calf. He howled, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he viciously slashed the stone across Xiao Jing's throat. No, Huang Ziyu cried out. Ha ha, I've broken even, ha ha. Peng Yunliang shoved Xiao Jing away, laughing maniacally. Beast, meet your demise. With a swift whoosh, the bamboo arrow struck true, piercing Peng Yunliang's heart. In that fleeting moment as he fell, his eyes seemed to convey a hint of liberation, a faint smile gracing his lips, leaving one to ponder the state of his being. Lin Ye and a Gui hurriedly rushed forward to assist the fallen Xiao Jing. It's hopeless. The artery has been severed. There's no saving her, a Gui declared with a shake of his head. Lin Ye sighed, harboring no blame towards Si Tuqing. He would have acted similarly, refusing to let Peng Yunliang escape. Regardless of his relationship with Xiao Jing, allowing such a corrupted individual to linger in the shadows would never grant peace. She is gone. Huang Ziyu gently closed Xiao Jing's eyes with her hand. A Gui approached Peng Yunliang's lifeless body, checking for any signs of life, confirming his demise with a few kicks while cursing under his breath. Lin Ye, look at this. Si Tuqing approached, holding 2 dark stones. What are these? Lin Ye took them, examining the marks etched into the surface. He struck the stones together, producing a spark. These are flint stones. No wonder he managed to roast. Meat. Should we go take a look? Pointed upwards towards the cave above. As Lin Ye gazed at the familiar location, memories flooded back of the time he first arrived, when 2 little golden eagles resided there, now long vanished. He had once considered keeping them as pets, but the tsunami had swept them away in an instant. I'll go have a look. You all wait for me down here. With that, Lin Ye began to scale the rocky wall. Peering inside, the scene that unfolded before him left Lin Ye utterly astounded, his stomach churning in reaction. What the? He nearly lost his footing. Lin Ye, what's wrong? Huang Ziyu inquired, her voice laced with concern. I'm fine, let us move quickly. He soon descended back down. What did you see up there that has you so anxious? Situ Qing asked, puzzled. Don't ask. It's more terrifying than the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty. The three exchanged alarmed glances, their thoughts racing to Wu Xian's disappearance. Up there. It couldn't possibly be. Huang Ziyu stammered. Lin Ye nodded silently, allowing them to draw their own conclusions. Seeing his expression, they refrained from further inquiries. I wish to give her a proper burial. After all, I bear some responsibility for her death. Situ Qing indicated towards Xiao Jing's body. All right, let us all lend a hand. But I believe you did nothing wrong. Had I been in your position, I could never have allowed that beast to escape. Lin Ye reassured her, immediately starting to dig a grave. In truth, burying her in such terrain would offer little protection, once the scent of decay emerged. Even the deepest grave would be unearthed by wild beasts. Yet, Situ Qing felt a twinge of guilt, unwilling to leave Xiao Jing's body to rot in the wilderness, seeking solace in the thought of out of sight, out of mind. Even if it were to be discovered, she would remain oblivious. Let us go. We resolve matters here and must hurry back to reunite with the others. Lin Ye brushed the dirt off his hands and chopped a piece of wood, erecting it before the grave as a makeshift marker, though he did not inscribe the name of Xiao Jing upon it. Remarkably, the four of them exerted considerable effort to excavate this pit. It was not at all akin to that night on the beach when burying a body, where the sand was easily displaced by hand. Here, the steel blade nearly became deformed from the toil. Such actions can be regarded as an act of utmost compassion. He decided to take the 2 stones with him, as they were indeed valuable. He could only wonder where this fellow had procured them. Lin Ye cast a glance at the body not far away and spoke. As they departed, Lin Ye turned back for a lingering gaze at this site, his first place of refuge. Yet, it was steeped in bloodshed, 3 lives quietly lying there. Lin Ye, do not linger, Huang Ziyu urged, her heart heavy. The events of the day had truly opened her eyes. Chapter 94. She became jealous Filan and the others were already waiting at Gui's camp. Upon seeing the group return, they approached eagerly. Brother Lin Ye, what transpired? Luna inquired, clutching Lin Ye's arm. Lin Ye glanced at the crowd, settled onto a nearby stone, and recounted the events in detail. Xiao Jing and Wu Xian, they are both gone. The 30-something woman, upon hearing this, collapsed into the arms of another woman, sobbing uncontrollably. Perhaps their friendship had been particularly profound. The news of their demise was too much to bear. Lin Ye observed the 2 women in anguish, shook his head, and turned to Filan. Uncle Filan, is the boat in good condition? Filan replied, no issues at all, though the fuel gauge indicates we can still travel around 150 kilometers. Very well, that will suffice. I have significant plans for it. Lin Ye nodded, then turned to Gui. Things are mostly settled here. You should focus on your recovery. I will send word when the time comes. Sure, but... Gui hesitated. Lin Ye stood up. What is it? Ahem. Could you possibly procure another batch of that earth for me? Having would expedite my recovery. Wouldn't it? Gui chuckled sheepishly. Lin Ye smacked his forehead and called over Jingang. Jingang, can you find that herb now? He gestured towards his back and demonstrated by picking some leaves in front of him. Oh. Jingang emitted a few soft calls, seemingly grasping Lin Ye's intent, and dashed into the woods. The others watched Lin Ye's actions in astonishment, while Huang Ziyu and her companions appeared unfazed. Lin Ye looked up at the sky, uncertain when Jingang would return. Let us stay here for the night, he proposed. The group nodded in agreement, though Gui seemed somewhat flustered. What's wrong? Are you not welcoming us? Lin Ye questioned suspiciously. Gui quickly waved his hands. No. It's just that I lack food to offer you. Leave that to me, Situ Qing stated calmly as she strode towards the woods with her bow and arrows. Hey, wait for me. Lin Ye intended to follow, but Situ Qing paid him no mind and continued on her way. Huang Ziyu scoffed before moving to a nearby partition. Lin Ye remarked, well, perhaps Odidio should go to the seaside as well for good fortune. With more people, We need not worry about insufficient food. Just remember to return before dark. Gue cast a glance at Lin Ye and replied, "All right, Brother Gue, I shall accompany you, and while I'm at it, I'll check on the speedboat moored by the shore and reinforce it, lest the waves carry it away." Lin Ye inquired, "Has the speedboat arrived?" Phylan nodded, "Yes. It has arrived and is docked beside that rusted fishing boat." "Very well. The sooner you depart and return, the better. Please exercise caution." Having listened to Lin Ye's admonition, Phylan greeted Luna and then accompanied Ao Jiao to the seaside. "Lin Ye, would you like to console Sister Ziyu? She seems rather jealous today," Luna remarked, plopping down beside him. "Jealous? What reason does she have to be jealous? I haven't upset her today, have I?" Lin Ye replied, bewildered. "You've been injured for quite some time, and it was Sister Ziyu who took care of you. Moreover, when you went missing with Situ Qing last time, she was the first to go searching for you," Luna observed with wide eyes. This revelation left Lin Ye feeling perplexed. He truly had no idea what might have triggered her displeasure today. However, hearing Luna's words brought him an unexpected joy. Lin Ye had always harbored feelings for Huang Ziyu, and he had nearly won her heart on several occasions. I'll go check on her," he declared, rising to head towards the partition. Meanwhile, Luna wore a somewhat melancholic expression, sighed, and made her way toward the two women. Lin Ye strode into the partition and inquired, "Ziyu, what are you up to?" Huang Ziyu lay sideways on a pile of grass, and upon noticing Lin Ye's entrance, she promptly shut her eyes and feigned sleep. "Your act of sleeping is rather transparent. You just closed your eyes when I walked in," Lin Ye remarked, taken aback. "This is a bit awkward. Why are you ignoring me? Did something today frighten you? I haven't upset you, have I?" At this point, Huang Ziyu finally sat up. "No, you haven't upset me. Why did you come in?" "I merely wanted to rest," she replied. Lin Ye shook his head. "No, this isn't your usual demeanor towards me. Don't you know that women can be capricious? Go find your dear Qing'er. You call her Qing'er so affectionately. Just now, when she wanted to leave, the reluctance on your face was quite telling," Huang Ziyu teased. Lin Ye, upon hearing this, suddenly realized the implication. "Oh dear, I thought you were upset. I was just trying to let Ao Gue think we were close with Situ Qing. Should he ever wish to act maliciously, he would know that we are united against him." After a brief pause, he continued, "I was merely concerned for her safety in the woods. I wanted to warn her, but she didn't appreciate it. So what could I do?" Lin Ye rambled on, parched from speaking so much. Is that truly how you feel?" Huang Ziyu replied with a slight scoff. Just as Lin Ye was about to speak, Huang Ziyu interrupted. "All right, I'm not upset. I was just teasing you. Here, drink." With that, she handed him half a bottle of water. Gulping it down, Lin Ye exclaimed, "Ah, Ziyu, you're so good to me." Yet deep within Huang Ziyu's heart lingered an indescribable feeling. Was it jealousy? Anger? She acknowledged her affection for Lin Ye, but was hindered by her upbringing, which emphasized monogamy. Whenever Lin Ye grew close to another woman, she felt a profound sense of helplessness. Perhaps time is needed for subtle transformations. But when she observed Lin Ye in a flirtatious interaction with Luna, she felt no anger. Rather, she perceived herself as the latter. "I notice your eloquence has significantly improved," Huang Ziyu remarked, pointing a finger at Lin Ye. "Are you deceiving us about having only one girlfriend, and that you have yet to share a bed?" With utmost sincerity, Lin Ye replied, "I truly have only dated one girlfriend. If I were to deceive you, may heaven strike me down." However, Huang Ziyu swiftly covered his mouth, preventing him from uttering the final words. Chapter 95. The tribal chieftain. As dusk fell, Situ Qing returned, clutching a large lizard, indeed a creature of considerable size, akin to that of a dog. Meanwhile, Adbio and Ferrand returned empty-handed. The night passed in an atmosphere of silence, devoid of conversation. The following morning, we departed early, reminding ourselves to relocate. Lin Ye had risen at the break of dawn, having been kept awake by Adbio's thunderous snoring, a sound far too disruptive. With dark circles under their eyes, Huang Ziyu and Luna stifled their laughter nearby. Gue nodded, indicating that they would move shortly and await further news. "All right, everyone, gather your belongings and let us proceed," Lin Ye called out, though there was little to pack, as they were traveling light. Upon reaching the seaside, they found the speedboat secured to the rocks with numerous vines gathered by Ferrand, swaying gently with the rhythm of the waves. Fortunately, a life buoy provided some protection against the rocks. We're taking the sea route, Lin Ye affirmed. Farand, if we navigate along this coastline, we can reach the beach you took us to last time. Drawing upon the mental map he had formed during this period, Lin Ye was confident that circumnavigating the beach would lead them there, as he intended to dock the boat at that location. He also harbored plans to visit the small island across the water. In the village nestled beneath the cliffs, tendrils of smoke rose into the air, occasionally accompanied by the sound of women's laughter. Two robust men, bare-chested, patrolled the vicinity. In a nearby field, a few individuals labored, while several elders sat beneath a large tree, enjoying the shade. This tranquil scene mirrored the village Lin Ye had previously visited with the indigenous people. They seem less vigilant than before. I believe this presents a good opportunity for escape, a young Caucasian man whispered to Mal within a small dark room, where a woman stood guard at the entrance. Mike, I think it might be better for us to remain here. We have food and drink, and we only need to occasionally share a bed with that woman. It's not so bad, Mal replied. Oh, heavens, Mal. Are you falling for those women? Do you wish to stay here for life? We are trapped. How can we ever get out? Mike exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. Not quite, but I fear there may be no rescue on the horizon. It seems wiser to remain, though I wonder how Farand and the others are faring. Mal expressed with a hint of melancholy. The language barrier posed a challenge. He had contemplated escape upon being captured, only to be apprehended once more. Now confined here as little more than a beast of burden. Despite the lack of freedom, they enjoyed sustenance without the daily struggle for food and the frantic need to evade wild beasts. Sighing, Mike remarked, I certainly do not wish to remain here, reduced to a mere sewing machine, especially given that the women are rather unattractive. If this continues, I fear we may develop sexual dysfunction. His brow furrowed in a grimace. The dimly lit room felt almost surreal, as if closing one's eyes would render the experience indistinguishable. Just as Mare was about to continue speaking, the door to the small, dark chamber swung open, revealing a woman outside who chattered away, her words incomprehensible to the pair. Nevertheless, her gestures indicated that they were to step outside. Surely they can't expect us to sew during the day, Mike thought, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Mare shared his bewilderment. It was unheard of for them to be allowed outside at this hour. Could it be that, as Mike speculated, they were indeed to sew during daylight? Upon exiting the small black room, they were met by two burly men wielding wooden spears, waiting expectantly, though they were not bound at the moment. The thought of escape was daunting. Previous attempts had proven futile, often resulting in being caught before they could even cover a few dozen meters. While they were spared a beating, being confined in a room and starved for 2 days had been quite distressing. Once outside, the woman who had been watching over them animatedly conversed with the two men. Subsequently, each man took hold of one of them and began to lead them forward. Mayor, something feels amiss. Aren't we supposed to head left towards the sewing house? Why are they taking us to the right? Mike pondered, unease creeping into his thoughts, fearing they might be led to meet a grim fate. Stay calm. If they intended to kill us, they would have done so by now. Let's see what unfolds. Mayor attempted to maintain a facade of composure, though anxiety gnawed at him. They were brought to the rightmost building, which towered over all others, flanked by 2 wolf pelts at its entrance. A dark-clad guard stood sentinel at the door, motionless, observing their approach. Upon seeing the group, the guard nodded at the foremost man and pulled back the entrance curtain, inviting them inside. Mayor exchanged a glance with Mike, steeling himself before stepping through the threshold, while the two men refrained from following. Greetings, friends, a voice welcomed them. Before them sat an elderly man, a genial smile adorning his face as he regarded Mayor and Mike. To their astonishment, he spoke in a universally understood language. In the center of the room, a small fire crackled, with a clay pot simmering above it, filling the air with an enticing aroma of cooked meat. Mayor stammered, astonished to finally encounter a native capable of verbal communication. I am the chieftain of this tribe, he replied. I have been away on matters of importance and have just returned. I learned that 2 outsiders have been captured and wish to meet you. The chieftain's demeanor was warm and inviting as he beckoned Mayor and Mike to sit. Chieftain, how is it that you speak our language? Mayor inquired, The chieftain raised an eyebrow, seemingly reluctant to divulge the details. This tale is rather lengthy. I have summoned you to express my tribe's apologies, for the language barrier compelled us to forcibly bring you here. Then why did they capture us, and why are we to Sao? Mike questioned. This matter requires a more thorough explanation, which I shall provide in due course. The chieftain leisurely extracted a pouch of tobacco from his pocket and placed it onto a handmade pipe, retrieving a burning stick from the fire. After lighting it, he took several deep puffs. If Lin Ye were to witness this elder indulging in tobacco, he would likely be overwhelmed with excitement. The chieftain exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and gradually shared the tribe's circumstances with Mal and Mike. It turned out that the entire tribe had separated from a larger tribe on an island several decades ago, and now only about 20 individuals remained. However, in recent years, the children born within the tribe seemed to be cursed. They not only suffered from ailments, but also had short lifespans, with the eldest barely surviving past the age of 6. So that's the reason they have turned their attention towards us? Ma remarked. Chapter 96. After consuming oysters, I shall indulge in you. The old chieftain exhaled a thick plume of smoke, tapping his pipe against the wooden board. You assist our tribe in flourishing, and we ensure your safety while providing sustenance. It is a mutually beneficial arrangement, is it not? Cough, cough. O old chieftain, visiting us 3 or 4 times daily is quite taxing on the livestock, mumbled Mike. Upon hearing this, the old chieftain burst into laughter. Huh? Perhaps they are simply enamored with you. I shall remind them to exercise restraint. His demeanor then shifted to one of seriousness. As long as you all ensure they conceive, I shall not impose upon your freedoms. Chieftain, the matter is, we have 2 friends by the seaside. Before Mal could finish, he was interrupted by the chieftain. I have inquired with those below. Your 2 companions are no longer there. What? They're no longer there. Mal's eyes widened in disbelief. There have been other unfortunate outsiders like you in the past, but they seldom survive for long. This island is fraught with peril and is anything but tranquil. Back then, I merely wished for the tribe to remain hidden and had no contact with those individuals. There are likely many secrets I do not wish to divulge. The old chieftain sighed deeply. Suddenly, Mike had a thought and grasped the chieftain's hand. Old chieftain, do you know how we might escape this island and return home? The chieftain shook his head. First, let the women conceive. Perhaps then I will share a clue with you. The 2 men were momentarily taken aback. However, this small tribe indeed displayed a certain friendliness. The old chieftain called out to the entrance, and 2 burly men entered. He spoke a lengthy string of unintelligible words to them, and the men nodded in response. You 2 may return to rest. I have given them my instructions. The chieftain waved off Mal and Mike. Chieftain, about that. Mike pointed at the pot of meat simmering in the earthenware, swallowing hard. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well fed and hydrated. You must be in good condition for the evening's work, the old chieftain replied, casting Mike a knowing glance, which startled him. Well, now we truly are regarded as mere sours, Mike muttered as they made their way back to the dim room. Alas, I am concerned for Uncle Furland and little Dan. I hope they are still alive. Ma Zeit. Meanwhile, on the surface of the sea, a speedboat leisurely cruised along the coastline. Oh, this is simply delightful. It feels as if we are on vacation, Luna exclaimed, shouting towards the ocean. It's not that I do not wish to go faster. It is simply that Furland's skills are limited, and safety is our priority. Jean Gang curled up in Lin Ye's embrace, trembling with fear. It was his first time on a boat, and he was thoroughly frightened. Situ Ching and Huang Ziyu sat nearby, squinting at the scenery along the way, their faces reflecting a rare moment of relaxation. Though the pace was slow, the speed was still around 30 kilometers per hour. Luna, sit down quickly. You might be jostled off the boat. Furlan cautioned. Father, I have faith in your skills. Moreover, standing up to embrace the sea breeze is such a delightful sensation. Luna grasped the handrail with both hands, standing at the front, squinting her eyes and savoring the moment. Hey, don't flatter me too much. I might end up with a slap in the face. Phylan focused intently on the horizon, navigating along the coast. The greatest fear was colliding with hidden reefs. A moment's inattention could lead to disaster, and Phylan dared not be careless in the slightest. Holding the monkey, Lin Ye suddenly felt a warm stream on his leg. Lifting the monkey, he was taken aback. Oh no, This little rascal has just soaked me. Well, what did you expect when you insisted on bringing it along? Couldn't you have let it return on its own? Huang Ziyu shot Lin Ye a disdainful glance. Ha! Sidu Qing and Luna burst into laughter at the scene. The monkey, still trembling, seemed oblivious to the fact it had drenched Lin Ye. After all, it was just a scared little creature. Wrinkling his nose at the scent of urine, Lin Ye scolded the monkey. Stop blaming the monkey. It didn't do it on purpose. Once we land, you could just wash it off somewhere. Huang Ziyu defended the little creature. Only because it didn't urinate on you. That's why you say that. We're almost there. Phylan interrupted their banter. Lin Ye peered ahead, and indeed, those two peaks were unmistakable, resembling two pine cones thrusting into the sea. They had traveled a U-shaped path along the coast, covering approximately 60 kilometers. These mountains are quite recognizable. Father, is this where you camped when you were washed ashore? Luna inquired. Yes, the cave on the right peak sheltered me during the tsunami, allowing me to escape unscathed. Phylan indicated towards the peak on the right. In no time, they approached closer. Let us find a place to hide the speedboat. We can't be too conspicuous. Lin Ye scanned the surroundings from a back row, searching for a suitable spot. I know of a place at the foot of the mountain, but you all should disembark first. I might need to swim back after securing the boat. Phylan pondered for a moment before speaking. I'll accompany you. Let them disembark first, Lin Ye suggested with concern. No need, it's not far. Besides, there are life rings on the boat. Phylan pointed to the several life rings around the speedboat. All right then, stay safe. We'll wait for you on the shore. Upon hearing Phylan's assurance, Lin Ye no longer insisted, leaping from a speedboat while cradling the monkey. As soon as the monkey hit the ground, it sprang back to life, joyfully bounding around, no longer resembling the pitiful creature it had been on the boat. Dad, please be careful, Luna called as she jumped off the speedboat. With a roar, Phylan navigated away, and Lin Ye glanced at the sky. Let us spend the night here. It's quite a distance to the banana grove. The women nodded, showing their support for Lin Ye's decision. Gurgle. Hearing the sound, all three women turned their attention toward Lin Ye. Why are you staring at me? I am hungry. Let's have oysters tonight, Lin Ye remarked as he strolled towards the nearby rocks. He had noticed an abundance of oysters growing upon them. Consuming too many of these delicacies might lead to unforeseen consequences later in the evening. Lin Ye, your laughter earlier was rather mischievous, Luna chuckled softly. If you indulge in oysters tonight, you might just want to feast on someone else, Huang Ziyu teased. How could I possibly enjoy just one? I would have to indulge in you as well, came the playful retort. With that slight frame of yours, one would suffice. They both laughed heartily, engaging in a playful tussle, poking each other and exchanging cheeky banter. Si Tuqing observed their frolic with a smile, shaking her head gently, while her gaze drifted to Lin Ye, who was busy cracking open oysters in the distance, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 97. Entering the village after a night's rest, the 5 individuals and a monkey resumed their journey homeward. I wish to explore that village, Lin Ye announced as they reached the halfway point. Isn't that too perilous? Perhaps we should wait for Ah Gue to accompany us next time? Huang Ziyu expressed her concerns. I am familiar with that area. Accompany me on this visit while you 3 return, Lin Ye insisted. He sought an opportunity to ascertain what crops they cultivated, as grains could potentially alleviate their food crisis, and he also wished to check on Meyer's condition. Shall I accompany you? Situ Qing ventured slowly. No need. This section of the path may harbor dangers. Your task is to ensure their safe return. While I shall proceed with Jingang, Lin Ye declined Situ Qing's kind offer. Luna attempted to speak, but was gently pulled back by Phylan. Very well, take care. Let us be on our way, Situ Qing declared, signaling Phylan to lead the way. Since only Lin Ye and Huang Ziyu, along with Phylan and Lu Dan, had traversed this path previously, they retained some memory of it. Moreover, following the river would prevent them from losing their way. Ma'ia, I fear my kidneys may be failing. I served 2 last night, Mike lamented from his wooden bed. Blame yourself for exhausting your body with indulgence. Now you recognize your folly, Ma'ir chuckled. He too had served 2 the previous night, and the elder had counseled moderation, yet upon his return, he had indulged even more. However, the quality of their provisions had indeed improved significantly. Unlike before, when they were offered mere scraps of sweet potatoes, Yes, sweet potatoes. When he was first captured and encountered sweet potatoes, it had astonished Ma air. Now that the elder had returned, he arranged for meat to be delivered daily. I swear, once I am free, I shall renounce all temptations of the flesh. I must restore my health, Ma air mused, shaking his head with a smile. Fortunately, the two had each other for companionship during these monotonous days. Otherwise, he would have lacked even a confidant for his grievances. In the jungle, a man and a woman crouched low, meticulously observing the distant village. Approaching may prove difficult, the man remarked. This village is strategically positioned, easily defensible with only a single path leading in. Lin Ye gazed toward the village, where two burly men sat at the entrance, animatedly conversing, likely boasting about their exploits. What shall we do? We cannot get close, Huang Ziyu whispered. Lin Ye scrutinized the rugged terrain before him, noticing it had been recently disturbed, yet still devoid of crops. Perhaps they had not yet been planted. Fear not. I have a plan. What sort of plan? Huang Ziyu inquired skeptically. The answer lies right here, Lin Ye replied, grinning as he seized Jingang. Huang Ziyu slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "You truly are a genius." With Lin Ye's direction, Jingang climbed a nearby tree, vociferously calling out, immediately capturing the attention of the two men at the entrance. Armed with wooden spears, they rushed over, and it seemed that the commotion had drawn 4 or 5 others from the village. As King Kong ascended the tree, Lin Ye surreptitiously stuffed 2 stones into his hands. Upon noticing a throng of people approaching, King Kong immediately aimed the stones at the crowd and hurled them. Amidst the cacophony, a group of individuals shouted in alarm and charged towards King Kong, one of them even launching a wooden spear in his direction, prompting King Kong to flee into the forest in fright. "O monkey, if you do not enter hell, who will?" Lin Ye remarked, making a sign of the cross over his chest. Huang Ziyu, somewhat anxious, patted Lin Ye on the back and cautioned, "You are putting King Kong in danger. He might be killed by them." "Well, it's already done. What can we do now?" Lin Ye also felt a pang of regret for his decision, fearing for King Kong's safety given the ferocity of the crowd. "Forget it. Let us head to the village. They won't return anytime soon." With that, Lin Ye set off toward the village. The two moved stealthily into the village, where the houses exhibited unique characteristics, cylindrical in shape, constructed from mud at the base and thatched with grass at the top. Each dwelling seemed to possess a small opening resembling a window, just large enough for a head to fit through, and the doors were narrow, accommodating only one person at a time. A dozen houses lined the village path, and an unusual silence enveloped the area, with only the largest structure on the right exhaling wisps of smoke. "How do we find him among so many houses?" Lin Ye pondered aloud. Huang Ziyu whispered in his ear, "We have no choice but to check each one." Lin Ye, gritting his teeth, made a decisive choice. "We'll split up. You take the left and I'll go right. Be cautious and just peek inside from those windows." "All right," Huang Ziyu responded. "Regardless of whether we find him, let us reconvene in 10 minutes at the edge of the jungle. I fear those people may return." Huang Ziyu nodded and swiftly headed toward the left side of the houses. Lin Ye approached the first window of the nearest house, peering inside to find it dark and desolate, containing only a few rudimentary tools. He turned and moved to the second and third houses, furrowing his brow at the absence of inhabitants. How peculiar! Could that small group be the entirety of the village? Puzzled, he proceeded to inspect another dwelling, just in time to catch Huang Ziyu signaling him from across the way. Her gestures urged him to hurry. Had she found something? Lin Ye mused. He promptly made his way toward Huang Ziyu when, unexpectedly, a woman emerged from the largest house on the right. Lin Ye turned to look, their eyes locking in a moment that felt as though time itself had halted, lingering for 10 seconds. Huang Ziyu, also spotting the woman, covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Ye stood frozen in the middle of the village path, paralyzed. After a brief moment of bewilderment, the woman's expression shifted to one of excitement, revealing a broad smile as she shouted, "Aw, run!" As her scream pierced the air, Lin Ye instinctively reached for Huang Ziyu's hand, urging her to flee. The two found themselves trapped in that moment. Huang Ziyu shouted at the house, but at that moment, it seemed too late to save them, as two formidable women suddenly emerged behind her. Ziyu, be careful behind you. Lin Ye stationed. Turning around, Huang Ziyu saw the two robust women lunging towards her, yet she reacted swiftly. With a kick, she struck a nearby bundle of firewood, thwarting their advance. Seizing this fleeting moment, Huang Ziyu quickly moved closer to Lin Ye. The men who had exited earlier were all of a certain stature, while these women were strikingly powerful, leaving Lin Ye somewhat astonished. Just as he intended to pull Huang Ziyu away, a familiar voice halted him in his tracks. Yeah, Lin Ye, is that really you? You're alive. How wonderful. Quickly, help us escape. A large head poked out from the window of the house. It was Mar. Chapter 98. The invitation from the elder chieftain Mar was frantically pleading for Lin Ye's assistance. The window was too narrow, and managing to extricate his head was already a considerable feat, brother. It's not that I am unwilling to help, but rather that I am utterly powerless, Lin Ye lamented, tears of frustration nearly spilling. As Mar's cry resonated, 7 or 8 figures rushed out from the house behind them, an elderly man trailing closely behind. We must go now, or it will be too late, Huang Ziyu urged, pulling Lin Ye along. Just as they intended to flee forward, a spear suddenly soared from behind, soaring over their heads and embedding itself into the ground with such force that it sank 3 inches into the mud, its rear still quivering violently. Lin Ye grasped Huang Ziyu's hand, attempting to evade, but before they knew it, 2 more spears flew past, blocking their path. In that moment of distraction, they found themselves encircled by 5 or 6 individuals. Damn it, this is the end, Mar gasped, peering through the window at the unfolding scene. Lin Ye, what do we do? Huang Ziyu asked, her voice tinged with panic as the fierce women, brandishing spears, looked on with mocking expressions. Stay calm. They likely do not intend to kill us. Otherwise, we would have met our end just moments ago. Lin Ye consoled her, squeezing her hand. He then donned a cheerful demeanor and addressed the women. Hello, esteemed ladies. We harbor no ill intentions. We are merely passing through and apologize for any disturbance we may have caused. They cannot comprehend your words. It is like speaking to a wall. Huang Ziyu retorted, rolling her eyes at Lin Ye. Clearing his throat, Lin Ye shifted to a more universal tone. Ahem, ladies, we are not villains. We are simply lost. Another outsider? A voice interrupted him. It was an elderly man accompanied by 2 men, one bearing a bow and the other a spear, flanking him protectively. Upon hearing the elder's inquiry, Lin Ye exchanged glances with Huang Ziyu. He is the elder chieftain of this tribe. Only he can communicate with us. Mar called out loudly. Lin Ye suddenly understood, realizing the presence of the 2 bodyguards was no coincidence. Oh, you know each other? The elder chieftain inquired, astonished. He then gestured for the women to lower their wooden spears, though they remained vigilant, encircling the pair. Indeed, we are acquainted and even good friends. I have come to rescue my friend. Might I inquire why the elder chieftain has apprehended him? Lin Ye maintained his earlier cheerful expression. But Mar's outburst made it impossible to gloss over the situation. Upon learning that Lin Ye had come to save Mar, the elder chieftain burst into laughter. I fear you shall not save your friend today. You might be the one in peril. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, gritting his teeth and whispering to Huang Ziyu, we must find a way to break free. I have a feeling they perceive me as a greater threat than you. Yes, Huang Ziyu replied softly. I believe the elder chieftain does not wish to harm us. Otherwise, my friend would not have survived this long, and we have narrowly escaped death several times already. Haven Tiwi? Upon hearing Lin Ye's inquiry, the elder chief replied with a warm smile. Our tribe is quite amicable. We merely wish to request a loan of your seed. Loan? Of seed? What does that mean? Lin Ye was utterly bewildered, while Huang Ziyu seemed to comprehend, her expression shifting dramatically as she whispered fervently in Lin Ye's ear. No way. Lin Ye's face paled as he glanced at the women, who were gazing at him with mischievous smiles, as if he were already their next meal. A chill ran down his spine. My friend, since you are here, why not stay with us for a while? Rest assured, as long as our tribe's women conceive, I shall allow you to leave. And the same goes for your 2 companions, the elder chief proclaimed, gesturing to the women nearby. Oh dear, we have just gained another comrade in misfortune. Mao remarked to Mike, observing Lin Ye's predicament. Wait, wait. As the women began to approach, Lin Ye quickly interjected. The elder chief called out, and the women's advance halted. Elder chief, I have a question. There are plenty of men in your tribe. Why do you seek to borrow from us? Lin Ye inquired. Sigh. It is truly a matter of necessity. If you wish to know more, why not come to my dwelling for a chat? The elder chief sighed, extending an invitation. Very well. Realizing escape was futile and that he could not overpower the situation, Lin Ye acquiesced, hoping to find an opportunity later. He patted Huang Ziyu on the shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. It turned out that the elder chief resided in the largest dwelling. Approaching, Lin Ye noticed two striking wolf pelts at the entrance, emblematic of the chief's status. Moments earlier, it seemed the elder chief had been holding a meeting with several women from the tribe, gathering their insights. Thus, the rooms Lin Ye had surveyed were unoccupied, and most of the men had been led away by the formidable Jin gang. The interior was rather simplistic, adorned with numerous animal skins on the wooden bed, and the tribal men and women appeared to don garments fashioned from similar hides. Since Lin Ye's injury, his clothing had been torn by a leopard, and a portion had been repurposed into bandages by Huang Ziyu, leaving him in tattered rags, stirring a sense of envy towards their attire. The daggers and knives belonging to Lin Ye and Luna had been confiscated by the women, who kept a vigilant watch over Lin Ye, wary of any attempts to flee, while seemingly disregarding Huang Ziyu. Make yourselves comfortable. The elder chief gestured for them to sit freely, then settled cross-legged on the bed, retrieving a smoking pipe from the wooden shelf and filling it with tobacco. A woman fetched a burning twig from the fire to ignite it for him. Is this tobacco? Lin Ye swallowed hard. May I have a try? Go ahead, it's homegrown. The elder chief exhaled a thick plume of smoke and offered the pipe to Lin Ye. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Ye, momentarily overshadowing his dire situation. His craving for tobacco, ignited after over a month on the island, resurfaced. He had endured several bouts of withdrawal, a struggle well understood by seasoned smokers. Cough, cough. Lin Ye took a deep drag, nearly choking on the smoke. Do not attempt if you cannot handle it. Have you choked? Huang Ziyu remarked, gently patting Lin Ye's back to help him regain his composure. This is beyond my capacity. Lin Ye coughed, returning the smoking pipe to the elder patriarch. The elder accepted the pipe with a smile, inquiring if they had not yet dined, suggesting they converse over a meal instead. He then exchanged a few words with the woman beside him, which Lin Ye could not comprehend, but he surmised it was merely a request to bring forth the food. The woman nodded and proceeded to another partition, as the elder's residence was spacious, featuring several small compartments. Is this sweet potato? Indeed, is sweet potato. Lin Ye exclaimed in delight upon seeing the dish the woman brought forth. Eager to approach, he attempted to rise, but the women behind him, misunderstanding his excitement for a desire to flee, promptly restrained him back into his seat. Chapter 99. A confession of inexpressible difficulties. The elder patriarch gestured to the woman behind him, prompting her to release Lin Ye. Go on, eat. Since you are familiar with his delicacy, I trust you understand that I mean you no harm, the elder remarked, tapping his pipe thoughtfully. Ziyu, do try it. Lin Ye retrieved 2 sweet potatoes from a pot and offered them to Huang Ziyu. Delicious, truly sweet, he exclaimed, experiencing for the first time how delightful sweet potatoes could be, even more fragrant than meat. Observing the two indulging in the sweet potatoes, the elder began to recount the circumstances surrounding their situation, while Lin Ye listened attentively, savoring each bite. Elder, your explanation leaves me somewhat bewildered about your predicament, but it seems unlikely to be a curse, Lin Ye said, letting out a satisfied burp and wiping his mouth. However, I must confess that I cannot assist you with that. The elder, perplexed, rapped his pipe against the wooden table, gazing quizzically at Lin Ye. Clearing his throat, Lin Ye hesitated a hem. I find myself in a rather delicate situation. What sort of delicate situation? The elder inquired. Well, it's just that. I am unable in that regard. Left with no choice, Lin Ye resorted to deception. He had no desire to divulge his 20-plus years of celibacy. The elder's expression darkened. How could such a young man be impotent? If you do not believe me, you may inquire with her, Lin Ye suggested, sensing the elder's skepticism and nudging Huang Ziyu forward. Lin Ye. Huang Ziyu began, but Lin Ye subtly gestured for her to remain silent. The elder turned his gaze to Huang Ziyu, awaiting her response. Blushing from Lin Ye's words, she gritted her teeth and affirmed, "Why yes, elder, he truly is unable." "I find that hard to believe," the elder replied, then spoke a few words to the woman behind Lin Ye. Soon, the two women moved to escort Lin Ye toward a small room. Hey, what are you planning? Do not go overboard," Lin Ye exclaimed in a panic. Huang Ziyu quickly grasped his arm, preventing him from being dragged away. "Do not worry. I merely wish for them to assess your condition. It will be evident whether you are capable," the elder said, narrowing his eyes. No, elder, this is a bit harsh. As a man, to admit my incapacity is already humiliating. Must you further degrade me?" Lin Ye clung desperately to the doorframe, shouting, Ziyu, help me. "How can you treat him this way? He is my man. Surely, I am aware of this, and verification is unnecessary." Huang Ziyu protested, but the other two women forcibly pulled her away, creating distance between them. "It is merely a check. It won't cost you anything," the elder remarked, shaking his head in confusion at their behavior. "Should you humiliate me, I shall take drastic measures," Lin Ye declared, clutching his trousers to prevent the two women from proceeding. Heavens and earth! Alas, the strength of the two women was overwhelming, and they paid no heed to Lin Ye's desperate cries. "Wait, please, esteemed elder, how about we strike a bargain?" Just as Lin Ye's pants were about to be forcibly removed, a sudden thought crossed his mind, prompting him to delay the inevitable. He wished to complete a thorough examination before proceeding. However, the elder offered Lin Ye no opportunity for negotiation. "Do not be alarmed. This is a fortuitous affair that shall benefit your tribe," Lin Ye attempted to reason, but the elder waved his hand dismissively, and in an instant, Lin Ye was dragged inside. Huang Ziyu seethed with anger, yet she could only stand by helplessly as Lin Ye was pulled away, while two women restrained her, rendering her immobile. "Release him! Let him go, you brutes!" she cried out in desperation. Lin Ye let out a tremendous